In my past life, an endless torrential rain suddenly struck the entire world. In just 5 days, the floodwaters reached the height of a 15-story building, turning the entire planet into a vast ocean. To save his girlfriend, Lu Fan desperately steered a dilapidated fishing boat through a flooded city. Little did he know that his girlfriend was having an affair with his most trusted best friend. While Lu Fan was still on the boat, risking his life for the two of them, his good friend suddenly raised a harpoon and stabbed him in the back. Then, the two of them coldly pushed him off the boat, leaving him to be torn to pieces by the mutated sharks in the sea. However, when Lu Fan opened his eyes again, he had been reborn. The time was exactly the day the world-destroying storm had just stopped. Just then, buzz, his phone vibrated twice. Lu Fan looked down and saw it was a message from Chu Xian. "Fan, the water's rising so fast, it's going to flood us. Come pick me up quickly. I'm so scared." Fear? A cold glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes upon seeing those words. In his previous life, he had believed Chu Xian's words and, in his haste to rescue her, had forcibly shortened his journey, nearly losing his life several times along the way. But when he finally arrived, he discovered the seawater had only reached the 20th floor, while Chu Xian's apartment was on the 35th floor. Lu Fan snorted coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, then lowered his head to type a reply. "Don't be afraid. Xian, wait for me. Don't act rashly, block the door. I'll come to rescue you as soon as possible." After sending the message, Lu Fan immediately shut down the satellite network, put his phone in a waterproof bag, and stuffed it into his backpack. "Save you my foot! Let whoever wants to save me save me!" He let out a long breath and then began checking the supplies in his backpack. 5 bottles of water, 10 energy biscuits, and some other basic survival supplies. If they were lucky enough to find that fishing boat again, they might be able to sail to higher altitudes and return to land to survive. Lu Fan put down his supply pack and then turned to look behind him. There, besides 2 makeshift wooden oars made from bedboards, was a fishing rod. Wait, where did this fishing rod come from? Lu Fan doesn't know how to fish at all, so naturally he couldn't possibly be running away with a fishing rod. Somewhat puzzled, he reached out and grasped the dull-looking fishing rod. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang in his mind. God-level fishing rod bound to host, current fishing rod level, level 1, usage description, fishing yields all things for improvement. Detailed data will be unlocked after the first successful catch. Currently available fishing items, low-level survival supplies, low-level blueprints, low-level miscellaneous items, hidden items. Fishing for everything? Lu Fan's heart jolted, instantly realizing the enormous possibilities it contained. In this post-apocalyptic world swallowed by the sea, what would it mean to possess a fishing rod capable of catching anything? It would mean that he would never have to worry about resources or survival again. In fact, the last remaining civilization of humanity might even be in his hands. Thinking of this, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement and immediately swung his fishing rod, attempting his first fishing attempt. Time passed slowly. Lu Fan gradually sensed something was wrong. He'd been fishing for almost an hour, and there was still no bite. Could it be because he hadn't used bait, or hadn't baited the area? He had never been a fisherman before, so he was naturally full of doubts. Just as Lu Fan was about to lift the rod and reel in the line, a faint white light suddenly flashed on the float in the distance, and the tip of the fishing rod was suddenly pulled downward by a huge force. "It's hooked!" Lu Fan's spirits lifted instantly, his muscles tensed, and he frantically reeled in the line. The creature was incredibly strong, swaying the line from side to side, almost pulling Lu Fan into the water. "You bastard! Let me see just how big a fish you are!" After a stalemate, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and gradually figured out the direction of the creature's force. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he suddenly lifted the rod. Splash! A red shadow leaped from the sea, splashing water everywhere, and flew directly in front of Lu Fan, accompanied by a light screen panel. Fishing successful. Obtained, Spicy Strip X1, type, low-level survival supplies, rarity, life grade, gained 1 proficiency point. Lu Fan held the fishing line, looking at what was in front of him, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. So all that effort he just put in only resulted in a bag of spicy strips. But then again, being able to catch a bag of spicy strips in this vast ocean was enough to prove the power of this god-level fishing rod. If you can catch spicy snacks now, who knows what amazing treasures you might catch in the future? It really proves the saying, a fisherman can catch anything but fish. Congratulations, host, on completing your first fishing trip. Detailed upgrade data is now available. Current host, Lu Fan, Fishing Trials, 1. Proficiency points, 1. The higher the proficiency, the higher the hookup rate and the lower the unhooked rate. Spirit value, 0 points, the higher the spirit value, the higher the rarity of fishing items. Stamina value, 90 out of 100, each fishing trip consumes stamina. Running out of stamina will cause you to faint. Current stamina cannot be restored naturally. Resets daily at midnight. Note, your current fishing rod is level 1. Upgrading to level 2 will unlock a special ability, increase your maximum stamina, and allow you to restore stamina through eating and resting. It will also unlock higher quality fishing content. Upgrade requirements, 100 fishing attempts, 200 proficiency points, and 30 spirit points. Lu Fan stared at the data on the panel, pondering it carefully. The proficiency and spirit values were fine, but the stamina value was a bit troublesome. According to the panel's calculation method, he had consumed 10 stamina points just from fishing once. He only has 100 stamina points left, which means he can only fish a maximum of 10 times a day. And he can't actually fish to his maximum capacity. He needs to reserve at least 1 stamina point for rest. Otherwise, if he runs out of stamina and faints, no one knows what might happen. Moreover, at the current fishing speed, it would take at least 12 days to meet the upgrade requirements, and the fishing time each day would be no less than 9 hours. But Lu Fan knew very well that he didn't have that much time to develop slowly. Because in 7 days, marine life would undergo its first mutation. At that time, they would not only become extremely aggressive, but also possess a certain degree of intelligence. If they can't find that small fishing boat soon, he might be lost at sea along with his fishing rod before he even gets to upgrade it. Every second counts. Thinking of this, Lu Fan immediately swung his fishing rod and began his second fishing attempt. An hour and a half later, a faint golden light suddenly flickered on the distant float. Lu Fan stared intently. The yawn that had just reached his lips was immediately swallowed back. Could it be the Golden Legend? Lu Fan braced his feet against the edge of the raft, and with a sudden burst of strength, he pulled the rod upwards. The fishing reel spun rapidly, sparks flying everywhere. Several loops of fishing line were instantly pulled to the bottom. Lu Fan knew very well that if he relaxed even slightly at this moment, he would be dragged directly into the sea and never be able to escape. Damn it, I'll risk it! Lu Fan gritted his teeth, leaned back on the raft, and used his full weight to press down on the fishing rod that was already bent into a semicircle. He tried to turn the fishing reel, but found the crank locked by an immense force. He strained with all his might, even scraping his fingers raw, but couldn't turn it an inch. At this moment, the raft began to rock violently, its edges constantly being submerged by seawater. Lu Fan had to adjust his center of gravity to maintain the raft's balance. After a period of stalemate, his arms gradually lost their color, his muscles trembled uncontrollably, and his body showed signs of exhaustion. If this continued, forget about losing his fishing rod. He might even lose it. Wait, grab it away? Lu Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since he couldn't pull it away, why not use its strength to exhaust it? Lu Fan used all his strength to weave the fishing rod into the gap of the raft, and fix it in place. At the same time, he stood up and grabbed the end of the fishing rod, using it as a rudder. That's right, in the direction of the dock. Maybe there'll be a chance. Since it's a gamble anyway, might as well go big. Lu Fan planned to use the fishing rod as a power source, letting it tow the raft all the way to the dock. That's where he first discovered that fishing boat. Just as Lu Fan had predicted, a tremendous pulling force instantly propelled the raft into motion. The thing swam wildly ahead, dragging the raft behind like a surfboard, creating splashes of water in the waves. Along the way, many survivors hiding on rooftops were startled by the sudden sound of water and poked their heads out. Holy crap! What is that? Look in the sea! A man exclaimed, pointing at the raging black shadow. Oh my God! Is it a speedboat? The rescue team is here? The woman, holding her child, felt a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Bullshit! Look closely! That's just a broken plank of wood. And there's someone on it! What the hell? A wooden plank can move that fast? Does he have a motor under his feet? No, look! There's a fishing rod in front of him. Something in the sea is dragging him along. A series of exclamations erupted from the rooftop. But Lu Fan had no time to pay attention to them. At that moment, his attention was focused on only two things. First, to hold on to the fishing rod tightly to maintain his balance, and ensure that the raft wouldn't capsize and break apart at high speed. Second, to use all his strength to pull the fishing rod to correct the raft's direction when it veered off course. After persisting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Fan could already see the landmark buildings near the dock. Almost there. Almost there. Now all he had to do was exhaust the raft. Lu Fan took a deep breath, steadied the raft, and took the opportunity to adjust the direction of the fishing rod, making the raft circle around in the wide sea outside the dock. After dozens of laps, the creature in the water clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Lu Fan seized the opportunity, reeling in the line while gradually reducing the radius of the laps. Finally, the raft slowly came to a stop. As the fishing line tightened, a burst of golden light suddenly exploded on the water's surface. A shimmering, dark purple-black ring landed with a clatter on the raft. Fishing successful. Obtained, Space Ring X1. Type, Hidden Item, Rarity, Supernatural Level, Gain 50 Proficiency Points, 5 Spirit Points, Current Fishing Attempts, 2/100, Proficiency Points, 51/200, Spirit Points, 5/30. Description, a ring that compresses the endless universe, rumored to be a sacred relic left behind by a god in the mortal realm. Note, the storage capacity of this ring will continuously expand and evolve as the host's mental strength increases. Caution, at this stage, the storage ring can only store resources obtained from the system or fishing. It cannot store resources not produced by the system. It truly is a golden legend. Lu Fan collapsed onto the raft, panting heavily with excitement. He raised his bloodied and mangled hand, grasped the spatial ring in his palm, and with a thought. The legendary fishing rod and spicy snacks were instantly stored in the small space of about 5 cubic meters. Although it couldn't temporarily store other supplies from the backpack, just looking at this space was enough to give one a sense of security. Suddenly, Lu Fan smiled. His smile was tinged with tears, his eyes filled with unspeakable bitterness. I can finally live! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fan seemed to have exhausted his last strength, and slowly closed his eyes. On this desolate ocean, the raft drifted silently. Meanwhile, in the upscale Fengjiang Garden residential complex, Zhu Xian frantically fiddled with her phone, the screen remaining glued to her chat with Lu Fan. That useless idiot! It's been so long and he still hasn't replied. Even the worst satellite network should have picked up the message by now. What's the rush? Qinzhe strolled out of the master bedroom and wrapped his arm around Zhu Xian's slender waist. He loves you so much, he'd come even if it meant his death. Zhu Xian breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her brows remained furrowed. I hope so. But I always feel like Lu Fan is hiding something from me. Don't get the wrong idea, Qinzhe sneered. Lu Fan is probably rowing like a dog right now. When he gets there, I'll kick him off the boat and then go find my uncle's yacht to pick you up. On the sofa, Auntie and Uncle, who were holding a teddy dog, immediately came over upon hearing this. Oh my! Xiao Zhe is so sensible. It's such a blessing for the Chu family that Xianer has met you. That's right. Xiao Zhe has both vision and courage. He's much better than that good-for-nothing Lu Fan. Listening to their flattery, Qinzhe smiled and nodded in response, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ah Zhe, you're so good to me. Zhu Xian nestled in Qinzhe's arms, moved. 1,000,000 times better than Lu Fan. I really regret agreeing to be with him 3 years ago. He's poor and useless, and always trying to control me. You're so capable, you can even get a yacht. Of course. Qinzhe smiled smugly, his hands unconsciously reaching towards her buttocks. Xiao Zhe. His second uncle rubbed his hands together, cautiously leaning closer to ask. Can your uncle's yacht really come to pick us up? I'm a little worried about the current. Don't worry. Qinzhe patted his chest and assured them. My uncle's yacht has been modified and is parked at the dock. I have the key. Uncle and Aunt will be able to enjoy life with us then. Yes. Enjoy life. Uncle and Aunt were full of anticipation, as if they could already see themselves lying on the yacht deck sunbathing. Zhu Xian felt completely relieved and took the initiative to kiss Qinzhe. The two quickly became affectionate in the living room, completely disregarding the two elders present. Seeing this, her second uncle and aunt could only awkwardly turn their heads away, pretending to play with the dog, not daring to disturb them. On the raft, Lu Fan rested for over an hour, and his aching body finally recovered somewhat. He sat up, took out gauze and disposable alcohol wipes from his backpack, and simply disinfected and bandaged his chafed hands to prevent infection. Ouch, that really hurts. Lu Fan winced, carefully wrapping the gauze around his hand a few more times. A thicker bandage would at least serve as a protective layer against abrasions. Although the trip was a mess, the gains were considerable. Not only did he successfully reach the dock area, but he also obtained a powerful artifact like a spatial ring. The only cost was 30 stamina points, which Lu Fan found a bit painful. This meant he missed 2 fishing opportunities. He currently had 60 stamina points left, plus the 10 he had saved, meaning he could fish 5 more times today. Oh well! You can't have your cake and eat it too! Lu Fan consoled himself. At least there was hope of finding a fishing boat. He stood up excitedly and looked around. Apart from the howling sea wind, there were only scattered containers and garbage floating on the sea. Lu Fan frowned, recalling the past. He had rowed frantically all day to reach this spot and find the empty fishing boat. But now it was nowhere to be seen. Had he arrived too early, and the boat hadn't been refreshed yet? After a moment of random thoughts, Lu Fan quickly shook his head to calm himself down. Regardless of whether the fishing boat appeared or not, the most important thing was to hurry up and fish for supplies. It was already past 2 p.m., and there were only 4 or 5 hours left until dark. The ocean gets exceptionally cold at night. He only had a thermal blanket and 4 hand warmers. Although he could barely get through the cold night, it was almost impossible to continue fishing or do anything else. So he decided to try his luck again before dark, hoping to catch some supplies to keep warm. Ideally, warm clothing or a waterproof, fleece-lined sleeping bag. 4 hours later, the sea shimmered, and the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon. Lu Fan wrapped his half-dry shirt around his head to shield himself from the sea breeze. He spent the afternoon drying his clothes while completing 3 fishing trips. My luck was so the first 2 times. I only managed to fish up some basic white-grade supplies, a pack of Dragon brand cigarettes and a wood-chopping knife. While they weren't much of a help in my situation, one was a hard currency in the apocalypse, and the other could be used for self-defense, so it wasn't a complete loss. The third cast was supposed to be of green quality, but unfortunately, his skill level was too low, and the hook came off halfway through. Lu Fan didn't have time to be frustrated. He immediately cast his 4th line, his eyes fixed on the distant float. The sky was darkening, and the sea was slowly calming. Just when he thought he was going to wait in vain, the fishing rod suddenly jerked violently, and the float glowed a faint green light. It's green again? I can't let it get away this time. Lu Fan's heart tightened. Instead of reeling in the line, he first loosened the drag and swung the fishing rod left and right to slowly wear down the thing underwater. After a stalemate of more than 10 minutes, the taut fishing line finally loosened. Lu Fan seized the opportunity and vigorously shook the fishing arm. With a splash, a square brown object broke through the water and crashed heavily onto the raft. Fishing successful. Obtain beginner workbench X1, system prompts appear one after another. This is a hidden item, of excellent quality. You have also gained 5 proficiency points and 2 spirit points. Lu Fan picked up the wooden box and examined it. The wood was rough and heavy, and it looked like a large toolbox. There were 9 slightly glowing compartments on the top, and various tool reliefs were carved around the edges. A dull gemstone core was inlaid in the center. While the workbench was being studied, a light screen suddenly appeared above it. Basic workbench status, unbound to vehicle, trait, grants the vehicle, stable core, and modified core, upon binding, note, cannot be unbound after binding. Solid core, the vehicle will never sink. Modification core, grants access to upgrade and modify the vehicle. Lu Fan looked down at the small wooden raft beneath his feet, which seemed on the verge of falling apart, his expression growing increasingly serious. In this post-apocalyptic ocean filled with unknowns, these 2 abilities were practically equivalent to an absolutely safe base. There was only one chance. The sky was rapidly darkening. Instead of chasing that uncertain fishing boat, they should first secure the raft they were standing on. Let's do it! Lu Fan knelt on one knee in the center of the raft, pressed the workbench against the sturdiest joint, and whispered, "Bind it!" As soon as he finished speaking, a pale golden light erupted from the workbench, quickly engulfing the entire raft. The next moment, Lu Fan clearly sensed a change. Every plank and knot seemed to be bound together into a single unit by some force. The raft continued to rock on the sea, but stepping on it felt as stable as walking on land. Binding complete, current vehicle, simple raft, core solidified, vehicle lock durability, 1/1. It's done! Lu Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. This sense of relief was even stronger than when he first boarded that dilapidated fishing boat. Suddenly, he remembered another notification. Right, there's also a disassembly function. Lu Fan immediately rummaged through his supply pack. He couldn't touch the water and biscuits, so his gaze finally fell on the 4 hand warmers in the corner. These were cheap items from the convenience store. They heated up slowly, had low temperatures, and were susceptible to water damage, making them practically useless in the sea breeze. Since it can be disassembled, maybe it can be turned into something useful. Lu Fan put the 4 heat packs into the workbench compartment and directly selected Disassemble. With a hum, a ball of light rose. The plastic packaging and non-woven fabric instantly vaporized and dissipated. A few seconds later, the light faded, leaving only a palm-sized black block. Disassembly complete. Obtained. Low-purity iron-carbon mixture ×1. The description shows that this material can release 65 degrees Celsius of heat when it comes into contact with air, which lasts for about 12 hours, and it will not be extinguished when it comes into contact with water. So powerful? Lu Fan's eyes lit up. The old hand warmers would be ruined as soon as they got wet, but this compressed material could continue to generate heat even after being soaked in seawater. It was practically a portable mini stove. He immediately put the material into his spatial ring. Good stuff, I'll rely on it to stay alive tonight. After finishing these tasks, it was completely dark. Lu Fan planned to fish one last time before the cold night fell. Just as he was about to cast his line, a gust of sea wind suddenly howled. The calm sea began to stir, and a drop of rain fell on the back of his hand. Lu Fan looked up abruptly. The sky was now overcast with dark clouds. His expression instantly changed. In his previous life, there had been 5 days of sunshine after the rain. How could the downpour have returned after only 1 day? A strong sense of unease instantly welled up inside him. The raft was no match for the rain, and once the downpour came, he would be soaked to the bone and lose body heat, and he might freeze to death at sea that very night. A deafening boom, a clap of thunder exploded overhead, and a torrential downpour instantly ensued. Gale-force winds whipped up massive waves that crashed violently against the lone raft. Lu Fan was terrified. He quickly reeled in his fishing rod, clung to the raft, and gripped the ropes securing it tightly. Fortunately, the workbench was already secured. No matter how the giant waves pounded against it, the small raft remained intact. But the fact that the raft didn't break apart didn't mean the people were safe. With a whoosh, a side wave suddenly crashed in. The enormous impact capsized the raft, and Lu Fan felt a sudden lightness as he was thrown into the icy seawater. Glug, glug, seawater instantly flooded his mouth and nose, a bone-chilling cold enveloping his entire body. Lu Fan struggled desperately, finally managing to surface from the waves, but before he could even catch his breath, boom! A second giant wave crashed down upon him, slamming him back into the deep sea. In the chaos, the straps of his supply pack were severed by the whirlpool, and it sank directly to the seabed. It's over! Lu Fan's heart sank. It contained all his water and food. But there was no time to feel sorry for him now. If he didn't surface soon, he would suffocate. Lu Fan endured the excruciating pain in his lungs and swam frantically upwards. Finally, before the giant wave crashed down, he grabbed the edge of the raft, used his last bit of strength to climb up, and clung tightly to the workbench. After an unknown amount of time, the wind and waves gradually subsided, and the torrential rain turned into a light, cold drizzle. Lu Fan slumped on the raft, trembling all over, his breath coming in short gasps. This raft is still too small, he murmured. If only it could be upgraded to a boat, at least it could provide shelter from the wind and rain. But when he thought about the materials needed for the upgrade, he smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I'd have to dismantle an entire ship. The vast ocean, where am I supposed to find a ship? His body temperature was rapidly dropping, his consciousness was beginning to blur, and unrealistic fantasies even appeared in his mind. Just as he was about to faint, a blinding searchlight suddenly appeared in the distance. Immediately afterward, a deep engine sound came from the sea. Lu Fan jolted awake, raising his stiff hand to shield his eyes from the glare. The dilapidated little fishing boat from his memory was cutting through the rain, slowly approaching him. The fishing boat slowly approached and finally stopped beside the raft. A stocky middle-aged man in a raincoat jumped over the gunwale onto the raft and crouched down to check on Lu Fan. Young man, can you still move? Lu Fan was shivering from the cold and couldn't even speak. Seeing this, the man didn't ask any more questions, simply picked him up and climbed onto the boat, shouting at the boat. Bring this little raft up too. Chop it up for firewood. A moment later, Lu Fan was carried into the warm restroom. Standing inside was a girl with brown skin, in her early 20s, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, possessing a certain air of heroism. Upon seeing her father bring the man in, she immediately frowned and complained. "Dad! It's so dangerous outside, and it's raining. Why did you insist on saving him?" The man smiled and gently placed Lu Fan on the floor. "Our Zhang family would never stand by and watch someone die. No matter how chaotic the world is, people's hearts must remain calm. Compatriots should lend a helping hand to each other." After saying that, he looked at Lu Fan and said in a gentle tone, "My name is Zhang Weigua. Don't worry, take off your wet coat first, so you don't get hypothermia." Zhang Weigua quickly took off Lu Fan's soaking wet coat and took it outside to wring it out. Zhang Xiaoman complained, but still brought over a small stove and threw it in front of Lu Fan. "Hey! You brat, my dad's trying to save you, you better not get any funny ideas." She waved her fist, her tone fierce. "Or I'll kick you into the sea to feed the fish." Lu Fan opened his eyes and sized her up. She was indeed a beauty, but with a strong physique and clearly defined muscles, obviously someone who had practiced martial arts. Lu Fan stared coldly at her, his voice hoarse and sinister. "Do you know what it feels like to be eaten by a fish?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman felt a chill run down her spine. The tone was as if he had experienced it firsthand. Not wanting to linger, she pulled her father away from the room. Once the iron door closed, Lu Fan's tense body finally relaxed. With a thought, he took out a piece of iron carbon solution from his spatial ring and tucked it into his pocket. The heat quickly seeped into his body through his damp, cold clothes, and combined with the warmth of the small stove, his stiff limbs gradually regained sensation. Lu Fan exhaled a breath of cold air, closed his eyes to rest, and at the same time, secretly pricked up his ears, alert to any movement outside. Meanwhile, under the deck canopy, a 200-pound blonde-haired man was frantically hacking at Lu Fan's raft with a fire axe. "Damn it! Is this thing made of iron? I can't cut it!" Zhuang Niu was panting heavily and plopped down on the deck. Seeing this, the tall, thin, blonde-haired Qinyang kicked him. "You eat so much meat every day, and you can't even cut a broken raft?" Zhuang Niu complained. "Brother Qin, try it yourself. This thing is as hard as a rock." Just then, Zhang Weigua walked out of the aisle. "Little Qin, little Zhuang, what's wrong?" Qinyang smiled wryly and pointed at the raft. "Uncle Zhang, this thing is too hard, even an axe can't cut it." Zhang Weigua glanced at the shallow marks on the raft, and was also puzzled. "Leave it for now and let it drain. The yacht you're looking for should be nearby. I'll call you when I find it." After saying that, he led Zhang Xiaoman back to the wheelhouse. As soon as the two men walked away, Qinyang's face turned icy cold. He brandished his axe and sneered. "Once we find the yacht, that father and daughter will be fish food." Zhuang Niu was startled. "Brother Qin, are we really going to kill someone? I'm afraid of going to jail." Qinyang slapped him across the face. "Idiot! The whole world is flooded, why would you want to go to jail?" Zhuang Niu suddenly realized what he meant and lewdly grinned. "Then, can I keep Xiao Min as my wife?" Qinyang kicked him again. "That woman knows martial arts, aren't you afraid of getting crippled? Once we find the yacht, we'll just ambush it and take all the boat and supplies." Zhuang Niu nodded repeatedly, then asked, "What about the kid we just rescued?" Qinyang spat into the sea. "A half-dead piece of trash, we'll just give him a quick death." 2 hours later. In the restroom, Lu Fan's body temperature had risen slightly. He slowly stood up, leaning against the wall, feeling dizzy, lightheaded, and aching all over. The system panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lu Fan, status, poor, moderate cold, post-hypothermia sequelae. He'd caught it after all. In the post-apocalyptic world where medicine and healthcare are scarce, a severe cold can sometimes be more deadly than a natural disaster. Lu Fan was incredibly thirsty. He dragged himself to the door leading to the driver's cab and was about to knock when he overheard a conversation inside. Zhang Xiaoman whispered, "Dad, those two blonde guys don't look like good people. Are we really going to help them find a yacht?" Zhang Weigua sighed. "It's also to borrow some fuel, otherwise we won't have enough fuel to sail west." "West? The radio says a temporary outpost has been built over Shihuan Mountain. It's the only way to survive now." Upon hearing Shihuan Mountain Outpost, Lu Fan's pupils contracted. In his previous life, he had indeed heard of this place. It was the only official security base within a 500-mile radius. Unfortunately, he was dragged down by Chen Zhe at the time, and missed the best time to transfer while looking for a yacht at sea. Later, he encountered extreme weather and mutated sharks, and became a victim on his escape route. Just then, Zhang Xiaoman said, "The radio isn't always accurate, so we should be careful." Zhang Weigua nodded. "Oh, right, give that young man some water and biscuits." Just as he said this, Zhang Xiaoman seemed to sense someone outside the door and suddenly opened it. Lu Fan, who was outside, knocked twice on the door. Zhang Xiaoman was taken aback. She had assumed he was eavesdropping, but he was standing there openly. "What are you doing?" she asked warily. Lu Fan's voice was hoarse. "Water, if it's convenient." Zhang Weigua stepped forward and touched his forehead, immediately frowning. "So hot? You have a fever." He turned around and instructed. "Girl, go boil some water." After Zhang Xiaoman left, Zhang Weigua helped Lu Fan sit down and took out a strip of medicine from the drawer. Only 3 compound paracetamol and amantadine capsules remained. In a post-apocalyptic world where civilization had collapsed, even one such pill was enough to drive someone to their death. Zhang Weigua took one out and handed it to Lu Fan. "There aren't many left. Take one and you'll be fine." Lu Fan looked at the capsule in his palm, his eyes flickering slightly. They had met by chance, yet the other person had given him water, fire, and medicine. He was a good person. But in the apocalypse, good people often die the fastest. "Thanks, Uncle Zhang." Lu Fan didn't stand on ceremony, tilted his head back to swallow the medicine, and then took the hot water Zhang Xiaoman handed him and drank it all in one gulp. The heat flowed down his throat, warming him up completely. After chatting for a few minutes, Lu Fan learned that the 2 blonde-haired men were also survivors rescued by Zhang Weigua, and they had come here to borrow fuel from the yacht. Lu Fan's heart sank. Based on the events of his previous life, this fishing boat eventually became empty. It probably wasn't the father and daughter who abandoned the boat, but rather they were killed by those 2 blonde-haired thugs. Thinking of this, Lu Fan sighed inwardly. He was about to offer a warning when Qinyang suddenly shouted from outside. "Uncle Zhang! Stop the boat! We've seen a yacht!" Zhang Weigua leaned out the window to look out. Not far away, a pier monument, now only its spire, stood on the sea, next to which a grayish-white double-decker yacht bobbed gently with the waves. Seeing this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to look at Lu Fan. "Little Lu, what were you about to say?" "It's nothing, Uncle Zhang, just be careful." Lu Fan smiled and didn't say anything more. Zhang Weigua was too straightforward, saying anything might alert the enemy. Zhang Weigua patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, put his yellowed raincoat back on, and said to his daughter, "Girl, take Lu to rest. You take the helm and steer the boat." After saying that, he walked out of the wheelhouse and leaned against the gunwale to wait. A short while later, the fishing boat slowly approached the monument and stopped. Qinyang gave Zhuang Yu a wink, then he and Zhang Weigua jumped off the boat and boarded the yacht to check the situation. The 2 men worked quickly, soon checking the deck. Aside from some seawater, everything else was normal. Most surprisingly, the fuel tanks were full. Zhang Weigua was excited. This made reaching Shihuan Mountain much more certain. The 2 then entered the cabin. The living room was furnished with a row of genuine leather sofas, and the decor was quite sophisticated. Zhang Weigua patted a chair and exclaimed, "This is good stuff. You couldn't get it for less than tens of thousands." Qinyang leaned against the side, a sinister smile on his face. This originally belonged to my family. My dad bought it when he was doing business, but later a relative tricked him out of it and mortgaged it to my cousin. That's what he said too." He finished speaking with a cold laugh. "But judging from the looks of it now, that family has most likely drowned. Perfect, let's return them to their rightful owner." Zhang Weigua sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off and quickly laughed it off. "Alright, Xiao Chen, now that we've found them, borrowing some oil as we agreed before shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem, I can't refuse Uncle Zhang's request." Qinyang grinned. The 2 then returned to the fishing boat to get their tools. On the deck, Zhang Weigua squatted down to tidy up the oil extraction pipe. Just as he was busy working, Qinyang's eyes suddenly darkened, and he quietly circled behind him, grabbed a wooden stick, and smashed it into the back of Zhang Weigua's head. Thump! Zhang Weigua groaned and fell straight into the water on the deck. His body twitched twice and then he was still. "Fatty! Get to work!" Qinyang threw down the wooden stick and shook his hand. Zhuang Nio immediately emerged from the corner, grabbed the prepared nylon rope, and quickly tied the semi-conscious Zhang Weigua up securely. Just then, Zhang Xiaoman stepped out of the driver's seat. She still had half a biscuit in her mouth. "Dad, do you need my help?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw her father collapse to the ground. The biscuit fell with a thud. She froze for a moment, then grabbed the fire axe from the doorway and rushed out. "Bastards! I'm going to kill you all!" Qinyang reacted swiftly, grabbing Zhang Weigua's hair and pressing the folding knife against his carotid artery. "Don't move!" The knife tip dug into the flesh, instantly drawing a thin line of blood. Qin Yang said coldly, "Take one more step, and I'll bleed your father dry." Jiang Xiaomin abruptly stopped, the axe raised in midair, her chest heaving, her eyes red-rimmed. "Are you even human? Without my father, you would have been dead in the sea long ago." Qin Yang spat, his face full of disdain. "I didn't beg you to save me, don't try to morally blackmail me. Throw the axe away." Jiang Xiaomin trembled with rage. At that moment, Jiang Wei groggily woke up, blood obscuring half his eye. "Xiao Xiaomin, don't worry about me." Qin Yang pressed down on his wrist, deepening the cut. "Do I have to say it a second time?" "I'll throw it. Don't hurt him." Jiang Xiaomin finally broke down and threw the axe on the ground. Zhuang Niu immediately rushed over and tied her hands and feet tightly. Looking at the father and daughter lying on the ground, Qin Yang let out a grating laugh, his eyes scanning Jiang Xiaomin up and down. "I was going to kill you outright, but with your face and figure, it would be a waste to kill you." He licked his lips. "This yacht is so big, we just need a woman. Break your arms and legs and throw you on board, that'll keep us entertained for a long time." Zhuang Niu chuckled lewdly. "Hee hee, Brother Qin is brilliant." Jiang Wei's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately. "You beasts! Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Qin Yang kicked him in the chest and sneered. "Only the living deserve to talk about retribution. Tell me the combination to the safe containing the supplies, and I might consider letting your daughter live." Jiang Wei closed his eyes, remaining silent. He knew very well that if his daughter fell into the hands of these two, it would be worse than death. Qin Yang's face darkened. "Stubborn, huh? Fatty, go drag that sick bastard out and make an example of him." "All right, Brother Qin." Zhuang Niu immediately ran towards the lounge. However, after a while, there was still no movement inside. Qin Yang frowned and cursed. "Where's that fatso? Hiding in there slacking off." Before the words were even finished, boom, the lounge door was suddenly flung open. Zhuang Niu's body flew out, rolled a few times on the deck, and came to rest at Qin Yang's feet. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. A gaping hole had pierced Zhuang Niu's chest, dark red blood gushing out. He was clearly dead. The next second, Lu Fan walked out of the lounge. His face was pale, his breathing rapid, and he gripped a wood-chopping knife, his gaze fixed on Qin Yang. Qin Yang stared at the corpse, his face instantly turning deathly pale. How did you do that?" Just moments ago he was incredibly fierce, but now he was backing away, his voice trembling. "Brother! It's a misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding! Calm down!" Lu Fan didn't bother listening at all. A person like this was a menace to be avoided. He suppressed his dizziness, raised his machete, and charged forward. Just then, boom! A huge side wave crashed against the boat. The fishing boat rocked violently, and Qin Yang narrowly dodged the blow that should have hit him, instead striking the railing and jamming the blade. Qin Yang froze for a second, then erupted in elation. He raised the knife and roared menacingly. "You brat! Die!" Jiang Xiaomin shouted hoarsely. "Lu Fan, get out of the way!" However, Lu Fan did not retreat. Instead, he made a strange move. He loosened his grip on the knife hilt and faced the charging Qin Yang, his 5 fingers loosely clenched. Jiang Xiaomin was stunned. "Are you crazy?" Qin Yang sneered. "I think you're the one with a screw loose." He accelerated his sprint. Just as the blade was less than half a meter from Lu Fan, a faint light suddenly flashed in Lu Fan's palm. The wood-chopping knife that had been stuck in the railing had instantly appeared in his hand. "How is this possible?" Qin Yang's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to stop. Thud, the blade pierced his abdomen, almost penetrating his entire abdominal cavity. Lu Fan expressionlessly pulled out the knife, and dark red blood gushed out instantly. "Ugh, ouch!" Qin Yang clutched his stomach and collapsed to his knees, half of his intestines spilling out. He stared at Lu Fan in horror, as if looking at a monster. How on earth had that wood-chopping knife suddenly appeared in his hand? Without another word, Lu Fan straddled Qin Yang and raised his knife to slash at his throat. In the apocalypse, finishing off the culprit was the most basic survival rule. Just as the knife was about to fall, Qin Yang suddenly grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and roared ferociously. "Since we can't live, then let's die together!" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled a detonator wrapped in duct tape from his pocket and pressed it down hard with his last bit of strength. It was a homemade mine specifically for blasting fish, which Zhuang Niu had secretly stuck next to the fuel tank when he was scouting the yacht earlier. "Damn!" Lu Fan's pupils contracted sharply, and his movements accelerated dramatically, slicing through Qin Yang's throat with a single strike. Almost simultaneously, a burst of scorching heat erupted from the bottom of the ship's hold. Boom! The deafening explosion sent shivers down everyone's spines. The cockpit was instantly blown away, with shards of glass and metal flying everywhere like bullets. Lu Fan was thrown off balance by the blast wave, tumbling twice on the deck before crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately afterward, the leaking diesel fuel ignited, flames shot up, and half the deck was engulfed in fire in an instant. The fishing boat emitted a piercing, twisting sound, and began to list violently. Water had already entered the hull. Ignoring the pain, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and pulled a bunch of keys from Chen Yang's pocket, then staggered towards the bow of the boat. He swung his knife and cut the ropes binding Zhang Weigua and his daughter, shouting in a deep voice, "Go! Get on the yacht!" Zhang Xiaomin was already terrified and only came to her senses when she heard Lu Fan's roar. She cried as she helped her father, whose head was covered in blood, and stumbled over the gunwale, jumping onto the gray-white yacht. Standing on the deck of the yacht, she anxiously reached out to Lu Fan. "Lu Fan! Come up quickly! The fishing boat is sinking!" At this moment, the stern of the fishing boat had already sank rapidly, and seawater was constantly surging onto the deck. Lu Fan stood in the shadows cast by the firelight and the rain, gently shaking his head. He didn't look at Zhang Xiaomin, but instead gazed at the raft not far away, a bold idea suddenly popping into his mind. "What time is it?" Lu Fan asked urgently. Zhang Xiaomin was stunned. Why was he asking the time at a time like this? 11:55. Hurry up! We'll be late if we don't leave now. 5 minutes left, Lu Fan murmured, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He took out the pack of Dragon brand cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it precisely into Zhang Xiaomin's arms from a few meters away. "This pack of cigarettes is enough for you to exchange for a lot of supplies at the stronghold. Consider it repaying your father's favor. Head west to the Shivuan Mountain stronghold, and don't look back." After saying this, Lu Fan turned and walked into the firelight, never to return. With red eyes, Zhang Xiaomin shouted, "Lu Fan! You're crazy! You'll die!" But looking at Lu Fan's resolute back and then at her father, whose breath was weak in her arms, she finally stomped her foot and rushed into the driver's seat. The engine roared, the yacht cleaved through the waves, and quickly disappeared into the dark, rainy night. On the sea, only a burning fishing boat and Lu Fan remained. He towed the raft to the temporarily safe bow, gripping the mooring ropes tightly with both hands. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and a piece of burning sheet metal spun through the air, grazing Lu Fan's scalp before embedding itself deeply into the wooden planks. The ship was listing at more than 45 degrees, and the stern was almost completely submerged in the sea. Lu Fan's heart pounded as he stared intently at the system panel in his field of vision, silently counting the time. 23:59:58, 23:59:59, 00:00:00. Today's disassembly count has been refreshed. Lu Fan slammed his right hand on the workbench, gripped the sinking deck tightly with his left, and roared, "Disassemble!" Buzz! A dazzling golden light burst forth from the bottom of the workbench, instantly spreading along the deck and enveloping the entire steel fishing boat, which was over 10 meters long. The fishing boat, which was sinking, suddenly stopped in midair, as if frozen in place. Then, the hull began to disintegrate. Rusty iron plates, burning wood, and shattered glass all turned into countless tiny specks of light, which surged wildly into the core of the workbench. A dozen minutes later, the light gradually faded. The sea returned to calm, and the fishing boat, weighing several tens of tons, disappeared completely. Qin Yang and Zhuang Niu's bodies, having lost their support, sank directly to the bottom of the sea and were never seen again. Lu Fan sat alone on the small raft, looking at a pile of materials floating on the workbench. Disassembly successful. Materials obtained: 20 anti-corrosion planks, 10 iron construction plates, 5 reinforced glass, 2 copper core coils, 1 50L diesel fuel, 1 damaged fishing boat diesel engine. That's all? Lu Fan couldn't help but frown. Such a large ship, and only this little bit of stuff was salvaged. A system notification quickly popped up. The basic workbench has limited power, and can only perform refined dismantling. Lu Fan thought about it and agreed it wasn't bad. With a thought, he stored all the materials into his spatial ring. At this moment, his mental energy reached 7 points, and the space's capacity expanded to 7 cubic meters. The heavy diesel engine almost filled the space, and the remaining materials barely made room. Just then, the workbench vibrated again. Materials detected meet vehicle upgrade requirements, upgrade plan, basic survival boat, level 1 upgrade? Lu Fan swallowed hard, shivering in the cold wind and rain. The headache from the fever blurred his vision. In this awful weather, if he stayed out any longer, he might really die at sea. Upgrade! All materials consumed. Upgrade begins. Estimated 10 minutes. Click clack clack. A series of metallic clanging sounds rang out. The workbench once again emitted a ball of light. This time it was actual material reorganization. Lu Fan watched as the iron plates and wood from his spatial ring flew out and merged into the raft beneath his feet. The originally loose and broken planks quickly became compacted and stretched, with a layer of black preservative covering the bottom. The raft began to widen and lengthen. What was originally a small raft of 2 or 3 square meters quickly expanded to about 10 square meters. Thick, anti-corrosion wooden planks automatically rose up on both sides of the raft, covered with sheet metal, forming a half-meter-high railing. Meanwhile, in the center of the ship, planks were rapidly stacked up in the light. A small cockpit, about 2 meters square, slowly took shape, with reinforced glass automatically fitting into the window frames. 10 minutes later, the light completely dissipated. The dilapidated little wooden raft had vanished. In its place stood a small boat, half iron and half wood, rugged and sturdy, like a miniature version of an armored watercraft. Lu Fan eagerly pushed open the heavy wooden door and climbed into the driver's seat. In an instant, the world fell silent. Thick wooden planks and glass blocked out the sounds of the wind and rain. The cab, though small, was exceptionally dry. The left control panel contained only the steering wheel and a basic workbench, while the right side had a fixed single bed made of treated wood. Though simple, it was safe and warm. Lu Fan leaned against the door, his body slowly sliding down until he slumped to the ground. Looking at this small space that belonged only to him, his eyes suddenly welled up with tears, a feeling he had experienced several brushes with death. In his previous life, he worked tirelessly on a fishing boat, but Chu Xian's family not only showed no gratitude but also took everything for granted and subjected him to all sorts of harsh treatment. Now reborn, he finally has his own boat and the dignity to survive in this apocalyptic world. Whew! Lu Fan let out a long breath, feeling exhausted like a tide. He barely managed to stand up, took off his soaked coat and hung it by the window, then climbed back onto the hard wooden bed and hugged the iron-carbon mixture to keep warm. A faint warmth dispelled the chill that seeped into his bones. Although the effect was mediocre, it was still better than enduring the wind and rain. Raindrops pattered outside the window. He curled up on the wooden bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The rain stopped the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, bringing a gentle warmth. When Lu Fan woke up, his mouth was dry, and his throat felt like it had been cut with a knife, making even swallowing extremely difficult. He struggled to get out of bed and found that his shirt was completely dry and still smelled of pine. Lu Fan touched his forehead and whispered, "The fever is gone." Although he was still a little dizzy, the terrible alternation of hot and cold from last night had disappeared. It seemed the medicine and iron-carbon mixture from last night had indeed saved his life. He pushed open the driver's seat door, and a salty, damp sea breeze rushed towards him. The sea was eerily calm, and in the distance, most of the city's high-rise buildings had sunk into the sea, leaving only the dilapidated rooftops visible above the water. Lu Fan licked his chapped lips, his stomach rumbling. "I need to get some water and food first, otherwise I'll either die of illness or starvation and thirst." He sighed, but unfortunately the rainwater was sour and undrinkable. He walked to the gunwale, summoned his fishing rod, and skillfully cast his first line. His only hope now was to rely on the fishing system to obtain food and fresh water. Meanwhile, in the upscale Fengjianjuan residential complex. Ugh! It's completely out of battery! Chu Xian threw her phone onto the sofa. The screen was already black. She clutched her rumbling stomach, staring at the half-eaten pack of cookies on the table, her eyes filled with resentment. "Is that bastard Lu Fan dead? How dare he not reply to my messages?" She cursed through gritted teeth. Her second uncle and aunt pulled Chu Xian to a corner of the kitchen and whispered, "Xianer, I think that kid Lu Fan is most likely drowned. With so little food at home, if we keep going like this, we'll all starve to death." Chu Xian frowned. "Then what do we do?" Her second aunt's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Those old geezers next door have an inflatable raft. Let Chinzei go and steal it. Take us away from this godforsaken place." Uncle was stunned. "Robbery? That's illegal. We're starving to death, what do we care about the law?" Aunt cursed impatiently, then said to Chu Xian, "Go tell Chinzei, he's the only man in our family." Chu Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded and went into the bedroom. A few minutes later, Chinzei, having heard the plan, walked into the living room and picked up a fruit knife. "It's fine, but there's a strong man next door. I can't handle it alone. Second uncle, you have to come with me. The second uncle instinctively wanted to refuse, but his second aunt pinched him hard, leaving him no choice but to agree. The two quickly made their way to the door next door. After knocking and receiving no response, Chenzei simply used a crowbar to pry open the security door. The family of three inside were already on high alert. The middle-aged man brandished a kitchen knife and roared. What do you want? Get out! Chenzei sneered. Just need to borrow a boat. Borrow your mother! If you don't get out, I'll kill you! Before he could finish speaking, Chenzei suddenly sprang to his feet, the blade aimed straight for the man's neck. He was trained in Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, and his attacks were extremely ruthless. Before the middle-aged man could react, his neck had been slashed open, and blood gushed out instantly. Son! The elderly couple cried out, rushing forward to fight. The room erupted into chaos. In the confusion, the old man fought back desperately, stabbing his second uncle in the thigh. The second uncle screamed and collapsed, bleeding profusely. Chenzei seized the opportunity to deliver a swift and brutal blow, quickly finishing off both men. The room was filled with the heavy stench of blood. Uncle Er slumped to the ground, trembling with fear. Xiaozai, quickly help me back to get bandaged up. Chenzei slowly walked over, wiped the blood off the knife, looked at him and said calmly, You're so badly injured, yet I still have to share food with you and take care of you. He crouched down, his voice chillingly cold. This boat is so small, and you're so old and lame, don't be a burden to us. Uncle's eyes widened, and before he could beg for mercy, a fruit knife was already plunged into his heart. Chenzei expressionlessly twisted the knife handle until the man was completely dead, then whispered, It's better that he's dead, saves everyone the trouble. After a while, he found the inflatable raft, searched all the supplies in the house, and finally threw his second uncle's body out the window. After doing all this, Chenzei returned home covered in blood. Where's Uncle? Chu Xian and Aunt rushed to greet him. Chenzei, his eyes red, handed over a blood-stained sleeve. That family is too cruel. Uncle was pushed out of the window by them to save me. Old man! Auntie Er burst into tears on the spot. Chu Xian was also frightened and shed tears. Chenzei took the opportunity to hug her and comforted her in a low voice. Xian, I'm so glad I came back alive. After I recover from my injuries for a couple of days, I will definitely take you away. I'll do whatever you say. Chu Xian hugged him tightly, moved. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon at sea. Lu Fan sat at the bow of the boat, enjoying his morning's catch, a bottle of mineral water, a packet of spicy beef jerky, and some spicy snacks he had caught earlier. The spiciness stimulated his taste buds, and the cool fresh water slid down his throat, making him feel completely revitalized. These first few casts this morning were pretty lucky. Besides food and water, he also caught a clean rubber hose, a bundle of timber, and a bag of quartz sand. Although these were just basic necessities, they were still very useful in the apocalypse. After finishing half a pack of beef jerky, Lu Fan wiped his mouth and opened the system panel. Host, Lu Fan, fishing attempts, 11 out of 100, proficiency, 63/200, spirit, 7/30, stamina, 50 out of 100. Hurry up and cast again. He cast the line back into the sea. After a while, the float suddenly sank, followed by a flash of green light. Lu Fan immediately got up, lifted the rod, and reeled in the line. The other end of the line was surprisingly heavy. He struggled with the thing for a few minutes before finally dragging his prize onto the deck. It was a heavy, black, waterproof box. Lu Fan took a deep breath and carefully opened the box. When he saw what was inside, his breath caught in his throat. Fishing successful. Obtained Type 64 Pistol X1. Rarity, excellent. Gained 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. When he saw the item description, he was completely stunned. It was a gun! In a post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed, a gun is the strongest guarantee of security, providing a greater sense of safety than any other material. Lu Fan's fingers trembled slightly as he touched the cold gun barrel. Although the magazine only held 7 bullets, just showing it would be enough to intimidate most survivors. What incredible luck! It's like stepping in dog poop! He immediately stored the Type 64 pistol in his spatial ring, feeling confident, and continued fishing. He missed a couple of casts yesterday, and he was determined to make up for it today. 2 hours passed quickly. On the 7th cast, I only caught a household-grade windproof lighter. The 8th one turned out to be a huge win, a high-quality vacuum-compressed-down comforter. Lu Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "No child cries every day, no gambler loses every day." The glory of the fishing enthusiasts must be rebuilt today. He took a deep breath, quickly cast his ninth line, and stared intently at the float. A full hour passed, and the float suddenly lit up with a green light again. Ha ha, ship the goods! Lu Fan suddenly pulled the fishing rod. Fishing success. Obtain excellent blueprint, basic trickling filter freshwater purifier. Gain 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. It's finally here! Lu Fan slapped his thigh excitedly, and immediately put the blueprint on the workbench to check the material requirements. The main material is a high-quality household RO reverse osmosis membrane filter element, while the secondary materials are plastic bottles or buckets, charcoal chips, rubber hoses, and cotton cloth or quartz sand. Although this device is rudimentary, it can use the height difference to allow seawater to slowly pass through the RO membrane and eventually become fresh water, even without electricity or a high-pressure pump. The efficiency is indeed very slow, so slow that it makes you want to smash the machine. But until a better energy source is found, this is the only way to reliably obtain fresh water. Lu Fan stared at the panel, deep in thought. The few auxiliary materials weren't difficult to obtain. Charcoal could be obtained by burning timber, and he also had rubber hoses and quartz sand. Plastic bottles could be found in the trash floating at sea. The real problem lies in the main material, the RO reverse osmosis membrane filter cartridge. If you were to fish, you might not catch even one after dozens of casts. If you couldn't catch fresh water, people would probably have died of thirst long ago. Lu Fan thought for a moment, then looked up into the distance. The boat drifted with the current all night, and is now approaching the city center. 200 meters directly ahead, a 30-story office building is half submerged in the seawater. There are many companies in this kind of office building, and there are bound to be fish tanks and water purifiers. It shouldn't be difficult to remove an RO filter. We have guns and knives, let's search the building! Lu Fan immediately climbed into the wheelhouse, gripped the rudder, and prepared to start the diesel engine to steer the boat over. However, as soon as the engine started, a line of glaring red text suddenly popped up on the workbench. Engine condition, severely damaged, requires a high-quality mechanical repair kit for repair. Lu Fan froze for 2 seconds, then slapped himself on the forehead. Hold. Yesterday I was so focused on upgrading the hull that I forgot the engine was already broken. Now this small steel boat, plus supplies, weighs at least a ton. Without power, it's basically a floating bunker, only good for taking hits and not for escaping. There's no other way but to revert to primitive human form. With a dark expression, Lu Fan took out a piece of wood from his spatial ring and used a wood-chopping knife to simply whittle it into a wooden paddle. Although it's impossible to row very fast by hand, the tide is flowing towards the office building. With a little directional control, we can slowly drift away with the waves. Soon, a strange scene appeared on the sea. A small survival boat moved forward slowly, at a speed comparable to that of a tortoise. Lu Fan lay on both sides of the boat, paddling frantically, his arm muscles taut, each stroke accompanied by a muffled groan. He made a distance of only 200 meters feel like 200 kilometers. Once I fix the engine, I'll definitely speed it to 80 miles per hour. Half an hour later, Lu Fan, exhausted, finally drifted outside the office building. The ship gently bumped into the glass exterior wall of the 18th floor. He put away the wooden oar and rested for a while before standing up and looking inside through the floor-to-ceiling window covered in limescale. Inside was an advertising company that was half submerged. Tables and chairs were floating everywhere, and the dimly lit corridor seemed bottomless, like a gaping black maw. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Apart from the sound of seawater crashing against the walls, there was no other movement of any living person. Lu Fan wedged the bow of the boat into the window to prevent it from being swept away by the waves, then gripped the wood-chopping knife tightly, his other hand ready to pull out a Type 64 pistol from his spatial storage at any moment. He took a deep breath and climbed through the window into the office building. The moment my foot stepped into the water, a chill crept up my trouser leg. The water was just above knee level, murky and yellowish, with mushy paper and various kinds of trash floating in it. Lu Fan walked slowly, testing the waters with the soles of his feet with each step. There was a lot of debris underwater, and stepping on broken glass or rusty tacks could be fatal, almost tantamount to suicide. After walking for a while, a damp, rotten smell gradually filled the air, along with a stench similar to that of rotting dead fish. Lu Fan covered his nose, gripped his wood-chopping knife, and looked around. He quickly realized something was wrong. It's too clean here. It wasn't that it was clean and hygienic, but rather that the supplies had been cleared out too thoroughly. Computers, solid wood tables and chairs, even chair legs, had all disappeared, leaving only rotten wood panels and plastic shells. Has someone searched your account? Lu Fan frowned as he walked down the corridor and checked several more companies. The situation was almost identical. Even the flammable curtains were completely removed. He immediately understood. There are likely still survivors in this building, and they may have formed an organization. All usable resources have probably been moved to the upper floors. After passing another tea room, Lu Fan, still unwilling to give up, went inside to take a look. The cabinet doors were wide open, and the inside was completely empty. The original location where the water purifier was installed is now just two dark holes, and even the hose has been neatly cut away. TSK, they really skimmed off the top. Lu Fan snorted coldly and looked up at the building. Since the resources are concentrated at the top, there's no need to go through layers of bureaucracy, just come and pick them up directly. He turned and walked toward the stairwell. Just as I was passing by a small office next door, an extremely strong, fishy stench suddenly hit me. That wasn't a musty smell, but the smell of meat rotting in a damp environment, mixed with a pungent stench of excrement. Lu Fan immediately held his breath and slowly approached the door, hugging the wall. This office has no door. Looking inside in the dim light, Lu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Lu Fan was somewhat surprised. In the not-so-large office area, 4 or 5 corpses were floating, all of them women. They were completely naked, their skin white and swollen from being submerged in water, like inflated balloons. Even more gruesome were the bruises and burn marks on their bodies, as well as charred holes from cigarette butts, clearly indicating that they had suffered extremely cruel torture before their deaths. Even though Lu Fan had killed people before, he couldn't help but feel a churning in his stomach. Only 6 days into the apocalypse, with floods just engulfing the city, the bottom line of humanity has already collapsed to this extent. Some people in this building have clearly stopped treating people as human beings altogether. Lu Fan suppressed his discomfort and was preparing to quietly retreat. Just then, heavy footsteps and hushed conversations came from above the stairs. His eyes turned cold, and he immediately slipped into the shadows, holding his breath and observing secretly. Not long after, 2 men in dirty suits walked down the stairs one after the other. They were carrying the body of a woman who had recently died. The woman was also naked, her neck limp, and there was still white foam at the corner of her mouth. It was clear that she had just stopped breathing. Thump! The 2 men tossed the body into the office filled with corpses like trash, splashing murky water everywhere. The bespectacled man wiped his sweat and muttered, "What a fucking tragedy, all for half a loaf of bread. He was taken advantage of by Boss Ping and his gang. He didn't even get to eat the bread before he was gone." "Sure. Are you looking for death?" The tall man in front shuddered in fright and quickly lowered his voice. "Don't talk nonsense. All the supplies are in the hands of those bosses. We're lucky if we can even fill our stomachs. If we don't complete the mission today, you'll go hungry tonight too." The bespectacled man sighed and whispered to the corpse, "Amitba." The 2 then hurriedly left, their footsteps echoing through the water. Only then did Lu Fan emerge from the shadows, his gaze turning cold as he looked at the stairwell where they had disappeared. "Mr. Pum? It seems this guy is the local tyrant of this building. And the main material Lu Fan is looking for, the RO filter, is very likely located in this Mr. Peng's territory. It seems the other party has ill intentions. Oh no, to me, I am the one who has come." Lu Fan checked the magazine to make sure it was loaded, then tiptoed up the stairs. Soon, he arrived at the top floor of the office building, the 30th floor. The room was carpeted and offered a wide view. The chairman's office was filled with smoke, and 3 well-dressed middle-aged men were nestled on a leather sofa. On the table were bottles of fine red wine and cut cans of meat. The leader, General Peng, was a large, fat man with a face full of fat. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke from a Cuban cigar. He squinted and said, "I have good news for you. The satellite phone just connected, and I got in touch with Shihuan Mountain. In 5 days they will send a boat to pick us up and take us to the shelter." "Real?" Mr. Su and Mr. Nyo immediately sat up straight, their faces full of ingratiating smiles. "President Peng really has a wide network of connections. You must take us with you then, we're counting on you." General Peng waved his hand smugly, then glanced at the half-eaten can of food on the table. "By the way, how many supplies and women are left down there? It's a pity about the one we just carried down. She was pretty but too weak. She died after only 2 hours." Mr. Su quickly replied, "There are more than a dozen women, 5 or 6 of whom are good-looking. That should keep you entertained for a while." At this point, his tone became somewhat hesitant. The problem is that supplies are running low. There are over 100 people crammed into the hall, and they need to eat every day. At the current rate, it will only last for 3 days at most. The office fell silent for a moment. General Ping slowly took a puff of his cigar, then suddenly revealed a cold smile. 3 days is too short. Since the ship won't arrive for several more days, let's not waste food. He swirled his wine glass, speaking casually. Tonight, let's find an excuse to have Li Hua and the others create a riot, kill all those useless men and ugly women, and throw them directly into the water. Mr. Su and Mr. Nyo were startled, but dared not object. No! General Manager Peng is wise. General Manager Su quickly wiped his sweat. This is called optimizing resource allocation. For the sake of the overall situation, some people always have to be sacrificed. I'll make the arrangements right away. General Ping gazed at the gray sea in the distance, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In this apocalypse, the cheapest commodity is human life. At this moment, the lobby on the 29th floor of the office building was filled with an unpleasant, sweaty smell. Hundreds of survivors were crammed into the open-plan office area to rest, the atmosphere oppressive and somber. In a corner of the crowd, a woman who was about 1.5 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds moved with difficulty. Picking at the food scraps between her teeth, she muttered to the thin, pretty girl beside her. Xiao Yu, listen to my advice. Those women who were taken upstairs a few days ago are probably living the high life up there. Even selling yourself is better than starving to death here, right? Xiao Yu hugged her knees, her eyes somewhat vacant, and whispered. Sister Xiaoli, I have a feeling something's not right. None of the girls who were taken up there have come back. Could something have happened to them? What could possibly happen? Zhou Xiaoli rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. Those few sluts used to clamor to marry rich men, and now that they've got their wish, who would want to come back to this pigsty? She sighed and deliberately raised her voice. But those stinky men have such poor eyesight, they can't even see a natural beauty like me. A moment of silence fell over the surrounding crowd. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the hall, and a man with a buzz cut walked in with several burly men. That man was Li Hua, a confidant of General Peng and the person in charge of the survivors on this floor. The opportunity has arrived! Zhou Xiaoli's eyes lit up as she charged towards Li Hua like a human bomb, causing the floor to tremble slightly. She said in a high-pitched voice, Brother Li Hua, are you choosing someone to enjoy the good life again? What do you think of me? Fair skin, slightly plump and cute, I guarantee President Peng will be satisfied. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the almost square-shaped, slightly plump lady. Li Hua's lips twitched, barely suppressing his nausea. He hadn't come down here to choose beauties. He was here to deal with a few troublesome figures before tonight's major purge. He took 2 steps back and winked at his subordinate in a low voice. This fat pig counts, take him with you. The subordinate immediately understood and forced a smile, saying, Beautiful lady, come with us, Boss Ping is waiting upstairs. You guys have good taste. Zhou Xiaoli snorted smugly. Just then, Li Hua glanced at Xiao Yu behind him and thought she was quite pretty, so he casually ordered, Bring that girl up too, let President Peng take a look. Xiao Yu had just stood up when Zhou Xiaoli kicked her, causing her to hit her head hard on the ground and lose consciousness on the spot. Zhou Xiaoli feigned concern and said, Oh dear, Xiao Yu, I'm sorry I slipped. Li Hua glanced at the unconscious Xiao Yu and shook his head. This woman is dying. Find someone to throw her off the building. Don't let her die here. After saying that, he left the hall with Zhou Xiaoli. After leaving the lobby, Zhou Xiaoli realized she was on the wrong track and asked in confusion. Brother Li Hua, are you on the wrong track? Isn't this the way downstairs? The 2 burly men no longer concealed their actions, lunging at her from the left and right and pinning her shoulders down. Zhou Xiaoli screamed. Indecent assault! Her hundreds of pounds of fat suddenly unleashed astonishing power, violently throwing the 2 men flying. The commotion shook the entire floor. In the stairwell, Lu Fan, who was about to quietly climb up, suddenly stopped, looked up, and muttered, Holy crap! They raise pigs in this building? And they're eating so well? The corridor was in chaos. Li Hua roared angrily. Useless trash! Get her together! 2 more burly men rushed forward, and the 4 big men, like pigs being shoved, used all their strength to hold Zhou Xiaoli down and seal her mouth with tape. Wah! Zhou Xiaoli struggled desperately. Li Hua wiped his sweat and coldly ordered, Drag her away and kill her immediately, don't leave any trace. Several men carried her downstairs. When they reached the 25th floor, the 2 people in front of them suddenly stopped. It looks like someone's there. The other person whispered. Let's go check it out. Maybe it's a survivor who's been hiding. The two cautiously entered the stairwell to check, but there was still no movement. The remaining people were getting impatient. One of the men, a man with stubble, tossed Joe Shelley to his companion and went in, shouting, Hey, where are you guys? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, then his body twisted backward and fell to the ground. The next second, a cold glint flew out from the darkness. With a whoosh, the woodcutter's axe drew an arc. The man in the hat felt a chill on his neck, clutched his throat with both hands, and blood gushed out as he collapsed to the ground instantly. Joe Shelley, who was tied to the ground, was so frightened by this scene that she wet her pants and struggled desperately. Lu Fan stepped out of the shadows, picked up the wood-chopping knife, and shook off the blood. He walked up to Joe Shelley, used the tip of his knife to pry open the tape over her mouth, and warned in a cold voice. Shut up, or I'll cut your tongue off. Answer my questions honestly, and I might spare your life. Joe Shelley nodded frantically and told him everything she knew. Lu Fan quickly figured it out. The survivors were concentrated on the 29th floor, while General Ping and the supplies were on the 30th floor. The only way to get up there was through the central staircase on the 29th floor. Moreover, the other side had more than 30 armed men, making a forced entry almost impossible. Lu Fan pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the man in the hat at his feet, whose build was similar to his own. He quickly stripped the other man of his clothes and put them on, then pulled the blood-stained hat down low and put it on properly. Joe Shelley asked in a trembling voice. Brother, I've already told you, can you take me to a safe place? Lu Fan straightened his clothes, saying without looking up. Find a place to hide. Saving her life was already more than enough. Joe Shelley's expression immediately changed, and she threw a tantrum, saying, If you don't take me with you, I'll shout. I'll let everyone know you're here, and then we'll see where you run. She opened her mouth wide, about to scream. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Fan swung his sword down with a backhand strike. A flash of cold light appeared, and she felt a chill on her throat. The next second, the fat head rolled off the shoulder, and the huge body twitched twice before going still. Lu Fan was still not satisfied, so he added a few more strokes until it was completely quiet. Only then did he put away his wood-chopping knife and let out a long sigh of relief. Without the noise of music, it's finally peaceful. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lu Fan's gaze gradually turned cold. He realized that the situation in this office building was far more complicated than he had imagined. 5 minutes later, at the stairwell on the 29th floor of the office building, Lu Fan pulled his hat down low and pushed the door open to enter. Brother Han is back so early? Where are the others? The two guards greeted him immediately. Lu Fan deliberately lowered his voice to a hoarse tone. The three of them suddenly got excited and said they wanted to have some fun before coming up. The guard was stunned for a moment, and the image of Joe Shelley, who weighed several hundred pounds, flashed through his mind, and he immediately shivered. Damn, these guys have some serious tastes. Aren't they afraid of getting stomped to death? He gagged twice and quickly waved his hand. Okay, Brother Han, you go up first. Brother Hu is urging us to assemble. Lu Fan lowered his head and slipped into the building, heading straight for the 30th floor. As soon as I stepped onto the 30th carpet, there were already 2 rows of people standing in the hall, about 20 in total, holding steel pipes and watermelon knives. Lu Fan stood quietly at the back of the line, secretly observing his surroundings. If they really wanted to take it by force, the gun he had only had 7 bullets, which was not enough at all. At this moment, Li Hua walked over with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Listen up, everyone! You are the elites handpicked by me and General Manager Peng. Tonight, you have only one mission, to get rid of all those useless and ugly people who just eat and do no work. After we finish this job, the ship will arrive in 5 days, and then we'll go with General Peng to Shihuan Mountain for a feast. Yes. The crowd murmured something, and the atmosphere immediately became restless. Li Hua nodded in satisfaction, then walked straight to Lu Fan at the end of the line. Lu Fan's heart tightened, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. His hands behind his back were already loosely clenched into the shape of a gun. He would draw his gun immediately if the other party showed any unusual behavior. The next second, Li Hua sighed and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Xiao Han, you're the person I value most. You'll be the team leader for tonight's operation. Lu Fan. He almost lost his composure. I just came to find materials, how did I suddenly become the team leader? Lu Fan could only nod, lowering the brim of his hat. Li Hua thought he was in a bad mood, so he leaned closer and whispered a threat. "Remember who you are. I'm the boss. Do whatever I tell you to do." After saying that, he smiled again and said to everyone, "Go and rest. As soon as it gets dark, we'll take action." Lu Fan thought he could take the opportunity to slip away. Then Li Hua waved again. "Let's go, Xiao Han, President Ping wants to see us. Talk less and nod more later." Lu Fan cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to follow him into President Ping's office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, President Ping sat in his executive chair with his back to the two men, a cigar between his fingers, gazing at the distant sea. "Please sit down." Li Hua patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, and the two sat down on the sofa together. Mr. Ping took out 2 Dove chocolates from his pocket and casually tossed them onto the coffee table. "Try it. Even dogs wouldn't eat this stuff before, but now it's worth more than gold bars." Li Hua immediately tore open the packaging and stuffed it into his mouth. "President Ping, just let me know if you need anything." General Ping turned around, a sinister smile on his face. "I have some news for you." He flicked his cigarette ash and said in a low voice, "West Huanshan just called to say that several highly aggressive mutant fish have appeared in the sea. For safety reasons, all the large ships have been replaced with speedboats." Lu Fan was slightly startled when he heard this. Isn't the mutant fish supposed to appear after 6 days? Could it be that, like last night's torrential rain, it has come early? Just as he was thinking, General Peng stretched out 3 short, thick fingers. "Right now, we only have 3 tickets." Li Hua stopped chewing chocolate abruptly. General Peng sighed. "I originally wanted to take a few more brothers with me, but unfortunately the conditions don't allow it. You two are my most capable subordinates, and you'll definitely get these positions." "Thank you, General Manager Peng." Li Hua's eyes were filled with fervor. Lu Fan also lowered his hat brim and said, "Thank you, President Peng." General Peng's gaze turned cold as he continued. "However, there are too many people here. It will definitely be chaotic once the ship arrives. Mr. Su and Mr. Nio's groups are just a burden now. When we make our move tonight, I don't want them to live to see tomorrow." Li Hua suddenly stood up and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Don't worry, President Peng. Once the riots start, I'll take Xiao Han and deal with them all." General Peng nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Xiao Han, you can go out first. Li Hua and I have some private matters to attend to." Lu Fan was more than happy to agree and immediately nodded and left. As soon as the door closed, General Peng beckoned Li Hua to come closer. He lowered his voice and said, "Actually, there are only 2 tickets." Li Hua's pupils contracted, but he quickly nodded. General Manager Peng patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Han is too stubborn. It's better to bring 2 boxes of canned goods than to bring him. After we deal with General Manager Su and the others, we can take care of him too." Li Hua paused for a second, then a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, Mr. Peng. I've disliked him for a long time. Everything will be taken care of after tonight." "Very good, you truly are my capable assistant." The office door closed again. President Peng took a deep drag on his cigar and turned to look at the sea. The sun was slowly sinking below the horizon, and dark clouds were rolling across the sky. He exhaled a puff of smoke, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Li Hua, what a good dog. Unfortunately, there's only ever 1 ticket. Once I reach Shihuan Mountain, I will build a new business empire over your corpses. You brutes who only know how to fight and kill are not worth wasting resources on. Only if I survive can I make the greatest contribution to human civilization." Half an hour later, night fell. The entire office building had been without power for some time. In the corner of the lobby, there were several tin oil drums with table legs and wooden planks burning inside. The flickering firelight cast a dim and indistinct light over the hall. Using the flickering firelight, Lu Fan finally figured out the location of the supplies. That used to be the finance office. 6 burly men stood guard at the entrance. Judging from their positions, it was clear that the 3 groups were keeping an eye on each other, and no one was willing to let the other take an extra bottle of water. Through the crack in the door, Lu Fan could vaguely see several dismantled commercial water purifiers piled up in the corner. His eyes lit up slightly. "Persistence pays off, we finally found it." Lu Fan was figuring out how to make his move. Suddenly, a large hand slapped him hard on the shoulder. "Xiao Han, what are you looking at?" Li Hua appeared behind Lu Fan at some point, carrying 2 gleaming machetes. He said in a low voice, "It's time. Come with me, let's take care of business first." Lu Fan glanced at the guards around him, forcing himself to calm down. Forcing his way in was clearly unwise. It would be better to play along and wait for the situation to become chaotic before taking action. So he nodded and followed Li Hua through the corridor. The two quickly arrived at the door of a luxury suite converted from a conference room. The door was well soundproofed, but screams from a man and a woman inside could still be heard. Li Hua sneered. "Damn it, he's almost dead and still enjoying himself." He then gave Lu Fan a wink and kicked the door open. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Inside, candlelight flickered, and on the large round bed, Mr. Su and Mr. Neo danced naked, surrounded by several young women in disheveled clothes. The floor was littered with wine and stockings. "Who the hell is it?" Mr. Su shuddered in fright, pulling up his pants and cursing. "Li Hua? You're asking for trouble, daring to barge into my room." Li Hua slammed the door shut behind him, the two knives gleaming coldly in the candlelight. "Excuse me for disturbing you both. President Ping asked me to pass on a message. Today is the anniversary of your deaths." Mr. Su roared and tried to grab the steel pipe at the head of the bed, but Li Hua didn't give him a chance and rushed up in a flash. The blades flashed, almost impenetrable. Mr. Su was instantly disemboweled, his intestines spilling onto the floor. Mr. Neo, trying to escape, also had half his neck severed, blood splattering throughout the room. "Ah! Murder!" Several women scattered in terror, only to find a man wearing a hat standing at the door. Lu Fan stood with his arms crossed, blocking the doorway, his face expressionless. A woman in black stockings knelt at his feet, crying, "Big brother, please spare me! I just want to live! I'll do anything!" Lu Fan looked down at her, a complex feeling welling up inside him. In this world, it seemed that only by selling their bodies and risking their lives could women survive. He didn't make a move. Instead, he prepared to open the door and let them out. For Lu Fan, the more chaotic the better. However, just as he turned the doorknob, Li Hua, who was already in a killing frenzy, rushed over and stabbed all the women to the ground with a few blows. The screams inside the house vanished instantly. Li Hua wiped the blood from his face, picked up his knife, and walked step by step toward Lu Fan. "Xiao Han, Mr. Su and the others have already set off," he said grimly. "Now it's your turn." Lu Fan looked at Li Hua approaching and suddenly smiled. He slowly took off his blood-stained hat, revealing an unfamiliar face. "Little fire, isn't it a bit heartless to be so cruel?" Li Hua stopped in his tracks, his pupils shrinking sharply. "Who are you? Where's Xiao Han?" He immediately realized something was wrong and prepared to strike first. But the next second, a dark gun barrel was already pointed at his forehead. Li Hua froze instantly. He recognized it at a glance as a Type 64 pistol, and it was already loaded. "Don't shoot!" Cold sweat poured down Li Hua's forehead. Lu Fan held up the gun with one hand and said calmly, "Throw away the knife and raise your hands." Li Hua took a deep breath, slowly dropped the knife, and raised both hands. But his feet were subtly moving, his brain rapidly calculating the distance. The two were less than 5 meters apart. If he bet Lu Fan's first shot missed, he was confident he could snap the other man's neck in a second. "Brother, let's talk this out." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pounced on the side table like a cheetah, trying to take cover. The instant he moved, Lu Fan moved as well. But instead of firing, he swung his arm and hurled the gun at him like a rock. Li Hua was stunned, then overjoyed. Could it be a blank shot? He stared intently at the incoming pistol, preparing to catch it and retaliate. However, the next second, the pistol vanished into thin air. Instead, there was a heavy, sharp, blood-stained wood-chopping knife. The distance was too close, and the speed was too fast. "What?" Pfft. The machete pierced Li Hua's chest as easily as cutting tofu, and the immense impact pinned him to the wall. Li Hua stared wide-eyed at the knife in his chest, then at the pistol that had reappeared in Lu Fan's hand, completely dumbfounded. How did the pistol turn into a knife? Lu Fan walked over, put his hat back on, drew his machete, and said calmly, "This is called outsmarting them. Your men are all outside. Firing a gun would be too noisy." Li Hua opened his mouth, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. His head lolled to the side, and he died on the spot. Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, the woodcutter's knife vanished instantly, and was retrieved into his spatial ring. After tidying his clothes, he pushed open the door and walked into the hall. More than 20 people had gathered in the hall, each holding a weapon. Someone asked, "Captain Han, where's Huige?" Lu Fan lowered his hat brim and calmly said, "Brother Hui is constipated, let's get started." Everyone was taken aback. "Then who's in command?" Lu Fan suddenly raised his voice and roared, You still need to ask about such a simple task? Just kill anyone you see. Anyone who delays our trip to Shihuan Mountain, I'll be the first to cripple them. That shout stunned everyone. A veteran immediately chimed in. Captain Han is right. Brothers, split into 3 groups as planned and clean up those junk. For the sake of the ship tickets. For the boat tickets. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, and more than 20 people rushed toward the stairwell with weapons in hand. Even the guards protecting the supplies ran down after them. In less than a minute, the 30th floor became completely empty. What a bunch of idiots! Lu Fan sneered and turned to head straight for the supplies room. There weren't many supplies in the room, just canned food, biscuits, bottled water, and a few bottles of red wine. Lu Fan didn't look closely and went straight to the water purifiers in the corner. He cleaved open the outer shell with a single stroke and quickly located his target in the candlelight. Successfully retrieved 5 high-quality RO reverse osmosis membrane filter cartridges. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. We're rich! He quickly stuffed the materials into his pocket. These filter cartridges would not only be used to make a water purifier, but also ensure its continued use. Lu Fan lit a windproof lighter and continued rummaging through the supplies, intending to take as much as he could. Just as he was focused on looting, a chill suddenly came from behind him. A cold dagger had already silently pressed against his lower back. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice rang in my ears. I knew you were up to something. General Ping asked with a cold smile. Where's Li Hua? Did you kill him? Chapter 13. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. Lu Fan didn't speak, but used the flickering firelight behind him to glance at the dark figure beside him out of the corner of his eye. The shadow was as wide as a wall. With such a large body, it can approach me silently. He probably has some skills. Don't move! The dagger in General Peng's hand moved forward half an inch, piercing through Lu Fan's lower back and leaving a bloody mark on his skin. He quickly ran his other hand over Lu Fan's body. I didn't find any weapons. I only managed to find a few pieces of material that I had just taken out of my pocket, household RO reverse osmosis membrane filter cartridges. Oh, so that's what you stole! General Manager Ping held the filter in his hand, weighed it in his hand, and then let out a hearty laugh. To be able to take down Li Hua so easily and still sneak in unnoticed. Young man, you've got some skills and know how to survive. You're a real talent. He threw the filter back to Lu Fan, and even took a step back, adopting a humble and respectful demeanor. I won't kill you, I'll even give you a chance, how about it? Lu Fan raised his hands, slowly turned around, and looked expressionlessly at the fat man with a face full of fat. What opportunity? Let's make a deal! President Ping pointed to the dark sea outside the window. I'll give you a ticket to Shihuan Mountain. On the condition that you become one of my trusted confidants. Help me build the first commercial empire in the apocalypse at that base. Lu Fan looked at his arrogant face, and his lips twitched slightly. That's it. His gaze was as if he were looking at an idiot. Not interested. Are you going to become his lackey just because of a worthless ship ticket? This fat guy must have gone mad from being a local tyrant in the office building. Besides, he'll be going to the Shihuan Mountain stronghold sooner or later, so he can investigate any secrets himself. Upon being rejected, General Manager Peng's smile froze instantly, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Fine, it's been over 10 years since I last fought. I wonder if I've lost my kung fu. The words had barely left his mouth. Lu Fan felt a surge of killing intent coming towards him. Before he could even draw his gun, General Peng punched him in the chest, sending him flying backward with a muffled groan, crashing into the wall. Lu Fan coughed up blood and his heart nearly stopped. Unexpectedly, this fat man was not only cunning, but also incredibly agile. The speed of that punch was so fast it left after images. Lu Fan originally intended to create some distance, and then draw his gun to shoot the guy. But now his limbs are paralyzed, he can't even lift his wrists, let alone pull the trigger. Young man, I can see that you have experienced life and death. Such a temperament is not something to be taken lightly. General Peng slowly raised the dagger in his hand, the blade twirling deftly between his fingers. I'll give you one last chance. If you agree, I can give you a secret for free. I think someone like you will definitely be very interested. I agree. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and quickly agreed. Saving your life is the most important thing. Anyway, I have legs, so I can run away anytime. General Peng smiled with satisfaction, lowered his voice, and spoke in a seductive tone. Do you know why the authorities chose that desolate mountain, Shihuan Mountain, as their base? Because it's relatively high. You're being too superficial, young man. Actually, as early as the first day of the torrential rain, the authorities discovered an ancient artifact inside that mountain. Boom! A thunderclap exploded outside the window without warning, instantly drowning out President Peng's voice. Immediately afterwards, torrential rain poured down outside the window, pounding wildly against the glass curtain wall. Lu Fan didn't hear the last few words clearly. A blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and President Peng, who had been looking smug, suddenly froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. His beady eyes were fixed on the window, his eyeballs bloodshot with terror. No! Impossible! How could that thing be? Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look in the direction of his gaze. Several bolts of lightning struck. On the pitch-black sea, a huge black shadow was breaking through the giant waves and swimming rapidly toward this side. That's not a boat. It was a living creature. Before the two could react, a deep, resonant, and ethereal sound came from the depths of the sea. Buzz. The sound, penetrating my ears, made my bones tremble. The entire 30-story office building seemed to have been violently shaken by a giant hand, emitting a heart-palpitating sound of steel bars twisting. Snap! The floor beneath their feet cracked instantly. The floor slabs, which already bore a heavy load of supplies, collapsed completely under the impact of General Peng's trampling and the violent shaking. Hold! Lu Fan only managed to utter one curse before his body plummeted weightlessly along with the shattered concrete. It's currently on the 29th floor. Inside the lobby, blood stained the carpet, and the cries of survivors echoed everywhere. Suddenly, a loud bang came from above. The ceiling collapsed. A large amount of supplies, along with 2 living people, were thrown heavily onto the floor amidst smoke and dust. The already terrified survivors were all drawn to the sound of the collapse, their steel pipes and machetes frozen in midair. The smoke and dust cleared. Although General Peng is fat, he is indeed very skilled. He rolled over to dissipate the force upon landing, and although he was covered in dirt, he quickly wobbled to his feet. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, pointed around, and said to Lu Fan, who was a few meters away clutching his chest and getting up. You're lucky! Now take care of them, consider it your pledge of loyalty! Lu Fan sneered, his whole body aching as his hands hung limply, his 10 fingers gradually regaining sensation. You fatso, have you ever heard the saying? What's the fastest thing 7 steps away? General Peng sensed something was wrong and gripped the dagger tighter, his muscular face trembling. Playing tricks? You want to die? He instinctively shifted his feet, and the moment he saw Lu Fan's murderous gaze, he took a deep breath and suddenly exerted force with his feet. Driven by his bulky body, he shot towards Lu Fan like a cannonball, accompanied by a whistling sound. If it were an ordinary person, that impact would probably have shattered all their bones. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the charging human-shaped tank, his eyes frighteningly calm. 7 paces away, the gun is fast! He didn't dodge. He simply flipped his right hand slightly. A black Type 64 pistol appeared out of thin air in his palm. Raise your hand and aim. The movements were fluid and graceful. And within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. What? General Peng's charge suddenly halted, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. You fucking have no sportsmanship. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, echoing through the deathly silent hall. A burst of blood erupted from General Peng's forehead. His massive body swayed, staring at Lu Fan in disbelief through the smoking, bloody hole in his forehead. Lu Fan blew away the wisp of smoke from the muzzle of the gun, his tone indifferent. My lord, times have changed. Boom. General Peng fell backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Those bulging eyes stared at the ceiling. He never understood where the pistol was hidden until his death. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Those managers and survivors who were originally bloodthirsty turned pale with fright when they saw the dark, gaping object in Lu Fan's hand, and instinctively backed away. That's a gun. The real deal. General Peng is dead? It's over. We're all going to die. Run! This madman will kill us all! The crowd erupted instantly, with cries and screams filling the air as people scurried about like headless flies. Lu Fan frowned, having no time to pay attention to this rabble. That loud roar from the seabed, and that terrifying black shadow. This is definitely not someone he can handle. This place is not safe to stay. He stood up, preparing to take advantage of the chaos to leave. Suddenly 8 men from different directions, each holding a machete, exchanged glances. Unlike the others who ran around aimlessly, they stopped and their eyes revealed the greed of desperados. Previously, they were trusted henchmen under General Peng. Now that General Peng is dead, order has collapsed. This kid only has 1 gun. I just fired 1 shot. I have at most 6 bullets left. There were 8 of them. Fortune favors the bold. The leader, a scarred man, licked his lips, gripped his machete tightly, and growled in a low voice. Brothers! Let's attack from all 8 directions at once, he won't be able to react. Driven by the lure of enormous profits, these 8 desperate criminals, their eyes bloodshot, moved like a pack of hungry wolves drawn to blood, forming a circle around Lu Fan. If we can get that gun, all the supplies and women in this building will be ours. Charge! Kill him! Lu Fan looked at this group of ignorant fools and clicked his tongue impatiently. If you want to steal guns, then stay here. Chapter 14 The Giant Shadow of the Abyss. Lu Fan watched as a group of desperados gradually approached, and made his own plans. There are only 6 bullets left. Facing 8 people standing in scattered positions. It is impossible to defeat them one by one. Moreover, these bullets are so precious, it would be a waste to leave them to these cannon fodder. Since 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let's break one of their arms first. As a deterrent. Lu Fan took a deep breath and his body suddenly lunged to one side without any warning. Bang! The gun spat out flames, followed by a sharp, explosive sound. The slowest thug on the side had just raised a steel pipe when he was shot in the head and fell to his knees with a thud. Before anyone else could react, the black pistol in Lu Fan's hand vanished into thin air. Instead, a cold glint, carrying the metallic scent of iron, appeared. Buzz! The machete drew a cruel semicircle in the air. Using his momentum, Lu Fan moved like a ghost between the 2 people next to him. The blade precisely cuts through the skin, flesh, and bones. The 2 men clutched their bleeding throats and collapsed without even uttering a sound. Just 2 seconds. The 3 people fell to the ground. The remaining 5 people froze on the spot, their legs going weak from the sheer terror of Lu Fan's killing efficiency. Even a professional assassin couldn't be this smooth. And he was holding a gun just now, how did it turn into a knife in the blink of an eye? Lu Fan flicked the blood off the blade, his eyes icy. Those who aren't afraid of death, keep going. The 5 men looked at each other, their hands gripping their weapons trembling violently, none daring to take that step. Just then. Boom! A dull thud came from deep within the building again, even more violently than the previous one. The entire office building looked as if it had been hit by a plane. The floor emitted a strange twisting sound before tilting violently. The tilt angle instantly exceeded 30 degrees. The survivors in the hall who hadn't had time to escape lost their balance and fell to the ground. They screamed in terror, like cans on an assembly line, sliding down the sloping floor toward the French windows. Crackle, crackle. The sound of shattering glass was incessant. Dozens of figures flew out of the window and plunged into the dark, raging sea below, swallowed up by the giant waves without even making a splash. Lu Fan suddenly felt his feet sink into the ground, and he began to slide uncontrollably downwards. Oh no! He reacted extremely quickly, shoving the machete into the composite flooring beneath his feet to act as a support anchor. Sizzle, sizzle. The blade sliced through the floor, sending sparks flying. It slid for at least several tens of centimeters before finally getting stuck on the keel and coming to a stop. Just then, a dark figure slid down from above. He was a survivor who had just tried to steal the gun. He reacted quickly, grabbing Lu Fan's leg tightly as if grasping at a last straw. Brother! Don't leave me! Please take me with you! I don't want to die! The man's face was covered in snot and tears, and his fingernails were almost digging into Lu Fan's flesh. Lu Fan felt a sudden weight on his lower body, and the wood-chopping knife stuck in the floor creaked under the weight. My chest was already burning from that punch from General Peng, and now I have this extra burden on me? Wouldn't that be courting death? Let go! Lu Fan's voice was icy. No! Help me! I'll pawn myself for you. Click! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Fan raised his other foot and stomped hard on the man's knuckles. The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. The man screamed and let go, but before he could grab him again, Lu Fan kicked him hard in the face. Bang! The man's nose collapsed, and he tumbled backward as he flew through the air, shattering a piece of broken glass before plunging into the abyss with a mournful cry. The screams were quickly drowned out by the sound of wind and rain. Lu Fan had no time to care about other people's lives or deaths. The building's tilt was still worsening. 45 degrees, 60 degrees. The floor is almost turning into a wall. The handle of the wood-chopping knife in his hand began to bend and gradually deform. This can't go on. Lu Fan looked up, his gaze sweeping over the load-bearing column at the entrance of the corridor, and a thought struck him. Whoosh! A god-tier fishing rod has appeared. He gripped the knife handle tightly with his left hand and swung the club violently with his right. The fishing line shot out like a silver snake, and the hook precisely wrapped around the supporting column several times, successfully forming a stable knot. That's it, hold your breath. Lu Fan wrapped the fishing line around his body twice with one hand. Although the thin and tough fishing line hurt his skin, the clothes relieved the pressure. That steady pull put his mind at ease. He pulled out his overburdened machete, used it as a climbing axe, and stuck it into the floor like a rock climber, using the pull of the fishing line to slowly move upwards. Finally, he climbed to the top of the load-bearing pillar, and with a leap, successfully jumped into the corridor onto the wall that had become the floor. I had just settled into my seat. Click! A loud bang was heard. The upper part of the office building's structure completely fractured. In that instant, Lu Fan felt as if the whole world had turned upside down. A sudden feeling of weightlessness washed over me, followed by a violent impact. He was slammed against the ceiling and then crashed back to the ground. Boom! The powerful water pressure shattered the glass of the hall. Along with the icy, bone-chilling seawater, it instantly filled the entire space. Fortunately, Lu Fan hid behind the wall, which blocked most of the impact of the seawater, preventing him from dying. However, the large influx of seawater still swept Lu Fan away, slamming him against the corner of the corridor. Lu Fan's vision went black, and he almost lost consciousness. Dark. Cold. Asphyxia. Am I going to die here? The oxygen in my lungs is constantly being consumed, and my body instinctively wants to open my mouth to breathe, but what I inhale is salty seawater. In a daze, Lu Fan seemed to have returned to his previous life. That rainy night when I was pushed off the boat, that desperate moment when I was torn apart by sharks. No! I wasn't reborn to become a water ghost. A powerful will to survive surged through my dazed mind like an electric current. Lu Fan suddenly opened his eyes bloodshot. He held his last breath and struggled to find his way in the murky water. You must swim out. I absolutely cannot die. This building has just sunk. If it doesn't detach from the main structure, it will be carried to the seabed where the water pressure is much stronger, and then even a god couldn't save it. He used both his hands and feet, paddling frantically, to swim towards the floor-to-ceiling window at the end of the corridor. Surrounded by floating corpses and debris, Lu Fan pushed aside a corpse blocking his way, endured the excruciating pain in his lungs, and unleashed all his strength to squeeze through the jagged gaps in the glass. It's finally out. The surroundings were pitch black and deathly silent, with only a faint flash of lightning shining down from above. That's the sea. Lu Fan estimated the distance. It was still about 20 meters. With my current lung capacity, I can make it to the top with one last push. He kicked hard with both legs, preparing to accelerate upwards. Sudden. A chilling ripple of water came from beneath my feet. Lu Fan subconsciously looked down. Using a flash of lightning that ripped across the sea, he saw a colossal, despair-inducing black shadow in the abyss, shooting up from the side of the seabed like an arrow. It was a gaping maw of abyss, filled with sharp teeth and claws, and its target was none other than himself. You son of a bitch! Lu Fan completely broke down. Why the hell am I so unlucky? Is it really that difficult to get a sip of clean water? Whether he's a human or a monster, we must kill him. Did he really deserve to die? Lu Fan knew he couldn't escape. So he gritted his teeth and gripped the legendary fishing rod tightly with both hands. That damn sea monster, even if it means fighting to the death, it will pay the price with inflamed gums. Humans are not so easy to bully. Lu Fan used his last bit of strength to cast the fishing rod with difficulty. The fishhook, glowing with an eerie light, ignored the underwater resistance and flew straight toward the gaping maw of the abyss. While fishing, the host's current stamina has been exhausted. Upon successfully fishing, the host will fall into a complete coma. Lu Fan smiled, released the fishing rod with both hands, and gradually lost consciousness. Do I need you to remind me? Anyway, I'm about to suffocate. As the dark shadow drew closer, the fish hook successfully embedded itself into the flesh of the giant mouth. To die before being bitten to pieces is a kind of luck. Lu Fan closed his eyes, smiled contentedly, and completely lost consciousness. The next instant, the dark shadow suddenly attacked, engulfing Lu Fan's body and sealing everything in endless darkness. Warning, current mental state is too low, data cannot be displayed. Fishing successful. Received? Type? Rarity? Gain 0 proficiency points, 0 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 16 out of 100, proficiency, 75/200, spirit 9/30. Host detected to be in a near-death state. Fishing rules forcibly corrected. Target changed to a special contract. Chapter 15: The Blue-Haired Woman and the Slap Mark. I don't know how much time passed. In that endless darkness and icy abyss, Lu Fan felt his consciousness was as light as a feather, drifting in the wind. The painful feeling of suffocation disappeared, replaced by a strange warmth. Am I dead? He slowly opened his eyes. There was no seawater around, only a soft, hazy white light. He felt as if he were holding something in his hand, its texture warm and delicate, like the finest silk, yet with an amazing elasticity. He unconsciously pinched it. It's soft and feels pretty good. What's this? Lu Fan, still half asleep, tried to get closer to see clearly. Just then, within the white light, a phantom-like emerald figure appeared and disappeared. It appeared to be a tall woman with long, flowing turquoise hair, floating in the air. Before Lu Fan could even see her face clearly, a clear, ethereal female voice, tinged with embarrassment and arrogance, echoed in my mind. You bastard! How dare you blaspheme me? If it weren't for those damned rules, I would never have acknowledged you as my master. I'll remember this debt. One day, I'll tear you apart alive to vent my hatred. Get out of here now! Snap! Lu Fan felt as if his cheek had been slapped hard by an iron plate. The excruciating pain shattered his dreamlike, misty world in an instant. The next second, his light body suddenly sank, plummeting towards the endless abyss. Early the next morning, Lu Fan was awakened by the chirping of birds outside the window. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Familiar wood grain. The small driver's cab was filled with a sense of security. Are we on a ship? Lu Fan sat up in confusion, covering his head as he fell into recollection. The building collapsed, plunged into the sea, and was swallowed by that terrifying black shadow. All the memories are absolutely real. They could never be illusions. Moreover, it seems he had a very long and tiring dream. In the dream, everything was empty, and I couldn't see anything clearly, but I could vaguely hear a woman shouting and cursing. I couldn't hear a single word of what was said. Ouch, my head hurts. Lu Fan took a deep breath and looked out the window. A beam of warm morning light shone through the glass and fell on his face. The sea outside the window was calm and sparkling, with a few seabirds occasionally skimming the surface and making crisp calls. The weather is fine and the days are peaceful. It's like a completely different world from last night's torrential rain and wind. Oh right! The fishing rod, I think I cast it before it was eaten. Lu Fan suddenly remembered something and subconsciously summoned the god-level fishing rod. This is the only clue. It might reveal what happened last night. Current host, Lu Fan. Status, healthy. Fishing attempts, 16/100. Proficiency level. The panel was clean and there was nothing unusual. Only the number of fishing trips increased noticeably by 1. This is enough to prove that the shot was indeed thrown last night. But apart from that, there were no other prompts, and no new items were added to the spatial ring. Even the proficiency and mental stats remained completely unchanged. Could it be the Air Force? But if it's just the Air Force, how could I possibly escape from inside that monster's belly? Even all the wounds on his body were healed? This is too weird. Lu Fan was completely baffled and felt his head throbbing. He was about to raise his hand to rub his temples when the moment his fingers touched his left cheek, a numbing, stinging pain made him gasp. Ouch, it hurts. Lu Fan quickly moved closer to the window pane and shone the light through it. He froze instantly. In the reflection of the glass, his left cheek was swollen high, with a thin, purplish-red handprint clearly imprinted on it. The 5 fingers are small and slender, with distinct joints. It's clearly a woman's hand. The slap was so powerful that it almost knocked the top of his head off. Holy crap! Who's so ruthless? Lu Fan was stunned and subconsciously looked back at the empty ship. I'm the only man on this ship. Where did a woman's handprint come from? Could it be that the sea monster thought I smelled bad last night, so it vomited me out, and then some woman rescued me, slapped me, and sent me back to the ship? This is outrageous. Lu Fan couldn't help but admire his own imagination. It would be a shame if he didn't write novels. Just as he was filled with doubt and suspicion, wondering if he had encountered a ghost, a sudden burning sensation came from my neck. Lu Fan pulled open his collar and looked down. His pupils contracted sharply. 3 bright blue lines had appeared on the right side of the neck, near the major artery. The patterns resembled the scales of some creature, deeply imprinted on the skin and flesh, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Lu Fan tried touching it with his hand, and even scratched it with his fingernail. It remained completely still. This thing was like an organ growing inside his body, and it would shimmer slightly with his breathing. Oh my God! Looks like I'm still half asleep. Lu Fan leaned back on the bed, giving up on thinking altogether. No matter what happened, at least I'm still alive. And they returned to the ship safely. That's enough. Never mind! Lu Fan pulled up his collar to cover the tattoo, and his eyes sharpened. Whether you're a god or a ghost, the fact that you've left a mark on me means this isn't over yet. When I see you next time, I'll definitely slap you back. He threw back the covers and sat up again. Touching the 5 intact RO reverse osmosis membrane filter cartridges in his pocket, he regained his fighting spirit. As long as you're alive, you have a chance to find out. The most urgent thing is to build a water purifier. I'm dying of thirst. Lu Fan quickly left the cockpit and went to the deck. He took out the blueprint and examined it carefully. We have the main material, the RO reverse osmosis membrane filter cartridge, and we've also collected the auxiliary materials, the rubber hose and the quartz sand. Let me see what's still missing. Charcoal chips and plastic bottles. Plastic bottles are everywhere on the sea surface. They are not scarce. The difficulty lies in the charcoal. Lu Fan had come across some survival videos on the Info app. Charcoal production requires the use of dry distillation. Simply put, it involves heating wood at high temperatures while restricting oxygen intake. This process forces out moisture and volatile gases, causing the material to carbonize in an incomplete combustion state, leaving behind solid residue. The principle is not difficult. All you need is a simple charcoal kiln. Lu Fan stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping across the nearby sea. A lot of trash floats on the sea surface, drifting with the waves. There was a large, rusty iron barrel in the distance, with several plastic bottles and empty cans floating next to it. Lu Fan had a sudden inspiration. He summoned his divine fishing rod and swung it forcefully towards the iron bucket, intending to use the materials on the spot. I got it! The fishhook caught the pull ring of the iron bucket precisely. Lu Fan adjusted the angle, allowing the iron bucket to trap the plastic bottles and empty cans together, and pulled them back. Soon, Lu Fan happily received a large iron bucket, 3 plastic bottles, and 2 empty cans. He emptied the water from the iron bucket and stood it upright on the deck. Then he took out a piece of wood from the space. Tisk, it's too thick. You can't cook it without splitting it. Lu Fan summoned his battle-hardened woodcutter's axe, just about to make his move. Click! Before any force was applied, the blade made a crisp sound and broke in 2, falling to the ground. Lu Fan picked it up and saw that the blade was already chipped and the body was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It seems that last night when I used it as a climbing axe to shove it into the floor slab, I had already exhausted its lifespan and rendered it completely unusable. Farewell, old friend. Lu Fan sighed. Even though the knife is broken, the work still has to be done. As long as you don't give up, there will always be more solutions than problems. He selected a relatively sharp broken blade and wedged it into the surface of the wooden block as a wedge. He then picked up another thick piece of wood and used it as a hammer, aiming it at the back of the broken blade below, and smashed it down hard. Bang! Bang! After several heavy blows, the wooden block cracked open. It takes a bit of effort, but it's much more reliable than breaking it by hand. Before long, a pile of appropriately sized wooden strips was produced. Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and picked up an empty can. Then, carefully using the tip of the broken blade, he drilled a very small vent hole in the bottom of the can. Next, the split wooden strips were stuffed into the can and pressed down, then the can was placed upside down in the center of the bottom of the iron bucket. A standard miniature dry distillation charcoal kiln has been set up. Ignition! Lu Fan sprinkled some sawdust on the bottom of the iron bucket and ignited it, then piled the remaining flammable wood around the can. Call. A short while later, the temperature inside the iron drum gradually soared, and flames leaped upwards, with wisps of white smoke rising from the vent of the can. It should be settled by now. During the break from burning charcoal, Lu Fan took out the half-empty bottle of mineral water, took a small sip, and moistened his throat. I had barely caught my breath when I summoned my god-tier fishing rod and began today's fishing session. Time is money. After all, in this damn apocalypse, you can never have too many supplies. This is the only way for him to survive. Chapter 16: Making a Water Purifier. A hard 1/2 cup of water. 5 hours later. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sea was unusually calm. Occasionally, a few seabirds would fly by, carrying scraps of unknown meat in their beaks, and stop at the bow of the boat to watch the fishermen. Lu Fan sat on the side of the boat, his divine fishing rod already stretched into a full moon shape. The fishing line was taut, locked in a struggle with a green light on the seabed. It's quite substantial. This pole doesn't have that pulling feeling of being led. Instead, it feels like it's caught on some heavy object, requiring brute force to get it out. Lu Fan's arm muscles bulged as he maintained his balance, and steadily pulled the line back in. Whoosh! A greenish-gray orb of light burst from the water and slammed heavily onto the deck. The orb still had a few wet seaweeds hanging from it, and the orb shimmered with a high-tech fluorescent green. Fishing successful. Obtained high-performance combat deep-sea suit, set X1. Type, hidden item. Rarity, excellent. Gained 5 proficiency points and 2 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 25/100, proficiency, 87/200, spirit, 11/30. Description: a deep-sea diving suit made with nanofluid materials. It boasts excellent puncture resistance and temperature regulation, capable of withstanding extreme water temperatures and the bites of small marine creatures. Accessories for use with deep-sea suit only. Specialized backpack-style high-pressure oxygen cylinder, 6L capacity, with built-in concentration and circulation filtration system, capable of operating at a depth of 60 meters for 40 minutes. Miniature-powered fins, increase underwater propulsion speed by 30%. High-performance tactical searchlight, 5,000 lumens center brightness, for adjustable levels, effective underwater illumination distance of approximately 15 to 20 meters. As Lu Fan looked at the series of data presentations, his tense shoulders finally relaxed. 9th fishing trip. I didn't expect to get the guaranteed minimum. This stuff is so awesome. On this vast ocean, if you fall into the water or need to work underwater, this is your second life. With a thought, he stored the professional deep-sea combat suit into his spatial ring. Perfect. Lu Fan stood up, stretched, and his stiff body crackled. The morning's results were pretty good. 7 everyday grade jugglers, 1 high-grade hidden item juggler, and 1 air-grade juggler. As proficiency increases, that subtle, intuitive feel for fishing becomes more and more refined. In the past, even fishing for a spicy snack would take a long time and a lot of gamble. Now, it only takes half an hour to consistently catch a fishing rod of basic supplies. In this way, the daily time utilization rate has been greatly improved. Lu Fan briefly took stock of the miscellaneous items he had caught that morning. A pack of toilet paper, a small mirror, a cable tie. Of course, there are also some substantial items. Lu Fan summoned a dark, heavy crowbar. It is made entirely of carbon steel, and is hexagonal prism in shape. It felt heavy in my hand, and when I swung it, it brought a gust of wind. Without the machete, this is currently the only melee weapon and tool available, and it's definitely easier to smash a person's skull than to crack a walnut. In addition, there was a set of dark blue windproof jacket and pants. Lu Fan glanced down at his tattered beggar's outfit. After soaking in seawater for 2 consecutive days and being exposed to the scorching sun, I was left to bask in the heat. The fabric had long been covered with a thick layer of white salt frost. With the slightest movement, the clothes rub against the skin like cardboard. My armpits and groin were rubbed raw and red, and the pain was no different from being tortured. Let's change our clothes, it's time to get down to business. Lu Fan quickly stripped naked and changed into his new clothes. Then, he walked toward the iron barrel that was still steaming. He reached out and probed the side of the bucket. It's warm, but not hot. Lu Fan picked up a crowbar, skillfully scraped away the ashes at the bottom of the bucket, and used the hook to lift out the overturned can. The wooden strips that were originally packed tightly have now turned into black, light charcoal blocks. It makes a crisp, ding-ling sound when tapped. It's done! Lu Fan grabbed the hard-won can of charcoal chips and strode to the dashboard in the driver's cab. He slammed all the prepared materials onto the table. Build a basic trickling water purifier! Buzz! A faint light shone from the workbench. The blueprint was incorporated into the core of the workbench. The messy plastic bottles, rubber tubes, quartz sand, and RO filter cartridges were instantly swallowed by the light. A few seconds later, a rather peculiarly shaped device appeared before us. Successfully completed. Obtained. Excellent grade basic trickling filter freshwater purifier. Production efficiency, 40 ml 45 ml/hour. Filtration accuracy, 0.0001 microns. Water quality, drinking grade freshwater. Note: after purifying 1 tank of water, the filter cartridge must be cleaned before each use to prevent salt crystals from clogging the membrane pores. Lu Fan held up the freshwater purifier, his eyes shining brightly. This thing looks like a large hospital drip bottle. It was simply optimized and assembled on the workbench. The upper part is a plastic bucket for holding raw water, the middle part is connected to a filter layer filled with quartz sand and charcoal, and the bottom part is the core RO filter and water outlet pipe. Lu Fan carefully hung the device on the highest window frame latch inside the driver's cab. Then I found a clean, pre-cut plastic cup and placed it directly below. Then, he picked up a plastic bottle filled with murky seawater and poured it into the top inlet. Glug glug. Brown seawater seeps into the quartz sand layer, and after coarse filtration, it turns into slightly yellow water that slowly seeps into the charcoal layer, and then flows towards the filter cartridge layer. Lu Fan sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, staring intently at the water pipe at the bottom without blinking. He waited quietly. The wheelhouse was eerily quiet. The only sound was the waves crashing against the hull. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Until a crystal-clear water droplet condensed at the opening of the duct. It wobbled twice at the opening of the tube, and then was stretched into an oval shape by gravity. Tick-tock. Water droplets hit the bottom of the cup, making a crisp and pleasant sound. To Lu Fan, this sound was more beautiful than any other sound in the world. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The water droplets fell so slowly it was maddening, taking an average of several seconds to fall. But Lu Fan was not impatient at all. He stared intently, watching the water stain at the bottom of the glass gradually expand, gather into a small puddle, and then slowly submerge the bottom of the glass. 4 hours later. The sky outside gradually darkened. The plastic cup already contained about 150 milliliters of liquid. Clear, colorless, and odorless. Lu Fan picked up the cup with trembling hands, his lips pressed together in nervousness. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down my burning throat, a sensation like parched land receiving timely rain. Every cell in the body began to cheer, and the shriveled blood vessels were reborn. At this moment, Lu Fan could no longer hold back. Ha! He let out a long breath, his eyes slightly moist. Only those who have experienced despair can understand how hard-won this half-cup of tasteless, cold water truly is. This is not just water. It is also his right to live. Just then, muffled thunder sounded outside the window again. By the light of the electric current, Lu Fan could see the dark clouds rolling on the distant horizon, even thicker than the night before. Another downpour is coming! Lu Fan put the cup back, his expression serious. It seems that the information brought about by the rebirth has been distorted. In the previous life, the weather was sunny for 5 days, but in this life, it rains heavily every night. And then there were the mutated fish that appeared ahead of schedule, and the abyssal behemoth that swallowed him whole last night. It was probably his rebirth that triggered this butterfly effect. The world that follows will become more dangerous and uncontrollable than we remember. Lu Fan took a deep breath and glanced at the scrap diesel engine next to the workbench. The water source problem has been solved. Next comes power and food. In this awful weather, relying solely on that rotten wooden oar to row, there's no chance of escape if danger arises. We must repair it as soon as possible, and then go to the Shihuan Mountain stronghold to find more supplies and opportunities. Lu Fan glanced into the distance and clenched his fist. In this life, he will not only live. I want to live more comfortably than anyone else. At the same time, inside a high-rise residential building in Fengjianjuan community. Cough, cough, cough. Qinzhe slumped on the sofa, holding a mineral water bottle that had long been crushed, futilely pouring it into his mouth. Not a single drop. His lips were chapped and his throat was sore and dry. Beside her, Chu Xian was holding a fruit knife, cutting open the apple peel in the trash can, trying to suck out some moisture. Meanwhile, the second aunt held the weak Teddy, staring blankly at the dark clouds outside the window, occasionally sticking out her tongue to lick her dry lips, and lamenting. When will this ever end? Chapter 17 Equipping a Deep-Sea Suit, First Exploration of the Deep-Sea Abyss. Frustrated, Qinzhe smashed the bottle on the ground, making a hollow sound. The rainwater I collected yesterday was so dirty, it made me feel terrible and gave me diarrhea. Now the toilet is overflowing and unusable. Chu Xian sighed and replied timidly. Then, what should we do? If only Lu Fan were still alive, he must have brought a lot of supplies. Lu Fan! Lu Fan! All you ever think about is Lu Fan! Qinzhe suddenly stood up, and because he stood up so suddenly, he felt dizzy and almost fell over. He leaned against the wall, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Chu Xian. That idiot's long dead in the sea. Expecting him to bring you water? Dream on. Then You can only rely on yourself. Qinzhe took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the messy bedroom. The sound of dragging rang out. A moment later, he dragged a deflated, bright yellow two-person inflatable raft to the center of the living room. He threw the air pump on the ground and glared fiercely at Chu Xian and his second aunt. Listen! Qinzhe stepped on the air pump, panting heavily, and said coldly. We can't delay any longer. A person will die of thirst if they don't drink water for 3 days. This dilapidated building is just a coffin. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the rain stops, we'll set off. Go to the dock and find the yachts. They must have freshwater purification systems on them. When Auntie heard that they were going out, she trembled with fear. Xiao Zhe, the water is so deep outside, what if it capsizes? It's better to fall over than to die of thirst. Qinzhe stopped what he was doing and looked at his second aunt with a sinister gaze. Or do you, Auntie, want to stay here and become a dried corpse? Looking at Qinzhe's murderous gaze, the second aunt swallowed hard, but ultimately dared not say anything, only nodding frantically. Thunder rumbled outside the window. A heavy rain is coming. The three of them took turns pumping air into the living room, inflating it continuously. Prepare for tomorrow's escape. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining through the water-dampened glass window onto the wooden floor of the driver's cab. Lu Fan suddenly opened his eyes and crawled out of the warm down comforter. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes. He jumped off the bed barefoot and immediately rushed to the window frame. The plastic cup beneath the water purifier, which had been hanging there all night, was already full. With just a slight shake, water droplets could easily drip down the cup and onto the floor. Holy crap! Hold on! Lu Fan's breath hitched, and he carefully picked up the plastic cup. It has a heavy, substantial feel. It contains approximately 500 milliliters. In this apocalyptic world where fresh water is 100 times more valuable than gold, this glass of water is enough to make an adult kill someone. The water is crystal clear, without a trace of impurities. Lu Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he resisted the urge to drink it all in one gulp. He quickly found an empty plastic bottle with a screw cap and poured the life-saving water into it without spilling a drop. After he finished, Lu Fan even licked the water glass. He tightened the bottle cap and placed it in the safest corner of the cab to secure it. As long as the wooden boat doesn't explode, this bottle of fresh water is absolutely safe. After finishing all this, Lu Fan plopped down on the wooden bed, his heart still pounding. It's safe. As long as this freshwater purifier is working, even if it floats at sea for a year, it won't turn into a dried-up corpse. After calming himself down, Lu Fan pushed open the heavy wooden door of the driver's cab and stepped out. The salty, fishy smell of the sea breeze still wafted in. He squinted and looked around. After drifting without power all night, the boat has long since deviated from its position from last night. Here, about 1 kilometer to the left, stands half of a uniquely shaped, internet-famous high-rise building on the sea. At the very top are 4 huge gilded characters. Song's Entertainment, which look magnificent and dazzling. So it drifted to the West District. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. If I remember correctly, this should be the West City commercial center of V City, only about 5 or 6 kilometers away from that awful place, Fengjianjuan residential area. I never expected that after all this time, I would still end up here. TSK! What a twist of fate! Lu Fan withdrew his gaze, unconcerned. So what if we get here? He is no longer the pushover he was in his previous life. The lives of Qinzai and Chu Xian were meaningless to him. The most important thing right now is to get this metal boat moving. Lu Fan walked up to the scrap diesel engine and opened the workbench panel. Engine repair solution. Required materials: high-quality mechanical repair kit or equivalent replacement parts. Repair kits are considered fishing supplies. Even if you fish 100 times, you might not catch anything, so just skip it. And this replacement part of the same grade. With a thought, Lu Fan retrieved the high-quality materials from his spatial ring. Apart from the 2 high-quality copper core coils that remained when the fishing boat was dismantled, none of the others were usable. Is there anything else I need? Lu Fan asked the workbench. The light screen flashed, and a detailed list of parts appeared. 1. Premium grade copper core coil, ×2, already owned. 2. Premium alloy crankshaft, ×1 missing. 3. Premium grade high pressure fuel injector, ×1 missing. 4. Premium grade sealed piston ring assembly, ×1 missing. These are all core components. The difficulty is no less than that of making a water purifier. Lu Fan stroked the stubble on his chin, his gaze once again falling on the Song Group building. He had interviewed for jobs in this area before. In my memory, there seemed to be a large hardware and electrical machinery market not far from this Song family building. There are many shops there that specialize in generators and spare parts. Although they are definitely submerged now, those heavy machinery parts are not like food and are not so easily washed away by the water. They are most likely still in the store. The current water depth is estimated to be around 50 meters. Lu Fan made a rough estimate, and his eyes sharpened. Let's do it! We've got the gear anyway! Without further hesitation, he immediately retrieved the high-performance combat deep-sea suit from his spatial storage. Then he took out the last half-pack of beef jerky and ate it for breakfast to replenish his energy. Once everything is ready, Lu Fan took off his clothes and put on the fluid black battle suit. Hiss. The moment the zipper was zipped up, a strange feeling of being enveloped spread throughout my body. This garment doesn't feel like fabric, it's more like a breathable layer of skin that automatically contracts and conforms to muscle lines without causing any discomfort or tightness. This is definitely cutting-edge technology. Next came the backpack oxygen tank, the tactical headlamp, and the powered flippers with micro-turbines. The main feature is being fully armed. Lu Fan stood on the ship's side, looking down at the unfathomable dark sea. The oppressive feeling brought by that unknown abyss makes one instinctively feel palpitations. Don't panic. No fighting, just search, and then retreat. He adjusted the breathing valve and put on his goggles. Thump. A less than standard entry into the water. Lu Fan broke through the water's surface and plunged into the sea. The expected biting cold did not come the moment I entered the water. The thermostat system inside the diving suit activated instantly, locking in body temperature. The suffocating water pressure around them was also largely reduced by this high-tech deep-sea diving suit. Lu Fan was overjoyed. This feeling is amazing. He felt that he was no longer a land creature, but had become a slippery fish. They were able to do as they pleased in this vast ocean that had swallowed countless lives. As expected of a hidden item, it's truly a good one. Click. He pressed the switch on the side of his head. A bright beam of light pierced the darkness in an instant, like a sharp sword plunging straight into the seabed. The originally murky and dark underwater world was revealed under the strong light of 5,000 lumens. Countless pieces of floating trash, murky matter, and some disturbed fish. Lu Fan ignored them and turned to activate his motorized fins. Buzz. A slight vibration came from my ankle, and a powerful thrust surged from behind me. He hurtled towards the abyss like a torpedo. A few seconds later, Lu Fan disappeared into the murky waters. Meanwhile, in the shadow of an abandoned billboard not far away, the seawater rippled slightly. A pair of eyes, no bigger than a bull, yet radiating an eerie scarlet light, suddenly opened in the darkness. It stared intently at the white beam of light that was constantly descending. With a flick of its tentacles, the eerie figure silently blended into the darkness and quietly followed. Chapter 18: Strange Things in the Abyss. 50 meters underwater. Everything was eerily silent. All I could hear were the hissing sound from the breathing valve and the gurgling of the bubbles. The headlamp swept across the surroundings, and countless tiny bubbles floated in front of the beam of light, with occasional bits of trash obscuring the view. Lu Fan hovered in midair, the asphalt road beneath his feet now a deep ditch covered with silt and seaweed. Those luxury cars that once symbolized wealth are now piled up haphazardly on both sides of the street, their windows broken, and a few strands of water plants swaying eerily in the driver's seat with the undercurrent. Gurgle. A dark shadow drifted past from the side. Lu Fan instinctively shone the beam of light towards it. It was a white, mushy body, dressed in a security guard uniform, bobbing and swaying in the water. However, when the body was turned over, Lu Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Only the upper body of this person remains. His lower body looked as if it had been forcibly torn off by the teeth of some kind of creature. The broken end was jagged, with several grayish-white intestines trailing behind, being frantically pecked at by a group of finger-sized silverfish. Hiss, that's terrifying. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel nervous. For something to bite a person like that, there must be a dangerous, large creature nearby. It's not advisable to stay here any longer. He gripped the crowbar tightly and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The dark underwater world is nothing but ruins and darkness. The sign that read, "Home for Hardware and Electrical Machinery City," was faintly visible in the distance amidst the mud and sand. Lu Fan adjusted his breathing, moved his legs slightly, and swam quickly towards the market. But just as they approached the gate, a chill suddenly shot up my spine to the back of my head. Startled, Lu Fan turned around abruptly, holding the crowbar horizontally in front of his chest, and the beam of light swept wildly across the water behind him. It was completely empty. Only a few frightened small fish wagged their tails and scurried under the car. "You scared me. I'll catch you and roast you later." Lu Fan frowned, glanced at the oxygen gauge on his wrist, and knew he couldn't delay any longer. He turned and swam to the entrance of the hardware market. The roller shutters at the entrance were tightly closed, and the keyholes at the bottom were rusted. Lu Fan bent down, inserted the flat end of the crowbar under the rubber strip at the bottom of the door crack, braced his feet against the ground, and exerted force with his arms. "Rise!" If this were on land, the door would have been opened long ago with that crowbar. But in the water, especially at a depth of 50 meters on the seabed, the powerful water pressure relieved him of most of his strength. The roller shutter door made only a muffled thud, and remained completely still. "Damn it! If only I still had my wood-chopping axe!" Lu Fan thought to himself. He rested for a moment, gritted his teeth, readjusted his posture, and used the lever principle to grind away bit by bit. Every inch of lifting was accompanied by a piercing metallic twisting sound. It took more than 10 minutes. With a crisp bang, the sliding tractor formed, and the roller shutter door was finally pried open, creating a gap just large enough for one person to squeeze through. Lu Fan glanced at the time. Nearly 20 minutes have passed since we began our descent. The oxygen cylinder can only last for 40 minutes. In other words, we only have 20 minutes to find something, and we also need to allow time for surfacing. Lu Fan took a deep breath of oxygen and slipped into the gap like an eel. The store was a complete mess. Most of the shelves collapsed, and various screws and washers were scattered in the mud. Lu Fan dared not be careless. Using the light of his headlamp, he headed straight for the counters that had not yet collapsed. He rummaged through the oil-stained water, his fingers tracing the cold metal parts. But we were lucky. He found the material, premium-grade high-pressure fuel injector, in a sealed plastic box. Then, on the repair table in the corner, a set of unopened, premium-grade sealing piston rings was found. Although the materials were soaked and became somewhat rusty, the workbench was deemed usable. Just one more thing to go, the alloy crankshaft. Lu Fan was anxious and quickly moved between the shelves. However, after searching the entire store's inventory area, there was no trace of the crankshaft except for a pile of rusty scrap metal. Beep beep. The oxygen alarm next to my ear beeped twice. Lu Fan glanced at the data panel. Remaining oxygen, 6 minutes. Damn it, that fast? Lu Fan made a decisive decision and abandoned the search. Let's take these two parts back first. If necessary, we can come down again after the oxygen cylinders are restored. If you're greedy and take risks, you'll lose your life here. He grabbed the parts and stuffed them into his waist bag, then turned and swam toward the opening in the roller shutter door. He had just poked half his body out of the roller shutter door. Lu Fan's movements suddenly froze. Directly in front, about 10 meters away. In the murky seawater, a huge black shadow was slowly swimming towards him. Lu Fan squinted. It looked like a great white shark. He immediately held his breath, turned off his headlamp, and tried to use the darkness as cover to sneak away. But for some reason, the dark figure turned its head sharply, its eyes glowing red as it locked onto Lu Fan. This startled Lu Fan, who immediately turned on his headlamp, trying to see what the other person was doing. The instant the beam of light hit the other person, Lu Fan gasped, almost spitting out the respirator in his mouth. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 19. A nobody? How dare you act so presumptuously? The upper body of the dark figure was indeed that of a mutated shark, with grayish-white skin, everted gills, and covered with sharp-boned spurs. However, its lower body has no tail fin, but instead has 7 or 8 thick, dark red octopus tentacles. The tentacles danced wildly in the water, their suckers as big as bowls, stirring up a cloud of muddy sand with each movement. Damn it! Did the octopus cheat on its owner, or did the shark commit adultery? Does your mutation even respect the basic law? It's a complete cross-species hybridization. Before Lu Fan could even finish his internal monologue, the octopus shark was clearly enraged by the bright light. A pair of dead fish-like scarlet eyes focused instantly, and a high-frequency vibration came from its throat. Buzz! A visible ripple of water instantly exploded out. Lu Fan felt a buzzing in his head, a sharp pain in his eardrums, and felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, instantly losing his balance. A sonic attack? Lu Fan suppressed his nausea and instinctively shrank back, like a startled shrimp scurrying back into the roller shutter. Bang! Just as it shrank back, a huge shadow slammed heavily against the door. The once sturdy roller shutter door suddenly dented in a large section, as if it were made of paper. The rivet at the joint shattered and flew off, leaving a trail of bubbles in the water. This power! Lu Fan's heart pounded wildly. Before he could find cover, there was another loud bang. Sizzle! The roller shutter door was completely torn apart. The shark head with tentacles forced its way in, opened its gaping maw full of sharp teeth, and began to tear at the air indiscriminately. Lu Fan hurriedly retreated, rolling in the water to barely avoid the bite. Faced with overwhelming power, Lu Fan dared not hesitate. With a push of both feet, the power fins are fully activated. In an instant, he used the thrust to dart deeper into the shop, trying to use the complex shelving layout to shake off the monster. But the octopus shark's tentacles were more flexible than he had imagined. Several tentacles, as if they had eyes, directly grabbed the shelves blocking the way and flung them away. Various metal parts were scattered all around like a rain of pear blossoms. Lu Fan dodged left and right, looking utterly disheveled. Beep beep beep. The oxygen alarm was getting more and more urgent. Warning, oxygen remaining 1 minute. When it rains it pours. Just as Lu Fan was about to accelerate toward the rear window, a slight tremor suddenly came from the power fins on his ankles, and the thrust disappeared instantly. Warning, power fins overloaded, entering cooling mode. Grass! Lu Fan felt like cursing. As soon as the speed slowed down, the current behind them suddenly became rapid. A gaping maw was already within reach. Lu Fan was about to swim. The extremely agile octopus shark bit into Lu Fan's left thigh. Against a monster of this size, the stab protection of the deep-sea suit is as fragile as a toy. The sharp teeth pierced through the defensive layer, and embedded themselves deep into the flesh. A burst of red blood mist instantly exploded in the water. Ah! Lu Fan was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing, but he did not give up the fight. He suddenly swung the crowbar in his hand and, with all his might, stabbed Zhang Sha in the eye. Two clanging sounds. Lu Fan was utterly desperate. The monster's eyelids were covered with a transparent periosteum. The crowbar made only a muffled thud before being knocked away. The octopus shark, having suffered pain, became even more ferocious. It shook its head wildly, like tearing apart prey, trying to rip Lu Fan's leg off. At the same time, 3 tentacles attacked from the side, instantly wrapping around Lu Fan's waist and arms, tightening their grip. A feeling of suffocation and excruciating pain struck at the same time. The oxygen in my lungs has run out, and my vision is starting to go black. Lu Fan felt his bones cracking, Death had already placed its scythe against his neck. A miscalculation. Just when Lu Fan could no longer hold on. On his neck, the 3 emerald scales that had been dormant suddenly erupted with a scorching heat that spread throughout Lu Fan's entire body. Buzz! A dazzling azure light burst outwards in a ring shape centered on Lu Fan. The terrifying impact sent the octopus shark, which was tightly gripping him, flying 5 or 6 meters away in an instant, crashing heavily into the wall. Lu Fan, clutching his bleeding thigh, fell into the mud, panting heavily. He looked up. Before him floated a humanoid ball of light formed from turquoise specks. The lights swirled, obscuring the person's features. But judging from her tall and graceful figure, she should have the outline of a woman. Roar! The octopus on the other side regained its footing, and seeing the duck that was about to be eaten fly away, it went completely berserk. Its originally grayish-white skin instantly turned red with blood, and its body swelled up several times as if it were inflated. Its dorsal fin was bony spikes standing upright, clearly indicating that it had entered the second stage of its berserk state. Such a terrifying mutated monster. The emerald green figure merely tilted its head slightly, emitting a haughty and ethereal female voice. A small, unformed fish. How dare you act so disrespectfully before me? Chapter 23 Scale Protections. The ethereal sound faded away. The surrounding stillness was completely shattered. The blurry emerald light merely raised its arm, its slender fingertips pointing lightly in the air. There was no sound. A pure, emerald green light wave, originating from the fingertip, exploded outwards in a fan shape in an instant. In an instant, the previously dark and murky seabed lit up. The beam of light continued to spread until it dyed the entire surrounding sea area with an eerie turquoise halo before stopping. On the sea. 1, 2. Strike! 1, 2. Strike! Chenzhe tensed his muscles, shouted commands, and together with Chu Xian, they desperately swung the simple plastic paddles. The inflatable raft struggled to move forward in the waves. A ghost! There's a ghost in the water! Suddenly, my second aunt, who was sitting at the stern of the raft, let out a piercing scream, pointed at the seawater below her, and her face turned deathly pale with fright. Chenzhe and Chu Xian lowered their heads instinctively. The once pitch-black seawater now appeared as if it had been boiled with fluorescent dye, emitting a chilling emerald green light. Before the 3 of them could react. Boom! A huge undercurrent surged up from the seabed, instantly shattering the calm surface of the ocean. The inflatable raft was like a withered leaf, violently tossed into the air by the giant wave, and then slammed back down. Holy crap! Grab the rope! Don't let go! Chenzhe roared, gripping the safety rope tightly at the edge of the inflatable raft, his whole body soaked to the bone by the seawater. Chu Xian screamed with her eyes closed in fright, her fingernails digging deep into Chenzhe's arm. As for the second aunt, she was thrown into the air, and fell into the vast sea along with Teddy. At the same time. Inside the Zhuanshan stronghold. Inside one of the monitoring centers, red lights flashed wildly, and alarms blared throughout the hall. Report! An ultra-high energy level reaction has been detected in the western district of V City. The monitor stared intently at the waveform on the screen, which was rising almost in a straight line. His voice trembled. The person in charge behind him pushed aside his chair and rushed over. What happened? An earthquake? Or something else? It's not a geological event. The monitor's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the keyboard. It's a pure energy burst. The values are still increasing exponentially. According to the model, a devastating tsunami will form in 3 minutes, affecting the entire West Huan Mountain. The person in charge's pupils suddenly contracted. Shihuan Mountain is more than 300 kilometers away from V City. What exactly happened there? The person in charge snapped out of his daze, swallowed hard, grabbed the red phone on the table, and roared. Sound the highest alarm! Activate the floodgates! Everyone to the shelters! Quickly! V City West District. The top floor of the Song Group building. A man in a blue-black suit stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined and scholarly air. At this moment, he stared solemnly at the blue light on the distant sea. Behind him, an elderly man with gray hair spoke in a deep voice. Young Master Song, I suggest you move away from the window. This building may not be able to withstand this tremor. Song Han did not move. He pushed up his glasses, and the lenses reflected a cold light. I understand, Uncle Zhong. Pass the message down. All survivors should immediately move to the core area and abandon the surrounding supplies. If a wave of that magnitude really crashes in. He paused, a hint of resignation in his voice. Everyone in this building, including me, must be prepared to be reduced to ashes. Before he could finish speaking. In the distance, a towering blue wave surged into the sky from the center of the sea. The water column shot up 100 meters into the air, stirring up the clouds. The foundations of the entire city of V were rumbling and trembling. The force spun wildly on the sea surface, forming a terrifying vortex hundreds of meters in diameter, like a giant abyssal hand poised to unleash its power and wipe the city out in the next second. However, just a second before destruction struck, everything came to an abrupt end. The vibration stopped. The raging vortex was instantly calmed, and the countercurrent was neutralized. The towering wave that surged hundreds of meters into the air did not crash down. Instead, it transformed into a gentle drizzle that fell softly and steadily. The dark clouds dispersed, and a magnificent rainbow stretched across the sky. Everything was so calm and peaceful. It was as if the apocalyptic scene had never happened. Deep in the ocean, Lu Fan was inside a turquoise sphere of light, his mind completely blank. He stiffly turned his neck and looked around. That hardware market disappeared. The foundation, steel bars, and all the cargo inside were wiped out as if they had been completely erased, leaving only a smooth, mirror-like giant underwater pit. As for that arrogant second-stage octopus shark? Not even a trace remained. It had long since turned into a cloud of blood mist and merged into the vast ocean. Lu Fan swallowed hard. The extreme shock made him forget to breathe. That's absolutely amazing. Even science fiction movies wouldn't dare to film like this. The turquoise halo receded. The hazy figure walked up to Lu Fan and gradually became clearer. Although he still couldn't see her features clearly, the imposing aura emanating from her made Lu Fan instinctively afraid to speak. You bastard! The ethereal female voice was laced with barely suppressed anger. She raised her hand as if she wanted to slap someone. A mere small fish has wasted one of my protective scales. I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to be dragged down by a piece of trash like you. The emerald green figure took a step forward and instantly closed in. The hand that was fanning him withdrew, transforming into a cold, ethereal hand that gripped Lu Fan's chin tightly. Those empty eyes were staring at him with endless resentment. Cherish your life. If your death harms my very essence, even if it incurs divine retribution, I will personally tear your soul apart, ensuring you are never reincarnated. Got it? You bastard! Lu Fan's heart stopped due to the oppressive force, and he was unable to speak. He could only nod frantically. The emerald figure snorted coldly, seemingly disdainful of even glancing at it, before turning into starlight and disappearing. As the light faded, the protective sphere of light surrounding the body shattered. Glug glug. The icy seawater rushed in instantly. Lu Fan instinctively took a breath, only to find that the oxygen tank was already empty. Oh no! He remembered the bite wound that had pierced his thigh, making it impossible for him to swim back to the boat. But just as he subconsciously exerted force to push off with his legs, Lu Fan froze again. It doesn't hurt? He looked down and saw a large hole in the thigh of his wetsuit, but the skin underneath was smooth and clean, without even a scar. A miracle, doctor! Lu Fan didn't have time to sigh. Taking advantage of the cooling down of the power fins, he immediately rose to the surface at full speed. A short while. Lu Fan surfaced in a disheveled state, grabbed the gunwale, and tumbled onto the deck. He lay on his back, greedily inhaling the fresh air, his chest heaving violently. Looking at the rainbow in the sky, Lu Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet trembled involuntarily. What kind of monster is that woman? With a single finger, one can cleave the sea. With a turn of the hand, one can create clouds. With a reversed hand, one can bring rain. If she hadn't stopped in time, the tsunami triggered by that attack could have leveled the entire V city. This power is completely beyond the scope of human understanding. And the woman even scolded him for wasting a chance to protect his scales. Lu Fan subconsciously touched his neck. Really? Of the 3 emerald scales, only 2 remain now. The bottom one has completely disappeared, leaving only a faint red mark. So this was supposed to be 3 chances to save my life, and now one of them is gone. Lu Fan felt a mix of emotions. I felt both heartbroken at the loss of this life-saving trump card and grateful that I had survived. I just don't know why that woman wanted to protect her. I spent a long time lost in thought. Lu Fan sat up, took off his deep-sea suit, and placed it aside to allow it to automatically replenish its oxygen levels. He then changed into a dry windbreaker and took out the 2 spare parts he had risked his life for from his waist pack. High-pressure fuel injector. Premium sealed piston ring assembly. The stuff is good stuff. But Lu Fan held up one finger and let out a long sigh. We're still missing a crankshaft. That hardware market has been blasted to smithereens. Where are we going to find a crankshaft? This is like taking off your pants, only to find that you only have half a piece of paper. Just as Lu Fan was looking at the parts with a headache, and even wanted to curse. Suddenly, the sound of rowing came from the sea not far away. Lu Fan looked up alertly. A black kayak was seen heading this way. 2 burly men wearing tactical vests sat on the boat, carrying homemade spears and watermelon knives. That face. I'm afraid the visitor is up to no good. Chapter 21 Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. The kayak gradually approached. You can hear the 2 of them talking. The bearded man sitting in the aft cabin surveyed the wooden boat with a look of disdain. Young Master Song, are you misjudging it? It's just a small, dilapidated boat that can't even move. What kind of ability could it possibly have? The bald, burly man in front grinned maliciously, his eyes greedily sweeping over the ship's metal railings. Knock the guy out and take him back to report, but the supplies on this ship, we'll pocket them. Anyway, a big shot like young Master Song definitely wouldn't care about this junk. The bald man lowered his voice and fiddled with the watermelon knife in his hand. But go easy on him later, don't kill him. Young Master Song specifically requested that he be alive. If he turns into a corpse, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Then a climbing sound rang out. The 2 burly men on the kayak nimbly flipped onto the boat. They stepped onto the wet deck, their eyes sweeping around unabashedly, their faces showing undisguised disgust. What a poor bastard! The bald man leading the group tapped the railing with the back of his knife, making a crisp clanging sound. Besides this sheet of metal, there's not even a decent supply box. What a wasted trip! After saying that, he turned around and pointed his gaze directly at Lu Fan, who was sitting at the door of the driver's seat, panting heavily. Hey kid! The bald man raised his chin, speaking as if ordering a dog around. Our young Master Song thinks highly of you and would like to invite you up for a chat. But before that, hand over everything you're hiding on you, especially food. If I find you hiding anything, I'll break your legs. Lu Fan leaned against the door frame, his chest still heaving violently. Holding my breath underwater for too long has caused me considerable aftereffects due to oxygen deprivation. I hadn't been able to adjust even after being on land for half a day. He squinted, sizing up the 2 guys in front of him, but didn't respond. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The bearded man behind him grew impatient and grumbled as he stepped forward. Looks half dead, probably a scared coward. Fine, I'll search him myself. He tucked the knife into his belt and reached out to grab Lu Fan's collar. Just took a step. Bang! A gunshot rang out without warning, shaking the deck. A horrifying bloody hole appeared on the bearded man's forehead, and red and white substances sprayed all over the bald man behind him. The body swayed twice, then tilted and fell into the sea. The remaining bald man stood there dumbfounded. In a society governed by the rule of law, how could this person have a gun? Is he a policeman? But the speed at which he drew his gun was too fast. I didn't even see it clearly. The fierce look on the bald man's face instantly turned into extreme terror. No! Don't kill me! His legs buckled, and he knelt on the iron plate with a thud, the machete in his hand clattering to the ground. He didn't even bother wiping the brain matter off his face, and cowed out desperately, crying, Brother! It's a misunderstanding! A huge misunderstanding! Lu Fan walked over expressionlessly, pressing the muzzle of the gun against his smooth, sweaty forehead. Who sent you? What do you want? Young Master Song! It's young Master Song! He's the owner of that building! The bald man pointed tremblingly at the Song Group building in the distance, speaking at a rapid pace like a machine gun. That huge tsunami just now. Young Master Song saw you here alone and was worried you might be in danger, so he kindly sent us to rescue you. He absolutely did not intend to harm you. A kind offer of assistance? Lu Fan didn't even lift his eyelids as he listened to this clumsy lie. They were just grabbing supplies, and now they're acting as backup? He raised his head, his gaze passing over the turbulent sea to the top floor of the Song building. Even from this distance, he could feel a gaze watching them. "Be big brother, I'm just an errand boy. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I promise I won't bother you again." "All right." Lu Fan looked away and moved the gun away. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped with his life. However, the next second, Lu Fan flipped his left hand, and the heavy hexagonal crowbar appeared out of thin air. Clang! With a whooshing sound, the crowbar struck the bald man's skull precisely. The sound of bones cracking rang out instantly. The bald man's eyes bulged out of their sockets, his body was taut, and he fell straight down without even letting out a scream. Lu Fan put away the crowbar and kicked the body into the sea. "Let you go back and report? Do you think I'm stupid?" He glanced in the direction of the Song Group building, turned around and walked back to the driver's seat, closing the wooden door tightly. Since the shots have already been fired, that's the best deterrent. As long as the people in that building aren't out of their minds, they definitely won't dare to provoke a ruthless person with a gun anytime soon. This diving trip has exhausted him, and all he wants to do now is sleep. Otherwise, my body would really collapse suddenly. At the same time, the top floor of the Song Group building. Song Han put down the binoculars in her hand and narrowed her eyes slightly. "That's interesting." He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a cold tone, "A headshot and execution with a cold weapon, looks like a ruthless person." Uncle Zhong, standing behind him, bowed slightly, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. "Young Master Song, since this person is so decisive, why don't I go there myself?" Song Han remained silent for a moment, then waved her hand. "No rush! We're not robbers, there's no need to provoke him at this critical juncture." He pointed to the distant sea area where the waters had just calmed down. "That bizarre tsunami just passed, and it's still unclear whether the octopus shark survived. The fact that this kid was able to survive such an impact means he has some skills. Keep him alive. In case that octopus shark is still active in this area, we can use him as bait." Song Han turned around and straightened her clothes. "Uncle Zhong, have Manager Zhao re-inventory the existing supplies. Distribute supplies to the survivors at fixed times and in fixed quantities every day. Remember to give Miss Chen more supplies, they'll be useful to us later. If there are any troublemakers, bring them up here as an example to others." Song Han smiled faintly and patted Uncle Zhong on the shoulder. "The Song family's rescue ship from Shihuan Mountain will take some time to arrive. We must be prepared for a protracted battle. I don't want to see any unnecessary losses." Uncle Zhong nodded and bowed slightly. "Everything will be as you command, young master." Chapter 22 TSK. What bad luck. A few hours later, Lu Fan woke up on the wooden bed. I slept very soundly and comfortably. The aches and pains in my body have subsided considerably, but my stomach keeps growling incessantly. "I'm starving." Lu Fan rubbed his empty stomach. He had been consuming too many calories these past few days, relying solely on beef jerky and spicy strips. "I lost at least 10 pounds in 3 days." He glanced out the window. It was still early, around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. He yawned, planning to fish for as much as possible before it rained tonight, preferably some carbohydrates. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to sleep at night if I'm hungry. Lu Fan took a sip of filtered fresh water and felt his body come back to life. He picked up his superb fishing rod, chose a prime spot on the deck, sat on the small stool he had caught earlier, and skillfully cast the line into the water. With a gentle sea breeze, if you didn't see all this ruins, it would actually feel like a vacation. Just as Lu Fan was staring blankly at the float, on the sea not far away, a grayish-white object was bobbing up and down with the waves, drifting towards the ship. Judging from its shape, it looks like a person. Lu Fan wasn't surprised. He'd seen more floating corpses than living people in the past few days. But when the corpse drifted closer, revealing its swollen and pale face, Lu Fan was stunned. Although his face was deformed, he recognized it all too well. Sharp-tongued and mean-spirited, even in death he carried a repulsive, bitter look. Chu Xian's second aunt? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. How did it drift here? Thongjiang Garden is still several kilometers away from here. Did they escape? He stood up and cautiously scanned the sea. Apart from a few landmark building ruins protruding from the water, no ships were seen. How did this old hag die? Upon closer inspection, the body was intact, so it was probably not killed by a sea monster, but more likely drowned. The body was carried by the current and slammed into the bottom of the boat with a bang. Those dead fish eyes stared directly at Lu Fan, making him look particularly eerie. "TSK, what bad luck!" Lu Fan frowned in disgust, grabbed the wooden paddle next to him, and stabbed the swollen corpse hard. Puff. The body was pushed aside and slowly drifted away with the current. "In my past life, you stood on a boat watching me feed the sharks. In this life, taste the flavor of the sea." Lu Fan sneered, ignoring the floating corpse, and sat back down on the small stool, focusing intently on his own float. To him, a dead enemy is less valuable than a piece of trash who takes the bait. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the sea a few kilometers away, a bright yellow inflatable raft is struggling to stay afloat in the waves. Chu Xian was soaked to the bone, her hair plastered to her face, looking utterly disheveled. She held the trembling teddy dog tightly in her arms, crying her heart out, her voice filled with despair. "Why didn't you save your second aunt? If you had just reached out a hand, even just pulled her with an oar, she wouldn't have been swept away. She and my second uncle raised me from a young age, just like my own mother." "Wah!" Chunzei sat opposite him, his face grim as he gripped the plastic paddle. Hearing Chu Xian's accusation, he slammed the oar into the water and roared. "You think I don't want to save her? Huh! In that situation, the waves were so big. She fell in and instead of grabbing the leash, she insisted on lifting the dog up so I could save it first?" Chunzei pointed at the trembling teddy bear in Chu Xian's arms, his veins bulging with anger. "I've never seen such an idiot in my life. He'd risk his life to save a dog? Fine. She wants to save the dog, I'll grant her wish. Now that the dog is here, she's exhausted, and you're blaming me? I see that in her eyes this dog is closer than you, her niece. More precious than my own life." Chu Xian was stunned by the shout, opened her mouth, but couldn't find any words to refute it. "Indeed. My aunt's first reaction after falling into the water was to lift the dog above her head." "Second aunt, why did you do this?" Chu Xian had nowhere to complain, so she could only hug the dog, bury her head in her knees, and cry bitterly. Chunzei looked at her crying and sobbing, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Actually, he had a perfect opportunity to grab the old woman's hand just now. But for a moment, he hesitated. No, it should be said that he chose to let go. That old man started gesturing and complaining as soon as he boarded the boat, complaining about the crowds and the swaying, and even dared to order him to save the dog in a commanding tone. Carrying on such a burden will eventually drag you down. Since she loves dogs so much, let her risk her life for them. Chunzei took a deep breath, suppressing the violence in his heart, and put on a tired and helpless tone. He reached out and patted Chu Xian's trembling shoulder. "All right, Xian, stop crying. What's the use of crying? Can crying bring someone back to life? As you saw, although that big wave swept away my second aunt, it also pushed us to the vicinity of the dock." Chunzei's gaze drifted into the distance, his voice carrying a seductive undertone. "This is fate. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. My second aunt sacrificed herself so that we could survive. As long as we get on that yacht, we'll have food and drink, and we can live like human beings. Then we can properly pay our respects to her, okay?" Chu Xian looked up at Chunzei with teary eyes, finally nodding and obediently leaning into his arms. "I'm sorry, A's, it's all because I was too willful." "It's okay, I don't blame you. Let's keep going, the yacht should be close by." Chapter 23. Enjoy. A top-quality Wagyu beef feast. 5 more hours passed. The sky was getting dark. Lu Fan sat on the stool and suddenly swung his arm back. The green glowing fishing hook traced a beautiful parabola in the air before landing steadily on the deck. "This is a black gift box with large gold lettering. Fishing success. You have won a top-grade A5 Wagyu beef barbecue set meal X1. Category: Basic daily necessities. Rarity: Excellent. Gain 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. Current fishing attempts: 35 out of 100. Proficiency: 100/200. Spirit: 12/30. Description: Selected top-grade A5 Wagyu beef, with marbling as perfect as a work of art. Gift box includes a set of side dishes, a disposable self-heating grill, Himalayan rose salt, black pepper, and a special dipping sauce. Lu Fan swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the picture of the bright red, juicy meat on the cover. Meat! This is meat! Amazing! He quickly put away his fishing rod, grabbed the gift box, and hurried into the driver's seat. Just then, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky. Soon, raindrops began to patter against the windowpane. The driver's cab is cramped, but it is filled with a sense of security. Lu Fan quickly tidied up the workbench, pushing the messy parts aside and placing the disposable oven with its own stand in the center. Tear open the packaging. 2 palm-sized pieces of beef ribeye, each 2 centimeters thick, lay quietly on the plate, gleaming like gold. The red and white texture is as exquisite as marble, and when you press it with your finger, the fat even shows signs of slightly melting at body temperature. There was also a box of cleaned asparagus and mushrooms on the side. Damn! We have to add some ceremony to this. Lu Fan took out a can of iced cola and a pack of white candles from his spatial ring. Snap! A windproof lighter lit a candle. The dim, yellow flames danced in the sealed space, reflecting the rain outside the window, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. I had pretty good luck with 9 shots today. In addition to the Wagyu beef feast, they also provided 2 cans of soda and a pack of candles for lighting. Although the rest were just some everyday useless odds and ends, it wasn't a complete waste of time. Following the instructions, Lu Fan lit the quick-burning charcoal at the bottom of the oven. Within seconds, the heat from the charcoal fire was evident. He picked up the tongs, took a small piece of butter, and gently spread it on the baking tray. See? The butter melted, and the aroma of milk instantly filled the narrow cabin. That's it, that's the taste. Lu Fan swirled his tongue and carefully picked up the thick piece of Wagyu beef again, placing it steadily on the grill. Sizzle! The moment oil comes into contact with high temperature, it emits a wonderful sound that makes your scalp tingle. White smoke rose. The overpowering aroma of meat mixed with the smoky scent of fruitwood instantly filled my nostrils. Calm down! The meat isn't cooked yet, hold on! Lu Fan's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he stared intently at the oil seeping from the surface of the meat, watching it sizzle and bubble in the firelight before slowly turning into an enticing dark brown. He casually placed a few asparagus spears and mushrooms next to the meat to grill. Vegetables that have absorbed a lot of oil look shiny and glossy. Pfft. Lu Fan casually pulled the tab on the Coke can. The sound of bubbles bursting was exceptionally clear in the quiet cabin. That's it, as soon as the meat is cooked, I'll immediately. At the same time. The top floor of the Song Group building. The dim light from the emergency lights barely illuminated the lounge. Uncle Zhong carried a tray and walked slowly to the mahogany dining table. Young Master Song, let's have dinner! As Uncle Zhong arranged the plates, he said helplessly. Miss Chin insisted on eating fruit earlier, and I had to go and appease her for a while, which is why I kept you waiting. Song Han turned around from in front of the French windows and walked to the table to sit down. Even in the apocalypse, he maintained his good manners and wiped his hands with a napkin. He looked down at the feast he was having that evening. Sliced luncheon meat from a can, 2 slightly dried slices of bread, and half a glass of red wine that had been left to breathe for too long. Uncle Zhong, this is quite a feast today. Song Han picked up her knife and fork, glanced at the chocolate bar in Uncle Zhong's hand, and asked, Uncle Zhong, did you save your share for me again? Uncle Zhong smiled and shook his head, then tore open the chocolate wrapper and took a small bite. I'm getting old and my stomach is weak. I can't digest that much meat. This chocolate bar has enough calories, so I won't go hungry. Song Han smiled. He knew Uncle Zhong's temperament well. He was very stubborn, and once he made up his mind, nothing could change it. Thanks. After speaking, Song Han took out 2 unopened energy bars from her pocket, and gently pushed them in front of Uncle Zhong. This stuff doesn't taste very good, but it's somewhat nutritious. You have to eat it. I'll need you to keep an eye on these hundreds of people for me later. Uncle Zhong was taken aback for a moment, but did not refuse and silently accepted it. The 2 ate in silence in the dim light. Uncle Zhong took a bite of the chocolate bar, his tone flat. Young Master Song, how's your observation of that kid on the boat going? Is he the kind of person we're looking for? Song Han swallowed the dry bread slice and took a sip of red wine to moisten her throat. That kid is really strange. I watched him with binoculars for half an afternoon. He kept casting his line, looking like he was fishing, but all he caught were pieces of marine debris. Uncle Zhong nodded, his gaze passing through the window to the small boat bobbing in the rain in the distance. After such a bizarre tsunami, an ordinary person would have been scared out of their wits, but this kid was still fishing for trash. His composure is truly terrifying. I think it's worth making contact with them. Song Han cut a piece of luncheon meat and put it in her mouth before replying. Indeed, but this kid went straight into the driver's seat right after he finished fishing. The windowpane is now covered in a thick white fog, so you can't see what's going on inside. Uncle Jean glanced at the rain outside the window in response. It's raining, and the temperature is dropping quickly. I guess everyone's gone inside to sleep. A person is adrift at sea all alone, with nothing to eat or drink, and probably nothing to do except sleep. Song-han nodded in agreement. That's right, if he could have a bite of luncheon meat right now, he'd probably be ecstatic. As he spoke, he elegantly forked a piece of luncheon meat and chewed it slowly. But little did the two know. A delicious feast is unfolding in that small wooden box just 1 kilometer away. Inside the driver's cab. The room temperature has risen to over 20 degrees Celsius. A thick layer of condensation formed on the glass window, blocking out the bitter wind and rain outside. On the grill, the Wagyu beef was roasted until golden brown on both sides, with an enticing pink hue in the middle. The grease dripped down the texture of the coals onto the embers, creating plumes of smoke that carried a smoky aroma. Lu Fan's eyes were blazing with fury. He picked up the fork with his left hand and plunged it into the meat. He grabbed the steak knife with his right hand, brandished it for a moment, and then threw the knife away. Cut my ass! At times like this, cutting with a knife is an insult to one's appetite. He picked up his fork and took a big bite of the sizzling, oily steak. Pfft! The rich gravy bursts in your mouth. The scalding hot oil, mixed with the spiciness of black pepper and the unique milky aroma of beef, instantly assaults every taste bud. The outer crust is crispy and the inside is tender and smooth. It's like eating a piece of hot tofu. You don't need to chew at all, the meat just slides down your throat. Holy crap! Lu Fan hissed as the heat scalded him, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. He let out a muffled roar. Awesome! He licked off the thick layer of butter from his lips with his tongue, and the extreme satisfaction made every pore on his body tighten. He had just taken a bite of meat when he grabbed the iced cola next to him and gulped it down. Glug glug. The cool, carbonated liquid flowed down the esophagus. In this small space filled with the aroma of meat and warmth, it's simply a spiritual uplift. Belch. A long burp filled with carbon dioxide was released. Holy crap! That was so awesome! Lu Fan's mouth was greasy, completely abandoning any semblance of a refined image. I forked a piece of mushroom soaked in meat juice and stuffed it into my mouth, then took a bite of the crisp asparagus. Finally, he tore off a large piece of meat and chewed it fiercely. And so, in this pitch-black, apocalyptic rainy night, this lone boat drifts with the current. The dimly lit cockpit was filled with the enviable aroma of food that would make any survivor envious. Every now and then, a few strange cries that no one could understand would be heard. Chapter 24. A deal to win over Lu Fan. The morning after a night of torrential rain. The air had a damp, fishy smell. A cold wind howled in the corner of the ruins of a broken office building. Chinzei huddled in a corner filled with rubble, his eyes bloodshot. Chu Xian hugged the teddy bear tightly in her arms, rested her head on Chinzei's shoulder, and her teeth chattered uncontrollably. It's gone! The yacht is gone! Chinzei stared blankly at the half-slab of floorboards, repeating the same phrase over and over. Since the yacht was discovered to be missing yesterday, he was utterly desperate. It's all your fault! With a sob in her voice, Chu Xian suddenly raised her head, her fingernails digging into Chinzei's flesh. If we hadn't listened to you, Uncle and Aunt wouldn't have died. We wouldn't be trapped in this godforsaken place. Chinzei abruptly shook off her hand and stood up abruptly. Blame me? Your whole family are weirdos, and you have the nerve to blame me? He pointed at the murky seawater below, spitting all over Chu Xian's face. When that huge wave crashed over us, why didn't you grab the handrail and instead grabbed my arm? If you weren't such an idiot, how would that whole backpack of food have fallen into the water? Chu Xian was stunned by the shout and couldn't help but burst out in grievance. She stood up, leaning against the wall, and screamed. Why are you yelling at me? Lu Fan never even dared to say a harsh word to me before. So what right do you, Chinzei, have to yell at me? It's Lu Fan again. They're using a dead person to insult me again. The veins on Chinzei's forehead throbbed. Snap! He slapped him across the face. He then used his thumb and forefinger to firmly grip Chu Xian's neck, pinning her against the rough cement wall. You filthy bitch! Lu Fan, all you ever talk about is Lu Fan! Chinzei's fingers tightened, his eyes fierce as if he wanted to devour someone. I've done so much for you, and this is how you repay me? Without me, you would have died in that building long ago. Cough, 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 I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chu Xian's face turned a deep purplish red, and she desperately tried to pry Chen Zai's fingers off with both hands, while kicking her legs wildly. Woof! Woof woof! Teddy, who had been trembling beside her, saw Chu Xian struggling frantically. Suddenly it bared its teeth and lunged forward, biting hard into Chen Zai's calf. Hiss! Chen Zai cried out in pain and released his grip. He looked down at the dog hanging on his lap, a hint of violence flashing in his eyes. Damn dog! You dare bite me? He grabbed Teddy by the scruff of his neck and, like throwing away trash, slammed it to the ground. Bang! A muffled thud. Teddy didn't even let out a scream. His body twitched twice, a pool of blood foam spilled from his mouth, and then he stopped moving. Chu Xian collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Looking at that motionless ball of fur, tears welled up in my eyes. She regretted it. If I hadn't betrayed Lu Fan back then. If she had simply stayed faithfully with that poor man who doted on her. Is she sitting in a warm boat right now, eating a hot meal? Chen Zai ignored her crying. He squatted on the ground, staring at the dead dog, his chest gradually calming down. Stand up! Chen Zai reached out to pull Chu Xian. Snap! Chu Xian slapped his hand away with a look of hatred, her voice hoarse. Leave me alone! Just let me die here! Thump! Chen Zai punched the wall next to him, and gravel fell down with a clatter. Chu Xian trembled with fright and immediately stopped crying. I told you to take the stuff out of your pouch! Looking into Chen Zai's sinister eyes, Chu Xian dared not resist any longer. With trembling hands, she untied her waist bag and dumped its contents onto the ground. Nail clippers, eyebrow scissors, powder puff, eyeliner, windproof lighter. Chen Zai picked up the eyebrow scissors, tested their sharpness, and then turned to walk towards Teddy's corpse. Sizzle. The blade sliced open the flesh along the back of Teddy's neck and pulled hard. Chu Xian watched Chen Zai skillfully peel and cut the meat, and her stomach churned. What are you doing? What are you doing? Saving your life. Without turning his head, Chen Zai's hands were covered in sticky dog blood. If you want to live, listen to me. He pointed with his blood-stained finger to a puddle of water below the ruins. I saw it when I came up. There's a half-leaked bottle of mineral water stuck there. Go get it and see if it's still drinkable. There's also a rotten wooden chair in the next room. It's just the right size to start a fire. This stupid dog is enough to feed us. Once we've replenished our energy and water, we'll leave this godforsaken place. Chu Xian stared at the bloody chunks of flesh, her face turning deathly pale. But without the yacht, where else can we go? Chen Zai cut off a piece of leg meat, then paused. Do you remember the last time Lu Fan contacted you? It was on that frequency on Uncle's radio. You mean Song's Entertainment? Chu Xian hesitated. That broadcast was intermittent, saying they had supplies. Is that believable? Does credibility matter? Chen Zai stood up, carrying the still-dripping dog meat, his eyes cold. Now that things have come to this, do we have anywhere else to go? Time is money! We have to get there before it rains tonight. At the same time, inside the cockpit of the survival boat, Lu Fan got out of bed, stretched, and subconsciously licked his lips. The aroma of last night's A5 Wagyu beef still seemed to linger between my teeth. The melt-in-your-mouth texture is so delicious that you'd want to swallow your tongue. TSK, this is what life is all about! Lu Fan jumped off the bed with a somersault. My gaze swept over the pile of scattered parts next to the workbench, and my good mood instantly took a roller coaster ride. The high-pressure fuel injectors are in place, and the piston rings are in place too. He kicked the scrap metal diesel engine and sighed. We're just missing this alloy crankshaft. Where are we going to get it? As he was pondering where to go, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly noticed a small black dot moving toward us on the sea outside the window. You still dare to come? Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Are the people at Song's Entertainment like stubborn, unyielding plasters? He pushed open the door and stepped out of the driver's seat. Not far away, a small wooden boat without any power was slowly approaching. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit sat at the bow of the boat, holding a bamboo pole in his hand, slowly paddling, looking frail and weak. Send old Deng to his death? Lu Fan frowned, his right hand making a grasping motion, and a black crowbar appeared out of thin air in his palm. The small boat stopped 5 meters away from the survival boat. The old man put down his bamboo pole and spoke in a loud, clear voice. I am Dongjiang. I have been entrusted by my young master to invite you to the Song family building for a chat. Lu Fan leaned against the railing, playing with the crowbar in his hand, looking disgusted. I must refuse. That pervert on the roof has been spying on me with binoculars all night. I have absolutely no interest in men. Zhongjiang's smile froze. The next second, the wooden boat beneath his feet suddenly sank. Whoosh! The slender figure, like a rock spreading its wings, leaped and landed steadily on the deck of the survival ship. Holy crap, a ladder to heaven? That's some serious kung fu! Lu Fan's pupils contracted, and his muscles tensed instantly. This skill level is probably several levels higher than those two thugs from before. Zhongjiang put his hands behind his back, squinted at Lu Fan's posture, and shook his head slightly. The reaction was good, and the upper body strength was also acceptable. It's just that your lower body is too loose. If you run into an expert who specializes in the lower body, your legs might be ruined. Lu Fan was startled. He was very annoyed that the old man had seen through his disguise at a glance. Enough with the nonsense! A thought flashed through his mind, and he was just about to cut the crowbar into a pistol. A gust of wind rushed towards me. Zhongjiang's figure approached like a ghost, his withered hands like iron clamps, instantly gripping Lu Fan's wrist. Then, with a twist, it pressed down. Ouch! Ouch! I surrender! Lu Fan felt like his wrist was about to shatter. Half of his body was numb, and he was pinned to the railing and unable to move. This old man looks thin, but his strength is ridiculously great. Zhongjiang released his grip, took a half step back, and gently patted his sleeve. Although I don't know what weapon you're going to pull out, I advise you to give up the idea. If I had truly intended to kill you, your throat would have been shattered just now. Lu Fan rubbed his reddened wrist and retreated to the driver's side door, his eyes wary. The old man wasn't lying. Within 7 steps, whether a spear or a fist is faster sometimes really depends on the person. Zhongjiang cleared his throat, regaining his composed demeanor. I have come here not with hostility, but on behalf of young Master Song, to invite you to make a deal. Trade? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and looked me up and down. My rickety boat is dirt poor, what's there to trade? You're eyeing my half-emptied bottle of water? My young master has no shortage of supplies. Zhongjiang pointed at Lu Fan, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. What young Master Song values is your skill, or rather, your ability to survive that tsunami. In other words, it's about winning you over. Lu Fan fell silent. Try to win him over? In the early days of the apocalypse, all major factions were indeed in dire need of talent. The old man could have killed him just now, but he let go voluntarily, so he did have some sincerity. Most importantly, a place like the Song building might just have the repair parts he desperately needs, an alloy crankshaft. Lu Fan stroked his chin, his eyes darting around. Instead of searching aimlessly like a headless fly, why not try your luck in this dragon's lair where treasures are hidden? Even if the negotiations break down, as long as we don't get entangled with this old man, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Lu Fan readily agreed, but then held up 2 fingers. But I have 2 requests. Chapter 25 Naked Extortion. Lu Fan stood at the edge of the deck and coughed twice. First, once we're aboard, anyone who touches this ship, I'll kill them. Secondly, if the deal falls through, don't even think about forcing me to stay. You've seen it yourself, I'm easily frightened. Lu Fan pointed to the top floor of the Song Group building in the distance. Even if it costs me my life, I'll drag your young Master Song down with me. Uncle Zhong stared at Lu Fan with his cloudy old eyes for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. Make a deal. Soon. The small boat cut through the murky water, carrying the 2 people into the gap on the 25th floor of the Song building. As soon as I stepped onto that floor, a long-lost breath of dry air hit me. Oh my! Distinguished guest! Rare guest! Special guest! A middle-aged man wearing a tight-fitting suit and sporting a mustache rushed over respectfully. His face was all smiles, and his beady green eyes darted around Lu Fan's body. My surname is Zhao, and I am the general manager of the Song Group. Since you are someone young Master Song has taken a liking to, then I will show you the way. Manager Zhao led the way, spitting as he introduced the place. There used to be a department store downstairs here, with supermarkets like Baihui Supermarket and Diarma, as well as outdoor clubs. Before the flood came, young Master Song had the foresight to have the supplies moved up long ago. Generators, water purifiers, and even wilderness survival gear, everything you could need. Lu Fan followed behind, observing his surroundings discreetly. This building is indeed extraordinary. Although the exterior walls were damaged, the internal load-bearing columns were extremely thick, and the lobby on each floor was cleaned thoroughly. Even in case of danger, it makes escape easy. Moreover, there was no foul smell of urination or defecation, nor the stench of rotting corpses. This alone makes it 100 times better than the building built by President Ping before. Climbed to the 40th floor. The sight before him made Lu Fan raise an eyebrow slightly. This floor has been converted into a living area. Dozens of survivors were sitting together, some chopping wood to make fuel, some mending clothes, and others filtering rainwater with a makeshift device in the corner. Although everyone looked pale and thin and lacked nutrition. But there was no numbness in his eyes, as if he was waiting to die. This is all thanks to young Master Song's excellent management. Manager Zhao, panting and wiping his sweat, looked on with admiration. In just a few days, young Master Song has established the rule of the more you work, the more you earn. Everyone is working like crazy, all so they can go. Cough, cough. Uncle Zhong, who was walking ahead, interrupted him and coughed heavily twice. Manager Zhao shuddered, and his voice abruptly stopped. Xiao Zhao, go to the supplies department, sign something, and bring up today's quota. Uncle Zhong instructed calmly. All right. Uncle Zhong. Manager Zhao didn't dare to say anything more and shrank his neck as he slipped into the stairwell. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, pondering the words he hadn't yet uttered. Where to go? It seems the Song Group doesn't intend to hold on to this building indefinitely. The building has 50 floors. Reception room. The heavy mahogany door was pushed open. The room was covered with an expensive Persian carpet, and 2 people sat at the dining table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The man was dressed in a well-tailored blue-black suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was refined and elegant. The woman, on the other hand, had long, wavy hair, wore a tight-fitting bodycon dress, and had a hot figure, but her delicate face was full of impatience. Please sit down. Song Han, sitting opposite, did not get up. She simply smiled and pointed to the chair. My name is Song Han. He then pointed to the woman beside him. This is Miss Xin Xingwei, a famous movie star in China. I don't think I need to introduce her, do I? Xin Xingwei tossed her hair, raised her chin slightly, and waited to see the shocked expression on this country bumpkin's face. Lu Fan pulled out a chair, plopped down, and casually crossed his legs. Who is it? I don't recognize them. He frowned, looking completely bewildered. Bang! Xin Xingwei slammed her hand on the table, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Hey! What are you pretending for? My face is on the LED screen in the city center every day. Haven't you ever watched TV before? Lu Fan leaned back in his chair, tilted his head, and stared at Xin Xingwei's face, which was flushed with anger, for 3 seconds. Suddenly, he realized something and punched his palm. Oh! It's a big star. I remember now. Xin Xingwei snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and said arrogantly, Humph! I knew it! In this entire Dragon Kingdom, who doesn't know me, Xin? I've made plenty of mistakes in front of you late at night before. Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, his tone full of the kind of teasing that only men understand. The air froze instantly. You scoundrel! Xin Xingwei instantly realized what the phrase, made a mistake, meant. Her delicate face instantly turned bright red. She pointed at Lu Fan, trembling with anger, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Vulgar! Disgusting! Bastard! She gritted her teeth, wishing she could smash the vase on the table. Lu Fan sneered and ignored her. He turned to look at Song Han, his smile vanished, and he instantly became cold. Young Master Song, skip the formalities. I'm a rough man, I only talk business. Song Han pushed up her glasses, her eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. Miss Chin, sit down and mind your manners. His casual remark silenced Xin Xingwei instantly, and she could only sit back down in her seat, fuming. Slap, slap. Song Han clapped her hands. A female assistant in uniform walked in carrying a tray and placed 4 dishes on the table. Each person has a plate in front of them. It contained 2 thick slices of luncheon meat and 2 slices of soft bread. The conditions are simple, but it's just a small token of my appreciation. Song Han gestured please, and smiled. You must be tired from your long journey at sea. Please have some breakfast first, and we can talk while we eat. Lu Fan looked at the meat on the plate, and couldn't help but nod. In this day and age, to serve luncheon meat for breakfast is quite a generous gesture. Ha, you country bumpkin! Xinxingwei, standing beside him, forked a piece of luncheon meat, elegantly put it in her mouth, and looked at Lu Fan with disdain. This is Spam's top-grade stuff. You've probably never tasted anything this good in your life, have you? Young Master Song rewarded you with this, so hurry up and say thank you. Lu Fan picked up his fork and gave her a disdainful look, as if she were an idiot. You got an orgasm from eating a can of food? You've never seen anything like it? After saying that, he reached behind his back and, as if by magic, pulled out a red aluminum can that was emitting cold air. What's the point of just eating dry bread? For a big boss like young Master Song, it's a bit stingy to make guests prepare their own drinks, isn't it? Silence. A deathly silence. The fork in Xinxingyue's hand clattered into the plate. She stared intently at the can of cola in Lu Fan's hand, which was covered in water droplets, and her throat bobbed involuntarily. Cola? It's still iced? She begged Song Han for the sugary drink several times, but Song Han always said that the stock was tight and wouldn't let her drink it. Where did this kid come from? Even Song Han, who had been calm all along, couldn't help but twitch her eye. Looking at Lu Fan's expression that seemed to say, I have plenty of these, he suddenly felt a little uncertain. Who exactly is this person? They could pull out this kind of hard currency with ease, and judging from their expression, they didn't seem to care at all. Cough! Song Han took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile. You flatter me, sir. It was my poor hospitality that I failed to provide you with adequate accommodations. He turned to look at Uncle Zhong standing at the door, his tone tinged with a hint of heartache. Uncle Zhong, go to the supply room and get 3 cans of Coke. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. In order to win over such a powerful figure, it's necessary to bleed a little. Soon Uncle Zhong returned carrying 3 cans of Coke. Song Han took the cola, gave 1 can to Xinxingwei, and then pushed 1 can to Lu Fan. There was only 1 can left, and he was about to give it to Uncle Zhong when Uncle Zhong declined. I'm getting old, and drinking too many carbonated drinks can cause osteoporosis. Young Master Song, you can drink it yourself. I don't like sweet drinks either. Song Han was about to take the can of cola back. Even if she didn't drink it herself, it would be good to keep it in stock. Snap! A large hand reached out and snatched the can of cola with lightning speed. Oh! Young Master Song, you're too kind! Ignoring Song Han's momentary freeze, Lu Fan opened both cans of cola with a few quick snaps. Since the old man isn't drinking, I'll drink it for him. Let's not waste it. After saying that, he grabbed a can in each hand and drank it down in one gulp. Belch. A long, gassy burp echoed unabashedly in the reception room. Cool. Lu Fan wiped his mouth, picked up his fork, speared some luncheon meat, and chewed it vigorously, saying indistinctly, Young Master Song is so generous. Let's have a good meal so we can talk business. Is there anything else? 2 more cans, please. Song Han gripped the fork tightly in her hand, her eyes twitching slightly. This is blatant extortion. Seeing the other person's gluttonous eating habits, like a bandit entering a village, Song Han took 3 deep breaths before suppressing the urge to smash the plate in the other person's face, and said in a deep voice, Let's get down to business. Chapter 26. Traveled south, ventured north, and even had my legs crushed by train tracks. There's something in this sea area, you've probably seen it before. Song Han didn't beat around the bush, tapping her fingers lightly on the table as she got straight to the point. Lu Fan forked a piece of luncheon meat and stuffed it into his mouth. You mean that giant octopus shark? I know it. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds after those words were spoken. Xinxingyue's hand holding the fork trembled, and Uncle Zhong's back straightened instantly. Song Han took a deep breath, her tone becoming serious. You survived yesterday's strange phenomenon, so you must know the current state of that beast, right? Lu Fan didn't rush to answer. He picked up his Coke, took a slow sip, and said with a serious expression, He's still alive! But he's seriously injured and is recuperating underwater in this area. Really? Song Han pushed up her glasses and relaxed her shoulders. Since we are injured, we are not invincible. To be honest, Mr. Lu, that octopus shark has recently blocked off the sea area and killed many of our brothers who went out to search. Song Han leaned forward, her tone sincere. Since it is already severely injured, I would like to ask Mr. Lu for his assistance in killing it. Lu Fan raised his hand, interrupting him. Forget about feelings, let's talk about what I can get out of this. Song Han smiled slightly. He liked this kind of straightforward person. Just ask for the supplies. My intention is to cooperate with Mr. Lu long term until... He paused, then said word by word. To that Western Huan Mountain. West Huan Mountain. Sure enough, that was also their destination. I don't like empty talk. Lu Fan cleared his throat. First, give me the alloy crankshaft, and enough food and fresh water. An alloy crankshaft? Song Han was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. No problem. There's a scrap diesel engine in the power generation room downstairs. That thing is hard to disassemble. It'll take some time. As for food and drink, Song Han folded her hands and rested them on her chin. As long as Mr. Lu is willing to cooperate long term, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink. Young Master Song is so generous. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Lu Fan picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, then stood up and stretched his neck. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's set off. Now? Xinqingyue's eyes widened. Don't you need to process this? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. It's just a half-dead fish, what's there to digest? A hint of appreciation flashed in Song Han's eyes, and she immediately turned to instruct. Uncle Zhong, take Mr. Lu to collect the equipment and manpower. After Lu Fan and Uncle Zhong left the room, Xinqingyue tossed the fork back onto the plate and pouted. Is this guy a con man? He's just trying to freeload. He'll run away as soon as he gets into the water. Won't. Song Han walked to the French windows and looked at the gloomy sky outside. If he could walk, he probably would have run away already. We're staying here now for that alloy crankshaft. A calculating glint flashed in Song Han's eyes. Since he dared to agree, it means he's confident. Let's see how he performs. Floor 40, Survivor Work Area. As soon as you walk in, you can smell a mixture of sweat and sawdust. The people who were working stopped what they were doing and all turned their eyes toward the doorway. Is this the guy who went to kill the octopus shark? So skinny? It's not even as thick as my arm. Isn't this just a job to deliver vegetables? A group of people whispered among themselves, without any attempt to hide it. Uncle Zhong clapped his hands, and more than a dozen people rushed out from behind. They were the diving team selected by young Master Song. Each of them was strong and muscular, carrying sharpened steel bars or spear guns. This is Mr. Lu, the commander of this operation. Uncle Zhong pointed at Lu Fan. You guys will follow him later and help hunt down the octopus shark. Lu Fan frowned and glanced at the group of muscular men. There are too many people. If I bring these people into this mess, how can I carry out my plan to get something for nothing? No! Lu Fan shook his head and pointed to a young man and woman in the corner of the crowd who looked the youngest and most timid. Too many people will make us a bigger target and easily alert that beast. You two, just come with me. The crowd erupted as soon as he finished speaking. Several burly men, looking indignant, slammed their steel pipes on the ground. Kid, what are you pretending to be? That Jamsha is ruthless, and you're going to take two newbies down with you. Don't drag them down with you if you're tired of living. Lu Fan glanced at the burly man and sneered. What a simpleton with all brawn and no brains. Who would be stupid enough to go and die? This is tactic, understand? You. The burly man was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged. If Uncle Zhong hadn't been there, he would have already swung his fist at him. All right. Uncle Zhong, with a stern face, gave a low shout, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the entire room. Mr. Lu is a distinguished guest invited by young Master Song, and he is also in charge of this operation. We will follow his arrangements. He turned to the two young men who had been called out. Zhou Sheng, Wang Ying, step forward. Everyone else, disperse. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed. The three of them went inside to change into their diving suits and headed towards the stairwell on the ground floor. The flooded area in the middle of the 25th floor of the building. The walls here are covered with moss, and the water is already above ankle level. Lu Fan was holding a worn-out pneumatic spear gun and was looking down to check the pressure gauge. Beside them, Zhou Xing and Wang Ying huddled on the steps of the water inlet, shivering. When we go downstairs, follow my instructions and don't run around. Lu Fan coldly warned. If you run around recklessly and get into trouble, even a god can't save you. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wah! The young man named Zhou Xing suddenly broke down, clutching his head and sobbing uncontrollably. I saw that monster tear the captain in half with my own eyes. His intestines were spilling out everywhere. How could the three of us possibly survive? Wang Ying, standing beside her, was also deathly pale, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Lu Fan looked at the two terrified, unlucky guys and sighed helplessly. It's a miracle that they've survived this long with such mental fortitude. However, this also fits his plan perfectly. All right. Lu Fan slung the harpoon over his back, his tone suddenly becoming somewhat tragic. You two stay here. Ah? The crying stopped abruptly. The two looked up, tears streaming down their faces, staring blankly at Lu Fan. Stay here? Then what about you? Wang Ying asked incredulously. Go down there by yourself? Isn't that suicide? Someone has to go. Lu Fan straightened his back, his gaze piercing through the dark corridor, as if he had no regard for life or death. If I don't go to hell, who will? What's a little risk compared to the survival of humanity, and the hope for this damn apocalypse? At this moment, the radiance emanating from Lu Fan was almost dazzling. Zhou Xing and Wang Ying were completely stunned. Who would have thought that this seemingly unreliable man would have such a righteous and awe-inspiring side? Shame, emotion, admiration, a mix of feelings welled up inside me. Zhou Xing gritted his teeth and wiped his nose. Brother Lu! I'm scared, but I can't let you go to your death alone. I'll go with you. I'm going too. Wang Ying stood up as well. Although her legs were still shaking, her eyes were much more determined. Nonsense! Lu Fan suddenly shouted, startling the two of them. He stepped forward and, like a stern yet kind older brother, patted Zhou Xing and Wang Ying on the shoulder. How old are you? You have such bright futures ahead of you. Do you think you'd be the ones doing something so dangerous? But Brother Lu, you're not old either, Zhou Xing muttered softly. Ha ha. Lu Fan laughed heartily, looking up at the ceiling with a deep gaze. Back in the day, I traveled south and north, my legs were crushed by train tracks, and I drank water from toilets. My experiences are beyond what you can compare to. All right. All of you stay here quietly. Save your oxygen tanks for me. After saying that, Lu Fan didn't give them any chance to refute. He put on his breathing apparatus, turned around, and jumped into the icy seawater without hesitation. Thump! Water splashed up. Brother Lu! Zhou Xing and Wang Ying rushed to the water's edge, watching the figure disappear rapidly underwater, and tears welled up in their eyes again. Big brother, you must come back alive! Underwater. Hearing the heart-wrenching screams from above, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Young people are indeed easier to fool. He adjusted the oxygen valve and swam through several internal passages toward the outer sea. All I need to do later is find a quiet corner, and use up all my fishing attempts for the day. When it's almost time, I'll go back and collect my reward. Chapter 27. Did I catch a mythical beast? A short while. Lu Fan surfaced. He glanced at the location, quietly circled around to the back of the building, and found a protruding air conditioner outdoor unit platform. This is a blind spot in the building. There's a protruding billboard overhead that blocks the view, so no one will notice it. This lousy wetsuit is freezing. It's nowhere near as good as my deep-sea diving suit. Lu Fan climbed up the platform in one breath, wiped the seawater off his face, and started thinking about how to get his assignment done. After all, that octopus shark had long since been reduced to dust. If we go back empty-handed, someone as shrewd as Song Han will definitely become suspicious. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. Lu Fan planned that after he finished fishing, he would go to the seabed and chop off a few octopus tentacles, and then cut a few slits in his diving suit. That would make the matter seem more like a favor. As expected of me. Lu Fan chuckled and summoned his divine fishing rod to begin fishing. Several hours later. The top-floor reception room. Xinqinhua carefully drew her eyebrows in front of the makeup mirror, glancing at Song Han by the French windows from time to time. It's been 4 hours! She closed the compact with a crisp click, her tone mocking. Young Master Song, that country bumpkin is probably dead down there. Only you are still foolishly waiting. Song Han stood by the window, her brows furrowed, gently swirling the glass of red wine in her hand. At that moment, Uncle Zhong pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. What's the situation? Song Han asked coldly. After Mr. Lu selected 2 people to go down, there hasn't been any further movement yet, Uncle Zhong said, bowing. Song Han put down her wine glass, turned around, and asked in confusion. He only took 2 people with him into the water? Yes. I knew it. He was just going to his death. Xinxingwa scoffed, crossing her legs. He acted all high and mighty, but he's just a greenhorn. Song Han ignored her sarcastic remarks and looked at Uncle Zhong. What do you think? Uncle Zhong pondered for a moment before replying. I can't see through him, but the look in his eyes before he left, that confidence wasn't faked. Perhaps he really does have some trump card. The trump card? Song Han sighed and turned her gaze back to the sea outside the window. I hope so. At this moment, on the air conditioner outdoor unit platform. Achoo! Lu Fan sneezed loudly and sniffed the clear snot that had flowed out of his nose. He looked at the little piece of junk in his spatial ring and started to lose his composure. For whole hours, 8 fishing trips. Apart from a bag of cookies and an apple, the rest were all useless junk. There were even junk items, not even as good as basic necessities. If this continues, his grand ambitions for the end times will be thwarted halfway through. I can't lie down anymore. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. You must upgrade your fishing rod to level 2 as soon as possible to unlock stamina recovery and higher quality fishing ponds. Otherwise, the speed at which technology develops is no different from that of primitive people. This is the last time. Please ship this item. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, staring intently at the distant buoy, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, the fishing rod in my hand suddenly sank downwards. They're here? He held the fishing rod tightly, glancing at it. It's still white. And it was a very pale white. Fuck your 7th uncle's grandfather. My ancestors were Africans, weren't they? Lu Fan listlessly reeled in his ball. But a heavy feeling came over me. Unlike the junk I caught before, this thing felt alive, biting the hook tightly and shaking its head wildly. Lu Fan perked up and tensed his muscles to fight back. After a back-and-forth struggle of 5 or 6 minutes, the fishing rod feels lighter in the hand. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere. A pinkish-white ball of light burst out of the water, tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing with a soft thud on the water's surface in front of them. Lu Fan stared intently, then froze. That was a pink dolphin that was only as long as an arm. Its entire body is a dreamy pinkish-white color, and its skin is as smooth as jade. The most bizarre thing is that right in the center of its round forehead grows a single spiral horn about the length of a finger. At this moment, it was staring innocently at Lu Fan with its big, watery eyes. Fishing successful. Obtain juvenile deep-sea dragon pufferfish, evolvable, X1. Type, hidden item. Rarity, life level, current, supernatural level, potential. Gain 1 point of proficiency, 1 point of sanity. Current fishing attempts, 43 out of 100, proficiency, 109/200, spirit 13/30. Description, a pink ghost of the ocean, a natural predator. Currently in its juvenile stage, its single horn can easily pierce steel plates, and its underwater speed can reach up to 30 knots. Upon adulthood, it will awaken its bloodline, gaining the power to control the weather and becoming the absolute ruler of its domain. Wow, a mythical beast! Lu Fan squatted down, poked the little guy's forehead, and exclaimed, First time catching a fish! No, this thing doesn't count as a fish, it should be considered a protected animal, right? If this had been caught before the apocalypse, it would probably have been a life sentence in jail. Eek eek! The dragon pig seemed to really like Lu Fan's aura, and wriggled its body to get closer. He even rubbed his smooth, bare lips against Lu Fan's crotch. A cool yet warm sensation came over me. Lu Fan froze, quickly reaching out to protect his vitals and pushing it away. Hey! Who do you think you are, male or female? You're just trying to be a pervert? Lu Fan pushed the dragon pig, and it froze. It shrank back with a pitiful expression, its big eyes quickly filling with tears, and it let out a mournful whimper, looking extremely heartbroken. Lu Fan's lips twitched. Is this little thing quite sensitive? All right, stop howling. It was my fault. Helpless, Lu Fan reached out and stroked its smooth forehead. Eek! The dragon porpoise went from cloudy to sunny in an instant, its tail thrashing wildly like a propeller, splashing water everywhere. Since you're following me, you should at least have a name. Looking at its pink skin and the single horn on its head. I'll call you Xiao Bai. In commemoration of my incredible luck today, 9 consecutive losses. Wah! Little Whitey barked happily twice, clearly pleased with the name. It was getting late. Lu Fan stroked his chin and suddenly had an idea. He pointed down and patted Xiao Bai on the head. Go catch me an octopus or a shark. Xiao Bai blinked twice. Whoosh! It transformed into a pink lightning bolt, plunging directly into the water and disappearing from sight. So fast! Lu Fan was secretly amazed. This speed was probably unmatched by any normal marine creature. Less than 5 minutes. The water surface was churning. Whoosh! Little White burst out of the water, carrying an octopus the size of an adult in its mouth and a dead great white shark on its back. It tossed its prey to Lu Fan's feet, raised its head, and looked like it was asking for praise. Lu Fan gasped. This body shape is poor. This fighting power. As expected of a top-quality product from a divine rod manufacturer. Well done! Lu Fan generously rubbed its head. Then he quickly pulled out a dagger and cut off an octopus tentacle and a shark arm. After doing all this, he slashed his diving suit a few more times and kicked the body into the sea. Eat the rest of the meat if you want. After you're done, remember to hide near our base ship and don't let anyone see you. Don't come out without my orders. Eek. Xiao Bai rubbed against Lu Fan's palm, dragged the two bodies, turned around, and dived into the deep sea, disappearing from sight. At the same time, the water inlet inside the 25th floor of the building. Zhou Xing and Wang Ying huddled in a corner, clutching the cold oxygen cylinder. Their lips were both frozen purple. It's been 4.5 hours. Zhou Xing stared at the dark water, his voice trembling with tears. The oxygen tank can only last 40 minutes at most. Brother Lu, he'll definitely. Pooh! Wang Ying interrupted him abruptly. Although she was trembling, her eyes were unusually fierce. Don't jinx it. Brother Lu definitely has his own way. But... Zhou Xing clutched his hair in despair. We are underwater. Even the strongest person will die if they don't breathe. He did it for us. Wang Ying also bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She knew in her heart that what Zhou Xing said was true. That was a certain death situation. Lu Fan went down alone to prevent them from dying. Walk! Wang Ying suddenly stood up, wiped away her tears, and her eyes became resolute. We'll go upstairs to find Uncle Zhong. Even if it's just a corpse, I'll find Brother Lu. I can't let him die without knowing why. Zhou Xing was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily, leaning against the wall to stand up. I agree. We'll ask the seniors for help. We can definitely get it done. The two exchanged a glance and were about to turn around and run upstairs. Glug glug. Suddenly, a loud bubbling sound came from the water behind me. What is that? The two were terrified and instinctively raised their harpoons, aiming them at the churning water. Has a monster gotten in? Whoosh! A black head suddenly popped out of the water, panting heavily. Don't do anything! It's me! Chapter 28. You're a big shark arm. The 40th floor is the survivor gathering area. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Several middle-aged men who were polishing splinters stopped what they were doing and stared at the closed back door with gloomy expressions. It's been over 4 hours. The chances of survival are slim. A woman wiped away tears, her voice choked with sobs. Those two children were only 18 years old, and they're gone just like that. If it weren't for that Lu guy's recklessness, they wouldn't have died. Yes. We shouldn't have let an outsider lead the team. Let's go. We need to find young Master Song. This matter can't be left like this. The crowd's emotions can ignite at the slightest provocation. Dozens of people dropped what they were doing and started clamoring to rush towards the stairwell. Quiet down, everyone! Just then, a commotion broke out at the main entrance staircase. The crowd parted to make way, and 3 figures walked gracefully towards them. The man at the head of the group, dressed in a blue-black suit, exuded an extraordinary air. He was none other than Song Han. Behind him followed Xin Qingwei and Uncle Zhong. Oh my God! It's Xin Qingwei! How long has it been since our goddess came down? They must have come for that outsider. Young Master Song! You must stand up for us. When the person in charge arrived, everyone crowded around him, chattering and complaining. Song Han remained calm as she walked through the crowd and stood in front of the back door. Xin Qingwei covered her nose and fanned herself with a look of disgust. Young Master Song, I think this deal is a huge loss. That country bumpkin was probably scared out of his wits when he saw the monster and abandoned ship a long time ago. Song Han didn't speak, but clenched her fist slightly behind her back. He stared at the floor tiles, feeling uncertain. Could it be that I really misjudged him? Is that kid really just a bluffing con man? Just as everyone was getting anxious and some even started cursing. Squeak. The rusty back door was slowly pushed open. The room fell silent instantly. A figure, soaking wet, emerged from the darkness. It's Lu Fan. His wetsuit was torn in several places, making him look disheveled, and there was no one behind him. Ha! This country bumpkin actually made it back alive? Xinxingwa crossed her arms and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Lu Fan walked briskly to a corner and sat down to rest. The deathly silence lasted for a few seconds. Suddenly, a burly man who had been confronted by Lu Fan rushed out and shouted at Lu Fan's nose. You surnamed Lu! Where are the two children? This shout startled everyone awake. They realized what was happening. Only Lu Fan returned. That means Zhou Xing and Wang Ying have been used as bait and abandoned by him. You beast! You don't even have a scratch on you. You must have been hiding in the back letting them go to their deaths. The crowd's anger spiraled out of control instantly. The burly man's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed forward, grabbed Lu Fan by the collar, and raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, ready to smash it down. You selfish bastard! Everyone trusted you, and you killed our people! Today I will make you pay with your life! Uncle Zhong frowned and was about to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by a hand. Looking at Lu Fan's expression, Song Han's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she said indifferently, Forget it, just consider it that I was blind. Just as the fist was about to land. Bang! The back door was kicked open again. Two excited voices came from the darkness. We're back! Everyone was stunned. Zhou Xing and Wang Ying were both covered in mud and water. They rushed in, each carrying a bloody lump on their shoulder, panting heavily. Seeing that the burly man was about to hit someone, Zhou Xing threw the things on his shoulder to the ground and roared. Stop! Why did you hit my brother Lu? The burly man was stunned. His fist, which was raised in midair, froze. He released his grip and stared incredulously at the object on the ground. What's this? Lu Fan slowly straightened his disheveled collar, stood up, and pointed to the huge suction cup tentacle on the ground. These are octopus tentacles! Then, he pointed to the incomplete shark fin next to him, and sneered. This is you. The burly man paused for a moment, then pointed to his own nose. Is this me? Lu Fan nodded seriously. That's right, a shark arm, who else could it be but you? Puff! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. The burly man's dark face instantly turned a deep liver color, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But looking at the two bloody severed limbs on the ground, he didn't dare utter a single word. A ruthless person who can take down monsters, who would dare to mess with them? At this moment, Song Han and the other two also walked over quickly. Uncle Zhong squatted down, examined the two severed limbs, and smelled the blood on them. He couldn't help but nod. This meat is exceptionally tough and carries a ferocious aura. It matches the characteristics of the octopus shark. Young Master Song, I'm not mistaken, this is that beast. Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in cheers. You really killed him? My God! How is this possible? Is he still human? The cheers instantly drowned out the doubts from before. Xinxingwa stared wide-eyed at Lu Fan, covering her red lips in disbelief. This seemingly ordinary man actually managed to single-handedly kill that sea monster? Could it be that he's been playing dumb all along? Just then, Lu Fan cleared his throat. He stepped forward, patted Zhou Xing and Wang Ying on the shoulders, and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Actually, Lu Fan sighed, looking modest. I was just lucky. If those two hadn't risked their lives to draw the monster's attention, creating an opportunity for me, I wouldn't have been able to succeed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing and Wang Ying were completely dumbfounded. What are you saying, bro? We were almost scared to death in the hallway just now. Just as the two were about to explain, they were interrupted by the burly men from the diving team standing nearby. Well done! You're a true member of our diving team. Little Zhou, you've really made something of yourself. Wang Ying, I was a little loud when I spoke before, please don't take it to heart. You are a heroine among women. Looking at the two young people being praised to the skies by everyone, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Being too conspicuous on someone else's turf is not a good thing. He doesn't care about empty fame. He only wants real, tangible benefits. Mr. Liu, you've worked hard. Song Han stepped forward, a warm smile on her face. Change your clothes and go upstairs to rest. Let's talk about the payment. Top floor lounge. A case of bottled water and a dozen cans of meat were neatly stacked on the table. This is Mr. Liu's payment. Song Han made a please gesture. Lu Fan glanced at the supplies on the table and frowned slightly. Where's the alloy crankshaft? Song Han looked troubled. To be honest, the structure of that abandoned diesel engine is too complex, and disassembling it requires specialized tools and time. I'm afraid Mr. Liu will have to wait another night. But don't worry. Before Lu Fan could speak, Song Han clapped her hands. The door opened. Four scantily clad, hot young women walked in, each holding a massage tool, their eyes so alluring they were hard to resist. These are all top-notch technicians from high-end clubs. Their skills are first-rate. Song Han smiled knowingly. Mr. Liu, please rest well here tonight and relax. The crankshaft will be presented to you first thing tomorrow morning. Lu Fan looked at the several beautiful women in front of him and sneered inwardly. He really is an old fox. They're trying to use sweet talk to keep him under house arrest here and slowly assimilate him. Perhaps the innocent version of him from his previous life would have been moved. But now, since you want to play with strange tales from a Chinese studio, then I'll play along with you. Sure. Lu Fan casually slumped onto the sofa, put his arm around the waist of a beautiful woman, and laughed heartily. Since young Master Song is so kind, then I shall respectfully accept your offer. You want me to stay? Once it gets dark, I'll steal everything and make a run for it. Let's see who can stop us. Night fell, and a light drizzle began. On the turbulent sea, a bright yellow inflatable raft is struggling to move forward. Hang in there, Xian. We're almost there. Chinzei looked at the brightly lit song group building in front of him, his eyes shining with surprise. Chapter 29. You think you can get away with this without giving me anything? You're getting off too easy. Hope is just around the corner. The two of them used their last bit of strength to row. Finally, before the downpour began, I took shelter in the gap in the middle of the building. After resting for a while, the two climbed up the stairs. We've just reached the 40th floor. Stop! What are you doing? Two guards wielding steel pipes warily stopped the two. Chinzei quickly raised his hands, forcing a smile. Big brother! Don't misunderstand. We're here as refugees. The guard looked them up and down, and saw that they were soaking wet, pale and thin, and the woman was so weak that she was about to faint, so he relaxed his guard. Men to the left, women to the right, body search. After a brief search, the two confirmed that the person was not carrying any weapons. After registering the information, I was put inside. As soon as you enter the gate, a warm current rushes towards you. Chinzei and Chu Xian were stunned for a moment. This place is a completely different world from the hell outside. A bonfire was lit in the hall, and people sat around it in twos and threes. Some people were even grilling meat. The long-lost aroma of seafood made their mouths water instantly. Oh, new here? A passing survivor, seeing the two in such a miserable state, casually handed them 2 skewers of charred octopus. What luck! We just got here and we're already getting a special meal. This is the prey that our building's hero hunted today. Eat it while it's hot. Chinzei and Chu Xian didn't care about being polite anymore. They grabbed the octopus skewers and wolfed them down. That chewy texture, that delicious meat juice. Chu Xian ate until tears streamed down her face. It's so delicious. Wah! Thank you, big brother! Thank you so much! While chewing on some meat, Chinzei asked indistinctly, Brother, where is the great hero you mentioned? We want to thank him in person. Hey, how could you possibly see that? The man pointed to the ceiling, looking envious. He's a guest of honor of young Master Song now, enjoying himself on the top floor. I think his name is Lu Fan? As soon as he finished speaking, Chinzei's eyes widened, and he stood there stunned. Chu Xian's chewing mouth suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. Who did you say? The man looked puzzled and repeated. Lu Fan. What's wrong? You two know each other? Come on, if you two knew each other, would you have ended up like this? After saying that, the man shook his head and turned to leave. The two people were left standing there stunned. Is it a case of the same name? If it's not a case of the same name, then it must be. A surge of anger flashed in Chinzei's eyes. That bastard Lu Fan actually abandoned them and ran off to enjoy himself here? At that time, inside the luxury suite on the 48th floor, Lu Fan lay on the large bed wearing a loose bathrobe, holding a half cup of hot milk in his hand. Four beautiful female masseuses were massaging his entire body with just the right amount of pressure. How wonderful! How wonderful! He breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for that god-tier fishing rod, staying here as a lazy, good-for-nothing guest would indeed be a great choice. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Fan took a sip of milk and said lazily, "Come in." The door lock clicked softly. A rich, high-end perfume scent wafted in through the crack in the door and instantly reached Lu Fan's nose. The technicians were very perceptive. Upon seeing the newcomers, they immediately lowered their heads, gathered their belongings, and left. Lu Fan opened his eyes. Xin Qinghua stood at the door. She was wearing an extremely short purple bodycon skirt with semi-transparent black stockings over her legs. She was also wearing a pair of extremely elegant red-soled high heels. Her exquisite makeup concealed her recent haggardness, and her pair of watery, almond-shaped eyes were captivating. "Mr. Lu, you have such refined tastes." Xin Qinghua closed the door and swayed her hips as she walked to the bedside. Without any hesitation, she plopped down next to Lu Fan and placed her red-nailed fingers on his chest muscles, gently drawing circles. "I was blind before and offended, Mr. Lu. I hope you will forgive my rudeness." Lu Fan looked down at the restless hand and grinned. "What's wrong, Miss Xin? Are you in heat? Do you need me to help you clear it up?" Xin Qinghua's fingers suddenly stiffened. In his mind, he cursed Lu Fan's ancestors for 18 generations. "You worthless loser, can you please stop talking so rudely? If it weren't for the need to get to Shihuan Mountain earlier, who would want to serve a country bumpkin like you?" Cough, cough. Xin Qinghua suppressed her anger and said in a high-pitched, sickeningly sweet voice, "Mr. Lu is really joking. I'll just be blunt. I also have a deal with Song Han. He allowed me to go to Shihuan Mountain, and I used my influence to help him win over powerful figures there." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and placed the milk glass on the bedside table. "What does that have to do with me?" Xin Qinghua's body went limp, and she almost pressed herself against Lu Fan. A long leg wrapped in black stockings casually draped over Lu Fan's thigh, rubbing gently against it. "Song Han is unreliable." She bit her red lips, her voice full of resentment. "He said he would leave in 2 days, but he kept delaying. First he said the ferry broke down on the way, then he said there were octopus sharks blocking the way and he couldn't come. I think, since Mr. Lu is so capable, he must also be going to Shihuan Mountain, right?" Xin Qinghua raised her head and looked at Lu Fan with deep affection. "If I help you get that Ala crankshaft, could you take me with you?" Lu Fan looked at the pretty face so close to his face and suddenly smiled. "Trading a part for a ticket? Am I losing out too much?" Xin Qinghua's heart skipped a beat. She understood. Although she was extremely unwilling and felt it was an insult to a top star like her. But in order to escape this hellish place that could sink at any moment, she had no choice but to endure it. "That?" Xin Qinghua let out a muffled groan, as if she had made up her mind. She slowly lowered her head, her red lips slightly parted, and moved closer to Lu Fan's lower body. "Then let me help Mr. Lu feel good first as a deposit?" Warm breath sprayed onto the skin. Just as her face was about to touch the ground below. Whoosh! Lu Fan jumped off the bed in a flash. Xin Qinghua missed her target and landed face first on the bed sheet, completely bewildered. Before she could react, Lu Fan had already put on his windbreaker and was looking at her with a look of disgust. "You think you can get away with this by not giving me anything? That's too easy on you. You!" Xin Qinghua was so angry she almost couldn't breathe. Humiliation. This is a blatant insult. I've gone all out, and you're complaining that I'm trying to take advantage of you? Are you even a man? Lu Fan was completely oblivious to her murderous gaze. He has an important mission to attend to right now, and mere women will only slow down his sword-drawing speed. He grabbed Xin Qinghua's arm and pulled her off the bed. "Stop talking nonsense! Answer 2 questions for me. If you can answer them, I'll consider taking you with me." Chapter 30 Lu Fan, you damned liar, I'm going to kill you. Xin Qinghua rubbed her wrist, which was being pinched so hard, and nodded through gritted teeth. "Where is the power supply room?" "The east side of the 49th floor, but there are guards there, and ordinary people can't go in." "Can you come in?" "I'm a big star. I could easily get rid of a few guards." Very good. A glint of light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. My second question is, you mentioned the large ship belonging to the Song family earlier. Where exactly did it sink? How big was it? Xin Qingwei recalled for a moment. It seems to have sunk in the suburbs about 150 kilometers northwest of Shihuan Mountain. It was a medium-sized passenger ship, called something like the Yuanheng. But Song Han told me that place was very strange. It was shrouded in thick fog, and any electronic equipment would malfunction. The rescue team dared not enter and had to abandon the ship and the survivors on it. Lu Fan couldn't help but ponder. Is it a medium-sized passenger ship? If that ship were still there. The steel, circuit boards, and even the spare engine on it, were practically a gold mine for his current survival boat. To upgrade the dilapidated boat into a sea fortress, this readily available treasure must be dismantled. Moreover, the forces in Shihuan Mountain are complex and intertwined, so having a trump card before going is always a good idea. Let's go! To the power supply room right now! 49th floor, at the entrance of the power supply room. 2 guards with knives were leaning against the wall smoking. Oh, thank you both for your hard work. Xin Qingwei swayed over, her face full of a charming smile. Young Master Song asked you to check the wiring on these floors, saying he's worried about a power outage. The 2 guards stared wide-eyed when they saw it was Xin Qingwei. She was once a national goddess. Yes, Miss Shen. We'll go right away. The 2 excitedly ran downstairs. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Fan slipped into the room in a flash. The power supply room was deafeningly loud. Several diesel generators are running. Hurry up! Xin Qingwei closed the door, sweating nervously. Uncle Zhong comes to patrol here every night at 9 o'clock. Lu Fan ignored her and walked straight to the large machine covered with a dust cover in the corner. Lift the cloth. It was a damaged heavy industrial diesel engine. The screws on top were tightly fitted, showing no signs of having been disassembled. Oh! Lu Fan sneered. Sure enough, that old fox Song Han was just stalling for time and had no intention of giving him the crankshaft at all. Thank goodness we came to the right place. He took the opportunity to pull out a crowbar. It got stuck in the gap of the hood, and its muscles bulged. Creak, bang! With a cracking sound, the heavy hood was violently ripped open. Lu Fan moved extremely quickly, directly using a crowbar to jam the crankshaft connection, and using the principle of leverage, he pressed down hard. Click! The connecting rod broke. He pried off a heavy metal component. Successfully obtained material, fine-grade alloy crankshaft X1. Done! Lu Fan stuffed the crankshaft into his pocket, and then casually grabbed a few high-voltage coils and metal bearings that looked decent. After doing all this, he put the dust cover back on and restored the place to its original state. Finally, he quietly led Xin Qingwei back to the room and began packing up the supplies. Lu Fan stuffed a box of water and canned goods, along with all the materials he had gathered, into his backpack. It weighs at least 40 pounds. Carry it on your back. Lu Fan grabbed the backpack and threw it to Xin Qingwei. Xin Qingwei staggered from the impact and almost knelt on the ground. Her eyes widened. So heavy? I'm carrying it? Lu Fan rolled his eyes at her and said matter-of-factly, What? You want to reap the benefits without doing any work? You want to freeload a boat ticket? Xin Qingwei gritted her teeth in anger, but looking at Lu Fan's cold eyes, she could only swallow her anger. She took off her high heels and carried them in her hand, barefoot in black stockings, carrying that heavy backpack, and swayed as she followed behind Lu Fan. Taking advantage of the lull in the guard's shift change, the 2 ran wildly along the back door passage. Soon we arrived at the opening in the middle of the 25th floor of the building. The rain was pouring down outside, and the strong winds were carrying seawater splashing in, making one's heart race. Xin Qingwei was exhausted, her makeup was ruined, and she leaned against the wall, panting. She glanced at the turbulent dark sea, then turned to Lu Fan, her voice trembling. Without a boat, how do we get there? Lu Fan stood at the edge of the gap, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. He pointed to the room leading to the diving corridor, a few dozen meters behind him. To avoid suspicion, I hid the spare kayak in that room. It's a 2-person one, just right for the 2 of us. Give me the bag, and go drag it over. Lu Fan reached out and took the heavy backpack. Xin Qingwei's eyes lit up instantly when she heard about the kayaks. Okay. You wait. I'll be right there. She breathed a sigh of relief and ran towards that room, completely abandoning her previous dignified demeanor. As long as I can get out of this awful place and go to Shihuan Mountain, what's a little hardship? Xing Qingwei rushed into the room and shone her phone's flashlight on it. The room was empty. There were no kayaks at all. She was stunned, and unwilling to give up, searched again. Suddenly, she seemed to realize that something was wrong. Oh no! She turned around abruptly and ran back like a madwoman. Lu Fan! When she rushed back to the gap, panting heavily. The platform, battered by wind and rain, was completely empty. Lu Fan had already disappeared. Xing Qingwei rushed to the edge, gripping the rough cement wall tightly with both hands, her nail polish almost breaking off. She looked out into the endless darkness and let out a shrill scream. Lu Fan! You bastard! You damned liar! I'm going to kill you! On the sea. Lu Fan lay on Xiao Bai's back, hugging both sides tightly. He shook his head as he heard the angry curses coming from behind him through the wind and rain. That stupid woman, she believes everything she's told. He patted Xiao Bai's smooth forehead. Xiao Bai, full speed ahead. Once the engine is fixed, we're off. Eek. Little Whitey barked happily, flicked its tail, and carried Lu Fan, cutting through the waves and disappearing into the vast night in an instant. Chapter 31 Farming at Sea? Improved potato varieties and greenhouse blueprints. A few minutes later. Lounge on the top floor of the Song building. The door was violently kicked open. Xing Qingwei was barefoot and disheveled, leaning against the door frame. The black stockings on her legs had been torn to shreds. Song Han's red and blue pencils stopped on the circled nautical chart. He looked up at the disheveled Xing Qingwei and, unusually, made a sarcastic remark. How could Miss Shin, who is always dignified and composed, be so angry? They ran away. Xing Qingwei gripped the door frame tightly, her fingernails almost digging into the wood. That bastard! He tricked me into stealing the alloy crankshaft and ran away! Click. The pencil lead broke in two. Song Han suddenly turned around, took a few steps to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down. On the sea, the survival boat that had been moored in the shadows had vanished without a trace. That's impossible! It was just here a moment ago. Song Han stared at the empty body of water, her eyes twitching slightly. Such huge waves. Lu Fan didn't even have a boat, so did he swim back? Besides, the speed at which the engine was repaired was a bit too fast, wasn't it? I'm so angry! Xing Qingwei screamed in despair and squatted down, pounding the ground. In her entire life, she had never been made a fool of like a monkey. That damn country bumpkin. Knock knock knock. Uncle Zhong pushed open the door and entered, looking hurried. Young Master Song, there are 2 new survivors on the 40th floor who keep clamoring to see you. Song Han forcibly suppressed her anger and said coldly, I don't want to see anyone right now. Tell them to get lost. Can? Uncle Zhong hesitated for a moment. Those 2 people claim to be Mr. Lu's relatives and friends. Relatives and friends? Song Han paused, her hands moving slightly. Bring them up! A few minutes later. Qinzai and Chu Xian were led into the reception room. As soon as the 2 entered, they saw Song Han on the leather chair and got straight to the point. Young Master Song! I'm Lu Fan's brother, Qinzai. We grew up together. His face was full of flattery as he pointed at Chu Xian. Her name is Chu Xian, Lu Fan's most beloved woman. We heard that Lu Fan is here with you, so we came here specifically to seek refuge. Song Han leaned back in her chair, scrutinizing the man and woman in front of her. Men can't tell good from bad. Although the woman was somewhat attractive, she possessed an unpleasant, worldly, and callous air about her. How can I trust you? Song Han's eyes were cold. I've seen people who would call a dog dad just to get a bite to eat. The 2 of them became anxious. He quickly tried to gesture, saying, Lu Fan has a beauty mark under his left eye. And he has a red birthmark on the inside of his right wrist, shaped like a cashew nut. Absolutely no one except his closest family members knows this. Song Han narrowed her eyes. A beauty mark under the eye is easy to spot, anyone who has seen it once will recognize it. But the birthmark on the inside of my wrist. Recalling Lu Fan's earlier action of drinking cola, a red spot was indeed visible when he rolled up his sleeve. It seems to be true. Unfortunately, he has already left. Song Han pointed out the window, her tone indifferent. What? Qinzai and Chu Xian's faces fell, and they froze on the spot. They ran away? They ran away again? How come that good-for-nothing always manages to get ahead of them? Is she so guilty that she doesn't dare to see them? Looking at the two anxious-looking people, Songhan began to make her own plans. Tell me everything about Lu Fan, his personality, his weaknesses, his past experiences. As long as the intelligence is valuable, we'll have no worries about food and drink. Upon hearing this, Chinzei's eyes lit up instantly. This is a great opportunity to curry favor with someone powerful. Chinzei patted his chest and gritted his teeth, saying, Young Master Song, don't worry. I'd recognize that bastard even if he were ashes. If we ever run into him again, I'll definitely help you catch him. Chu Xian quickly raised her hand. I know a lot too. I know exactly how long it is. Half an hour later. Uncle Zhong led the two, who were extremely grateful, to the guest room downstairs to rest. Songhan stood alone by the window, looking at the dark, rainy night, and murmured softly. Lu Fan, I never thought you were this kind of person. Was your previous composure and confidence all an act? He clenched his fist and sneered. You ran away without saying goodbye. We'll settle this score when we get to Shihuan Mountain. The following morning, on the outskirts of East City. After a night of rafting and driving, Lu Fan finally sailed his small, dilapidated boat away from the city and arrived at the boundless suburban sea. He turned off the engine. He pushed open the driver's cab door and reached out. Cool raindrops fell into my palm. The dark clouds overhead showed no signs of dissipating. It looks like this rain will continue for months to come. Lu Fan smacked his lips, turned around, and returned to the warm driver's seat. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. He took out a can of luncheon meat that Songhan had given him, and unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and began to eat heartily. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Fan opened the window. Call out! A whistle rang out. A pink little head popped out of the water not far away. Lu Fan poured the remaining half-can of meat into the sea. Eek! Little White leaped out of the water, caught the piece of meat in one bite, and spun around happily. Little White, you've had your fill of food, now it's time to get to work. Lu Fan pointed to the gray sea around them. Keep watch around. If you see any strangely shaped fish, chase them away, understand? Little White nodded, flicked its tail, and disappeared into the water. With this fully automatic radar, Lu Fan can finally focus on his work. He left the window open, summoned his god-tier fishing rod, and planned to fish indoors. Although it's not very pleasant, it's still better than getting soaked in the rain outside. May I be blessed with incredible luck. Give me a gold item. Lu Fan took a deep breath and threw his first shot. The buoy swayed gently on the sea surface. An hour later, a flash of green light appeared. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Green is nice too. A set of skillful rod-lifting movements is completed. A yellowish-brown tuber flew out of the sea and landed in his hand. Fishing successful. Obtained improved high-yield potato seed X1. Type, low-level survival supplies. Rarity, excellent. Gained 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. Current fishing attempts, 44 out of 100, proficiency, 114/200, spirit, 14/30. Introduction, a genetically modified super crop. Cold resistant, flood tolerant, with a growth cycle shortened to 7 days. Extremely high starch content. 1 seed can yield 5 kilograms of finished product. Holy crap! Awesome! Lu Fan held the potato seeds in his hands, his eyes shining. 10 pounds of potatoes a week. In this apocalyptic world where water is everywhere, this is the ultimate source of carbohydrates. It ripens every 7 days. If we plant 1 crop, what more could we ask for? Potato stew every day. Pity. Lu Fan glanced at the bare deck. There wasn't even a handful of soil on that shabby little boat, so how were we supposed to plant anything? Save it for now, there will always be opportunities later. Lu Fan carefully put the seed into his spatial ring, and continued casting. The next 4 times, it was the same familiar formula, price increase but no increase in quantity. Pebbles, erasers, rotten planks, and even half a newspaper with a printing error. Stay calm, stay calm. Lu Fan comforted himself. Until the 6th shot. The float suddenly sank again, and that familiar green light shone brightly once more, even more dazzlingly than before. Another big shipment has arrived? Lu Fan held his breath, exerted force with his wrist, and suddenly lifted it up. Whoosh! A blueprint fell into his hands. Fishing successful. Obtained excellent blueprint, basic marine greenhouse. Type low-level blueprint. Rarity, excellent. Gained 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. Current fishing attempts, 49 out of 100, proficiency, 123/200, spirit, 15/30. Lu Fan gasped for breath and shouted. Little potato, your mom's finally here. He quickly took it to the workbench and started analyzing it. You have already learned the blueprint. The following are the required materials. Main material, high-quality steel X50. Main material, high-strength, high-quality insulated glass X20. Secondary material, high-quality freshwater recirculation system X1. Secondary materials, high-quality circuit boards X5. Description: a standalone plant greenhouse can be built on the ship. It maintains constant temperature and humidity, locking in moisture, and can grow any type of food crop. It comes with high-quality soil, which can be converted into fertilizer from rotten fish. Note: this building requires a minimum area of 20 square meters. The current ship is too small to be constructed. Lu Fan looked at the blueprint in his hand and was so excited he almost jumped up. Although a lot of materials are needed. But if it can really be built, combined with the improved seeds we just learned, we can achieve food freedom directly. Lu Fan put away the blueprint and looked toward the gloomy sea in the southwest. It seems we have no choice but to go to that shipwreck. Surely a large ship can yield greenhouse materials and hull upgrade materials. As long as I have land, I can farm on this sea. A fierce fire ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. 4 potatoes. For the big ship. After a few strokes, Lu Fan felt he was getting into the swing of things. I thought this was the limit of my luck. But to everyone's surprise, the last cast of the rod produced a purple glow that had never been seen before. Chapter 32: Purple Light Unleashed. Evolution Level, Deep Sea Enhancement Base. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. He rushed out of the wheelhouse and braved the rain to get to the deck to reel in his fishing rod. Whoosh! The purple light began to flicker. A tremendous force suddenly surged forth. Lu Fan held on tightly to the god-level fishing rod that had bent into a U-shape, veins bulging on his forehead. The purple light cluster possessed astonishing power, comparable to the golden spatial ring from before. The fishing reel creaked and spun rapidly, even emitting white smoke. I finally got this purple color. I absolutely can't let it go to waste. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, his marten boots leaving 2 deep marks on the deck. He will be dragged down sooner or later by his own strength alone. Call out! Lu Fan pursed his lips and let out a sharp whistle. Nu! Quickly, bite that purple light! Drag it back to me! The words had barely left his mouth when water exploded on the side of the boat. A pink figure leaped out of the water and shot into the seabed like a bullet. Although Xiao Bai is still in its infancy. But after all, it's a divine beast of the sea produced by a top-tier fishing rod, and its underwater explosive power is extremely astonishing. A few seconds later, the tension transmitted back by the fishing rod suddenly decreased. Through the murky seawater, you could vaguely see Little White biting that ball of purple light, frantically shaking its head and swimming back. Well done, Xiao Bai! Hang in there! Lu Fan felt the pressure ease and adjusted his pace. 1 person and 1 pig, 1 up and 1 down. In the midst of the raging wind and drizzle, a fierce battle ensued with the unknown purple orb of light. The stalemate lasted for about 10 minutes. Lu Fan keenly noticed that the struggling force at the tip of the poles suddenly weakened. The opportunity has arrived. He braced his left foot against the ship's railing, took a step back with his right leg, and leaned his entire body backward in an exaggerated pose, as if he were drawing a bow to shoot down the sun. Little White! Let this bastard experience our high-energy combo attack! Lu Fan's muscles tensed, and his joints made a series of cracking sounds. Rise! With a low growl, Lu Fan suddenly jerked the rod. The little white creature underwater also unleashed a burst of brute force, its tail fin leaving after images. Wow! The water surface broke open. An object emitting an eerie purple light flew into the air, sliced through the rain, and crashed heavily into Lu Fan's arms. Fishing successful. Obtain Deep Sea Enhancement Gene Potion Type 1x1. Type, Hidden Item. Rarity, Evolution Level. Gain 25 proficiency points and 4 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 52/100, Proficiency, 150/200, Spirit, 19/30. Description: a product extracted from the genetic essence of ancient creatures from the abyss, and technologically edited and improved. Benefits: after consumption, it will forcibly unlock the human gene lock, replenish gene essence, significantly enhance muscle density, nerve reaction speed, and self-healing ability, while also granting the power to adapt to the deep sea. Side effect: the process may be a little painful, please bear with it. Lu Fan looked at the gourd-shaped bottle of medicine in his hand. The liquid inside had an eerie blue-gold color, and was slightly boiling, as if countless tiny living things were surging within it. Evolution! Lu Fan's Adam's apple bobbed. Is this the true value of a purple hidden item? In this post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed and the strong prey on the weak, health is the greatest asset. This item is absolutely priceless. Without any hesitation, he bit open the bottle with his teeth and downed it in one gulp. Gurgle. The liquid went down my throat. It was a bit viscous. An indescribable taste exploded in my mouth. It experienced all the flavors of life, from sweet and sour to bitter and spicy, with a strong smell of blood mixed in. Cough! Lu Fan almost vomited, but forced himself to swallow it down despite feeling nauseous. A few seconds passed. Apart from the 2 emerald scales on his neck flashing a few times, there was nothing unusual, nor was there the expected excruciating pain. Apart from a slightly warm feeling in my stomach, it seems like nothing happened? Lu Fan frowned. He pulled out a metal bearing that he had previously taken from the power supply room. This thing is made of solid steel and has extremely high hardness. I just took it out and squeezed it with my fingers. Squeak! A metallic twisting sound rang out. Lu Fan was stunned. He opened his palm, and a warm sensation came from his palm. That thick, solid steel bearing was actually molded into an irregular, flat piece of iron. His fingerprints were even clearly visible on it. Holy crap! He didn't feel much resistance when he squeezed it just now. It was like crushing a piece of shortbread. That kind of grip strength. I wouldn't even dare to imagine it if it were used to squeeze someone's bones. Lu Fan gasped. I was planning to check for other changes in my body when I suddenly realized that my breathing was a little off. Could it be that? He ripped off his clothes, stripped naked, and jumped directly into the icy sea. The moment it enters the water. Lu Fan held his breath and opened his eyes to look around. The once dark and murky seawater has now become crystal clear, as if my vision has been given night vision and a built-in filter. Not only that, Lu Fan also discovered. I held my breath for so long, and I didn't feel suffocated at all. No! It means that the oxygen in the lungs was not consumed. Instead, it's the pores all over your body that are breathing. Like fish gills, it uses some kind of strange filtration mechanism to directly deliver oxygen dissolved in the water into the blood. No additional oxygen needs to be supplied to the blood from the lungs. This feeling is amazing. If they were to wear a deep-sea diving suit, their underwater combat capabilities would likely surpass those of mutated creatures. Lu Fan surfaced and returned to the boat. Now we're truly invincible! He slapped his hand on his mouth as soon as he said it. Pa! Don't make promises you can't keep. The last person who claimed to be invincible is still floating in space. He jogged into the driver's seat and took out a clean towel he had caught the day before to wipe his body. After wiping his entire body, Lu Fan touched his still warm body and seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. I'm not afraid of the cold anymore. Or rather, it's more resistant to the cold. The skin surface is like being covered with a nanoscale transparent thermal insulation suit. It insulates against external temperatures while maintaining a constant internal temperature. It seems that in non-extreme temperatures, one should not suffer from frostbite or burns. Lu Fan was very satisfied with the changes in his body. Then, his gaze fell on the broken piece of the wood-chopping knife on the workbench. He laid his left hand flat on the wooden table, his 5 fingers spread out. He gripped the sharp blade with his right hand. Take a deep breath. Knock, 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 knock. His right hand became a blur, the blade tip frantically weaving through the gaps between his left hand's 5 fingers. To the average person, this is practically self-harm. But in Lu Fan's view, everything slowed down. The trajectory of the falling knife tip and the slight tremor of the finger muscles were clearly visible. The feeling is like watching a slow-motion replay. He even had time to adjust the angle of his fingers just before the knife tip fell, deliberately cutting his skin to test its defenses. Snap! Lu Fan suddenly stopped and slammed the razor blade on the table. His left hand was completely unharmed. There was only a very faint white mark on the side of the middle finger. The mark disappeared instantly without even breaking the skin. With such terrifying self-healing ability and physical strength, cold weapons are probably no longer a threat to him. Just then. Wah! Wah! Suddenly, Xiaobai's urgent barking came from outside the window. Lu Fan's eyes sharpened, and he instantly pushed open the window. In the rain, Xiaobai was anxiously pacing around the side of the boat, its eyes fixed on the stern. Lu Fan followed the gaze. On the sea surface 100 meters away, 5 or 6 gray-black dorsal fins slashed through the water, frantically approaching the survival boat. They were incredibly fast, and carried a bloodthirsty killing intent. They're a mutated group of sharks. Moreover, judging from the size of those dorsal fins, each one must be at least 10 meters long, making them absolutely terrifying behemoths. Good timing. Lu Fan showed no panic whatsoever. A hint of violent red light even flashed in his eyes. In my previous life, he was torn to pieces by these beasts. The agony of having his bones cut by teeth and being eaten alive replayed in his dreams for several nights. Little White, move aside! Lu Fan went up to the deck and stretched his neck. Click! Each bone emitted a crisp sound, like metal clashing. He looked over the ship's railing at the approaching swarm of sharks, his face filled with chilling murderous intent. Just as Wu Song fought the tiger in ancient times, I, Lu Fan, now slay the shark. Thump! Lu Fan plunged into the seawater, swimming head-on towards the shark swarm like a top predator in the abyss. This time, it's my turn to eat you all. Chapter 33 1 Chrysanthemum destroys 3 sharks. I've obtained upgrade materials for the novice. Lu Fan lay hidden beneath the sea surface. Through the surging currents of the sea, I could clearly see the 6 dark figures 100 meters away. These things can no longer be called sharks. Its streamlined body was covered with large patches of dark red spines, and its dorsal fin was not only huge, but also had sharp barbs hanging from its edges. Even more bizarrely, dozens of bone spurs of varying sizes grew from their gill slits, opening and closing wildly and disrupting the water flow. Thank goodness it's not a nimble one like the octopus shark. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Fan made a hand gesture underwater. Xiaobai, let's split up. Little White nodded, and its pink figure instantly transformed into a torrent, plunging straight into the left flank of the shark swarm. Although Little White is not big, its speed is incredibly fast. It lunged forward and bit into a shark's tail, then turned and swam away in a flash. Fresh blood spread in the water. The 3 sharks were instantly enraged, turning their crimson eyes around and roaring as they chased after Little White. The remaining 3 lions were still locked onto Lu Fan's direction. In their eyes, this scaleless, thin bipedal creature was nothing more than a mass of protein that would not resist. Come on! Let's test the enhanced power! Lu Fan pulled out the sturdy carbon steel crowbar from his spatial ring. This thing may be blunt, but it's hard and long enough. The shark in the middle was clearly impatient, as it suddenly swung its tail fin. It bared its 2 rows of jagged, sharp teeth and rammed into Lu Fan's face. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as the 2 sides were about to make contact, Lu Fan used his waist and abdomen to propel himself down like a shrimp that had been launched into the air. Click! The shark missed its target, its sharp teeth making a dull thud as they collided. The immense inertia prevented it from stopping immediately, so it could only swim over Lu Fan's head. Get out of here! Lu Fan immediately kicked his legs and quickly rose to the surface. Before it swam away, I aimed the crowbar at the shark's weakest spot, its anus, and stabbed it in hard. Pfft! A half-meter-long crowbar was driven in completely. A murky, yellowish-brown liquid mixed with blood instantly spread in the seawater. The shark's body suddenly stiffened. It never imagined that it would be sodomized by a human in its lifetime. It roared in agony, thrashing and swimming wildly in the water. Lu Fan gripped the crowbar tightly, tearing the wound open again and again as it thrashed about in the seawater, blood gushing out and churning the entire area. The other 2 sharks were agitated by the blood, but their vision was obstructed and their sense of smell was interfered with by the blood, so they could only blindly circle around. Before long, the sea was stained red with blood. Just as the 2 sharks were searching for Lu Fan's figure, a dark figure darted out from the bloodstains. It charged straight at the face of one of the bewildered sharks. He grabbed the bone spur at the other man's gill cleft and pulled it upwards. The enhanced power is exceptionally astonishing. They actually tore the bone spur off along with the gill flesh and pulled it out. The shark, in pain, twisted its mouth and tried to bite, but Lu Fan didn't give it a chance to turn back. He gripped the bloody, sharp bone spur in his right hand and plunged it deep into its cloudy, grayish-white eyeball. Puff! The bone spur pierced directly through the eyeball and headed straight for the brain. The massive body convulsed violently twice, then rolled over and remained motionless. At this moment, the last shark finally reacted. Instead of fleeing, it was enraged by the death of its companion and opened its blood-red maw from the side, slamming it down on Lu Fan's head. There was no way to avoid it. But Lu Fan had no intention of avoiding it. He suddenly turned around, advancing instead of retreating, his hands forming claws, and directly grabbed the upper and lower jaws that were about to bite down. Creak, creak. A sound of bones grinding together rang out. The last shark thrashed wildly, trying to close its mouth and bite the arrogant human in two. But those two hands remained motionless, like two hydraulic jacks. Lu Fan's muscles bulged, veins covered his entire body, and his eyes were bloodshot. "Open it for me!" He let out a deep, muffled growl underwater. He suddenly exerted force outward with both arms. Sizzle! A loud cracking sound of muscle fibers snapping rang out. The ligaments at the corners of a shark's mouth rupture first, followed by the skin and flesh, and finally the bone. Until Lu Fan forcibly ripped off that huge jawbone, blood gushed out like a high-pressure water gun. The mouth is gone. It couldn't even let out a scream. It went completely limp from the excruciating pain and blood loss. Lu Fan released his grip, looked at the three enormous corpses floating around him, and slowly exhaled a string of bubbles. Cool. The thrill of crushing monsters with physical strength is simply addictive. If he had had this strength in his past life, he wouldn't have died such a tragic death. At that moment, the water surged violently not far away. Little White swam quickly, leading the last mutated shark riddled with bloody holes. The other side couldn't even touch Little White's tail. Within minutes he died from excessive blood loss. The other two had already turned their bellies up. Judging from the horrifying blood holes on their bodies, they clearly died in the same way. This little guy is quite cheeky. After bleeding them out, they ran away, and the other party couldn't catch up. I wonder who he learned it from. Eek. Seeing that Lu Fan was alright, Xiao Bai happily swam over. At the same time, it also had 3 colorful crystals that shimmered with a faint fluorescence in its mouth. Lu Fan reached out and took it. The crystal felt cold to the touch, and its surface was covered with sticky flesh and blood, seemingly containing some kind of energy that could excite living beings. Where did it come from? Lu Fan gestured. Little White turned and swam to a shark carcass. It skillfully used its horn to drill open the shark's skull and probed into the muddy brain tissue. Lu Fan swam over to take a look. Among that pile of red and white objects, there was also a crystal embedded in it. What is this thing? Lu Fan's heart stirred, and he made his move. They used crowbars to crack open the heads of the other 2 sharks one by one, and took out this thing. Back on the ship, Lu Fan didn't bother to dry himself off and examined the 6 cleaned crystals. Little Bai sat close to the boat, its little mouth agape, staring longingly at what Lu Fan was holding. Want some? Wah! Lu Fan picked the smallest one and tossed it over. Little White opened its mouth to catch it and swallowed it with a gulp. A data panel instantly appeared above its head. The juvenile dinosaur successfully devoured 1 low-level sea crystal. Gained 50 growth points. Current growth value, 50/500. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. It turns out that this thing called sea crystal is actually the key food for Xiao Bai's growth. No wonder some mutated creatures are fierce while others are weak. They probably evolved by devouring other mutated creatures. Lu Fan looked at the 5 remaining sea crystals in his hand without the slightest hesitation. Open your mouth! Since the effects of this product on humans are unknown, it's better to invest all the money in beginners. Once this little guy grows up, he'll definitely be more effective than any weapon. Whoosh whoosh. 5 sea crystals were thrown out in succession. Little White, like catching a frisbee, excitedly leaped and pounced, catching them one by one. The juvenile dinosaur successfully devoured 5 low-level sea crystals. Gained 250 growth points. Current growth value, 300/500. We're still 200 evolution points short. Lu Fan patted Xiao Bai's smooth forehead. Looks like we'll have to be more careful in the future. We shouldn't let any mutated creatures escape. Xiaobai nodded and let out a burp. Her originally rosy skin now had a subtle sheen, and her eyes had become noticeably more lively. Go and rest, I need to catch my breath too. I'm exhausted. Lu Fan didn't sleep all night. After fighting hand to hand in the water for so long, my energy was completely depleted. He returned to the driver's seat, dried himself off, changed into dry clothes, and lay down on the bed, never to wake up again. Lu Fan didn't wake up until it got dark. The rain outside the window continued unabated. He didn't intend to linger any longer, and after confirming the compass's location, he continued his journey in the darkness. The next morning, after sailing for an unknown period of time, the fog on the sea gradually thickened. Lu Fan took out the compass and looked at it. The magnetic needle on the dial is spinning wildly and erratically, making it impossible to tell which way is up. Looks like this is the place. Lu Fan looked out the window at the eerie thick fog, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Yes, but only an endless longing for those golden mountains and giant ships. Just as Lu Fan was about to take a break and have a meal, a horn sounded. A yacht appeared from the side in the thick fog. Lu Fan frowned slightly. How come there's a boat here? Did we get lost? Just as he peeked out to keep watch, the yacht changed course and headed straight for Lu Fan, accompanied by a woman's horn blaring. Don't move that wooden boat ahead! We are from the Zhuanshan rescue team, and you need to undergo our inspection. Chapter 34. This place is filled with energy. I know plum blossom divination. Follow me. The survival boat was violently rocked by the waves. A white, streamlined, double-decker yacht emerged from the fog, with crash tires mounted on its side. Lu Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. The ship's shape, its waterline, and even the scratch on the side of the hull all look extremely familiar. This is clearly the boat that the Zhang family father and daughter used when they fled. How did it end up in the hands of this group of people? Was it stolen and confiscated? Lu Fan's fingers twitched slightly, his right hand hanging down naturally, loosely clenched behind his back, ready to summon the Type 64 combat skill at any moment. With a muffled thud, the yacht was forced to a stop. Before the boat could even stabilize itself, a figure leaped off the yacht's deck, landing lightly like a cat. It's a woman! She had short, neat silver hair, pretty eyes and eyebrows, and wore a black tactical suit with a holster strapped to her waist. This woman's face and figure are not bad, but there is not a trace of feminine charm in her eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a tomboy. My name is Qing Shui, and I am the captain of the Zhuanshan Rescue Team 3. Without any preamble, she placed her right hand on the quick-draw holster at her waist and said, State your identity and the reason you're here. Lu Fan silently sized up the woman. He remembered Qing Xinghua saying that this place was eerie, and Shihuan Mountain dared not send any rescue teams here. The identities of this group of people who claim to be the Zhuanshan Rescue Team are probably questionable. Lu Fan decided to test the other party. But if they have no intention of killing, then we can use them to gather intelligence. Thinking of this, Lu Fan immediately put on his acting skills, put on an innocent and honest expression, raised his hands above his head, and stammered. Sir, I don't want to be here either. I was planning to take refuge in Shihuan Mountain, but the fog is too thick, and I've lost my way while driving. Get lost? Qing Shui frowned, glanced at Lu Fan a few times, and then waved to the yacht. 3 more figures jumped down. A man as strong as a bear, codenamed Big Dog. The other man, who was round but agile, was named Fatty. There was also a tall, thin guy named Ateo. As soon as the 3 of them got off, the small wooden boat became incredibly crowded. Cooperate with our search, Qing Shui ordered. The 3 of them immediately began to search everywhere. Qing Shui took 2 steps closer and reached out to grab Lu Fan's crotch. Lu Fan was startled and stepped back, but Qing Shui pressed down on his shoulder. Raise your hands and spread your legs. She didn't care whether Lu Fan wanted to or not, and started touching him. From the armpits to the waist, and then to the inner thighs, the movements were extremely professional, almost like searching for a criminal. Lu Fan followed suit, his expression calm. Anyway, all the important supplies are in the spatial ring. They can't possibly find anything there. Captain? We're out of weapons! The big dog crawled out of the driver's seat and pointed inside. There's a homemade water purifier, a bag of supplies, and the rest is all junk. Qing Shui nodded. And some survival knowledge. Where did you get this boat from? It was created through sheer tinkering, just to survive. Lu Fan laughed. The big dog and the fat man exchanged a glance, and put away their previous contempt. In this kind of world, someone who can build a wooden boat with power and survive at sea must have some special skills. You're quite capable. Qing Shui patted the rain off her hands, her tone softening slightly. The heavy fog here is causing interference and magnetic field disturbances, malfunctioning all electronic devices. We're on our way to a rescue mission. You'll come with us. After the mission, we'll take you back to base. Without a second thought, Lu Fan's face lit up with joy. I'll do whatever, sir. I'll do anything as long as I can get out of here. Qing Shui casually took out a bottle of mineral water and half a piece of dry bread, and stuffed them into Lu Fan's arms. Eat sparingly. There's no more for you. After saying that, the four of them turned around and went back to the yacht. Lu Fan held the hard baguette in his hand, looking at the yacht in front of him with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Only 4 people are needed to rescue a medium-sized passenger ship? That's really strange. Lu Fan shook his head, returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and slowly followed behind them. 2 hours later. The surrounding fog grew thicker and thicker. The yacht in front of us was like a headless fly, turning left and right all the time, with no idea where it was going. A pink shadow darted swiftly beneath the water, emerging from the surface. Wah! Little Whitey chirped softly a few times. Lu Fan understood its meaning. It seems these idiots have already circled around here 3 times. Fortunately, I just sent Xiao Bai to scout out the way, and it seems they've found the place. He twisted the throttle sharply, and the small boat sped up, closing in on the yacht side by side. Sir! Where are we? Lu Fan shouted at the top of his lungs. Aren't we there yet? Big Dog leaned halfway out of the cockpit, his face covered in sweat, holding a black screen tablet. What the hell? The radar's malfunctioning. The captain's calculating latitude and longitude, just wait. Stop calculating! Lu Fan shouted to stop the other person, and said in a serious but nonsensical tone. This place has heavy energy, science doesn't work. Follow me, I know the plum blossom divination method, I can tell you it's in the southeast. Having said that, he gave the other party no chance to react. The small boat splashed up waves and plunged directly into the depths of the fog. Holy crap! Big Dog froze, then turned around and shouted. Captain, that kid said he could tell fortunes and pinpoint locations. He ran away. In the cockpit, Qing Shui stared at the unresponsive locator in her hand and gritted her teeth. Follow him first. If he dares to try anything funny, just shoot him. The yacht's engine roared as it followed closely behind Lu Fan. Half an hour later. The thick fog gradually thinned, and a huge black shadow slowly emerged in the distance. As they drew closer, they discovered that it was a mountain peak that was mostly submerged, like an isolated island at sea. You really found him? The fat man leaned on the railing, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. This kid's got some skills. I'm going to have him do some fortune-telling on my love life later. Qing Shui, holding up her binoculars, said with a grave expression. This should be Bailu Mountain. We haven't spotted the far voyage. We'll have to detour later. Before he could finish speaking, the yacht's engine suddenly emitted a loud idling sound, and then it stalled. What's going on? Qing Shui shouted. I don't know. The fuel system is normal, and the circuit breaker didn't trip. It just stopped by itself. Big Dog frantically pressed the ignition button, but to no avail. The immense inertia propelled the yacht forward. Finally, the yacht's hull scraped against the underwater rocks, the hull tilted violently, and half of the bow was stuck in the muddy shallows, unable to move. And on the side, Lu Fan's small boat executed a graceful swivel and came to a steady stop beside a flat boulder. Hello? Standing at the bow, Lu Fan looked at the stranded yacht with disdain and cursed. Did you guys trade eggs for your driver's licenses? You can't even use the brakes? You almost sent me flying. With a dark expression, Qing Shui pushed open the hatch and jumped into the shallows, the muddy water instantly reaching her ankles. Big Dog was about to retort when Qing Shui grabbed him and replied coldly. Next, we need to land on the island for search and rescue. You stay on the ship to rest and keep an eye on the supplies. Don't do that, sir. Lu Fan shook his head frantically, grabbed a crowbar, and jumped down. I'm scared to be alone in this desolate wilderness. I'll go with you guys, at least I'll have someone to look after me. He has to go in person. The Yuanheng is nearby. If we don't follow these mine detectors, are we supposed to go and clear mines ourselves? Qing Shui glanced at him, quickly assessed his combat strength, and then coldly nodded. All right. Stay close, or you'll run off and die. Don't blame me for not warning you. All right, everyone will follow the commander's orders. Lu Fan immediately ran to the back of the crowd. And so, the 5 of them trudged deeper into Bailu Mountain, their steps uneven. Just as their figures disappeared into the woods. Behind a thicket of bushes, a dark figure swayed slightly, its eyes fixed on the 5 people's whereabouts before disappearing. Chapter 35. Don't blink later, you're so handsome. The rain was torrential, and the entire mountain area was muddy and impassable. The group slowly made their way up the mountain. The tree trunks along the way were covered with strange scratches, and the bark was peeling back to reveal the wood underneath. Something's not right. The fat man squatted down next to a wild boar carcass and reached out to touch the broken spine. The cross-section was uneven, and blackened meat shreds were still hanging on it. This wild boar weighs at least 300 pounds, yet its spine was bitten through in one bite. The fat man wiped his hands on his clothes, his face turning pale. The flood forced wild animals to run to higher ground, but this wound doesn't look like that of an ordinary beast. Big Dog walked ahead, gun in hand, breathing heavily. Whatever it is, if it dares to show its face, I'll shoot it. A short while later, a partially collapsed cave appeared before them. The cave entrance was sheltered from the wind, and a faint smell of burnt coal wafted out. Qing Shui made a hand gesture, and the group crept in along the rock wall. The cave is spacious, dry, and sheltered from the rain. There was a simple stove made of stacked stones on the ground. Half of the porridge in the pot was eaten, and the rest was spilled on the ground, as if the person eating was suddenly interrupted by something and never came back. The big dog touched the black ash under the stove and rubbed it between its fingers. It must have been left over from last night. Qing Shui frowned, unscrewed a red signal flare, and threw it into the depths of the cave. The cave is not deep, about 10 meters long. The signal flare struck the end of the cave, illuminating the surroundings with its red light. There were 3 dark figures piled up there. Upon closer inspection, they discovered 3 human corpses dressed in crew uniforms. They have no heads. The chest cavity was violently ripped open, and the internal organs inside had been completely eaten. This is disgusting. The fat man covered his mouth, his stomach churning. Ateo! Guard the entrance and manually log the information. Qing Shui's voice turned cold as she quickly drew her gun on alert. The rest of you, examine the bodies and confirm their identities. Ateo walked to the cave entrance and pulled back the bolt of his rifle. Okay, Captain. I'll get right there. Call. A gust of foul wind swept in. There were no screams. All that could be heard was the crisp sound of bones being crushed. A dark shadow was biting Ateo's head and swallowing him whole. Then it flung Ateo's body away, slamming it against the rock wall, the blood from his neck cavity soaking the entire wall. Ah Tao! Big Dog's eyes widened in anger, and he raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger. Calm down! Qing Shui shouted sharply. Beside Ateo's body, a huge creature slowly approached. That's a tiger. It is larger than an adult water buffalo. The fur is covered with a layer of hard, grayish-white keratin. Along the spine, each vertebra pierces the skin and grows out, like a row of upside-down bone spurs. Several dried human heads, as well as the heads of various animals, were hanging on it. Even more bizarrely, it had several eyes of different sizes on its face, distributed on its forehead and cheeks, all staring at the 4 people in the cave. Ah! The mutated tiger let out a low growl, raised its front paws, and crushed Ateo's corpse. Then it opened its mouth. Puff! An eyeball was spat out like a melon seed and rolled to Qing Shui's feet. Those were Ateo's unseen eyes in death. This beast is intelligent. It's provoking us. Qing Shui's forehead veins bulged. The 2 men could no longer hold back and raised their guns to pull the triggers. Go to hell! Da-da-da-da! A hail of bullets rained down. It directly punched the mutated tiger until it was covered in bloody holes. The enormous body staggered backward, letting out a mournful cry, before crashing heavily to the ground, barely alive. I'll kill you! The big dog, his eyes bloodshot, drew his machete and charged forward, yelling, Pay me for my life! Suddenly, the monster's tightly closed eyes twitched slightly. Qing Shui's pupils constricted sharply as she realized something was wrong. Come back quickly! He's faking his death! But it was all too late. Just as the big dog rushed in front of it, the monster, which had been on the verge of death, suddenly sprang up. The bullet holes on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call! The huge tiger paw slammed down towards the big dog. Before the big dog could react, it was slapped and sent flying, crashing into the rock wall and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Big dog! The fat man desperately raised his gun and continued firing. The monster stopped hiding. It seemed to have grown tired of this cat-and-mouse game. Several eyes gleamed menacingly as it approached step by step. It's no use! Conventional firepower can't kill this thing! Qing Shui grabbed the fat man's gun barrel and pulled out a metal syringe with a faint blue luster from the lining of her tactical vest. Captain? You're going to use this thing? The fat man shouted in terror. Stop talking nonsense! Take that kid and find a chance to run! Without any hesitation, Qing Shui plunged the needle directly into her carotid artery and pressed down hard with her thumb. A piercing scream rang out. Qing Shui's fair skin instantly turned light red, her blood vessels throbbed wildly, and steam continued to rise from her skin. Her black pupils disappeared completely, leaving only a blood red. Run! The rocks beneath Qing Shui's feet cracked, and she was sent flying like a bullet. Thump! The mutated tiger had just opened its mouth when Qing Shui punched it in the jaw. The colossal beast, weighing several tons, was sent tumbling through the air and crashing heavily against the stone wall, causing rubble to fall from the cave ceiling. The monster was enraged. It flipped over and slapped Qing Shui away, then pounced and bit down on her head. Qing Shui dodged the attack with a heavy heart, seized the opportunity to jump onto the monster's head, and pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into its eyes. Pfft! Slurry splashed. Oh whoa! The monster was in agony and thrashed its head wildly, trying to slam Qing Shui to the ground. Using the momentum, Qing Shui flipped in midair, locking her legs tightly around the monster's neck. She pulled out her dagger and stabbed at the other eyes once more. 1, 2, 3. The monster's eyes were all gouged out, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Qing Shui coughed up a mouthful of blood and seized the opportunity to finish him off. She punched the giant head more than a dozen times until brain matter splattered everywhere. Only then did the monster finally collapse to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Cough, cough, cough. Qing Shui knelt in a pool of blood, her silver hair stained red with blood. She coughed violently, each cough bringing up large chunks of dark blood. Captain? The fat man scrambled over, tears and snot mingling together. You all go, don't worry about me. Qing Shui pushed the fat man away, her voice weak. Tell Dr. Song what happened to us. No! We'll go together! The fat man shouted, turning around. Brother Lu, please do me a favor. You carry the captain, and I'll carry Big Dog. Lu Fan, who had been hiding in the corner, heard the call and immediately went forward and carried Qing Shui on his back. He hadn't expected this woman to have such methods. Just as the group was about to leave the cave entrance. Roar, roar. 3 even more powerful tiger roars echoed outside the cave. 3 smaller, but equally covered in bone spurs, mutated tigers stood outside the cave entrance, staring at the group with bloodthirsty eyes. The fat man gasped, his face ashen. It's over, we can't leave. Qing Shui struggled to get off Lu Fan's back, her hands trembling as she reached for the inner pocket of her tactical vest, where there was the last spare dose of medicine. I can still hold them off. She had just taken out the potion when it was snatched away by a strong, powerful hand. Lu Fan casually tossed the blue potion to the fat man next to him. All right, stop showing off. Another injection and you might die. Lu Fan released Qing Shui and let her sit down against the rock wall. He then moved his neck and made a cracking sound. Brother Lu, are you crazy? The fat man's legs went weak with fright, and he immediately placed the unconscious dog next to Qing Shui. Fatty! I just did a reading, you're destined for romance. You'll get married in 3 years. Huh! The two looked completely taken aback. Lu Fan smiled, rolled up his sleeves, and walked forward without turning his head. I'll make a move just for that piece of dry bread. Don't blink later, you'll look really cool. Chapter 36. Of all the people to choose, why did you pick Lu Fan as a hostage? The 3-headed mutated tiger, in a hunting posture, bared its fangs and slowly approached. One of the bolder ones opened its blood-red mouth and pounced on Lu Fan. Lu Fan smirked, took a step back, channeled all his strength, and threw a punch at the tiger's head. Boom! A loud bang. The tiger's head was pierced through by a single punch, and its massive body instantly went limp. Lu Fan casually tossed the corpse aside, still clutching a transparent crystal in his hand. Qing Shui and the other woman were completely dumbfounded. One punch and he's dead. Is this power even human? Seeing their companion instantly killed, the remaining 2 mutated tigers instinctively took 2 steps back, tucked their tails between their legs, and turned to flee. Trying to run? Lu Fan snorted coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, the carbon steel crowbar was already in his palm. He pressed down with both legs and leaped out like a cheetah. Without any fancy moves, relying solely on pure speed and strength, he easily killed the 2 mutated tigers. After finishing, Lu Fan skillfully dissected their heads and pulled out 2 crystals stained with blood. For low-level sea crystals are just enough for a beginner to grow to the next stage. This is an absolute steal. How is this possible? Qing Shui clutched her stomach, staring at the scene in disbelief. She barely managed to kill one after being injected with that nearly fatal drug. This man killed 3 animals with ease, relying solely on his physical abilities. And, it seems they still have energy to spare. Lu Fan put the crystal in his pocket, turned around, and said calmly, "Don't be obsessed with me. This is just basic stuff." "Are you a mutant?" Qing Shui struggled to sit up, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "There's a very small chance that a creature that's been rained on will undergo genetic mutation. The explosive power you just displayed is definitely not something an ordinary human possesses." "Mutants?" Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. "So, humans can also be affected by these sea crystals?" He shrugged and shook his head. "What mutation stuff? I just do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. Stick to it for 3 years, and you can do it too." Qing Shui. She's not stupid. Of course she could tell that this was nonsense. But everyone has secrets, and in this world, prying into someone's secrets is a big no-no. Afterwards, the group sat down to rest by the stone wall. Qing Shui disinfected and bandaged the wound. The fat man gave the big dog, who had just woken up, painkillers and water. Fortunately, the big dog has thick skin and only broke a few ribs. Its life was not in danger. After doing all this, the fat man sighed, moved Ateo's mutilated body to a corner of the cave, and made a simple tombstone out of rubble to pray for him. "Let's get to know each other again." Lu Fan sat down opposite them. "My name is Lu Fan, a fishing enthusiast. And you? I want to hear the truth." "We are not an official rescue team." Qing Shui sighed, her face pale. "We are here at the request of Dr. Song from the base to rescue Song Qi, the 3rd young master of the Song family. And while we're at it, let's collect samples from this area." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "Side job?" "I suppose so." Qing Shui looked at Lu Fan, her tone filled with hope. "If you can help us rescue Song Qi, the Song group will definitely give you an astronomical reward." Lu Fan remained silent for a moment, staring intently into her eyes. Qing Shui avoided eye contact, assuming Lu Fan was interested in her. She gently brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "If you have any other requests, even if you want my body, I'll accept." Before she could finish speaking, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and her voice lowered. Lu Fan raised his hand to interrupt her. "Sorry! I refuse." "Chen Shui? Fatty?" Lu Fan dusted off his clothes, stood up, and looked out of the cave. Beautiful women are certainly nice. But at this stage, women are too likely to affect his performance. If you're only focused on romance, how can you concentrate on developing your grand career? He's going to become the Pirate King, no, the Sea King, or maybe that's not quite right either. In short, he didn't want to take a bunch of burdens with him before he upgraded his survival boat and solved his food, water, and survival problems. The light in Qing Shui's eyes dimmed instantly. Indeed, in their current state, they are only a burden to Lu Fan. Forget about saving people, it's questionable whether we can even leave this damned island alive. However, Lu Fan changed the subject. "I've already repaid that favor. Don't expect me to babysit you from now on. But if you have any information that interests me, I might consider taking action again." Qing Shui suddenly looked up, hope rekindling in her eyes. Ignoring her injuries, she rushed over and hugged Lu Fan tightly, saying excitedly, "Thank you." The movement aggravated her wound, causing her to gasp in pain before she released her grip and stepped back. The fat man standing to the side stared wide-eyed, his face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Brother Lu, you're only the 2nd man the captain has ever hugged in his life." Lu Fan straightened his wrinkled collar. "The 2nd one? There are actually men as handsome as me in this world? Who is it?" The fat man was about to answer when Qing Shui glared at him fiercely. "He's my younger brother. Ching Shui answered proactively. He has a terminal illness. Dr. Song promised me that if I could save Song Chi, he would treat my brother with the latest gene therapy. So I have no choice but to complete this mission. The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became heavy. Lu Fan shook his head and changed the subject. Alright, get some rest. Get me the intelligence on Shihuan Mountain on the way. I charge by the hour, so don't wait up. Half an hour later, the rain gradually subsided. The group set off again, continuing their ascent towards the summit along the slippery mountain path. This area seemed to be the territory of those mutated tigers, and we encountered no other dangers along the way. Soon, the four of them reached the summit. There is a huge banyan tree here, a single tree forming a forest, with aerial roots hanging down like curtains. The ground beneath the tree was piled high with white bones, some human, some of various animals. Look over there! The fat man suddenly pointed down the cliff and shouted. Through the layers of thin mist, the group could vaguely see a passenger ship capsized on the shallows by the shore. The ship's hull was covered in rust, and several large characters were written on its side, "Far Voyage." Finally found it! Lu Fan's spirits lifted. From a distance, it truly looks like a mountain of gold. Just as the group was about to descend the mountain. Snap! Half a compressed biscuit suddenly fell from the top of the tree and landed at Lu Fan's feet. The group of people looked up instantly. Hidden among the branches of that enormous banyan tree were 7 or 8 ragged, emaciated men. They stared at Lu Fan and his companions in horror. Lin Tian? Ching Shui squinted and recognized one of them. Are you Song Chi's assistant? The person in the tree was stunned for a moment, then burst into a cry of relief. It's a rescue team! It really is a rescue team! Wah! I'm finally alive! The group of people climbed down the tree using both their hands and feet, tears streaming down their faces, as if they had seen their own parents. The fat man quickly took out spare raincoats and put them on. The group of people were soaking wet, and their lips were purple from the cold, clearly having been hiding in the tree for several days. What exactly happened? Ching Shui asked bluntly. Lin Tian, wrapped in a raincoat, trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. On our way to V City for rescue, we encountered fog and storms, and the ship ran aground. Then, the captain Tang Haikang, he went mad. Crazy? No, he's mutated. Lin Tian's voice trembled. He's incredibly strong, invulnerable to swords and spears. He seized all the supplies on the ship, and anyone who disobeyed was killed and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Young Master Song Chi was also locked in the lower deck by him. We finally escaped, but there are monsters in the mountains too. We can only hide in the trees and wait to die. Everyone frowned as they listened. I never expected the voyage would encounter such a fate. Lin Tian grabbed Ching Shui's clothes and shook his head frantically. You absolutely mustn't go on the ship. That Tang Haikang is a ruthless killer. I saw him punch the chief engineer through the chest with my own eyes. Going there is just suicide. Ching Shui shook off his hand and said coldly, Our mission is to rescue Song Chi. You all go hide in the cave below and we'll leave when we return. No way! Lin Tian cried out in desperation. As a rescue team, get us out of here first. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. Sorry. The fat man pulled Lin Tian aside. Resources are limited. We need to complete the mission first. Lin Tian took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground in despair. His eyes turned venomous. Why? Aren't our lives valuable too? He suddenly picked up a sharp-boned spur from the ground and rushed towards Lu Fan, who looked the weakest among them. Don't move! Lin Tian pressed the bone spur against Lu Fan's carotid artery and roared with a ferocious expression. If you don't take me with you first, I'll kill him right now! The air froze instantly. The fat man and his companions were stunned. Why did Lin Tian have to choose this killing god as a hostage? Chapter 37 I know the gates of hell well. I'll send you down there right now. Calm down, bro! The fat man looked terrified, waving his hands wildly in the air. He must be starving! Don't be impulsive! Don't kill him! Hearing the fat man's words, Lin Tian tightened his grip on Lu Fan's arm and laughed maniacally. Now you know to beg me? Hurry up and prepare the boat. Otherwise, I'll really take action. The fat man and the big dog exchanged a glance and helplessly covered their faces. It's over. This idiot has comprehension problems. He was begging Lu Fan not to kill anyone, not Lin Tian. Seeing the silence of the people in front of him, Lin Tian completely broke down, roaring. Damn it! I want to live too! Why should Song-chi get priority and rescue? Why are we left here to die? You bunch of lackeys! You're all dogs who only care about money! Why should I? Ha! Lu Fan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Instead of complaining and blaming others, try to make yourself more valuable. Others aren't your parents. They have no obligation to save you. This remark completely enraged Lin Tian. Shut up! Lin Tian's eyes bulged as he retorted. Does the brat like you even know what the gates of hell are like? Today I'll drag you down to hell with me! He roared and thrust the bone spur in his hand toward Lu Fan's carotid artery. Click. A crisp sound. Lu Fan was fine, but the hard bone spur broke. Lin Tian was stunned, his hands numb as he held up the broken bone spur, at a loss for what to do. The next second, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and his gaze began to slowly move downwards. He first saw Lu Fan's eyes, then his blood-stained palm, then his own instep, and finally a spinning sky and earth. Thump. Something landed. The world has fallen into nothingness. Lu Fan flicked the blood off his palm and sneered. The gates of hell? I know that place very well. He looked at the head rolling at his feet and sneered. Perfect for sending you down there. The surroundings were deathly silent. The remaining survivors trembled with fear, not daring to utter a sound. What exactly happened in that brief moment? Cutting bones and necks with bare hands? Is this something a human being could do? The fat man swallowed hard, feeling a little uneasy, and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Everyone listen up. Big Dog will lead you to the cave behind the mountain to hide. Anyone who causes trouble again. He pointed to the headless corpse on the ground. This is what happens. A group of people nodded frantically, scrambling and stumbling after the big dog as they ran up the mountain, afraid that if they were a step too slow, they would also have their heads chopped off. After dealing with this, the three stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the stranded giant ship. Mr. Lu! Ching Shui frowned slightly. Next, we need to go to that ship to rescue people. If we don't come back, please take Big Dog and the others back to Shihuan Mountain. Lu Fan waved his hand, his tone somewhat relaxed. Consider yourselves lucky. My target was that ship anyway, and it just so happens to be on the way. Let's go! Ching Shui and the fat man were taken aback. Is there something on that ship that he's interested in? They didn't dare ask, and could only follow Lu Fan down the hillside. At the same time, inside the top-floor luxury suite of the Far Voyage, the once luxurious room was now in a mess. On the leather sofa inside the room sat a giant man who was over 2 meters tall. He was shirtless, his muscles bulging strangely, and his entire body was covered in a thick layer of hair, making him look like a bipedal chimpanzee. This man is Captain Tang Haikong. He had a cigar between his fingers, and 2 naked women lay on the carpet at his feet, their bodies covered in bruises, already unconscious. Reporting to the captain. A man as thin as a monkey pushed open the door and walked in, trembling and bowing his head. Just now, several more women committed suicide. Now there are only 5 left. Bang! Tang Haikong slapped the marble tabletop next to him, shattering it. Damn it! Another suicide attempt? He exhaled 2 plumes of white steam from his nostrils and roared. These bastards don't know how lucky they are. If they serve me well, they could live, but they insist on courting death. He suddenly stood up, and a huge shadow instantly enveloped the skinny monkey. Give them some expired bread to eat and calm them down. If another one dies, I'll twist your head off. Yes. I'll go right away. The skinny monkey was so frightened that his legs trembled, and he turned to run away. Stop! Tang Haikong stopped him, his eyes cold. Has that Song-chi revealed the safe's combination yet? The skinny monkey shook his head frantically, not daring to utter a sound. Useless! Tang Haikong cursed, shoving the skinny guy aside and striding out. Lead the way! I'll go ask him myself. The cargo hold baggage room. This place was originally used to store miscellaneous items, but now it has become a prison. The place was damp and cold, with a strong smell of blood. At the far end of the cabin, a young man in a shirt was hanging in midair, his limbs bound by thick iron chains. He is Song-chi. The once dashing 3rd young master of the Song family is now covered in blood, his face bruised and swollen. Hearing heavy footsteps, Song-chi struggled to lift his head. Captain Tang. His voice was hoarse as he spat out a mouthful of blood. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Regret? Tang Haikang scoffed, walked to the iron cage, and stared at Song-Chi as if he were an ant. I'm a new human now. I'm the king of the world. Crushing you is like crushing a bug. He reached out and pinched Song-Chi's chin, applying slight pressure with his fingertips. Tell me the password. My patience is running out. Song-Chi's lips trembled with pain, but he still mocked. Aren't you strong? Why don't you just tear that cabinet open? So even new types are afraid of triggering self-destructive vices and blowing up all the potions you want. Tang Haikang's face darkened. The Song family members are all shrewd and crazy. That safe was connected to a high-explosive detonator. Forcibly breaking it would only result in him getting nothing. It seems young Master Song won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Tang Haikang sneered and turned to walk into the storage room next door. A few seconds later, he emerged from it carrying a dying old man. Young Master Song, save me. The old man was extremely weak, his limbs were broken, and he was barely clinging to life. Uncle Hong! Song-Chi's eyes instantly reddened, and he struggled frantically against the chains, yelling. Tang Haikang! You beast! Let him go! Oh, how touching! Tang Haikang pinched Uncle Hong's head and shook it. I heard this old man watched you grow up, so he's practically your father. He even taught you that Hong family fist? I was originally planning to keep him as a sparring partner, but since you're not cooperating... Click. His fingers slowly tightened. Uncle Hong let out a painful scream, his face turned a liverish color, and his eyes became bloodshot and bulging. Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk! Song-Chi screamed in despair. 7355608. The password is 7355608. Let him go! Tang Haikang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to waste my time? He looked at the old man convulsing in his hands, a savage pleasure flashing in his eyes. I received the password. But this old man. I'll take it as punishment for testing his patience. Before he could finish speaking. Bang! Tang Haikang squeezed hard with his large hand, crushing Uncle Hong's head like he was squeezing a watermelon. Red and white substances splattered out, splashing all over Song-Chi's face. Tang Haikang even stuck out his tongue and licked the brain matter that had splattered on the corner of his mouth, smacking his lips. TSK, a bit salty, not tasty. Uncle Hong! Tang Haikang, I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Song-Chi let out a heart-wrenching wail, and the iron chains clanged as they were pulled. Tang Haikang threw the headless corpse on the ground, stepped on its chest, and grinned as he approached Song-Chi. I love seeing you want to kill me but are helpless. Don't worry, once I get the potion, I'll torture you slowly until you beg me to kill you. Suddenly, the skinny monkey scrambled into the house. Report. Captain? There seems to be someone walking this way. It's probably the Shihuan Mountain Rescue Team. Tang Haikang licked his lips and sneered. The rescue team? Heh, just in time. Chapter 38. When we get back this time, I'm going to propose to you. On the mudflats along the coast. The fat man followed behind Qing Shui and asked in a low voice. Captain, Brother Lu said he was going to inspect the boats, and then he disappeared in a flash. Do we have no chance of winning? Shut up! Qing Shui stared straight ahead, her hand unconsciously pressing the inner pocket of her tactical vest. This spare gene-enhancing agent is her last trump card. We won't carry out the mission without him? Qing Shui said coldly. If you're scared, you can go back first. The fat man shrank back and stopped talking. Just as the two approached the massive shipwreck. Thump! A dark shadow leaped high from above the deck and crashed onto the muddy beach in front of the two men. Mud and sand flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. A terrifying body, over 2 meters tall, appeared before them. Tang Haikang was shirtless, his muscles were deeply intertwined, and thick black hair covered his chest and back, exuding a strong aura of primal hormones. Are you the rescue team? Tang Haikang looked down at the two people in front of him with disdain. The overwhelming sense of oppression made the fat man's legs go weak, and he almost knelt down. Qing Shui took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in her heart, and looked up, saying, Captain Tang! We are the Shihuan Mountain Rescue Team 3. We've come to take you back. Go back? Tang Haikang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and laughed. I'll be king here and rule the world. Why would I go back to that old world full of rules and be a dog? He took a step forward and stood directly in front of Qing Shui. Its huge nostrils twitched, almost touching Qing Shui's face, as it greedily sniffed. Such a lovely, feminine scent. Tang Haikang narrowed his eyes, a look of intoxication on his face. This smell is much better than those worn-out junk on the ship. Keep it as my toy, and I will take good care of you. You. The fat man behind him had his eyes twitching wildly and his fists clenched tightly. Qing Shui reached out and stopped the fat man. Enduring the overwhelming stench, he forced a stiff smile. Let me see young Master Song Qi. Someone asked me to pass on a message to him. After that, do with him as you see fit. Sure. Tang Haikang reached out and lightly stroked Qing Shui's chin. Since you've been obedient, come with me. That little mouse won't live much longer anyway. At the same time, the side of the Yuanhang ship, in the reef area. Lu Fan crouched behind a huge rock, looking up at the wreckage of the passenger's ship. From the side, it appears that the bow was not grounded due to an impact. The huge steel plate at the bottom is concave inward, with obvious serrated marks on the edges. It felt like being bitten hard by some kind of deep-sea monster. That bite force must be at least at the level of a mosasaur, right? Lu Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seems the voyage's demise was not simply a natural disaster, but likely related to some kind of giant mutated creature. Lu Fan reached out and touched the cold hull of the ship. But it doesn't matter. This is thousands of tons of high-quality steel, along with various other materials. Once you disassemble this thing, your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. The survival ship has undergone a super-evolution. When the time comes, we'll plant potatoes and raise some animals. That will be truly wonderful. Just then, a pink ripple appeared on the sea. Huffing and puffing. Little White dragged the survival boat around in a big circle before finally swimming to the shallows. It lay on the sea surface, its pink little tongue lolling out, looking at Lu Fan with a resentful gaze. Lu Fan walked over with a smile and ruffled its smooth head. Thanks for your hard work, Little White. He flipped his wrist, and 2 sea crystals emitting a faint glow appeared in his palm. Just moments ago, Little White was exhausted and half dead, but suddenly it raised its head, its eyes sparkling, and opened its mouth to make an urgent, whimpering sound. Eat! Lu Fan threw out 2 sea crystals. Little White caught it precisely, and swallowed it in one gulp. Keep the other 2. If you become too fragile during your evolution, I won't have time to be your bodyguard. Little White looked aggrieved. Although reluctant, it obediently nodded, wagged its tail, and dived back into the sea. After seeing Xiaobai off, Lu Fan quickly walked to the damaged part of the ship. He reached out and pressed his hand on the cold steel plate of the ship's hull, while his other hand touched the workbench. Break down! The expected burst of golden light did not appear the next second. There was only a cold, inaudible notification sound. Warning: the target object contains a large number of living organisms and cannot be decomposed. Please clear the internal living organisms and try again. Lu Fan's smile froze. He thought that by letting Qing Shui and the other girl draw the fire, he could secretly dismantle the ship. Turns out, there are these ridiculous rules at the workbench. He withdrew his hand, his eyes instantly turning cold. Fine. I admit defeat. Lu Fan took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the breach in the cabin. Lower deck storage room. Qing Shui and Tang Haikang followed them in. Song Qi knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. The area around him was littered with severed limbs and bits of flesh, emitting a putrid stench. Even Qing Shui, who was used to seeing bloodshed, couldn't help but feel nauseous at this moment. Tang Haikang, this madman, has long lost his humanity and become a complete and utter murderous demon. Qing Shui took a few steps forward and took a deep breath. Mr. Song Qi. Before she finished speaking, she leaned forward and rushed to Song Qi's side, trying to unlock the chains on him. Oh, little beauty, you still want to save people? No good. Tang Haikang stood motionless, arms crossed, and sneered. No one can escape from me. Not even a god. He took a step forward, just about to go forward. Sizzle sizzle. A blue arc of electricity struck his lower back. Behind him, the fat man, holding a modified stun gun, roared. Chimpanzee! Die! High-voltage current surged wildly into Tang Haikang's body along the wire. A burnt smell filled the air. Tang Haikang's hair stood on end, wisps of blue smoke rose from his skin, and electric currents could even be seen coursing through his body. However, he was completely unharmed. Tang Haikang slowly turned around, a disdainful sneer appearing on his face. Foolish ants! Tang Haikang grabbed the wires attached to his body and yanked them hard. Collapse! The stun gun was torn to shreds. Is this a massage for me? The next second, Tang Haikang appeared in front of the fat man in an instant, grabbed him by the neck, and easily lifted the 200-pound fat man. It's just a piece of moving fat. Tang Haikang licked his lips. It should taste pretty good if it's made into dried cured meat. Fatty! Qing Shui, who had just been freed from her chains, exclaimed in surprise and kicked Tang Haikang in the shoulder. But the kick felt like hitting a steel plate, making her ankle go numb. Tang Haikang reacted quickly, waving his left hand to precisely grab Qing Shui's ankle and lift her upside down. In the blink of an eye, the two were utterly defeated. Qing Shui was hanging upside down in the air, desperately reaching out to touch the injection in the inner bag, only to find it was empty. Oh, little beauty, you want to get some medicine? Tang Haikang smiled confidently. He enjoyed watching these ants struggle desperately. Just then, a deep, angry voice came from behind. Let her go! The fat man's strength suddenly increased, and he broke free from Tang Haikang's grasp. Then, with a savage charge, he slammed into Tang Haikang's lower back. Thump! Caught off guard, Tang Haikang was knocked back 2 steps, and Qing Shui fell to the ground as his hand slipped. Interesting. Tang Haikang's eyes twitched as he looked at the angry fat man with great interest. At this moment, his skin was bright red, his eyes were bulging, and an empty syringe was sticking out of his arm. That was the one Lu Fan had thrown to him before. Qing Shui then realized that the fat man had switched the medicine. Asshole! Qing Shui's tears welled up instantly. You haven't been screened for antibodies. Forcing an injection will cause your blood vessels to rupture and you'll die. The fat man trembled all over. The sudden surge of power caused him excruciating pain. Captain, but you'll die from this injection too. The fat man's face was covered with blue veins, and a white mist rose from his body due to the high temperature. He coughed up blood, revealed a kind and gentle smile, and looked at Qing Shui. I won't die. Brother Lu even told my fortune. When I get back this time, I'm going to propose to you. The words had barely left his mouth. The floor beneath the fat man's feet cracked, and he transformed into a crimson chariot, roaring as he charged toward Tang Haikang. Garbage produced by chemical agents dares to challenge natural evolution? Tang Haikang, enraged, laughed, his right arm muscles bulging, and threw a punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided in midair, producing a dull thud. Fatty! Qing Shui cried out shrilly. Hurry up and run! The fat man held off Tang Haikang's fist with all his might, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and roared back. Take Song-Chi with you! Don't let me die in vain! Chapter 39. Only 3 moves. Qing Shui looked pained and could only help Song-Chi run towards the cabin exit. They went up to the deck. With each dull thud from the lower deck, Qing Shui's heart skipped a beat. The fat man is risking his life to create an escape opportunity for her. Run! Don't look back! Song-Chi, looking weak, pushed Qing Shui as they fled off the boat. The 2 stumbled and slid down the rope ladder, tumbling onto the muddy beach. At this moment, the rain suddenly intensified, and the mudflats gripped our ankles like a swamp. Every step requires all the strength of the body. Just as the 2 had run a few dozen meters. Call! A foul gust of wind swept over the 2 of them and suddenly slammed into their path. The mud exploded and splashed everywhere. Before long, Tang Haikang appeared directly in front of them. His upper body was slightly red, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his breathing remained steady. He casually tossed it aside. A bloody, mangled mess was thrown onto the mudflat. That's a fat man. His limbs were twisted, his skin was torn and bleeding, and his face was so swollen that his features were unrecognizable. He lay on the ground, barely alive. How could this be? Qing Shui covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Running? Why did you stop running? Tang Haikang twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. This fat pig is pretty tough. It even tried to bite me with its bones broken. Too bad, it's just a piece of trash that relies on external force. He took a few steps, his footsteps shaking the muddy ground. I won't let you die so easily. I'll smash your hands and feet first, keep them in jars, and cut off a piece of flesh every day to go with my drinks. How delicious that would be! Qing Shui released Song-Chi, her body trembling, and pulled out a tactical dagger, pointing it forward. So what if you die? she said hoarsely. A monster like you can just rot and stink on this deserted island for the rest of your life. Tang Haikang's smile vanished instantly. I think you're asking for it. He let out a low growl, moved swiftly, and charged towards Qing Shui with a punch. If that punch lands, his head will probably explode. Qing Shui closed her eyes in despair. I'm sorry, little brother, please forgive your sister for leaving without saying goodbye. However, the next moment, the sound of the fist cutting through the air disappeared. Then a familiar voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, rang in my ears. I searched for them on the boat for ages, and it turns out they all came here. Qing Shui suddenly opened her eyes. A sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The man raised one hand and steadily caught the fist, which was bigger than a clay pot, in his palm. Mr. Lu! Qing Shui's voice trembled. Song Qi collapsed to the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Tang Haikang is a monster who can punch through a steel plate, yet this man caught it with one hand. Just who is he? You two step back, so you don't accidentally hurt each other, Lu Fan said, turning his head slightly. After saying that, he turned his head and looked the giant in front of him up and down, his brows furrowing slightly. Where did this black gorilla come from? It looks quite like a human. You're asking for it. Tang Haikang felt immensely humiliated. He roared, pulled back his right hand, and slammed his left fist, imbued with immense force, toward Lu Fan's head. Too slow. Lu Fan flashed forward, taking half a step and easily dodging the heavy punch. I'll only use 3 moves. No sooner had he finished speaking than a simple, unadorned straight punch landed precisely on Tang Haikang's lower back. This punch will make you need to pee frequently, Lu Fan said coldly. Ugh! Tang Haikang let out a scream, his huge body staggering backward, clutching his stomach and almost losing his balance. He was just about to catch his breath. Lu Fan's pursuit has begun. The right leg, like a whip, swift as lightning, struck fiercely between Tang Haikang's legs. Snap! A certain indescribable breaking sound. This kick will make you infertile. Ugh! Tang Haikang's face twisted instantly. He knelt on the ground, clutching his groin, a sharp hiss escaping his throat. You insidious bastard! Insidious? Lu Fan waved his hand. Attacking your lower body is considered insidious? Fine, I'll grant your wish and attack your upper body. Before he finished speaking, Lu Fan suddenly sprang up again. Bang! A straight punch landed squarely on Tang Haikang's face. His nasal bone shattered, and several bloody teeth mixed with saliva flew out. Tang Haikang's 300-pound body was actually sent flying into the air, spinning 2.5 times before crashing into the mud. How about I finish you off with my pretty fist move? Lu Fan looked at Tang Haikang, whose features were out of place, and shook his head in disgust. But it seems it didn't work. You're really ugly beyond belief, there's no hope. Qing Shui and Song Qi were completely petrified. This man's strength is completely beyond imagination. Among the known mutants of Shihuan Mountain, he is probably in the top 5. Lu Fan clenched his fist, about to step forward and deliver the final blow. Brother! No! Don't kill me! Tang Haikang, lying on the ground, suddenly struggled to raise his hand, his eyes, swollen to a slit, filled with fear. His mentality had been shattered. His former arrogance had completely collapsed in the face of absolute power. I have a suggestion. Lu Fan paused in his tracks. What suggestion? We are all new humans. We are the chosen ones of nature. Tang Haikang lay on the ground, spitting out blood and begging for mercy. Stop killing each other. If we join forces, this island will be ours. The supplies, the women, everything here is yours. Lu Fan tilted his head and looked at him with a strange expression. Qing Shui and her companion felt a chill run down their spines, and were about to shout. Don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. Then Lu Fan chuckled. What fun is there in being a primitive like you? Lu Fan cracked his knuckles and scoffed. If I had that free time, I'd fish, grow some vegetables, eat hot pot, and sing songs. Wouldn't that be better? Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan's right arm muscles tensed up suddenly, and he threw a punch. This punch was delivered without any restraint, piercing straight through Tang Haikang's chest. No! Tang Haikang's pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Lu Fan's arm plunged into his chest cavity, his 5 fingers forming claws, and he suddenly pulled it outwards. Pfft. A slightly pulsating, purplish-black heart was forcibly ripped out. Tang Haikang stared wide-eyed at his detached heart, his brain seemingly still processing what was happening. How is this possible? I am the king. His body twitched twice, his pupils dilated, and his life force dissipated. Lu Fan tossed the heart away, frowning in disgust. TSK. The heart is black as hell, so filthy. Watching this scene from behind, Song Qi collapsed to the ground, his mind blank. Is Tang Haikang dead? That arrogant monster was killed just like that? On the other side, a piercing cry broke the silence. Fatty! Xing Shui rushed to the mangled, bloody figure and hugged him with trembling hands. Fatty! Wake up! Look at me! The fat man struggled to open his eyes, blood gushing from his mouth. Then, is that chimpanzee dead? He's dead! Don't speak, I'll stop the bleeding! Xing Shui frantically pressed on his wound, but it was no use, the blood kept flowing. The fat man rolled his eyes and looked at Xing Shui with some relief. Shui. He gave a relieved smile. I've been an orphan my whole life. No one has ever called me by my name. Only you, hee. Could you call me by my full name one more time? Xing Shui burst into tears, gripping his blood-soaked hand tightly. Lin Xiaosong! Lin Xiaosong, listen to me. I won't let you die. Didn't you want to marry me? As long as you live, we'll go back and get married. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xiaosong's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. I have no regrets in this life. He looked at Lu Fan who was walking over and joked. Brother Lu, your fortune-telling skills aren't very good. In the future, don't do random fortune-telling. After saying this, his eyelids slowly closed, and his last breath caught in his throat, never to be exhaled again. Lin Xiaosong! Chen Shui screamed in despair. Etc. Song Qi suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Lin Xiaosong's wrist to take his pulse, and asked urgently. He was injected with a special alpha-type drug, which has severe side effects. But fortunately, he has good blood and energy. If he were to take a beta-type drug in conjunction with it, theoretically he could still be saved and his life extended. But, he paused, the potion is in the safe, and it will probably take a long time to go back and forth. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Fan suddenly pulled out several pale gold glass test tubes from his pocket, and waved them between his fingers. You mean this? Song Qi and Xing Shui were stunned for a moment. Xing Shui reacted quickly, snatched the medicine, and poured it all into Lin Xiaosong's mouth. A miraculous scene unfolded. As the golden liquid entered his throat, Lin Xiaosong's pale face regained a rosy hue, and the bleeding from his wound stopped instantly. Song Qi plopped down on the ground, looking at Lu Fan as if he were a monster. How did you manage to get your hands on him? Lu Fan shrugged, his expression indifferent. Oh, that one! I just randomly guessed the password, and who knew it would open with a ding? Maybe it was just luck. Song Qi's lips twitched violently. Was it a fluke? But that's a 7-digit combination password. You only have 3 chances. You try to guess one for me? Chapter 40 JK? Cat ears? Sexy black stocking 7-piece set. After the matter was settled, the 3 men transferred the fat man back to the ship for bandaging and treatment. On the other side, Song Qi opened the bottom hatch and released the group of sallow-faced survivors. They staggered onto the deck, and stared at the gloomy yet expansive sky above them, momentarily stunned. Some people spread their arms to let the rain hit their faces, while others knelt in the puddles and wailed. The light they yearned for was just a deck away from hell. The captain's cabin was filled with the smell of alcohol. The fat man was placed on the sofa. Although his breathing was weak, the rise and fall of his chest had become steady. Xing Shui sat to the side, holding a wet towel in her hand, wiping the blood off his face. Song Qi, dragging his broken leg, walked up to Lu Fan and bowed deeply. Brother Lu, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid no one would have survived. I, Song, will repay your life-saving grace tenfold. Lu Fan slightly raised his eyes and waved his hand. All right, enough with the fluff. Just don't renege on your promise later. Song Qi smiled awkwardly and nodded quickly. Of course. My Song family is one of the 5 major powers in Shihuan Mountain, so we have that much credibility. Lu Fan responded, took out the few pale gold test tubes from his pocket, and twirled them between his fingers. What exactly is this stuff? How is it different from the blue potion Xing Shui used? Song Qi glanced at the golden potion, his expression somewhat complicated, but he did not hide it. This is a beta-type drug, a project led by my grandfather, Dr. Song, which extracts concentrated gene-enhancing agents from mutated organisms and mutants. He pointed in Qing Shui's direction. Miss Qing is using the Alpha type, a special edition. The effects are extremely potent, capable of significantly depleting the body's potential in a short period. Users must pass a rigorous antibody screening process before they can use it. Even so, the side effects are severe, ranging from paralysis to death. He then looked at the gold test tube in Lu Fan's hand and explained. The beta type is the universal version. It has been diluted many times, so the effects are mild. After injection, ordinary people can improve their physical fitness in all aspects, with a long duration and almost no side effects. It also has a good strengthening effect for mutants. Lu Fan squinted, looking at the slightly rippling golden liquid in the test tube. It looks like it has a similar effect to his bottle of deep-sea gene enhancement potion. However, both alpha type and beta type are like watered-down drinks, with a limited shelf life. Moreover, its own evolution is a permanent genetic recombination, a leap at the cellular level. These two types of drugs are, at best, a powerful stimulant plus vitamins. But in this apocalyptic world, the Song family's ability to mass-produce super soldiers is indeed a powerful asset. No wonder Song Han took in so many survivors. He certainly has big ambitions. Okay, got it. Lu Fan casually stuffed the potion back into his pocket, stood up, and said, This ship is mine. I'll take half of the supplies and potions too. You guys should hurry up and leave. Song Chi was taken aback. Brother Lu, aren't you coming with us? This sea area is very dangerous. It's difficult for one person to get out. I have a boat. Lu Fan pointed out the window. I'm not used to being crammed together with a bunch of grown men. I'll stay here, fish, have a vacation, rest for a while, and then go to Shihuan Mountain. Fishing? Vacation? Song Chi glanced at the terrible weather outside the window, and his lips twitched. This person's mental fortitude is simply astonishing. Since Brother Lu insists, then I, Song, will not force you. Song Chi sighed. The green hills remain unchanged, and the clear waters flow on forever. I await your arrival at Shihuan Mountain. Qing Shui also stood up, gave Lu Fan a deep look, and bowed, saying, Take care, Mr. Lu. Half an hour later. Song Chi, along with the remaining dozen or so survivors and half of the supplies, reunited with Big Dog and the others, and finally drove the yacht away into the fog. Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief and stretched. Finally, some peace and quiet. After saying that, he turned and ran towards the beach, his eyes instantly changing, looking even more hungry than when he saw a beautiful woman. This is a treasure trove weighing over 1,000 tons. Even if it's just wreckage, the resources inside are enough to give the little wooden boat a complete upgrade. Lu Fan excitedly placed his hands on the cold hull and shouted. Break down! Warning, the current target size is too large, exceeding the primary workbench's load limit. Forced disassembly will result in the loss of some materials. Do you wish to continue? Lu Fan pondered for a moment, then said coldly, Continue! It's a race against time now. Even if some materials are lost, there will still be enough for him. Buzz! The workbench emitted a low rumble. A visible golden ripple spread out from Lu Fan, like a giant net of light, enveloping the entire wreckage of the Voyager. Disassembly in progress, estimated time, 5 hours. So long? Lu Fan frowned as he looked at the darkening sky above him. Well, good things take time, and good food is worth the wait. I'll take this opportunity to upgrade my fishing rod. Lu Fan found a comfortable position, sat in the driver's seat, and began his fishing trip for the day. Soon. First cast, then cast. Half an hour later, the floats sank. Fishing successful. Obtain bob hair wig, pink, X1. Lu Fan. Second cast, fishing successful. Reward cute sailor uniform, plus size X1. Third cast, fishing successful. Obtain mini pleated skirt, plaid, X1. Fourth cast, fishing successful. Reward 1 pair of high-quality leather shoes, size 43. Fifth cast, fishing successful. Reward 1 pair of briefs, blue and white. Sixth cast, fishing successful. Reward cat ear headband, 1 size X1. As he cast his line, Lu Fan's face grew as black as the bottom of a pot. Did some anime conventions sink to the bottom of the sea? Aside from a box of Happy brand razor blades that I caught on the 7th cast, everything else was women's clothing. And the sizes were all strangely perfect for him. You son of a bitch! Lu Fan looked at the dress and wig in the space and was so angry that his liver hurt. But he didn't get discouraged and kept telling himself that the best was yet to come. Soon, on the 8th cast, the fish finally took the bait. This one feels very heavy. My luck has turned around. Lu Fan sneered and suddenly lifted the fishing rod. A dark, silky object burst out of the water and splashed onto his face. It even has a faint, pleasant fragrance. He was stunned, grabbed it, and took a look. Fishing success. Obtained sexy black stockings, thickened anti-snag style, X1. Type, low-grade miscellaneous items. Rarity, life grade. Gained 1 proficiency point, 0 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 60/100, proficiency, 158/200, spirit, 19/30. Description, can be combined with other clothing items to form a JK Cat Ear 7-piece set. Set bonus, wearer gains +2 strength, +2 speed, +1 perception. Gained active skill, charm. Skill description, make eye contact with any creature of the opposite sex for 3 seconds to forcibly activate charm. The target will be stunned for 3 seconds and has a 30% chance to enter the adoration state. While in the adoration state, the target cannot intend to attack the caster. The state is removed upon removing clothing. Lu Fan held the black silk thread, his entire body frozen in the wind. Increase strength? Increase agility? And add hard crowd control skills? This attribute is practically a godsend in the crafting class. But Lu Fan imagined himself wearing a sailor uniform, black stockings, and cat ears, flirting with a mutated creature. Vomit. A chill ran straight up to the top of my head. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Lu Fan gritted his teeth and stuffed the black stockings into the corner of his spatial ring. Even if I, Lu Fan, were to jump off this cliff and die outside, bitten to death by mutated creatures, I would never wear something like this. Lu Fan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and checked the time. There is 1 hour left before the disassembly is complete. Last cast! Give me something from the living world, like some pear syrup. Lu Fan cast his last line of the day with utmost devotion. The night was as dark as ink, and the sea breeze howled. Just when Lu Fan thought he was about to catch some sexy lingerie again. On the surging sea, the small buoy suddenly sank. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling azure light pierced the darkness, illuminating the seawater with a crystal-clear glow. Lu? Lu Fan suddenly stood up, his heart pounding. So far, he has fished up 4 types of supplies. White is of the living grade, green is of the excellent grade, purple is of the evolved grade, and gold is of the superpower grade. But this blue. I've never seen it before. Is it some kind of rarity between green and purple? Absolutely a great product. Chapter 41 Technological Upgrade, Mantis Knife and Ship Hull Upgrade Plan. Lu Fan let out a long sigh of relief, rushed out of the driver's seat, gripped the control stick with both hands, and stared intently at the blue light. Now, thanks to the deep sea enhancer, he can easily catch high-quality supplies. The blue one shouldn't be too difficult either. The faint light floated on the crest of the wave. Come on! Don't be shy, let me see! My boat is quite big! After a few minutes of struggle, Lu Fan flicked his wrist, mobilizing all the strength in his body. Whoosh! A ball of azure light burst forth from the water and landed steadily in Lu Fan's palm. The light faded, revealing its true form. It was a black exoskeleton armor with an extremely futuristic design. Fishing successful. Obtain exoskeleton thermal mantis knife X1. Type, hidden item. Rarity, tech grade. Gained 15 proficiency points and 3 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 61/100, proficiency, 173/200, spirit, 22/30. Description, individual tactical exoskeleton armor. Constructed entirely of deep-sea matte black nanocrystalline high-entropy alloy, coated with a single-molecule carbon coating for corrosion resistance and high-pressure resistance. The surface integrates streamlined heat dissipation grills and microhydraulic pipelines. Function 1, rapid launch. Triggered by a specific angle of the wrist muscles, it can instantly launch a 45 cm long, recurved mantis-shaped blade. Function 2, thermal cutting blade. After activating the energy core button, a 3000-degree high-temperature plasma will be generated at the edge of the blade, capable of cutting most physical entities. Lu Fan looked at the thing in his hand, his atoms apple-bobbing. He racked his brains but couldn't find a word to describe his feelings at that moment, and finally managed to utter only, "Holy shit! This is simply amazing, an amazing mother opening the door for even more amazing things. It's incredibly amazing." In the early days of the apocalypse, when everyone else was still fighting each other with kitchen knives and steel bars, he equipped himself with cyber weapons to launch a devastating attack. How are other people supposed to live like this? Lu Fan couldn't wait to put the exoskeleton armor on his right arm. Click. The adaptive lining inside the armor tightened instantly, wrapping tightly around the forearm like a second skin. That cool, calming metallic texture gives people a great sense of security. Although it looks heavy, you can hardly feel its weight when you wear it. Try the mantis knife. Lu Fan took a deep breath and mimicked the instructions, his wrist muscles tensing sharply. Sizzle! A faint yet deadly hissing sound rang out. Lu Fan didn't even see the blade's movement clearly, he only felt a flash of black light before his eyes. A black, barbed blade shot out from above the back of the hand, precisely slicing through several raindrops. He tried to reach out and touch the extremely thin blade. Hiss! The moment my fingertip touched the blade, before I even felt the pain, a bloody gash appeared. Fortunately, it has a strong self-healing ability, and the wound healed quickly before any blood could flow out. It's too sharp! Not satisfied, Lu Fan pulled out the carbon steel crowbar that had accompanied him in battle for many days, gripped the handle, and swung his mantis knife down with his right hand. Clang! There was no resistance whatsoever, just like cutting a piece of tofu. The solid carbon steel crowbar, about the thickness of a thumb, was broken in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Lu Fan gasped. If this were to strike a person, or even a mutated beast, it would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Then, he fumbled for the control panel below his wrist and pressed a red activation button. Buzz! A low buzzing sound rang out. The edge of the black blade instantly glowed with a golden-red incandescent light, distorting the surrounding air. A wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, forcing Lu Fan to stretch out his arms to get away. The raindrops outside fell on the blade, and before they even touched the solid surface, they made a sizzle sound and instantly vaporized into white mist. Lu Fan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He glanced at the energy bar inside the armor, which displayed several bars of dark blue power. Electrically powered? Lu Fan frowned and quickly turned off the thermal mode. He has nowhere to charge his device right now, so he has to save the thermal mode for emergencies. Normally, the mantis blade itself is enough to handle most troubles. Click. The blade retracts. Lu Fan touched the cold metal armor, his lips curling into a wild, uncontrollable smile. Just then, the golden light beside him suddenly began to flicker violently, at an increasingly faster frequency. The system notification sound exploded in my mind. Decomposition is nearing completion. Lu Fan didn't have time to admire his new treasure. He quickly wrapped his raincoat tighter and rushed towards the muddy beach. Boom! The shipwreck that had been lying across the coastline instantly transformed into countless golden specks of light and vanished. Immediately afterwards, a pile of materials of various sizes, like a small mountain, fell in an orderly fashion onto the mudflat. Disassembly successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the following materials and resources. Fine grade reinforced timber X300. Premium grade special steel X300. Premium grade, high strength insulated glass times 150. Premium grade, high performance integrated circuit boards X25. Premium grade medium sized marine engine set X1. Premium grade insulating rubber X100. Premium quality metal wire X20. Lu Fan stood in front of this pile of supplies, his eyes unable to take it all in. With so many high-quality materials laid out before us, even our spatial rings are overflowing. What more could we ask for? 2nd Battalion Commander, take the Italian cannon away. Send me a tank. Blow up that son of a bitch. The current materials available meet the minimum requirements for a core upgrade. Upgrade plan, professional-grade amphibious self-sustaining vessel, level 2. Note: the more materials used in this upgrade, the larger the scale of the upgraded hull will be. Upgrade now? The system notification tone had just finished. Lu Fan didn't hesitate at all. Since we can't take all these materials with us, let's use them all. Of course, the bigger the ship, the better. In the future, greenhouses, farms, and even industrial integrated systems will all take up space. leaving aside the materials needed to build the greenhouse. He waved his hand and said, "Go all in on the rest, upgrade!" Buzz! The small wooden boat suddenly rose into the air, bursting forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling golden light. Steel, wood, rubber on the ground. All the supplies were swept up by an invisible force, turning back into specks of light, and poured into the small boat in midair. Beep! Selected materials consumed, upgrade begins. Estimated time, 10 hours and 59 minutes. A golden cocoon of light quickly took shape, completely enveloping the originally simple wooden boat, with only a vague glimpse of the earth-shattering reconstruction taking place inside. Lu Fan let out a long breath and plopped down on the wet sand. It's done! All we have to do now is stay here and wait for dawn tomorrow, and a real safe house at sea will be born. He pulled a can of Coke from his ring, ready to treat himself. Sudden. Whoosh! An unusual sound of water came from the sea ahead. Lu Fan looked up alertly. On the mudflats, a pink figure was struggling to emerge from the water. Eek! Xiao Bai's voice was weak, filled with anxious sobs. It swam with all its might to the shallows, but before most of its body could even emerge from the water, it collapsed helplessly in the mud. Lu Fan rushed over, his pupils instantly contracting. Xiao Bai's originally smooth and pink skin was now covered with dense lacerations, as if it had been scratched by some sharp claws. The most shocking thing was its single horn on its head. It was half broken off. Blue-gold blood was gushing out from the jagged, broken surface, staining the seawater beneath them. New! Lu Fan threw away the cola in his hand, rushed into the sea, and picked it up in one gulp. Eek! Xiao Bai barely opened its eyes, rubbed against Lu Fan's palm, and had almost no strength to make a sound. Lu Fan's hands were trembling. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Who did this? Chapter 42 Little White's second stage of evolution. Initial dragon body dragon pig. Little White lay in the mud, weakly whimpering twice. The pink fins lifted weakly, pointing towards the dark sea in the distance. You mean? Lu Fan frowned, seemingly understanding its meaning. There's a huge monster's lair down there, hiding some great treasures. You sneaked in to steal those treasures, but the monster caught you and almost made you its snack. Little White nodded sadly, her big eyes brimming with tears. Fuck you! Lu Fan's anger flared, and he slammed his fist into the mud. Even when beating a dog you have to consider its owner. How dare you touch my divine pet? Seeing Xiao Bai's miserable state, he didn't hesitate to take out the 2 low-grade sea crystals and stuff them directly into Xiao Bai's mouth. Eat up! Once we evolve, we'll go get our revenge! Although Xiao Bai was weak, it was still quick to eat, chewing and swallowing the sea crystals in an instant. The juvenile dinosaur successfully devoured 2 low-level sea crystals. Gained 100 growth points. Current growth value, 500/500. Evolution requirements met. Please confirm the surrounding environment is safe. Evolution will begin shortly. Suddenly, blue gold light spots lit up on Little White's body, like a swarm of fireflies gathering at its wound. Soon, the lacerations began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Fan patted its little head and was about to get up. Boom! Suddenly, several towering waves erupted from the distant sea. The tide surged wildly, like an underwater volcano erupting. Giant waves crashed against the shore one after another, and the roars and howls of some unknown creatures could be heard from time to time. You bastard, you dare to chase me to my doorstep? Lu Fan's eyes sharpened, and he activated his armor with a backhand motion, the black mantis blade shooting out with a clang. The ship is being upgraded, and Xiao Bai is evolving. He must protect all of this. Lu Fan took a deep breath and plunged into the icy seawater. With sharp eyes, he continued to dive deeper and swim further. Through the murky seawater, he saw the enormous creature rapidly approaching. Even though he was mentally prepared, his heart still skipped a beat the moment he saw the true face of the dark figure. That thing was about half the size of the Far Voyage. It doesn't look like a fish at all. More like a personification of a deep-sea nightmare, the sea monster Leviathan. Its body is blue and red, long and muscular, with several thick, multi-fingered tentacles growing from its fins. 2 pairs of deep red fangs grew on either side of its ferocious head. Between the fangs, the abyssal maw, large enough to swallow a car, was filled with several layers of interlocking giant teeth. The most terrifying thing is its eyes. Dozens of pairs of pupils emitting a faint blue light extended from their eye sockets all the way to the back of their bodies, like 2 rows of will-o'-the-wisps, locking onto Lu Fan in the darkness. Roar! A terrifying sound wave exploded in the water, making Lu Fan's eardrums ache and even causing his blood to resonate. This oppressive feeling from the unknown depths of the abyss made him instinctively want to retreat. This feeling is so similar to that giant deep-sea shadow I encountered underwater last time. Retreat! This was Lu Fan's first reaction. Without any preparation, he absolutely could not confront this sea monster head-on. But the other party clearly had no intention of letting Lu Fan, who had come to them for help, go. The water churned violently, and the gaping maw of the abyss snapped shut with a powerful suction. Depend on! Lu Fan was so frightened that he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of seawater and kicked his legs violently, trying to float to the surface. Whoosh! Several slippery and powerful tentacles wrapped around his ankles, and with tremendous force, they dragged him directly in front of that huge mouth full of fangs. Lu Fan held his breath as he gazed at the chilling killing intent emanating from those dozens of blue pupils. What the other party saw was not the primal aura of a wild beast, but rather the intelligent contempt of a superior species. Lu Fan was stunned, seemingly understanding the meaning in those eyes. Intruders on my territory, die! The next second, he was dragged into that foul-smelling mouth by the tentacles. Damn you! At the critical moment of life and death, a hint of ferocity flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. With a fierce swing of his right arm, the mantis blade cleaved through the water and slashed down hard. Pfft! A pair of thick fangs were severed at the root. The monster, in pain, loosened its grip for a moment. But more tentacles lashed out angrily like whips. Bang! 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 Lu Fan had no way to dodge in the water and was whipped around like a spinning top. Each strike from those tentacles was powerful and heavy, making you feel like your bones were about to break. Damn it! Thermal mode! Lu Fan took the opportunity to press the button. Sizzle! The mantis blade instantly glowed with a dark red heat. With a forceful swing, the scalding blade sliced through the 2 attacking tentacles, burning them off. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan struggled and kicked out, stabbing his knife into the monster's closest eyes. Puff! A pair of blue eyes burst open, and the bodily fluids within them instantly boiled. Wah! The monster let out a piercing wail and went completely mad. The thickest main tentacle, carrying immense force, stabbed fiercely towards Lu Fan's chest. Lu Fan instinctively raised his armor to block. Thump! The enormous impact sent Lu Fan flying out of the water and into the air for a good 10 seconds before he crashed heavily onto the mudflats. Cough cough! Lu Fan climbed out of the mud pit, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. He shook his numb right arm, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. If it weren't for this exoskeleton armor blocking the way, I probably would have been killed by that tentacle piercing my heart. Eek! A clear, crisp cry came from the side. Lu Fan looked up and saw the golden light enveloping Xiao Bai suddenly explode. The baby dolphin has disappeared. It grew larger, reaching a length of nearly 3 meters. It also retains the dolphin's smooth, streamlined body. Its originally delicate pink skin was covered with a layer of fine blue-gold flowing patterns. The once rounded dorsal fin has become sharp as a knife, and the tail fin is even wider and more powerful. What's most striking is its top. The broken horn is gone. Now they are a pair of short, translucent dragon horns, as if carved from sapphires. The juvenile form of the dinosaur has completed its evolution. Entering the second stage, initial dragon form. Rarity increased to excellent. Gain new racial traits, sonar blast, flowing lightning. I've lived up to your expectations, Little White. With one eye swollen, Lu Fan looked at the majestic Little White and couldn't help but admire it. Eek! Little White flicked its tail, looking at the sea with high fighting spirit. Lu Fan took a deep breath, got up from the ground, looked at the still churning sea, and clenched his fist. The monster did not leave. It was probably still looking for an opportunity to launch a second attack. If we don't kill it, the ship's upgrades will definitely be interrupted. This feud is now set in stone. We won't have any peace until it's dead. Lu Fan took out several vials of beta-type enhancement potion from his pocket and drank them all in one go. Call out. A warm current instantly flowed through my body, and the fatigue and pain quickly subsided. He could feel that the power within his body had reached its peak. That's not enough. Specialized equipment is needed in the water. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan conjured up a deep-sea suit and quickly donned it. The power is enough, But just to be on the safe side, should we? Lu Fan's gaze finally fell on the adorable 7-piece JK cat ear set in the corner. Xiaobai tilted its head, looking at Lu Fan curiously. His lips twitched, and his face turned pale and then red. That monster, is it male or female? Little White thought for a moment, then let out 2 soft whimpers to indicate that it was a female. Lu Fan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, as if he had taken off his mask. Anyway, nobody's seeing this. For the sake of the big ship, let's risk it all. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the clothes, and pulled them over his head. Soon, a strange figure appeared on the mudflat. Little White lay in the water, its big, round eyes fixed on Lu Fan, its expression indescribable. What did it see? A muscular man over 1.8 meters tall, wearing a tight-fitting deep-sea diving suit. She wore a wig, a sailor uniform that looked like it was about to burst, and a plaid pleated skirt. Her 2 strong thighs were wrapped in black stockings, which even left marks on her skin. The most outrageous thing is that the wig also has 2 fluffy cat ear headbands on it. Although Xiaobai is just a dolphin, its aesthetic sense has been impacted like never before. What kind of eyesight do you have? Lu Fan cleared his throat and glared at it. This is called tactical camouflage. Emergency evasion. It's not what I wanted to wear. Xiaobai's eyes darted around, and he quickly dove into the sea, afraid that if he was a moment too late, Lu Fan would kill him. Lu Fan straightened the cat ears on his head and took a deep breath. Damn it, as long as I can kill that son of a bitch, I'll risk everything. Chapter 43: The Remains of a Dragon? Thump. He leaped into the dark seabed. The underwater currents were turbulent, and the water was extremely murky. Lu Fan turned on the headlamp of his deep-sea suit, barely illuminating the surroundings. The surrounding area was littered with mutilated fish carcasses, and the seawater was stained a pale red, filled with an aura of death. The sea monster was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Lu Fan was puzzled. Had this guy run away? Wah! Little Whitey barked twice and led the way, swimming towards a bottomless ravine not far away. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. As they went deeper, the pressure from the water became increasingly intense. Lu Fan's doubts grew stronger. Although the city was flooded, the average water depth was only 60 or 70 meters. How could there be such a deep rift valley near Bailu Mountain? This doesn't seem like something caused by geological activity at all. It's more like a wonder formed by something hollowing out the mountain. They continued to dive to a depth of 200 meters. The tightly packed valley walls on both sides are not visible. The scene before me suddenly opened up, but it also became even more eerie. This is a huge underwater cavity cave, surrounded by jagged rock walls, with no end in sight. It was completely dark all around, and there was no sound except for the continuous breathing and bubbling. The water here is even more turbid, and even with the strongest overhead light at its highest setting, one can only see a range of about 10 meters around. Just as Lu Fan was on guard, Little White suddenly swam over and pointed directly below with its snout. Lu Fan followed its gaze. At the deepest point below, a faint dark red halo shone through, like an underwater volcano flowing. Lu Fan adjusted his posture and swam toward the red light. The water pressure here is incredibly high, and the deep-sea suit makes a slight squeezing sound. Finally, he saw the source of the red light. It was a huge crack in the bedrock at the bottom, as wide as a bus. A scorching red light shone from the depths of the crack, like a portal that seemed to lead to some unknown realm. At the edge of the crack, countless blue eggs, each half a person's height, were piled up. The surface of these eggs is covered with rough textures that undulate slightly as if they are breathing. But what truly shocked Lu Fan was a skeleton of a creature next to the cluster of giant eggs. It was a winding, spiraling skeleton, at least 30 meters long. A spine like a snake, claws like an eagle, and antlers like a deer. It's a dragon. Lu Fan's mind went blank. This is not a dinosaur, but a giant dragon from the mythology of the Chinese dragon kingdom. But the dragon's skeleton looked incredibly pitiful. There were bits of meat clinging to the bones, as if they had been eaten clean by something. On the forehead of that enormous dragon head was a fist-sized, translucent, emerald-green crystal that emitted a soft glow in the water. As if possessed, Lu Fan reached out and gently touched the crystal with his fingertips. Kiss. A soft sound. The crystal seemed to have a life of its own, automatically springing out and landing steadily in Lu Fan's palm. Wang Defa? Lu Fan was so frightened that his hand trembled. This isn't right. How did I fall when I hadn't even put any effort into it? Is this some ridiculous contraption designed to seal away demons? Before he could figure it out, the water above his head suddenly became violent. A suffocating killing intent instantly enveloped his entire body. Little Whitey let out a shriek, flicked its tail, and scurried more than 10 meters away to hide. Lu Fan suddenly looked up. The blue-red sea monster, accompanied by towering waves, crashed down upon them. So fast! Lu Fan's heart stopped beating, and he instinctively turned on his flippers at full power. Whoosh! With the boost from the enhancement agent, the deep-sea suit, and the full attributes of the JK set, Lu Fan barely managed to dodge the impact. He swiftly turned to the side and swam behind him. Click! Click! During its movement, the mantis blade accidentally shattered a giant blue egg. The eggshell broke open, and a bunch of sticky liquid floated out, along with a dozen miniature sea monsters whose eyes were still closed. Hiss! Lu Fan gasped. Looking around, there are at least dozens of giant eggs in this nest. If they all hatch, will there be any chance for humans to survive? They must all be killed. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes, and he instantly sprang to his feet. While dodging the sea monster's attacks, he specifically targeted the giant eggs. Puff! 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 Wherever the blade passed, egg yolks splattered everywhere. Roar! Seeing its child being chopped to pieces, the blue-red monster went completely insane. It let out a piercing shriek that shattered eardrums, and its dozens of blue pupils instantly turned scarlet. The pores on the body's surface also spewed out a large number of hot bubbles. Boom! An explosion occurred underwater. The monster swam up to Lu Fan as if it had teleported, moving so fast that he couldn't react in time. Lu Fan held his right arm to protect his chest, and the exoskeleton armor was operating at full power. Thump! A pair of giant claws rammed in. Lu Fan felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and a mouthful of blood gushed from his throat. Even with so many layers of reinforcement, it was still barely able to withstand the monster. Before he could even catch his breath. Swish, swish, swish. 7 or 8 tentacles wrapped around him like chains, instantly locking his limbs. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at Lu Fan. Lu Fan struggled desperately, but to no avail. He looked at those massive, scarlet eyes so close to his face and forced himself to calm down. Nu! He opened his mouth and roared wildly in the water. A surge of water rippled outwards, and Little White emitted several high-frequency sound waves, causing the monster to pause slightly. Lu Fan raised his head and stared at the monster's largest main eye. 1, 2, 3. Charm spell successfully activated. In that instant, the previously ferocious monster froze in place. Lu Fan mentally counted down the seconds and acted swiftly. Sizzle! Little White's entire body glowed with dazzling blue-gold arcs of electricity, carrying an aura of overwhelming power. It transformed into a streak of light in the water and slammed into the monster's head. Lu Fan broke free from the tentacle's restraints, raised his mantis blade, and charged towards the monster's face. Thermal mode on. The mantis knife instantly became scorching hot. Pft! Boom! A pincer attack. Xiao Bai's lightning arc pierced through the monster's back of the head, while Lu Fan's mantis blade went straight into the monster's brow, charring the inside of its skull. It's over in 3 seconds. The monster's dozens of red eyes dimmed instantly, its body convulsed violently, and then it became completely still. Huff, huff! Lu Fan gasped for air, staring at the corpse before him, his heart pounding wildly. It's finally over. Plop! A strange noise was emitted. Lu Fan's expression froze. The monster's corpse suddenly began to swell rapidly, and an eerie purple light emanated from beneath its skin. No! Run! Lu Fan's pupils contracted sharply, signaling Xiao Bai to run away immediately. The man and the pig swam upstream with all their might. Boom! A muffled thud came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a thick black liquid exploded, staining the entire underwater cavity. Little White quickly swam its tail and reached the surface of the sea, barely managing to escape the corrosive black liquid. But Lu Fan, who was a step slower, was swallowed by the black liquid and disappeared without a trace. Wah! Xiao Bai made an anxious sound and swam downwards to look for Lu Fan's shadow. Suddenly, Lu Fan burst out of the black liquid and swam towards the shore. Xiao Bai was extremely excited and quickly followed behind Lu Fan. 1 minute later. Lu Fan gritted his teeth and used his last bit of strength to climb onto the mudflat. His eyes were bloodshot. He immediately took off his deep-sea diving suit and JK uniform, staring at his skin, which was covered in black veins. Cough, cough! Lu Fan coughed up several mouthfuls of dark red blood. What a miscalculation! That black liquid was actually highly poisonous. He had been in the black liquid for too long, and his body was completely infected by the toxins. It would probably be long before he died from organ failure. It's over! Lu Fan lay on the ground, listening to Xiaobai's sobs in the distance, then looked at the still glowing survival ship in midair, closed his eyes, and trembled as he said, I'm not reconciled. He had hoped to start a new life tomorrow morning, but unexpectedly. We'll never see the sun tomorrow morning again. Just as Lu Fan's consciousness began to drift away, a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came again. Hey! Didn't I say that if you waste another chance to protect your scales, I teach you a lesson? Lu Fan struggled to open his eyes and saw a woman with voluptuous blue hair standing beside him, looking down at him. Unlike the blurry humanoid ball of light last time, Lu Fan saw her face clearly. She has an exquisitely beautiful face and a cool, aloof demeanor. Wearing a magnificent azure dragon pattern flowing cloud dress, revealing half of her fair, long legs and emerald high heels, she resembled a fairy descended to earth, exuding an unapproachable noble air. In particular, her vertical dragon eyes, which seemed to look down on ants, forcibly pulled Lu Fan's scattering consciousness back. What are you spacing out for? Do you expect me to personally help you up? Chapter 44 Upgrade complete. Professional-grade amphibious self-sustaining ship. Lu Fan slowly sat up and looked down at his chest. The burning sensation inside the body had disappeared, and the purplish-black toxin patterns had quickly faded away, restoring the skin to its normal color. That's all done! Just as Lu Fan was about to ask something, the green-haired woman seemed to have anticipated his question and spoke up. My name is Ao Feng, from the Azure-Scaled Sea Dragon clan. Remember to use honorifics when addressing me from now on. She raised her chin and told Lu Fan with a cold look in her eyes. The poison in your body is the broken ink burning poison, refined by the abyss leviathan from the lava at the Earth's core. I am currently just a protective phantom and cannot cure it. I can only help you seal it for 3 months. 3 months? Lu Fan froze, then blurted out in terror. Then when the time comes, won't I just kick the bucket? Ao Feng Dai frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Watch your words, I don't like them. I don't like it at all. Lu Fan interrupted her abruptly, his voice urgent. Big sister! I'm about to die, what's with all the fancy talk? Can we stop with the flowery language? Since you're so powerful, can you summon your true form to cure me? The air froze instantly. Ao Feng's dragon eyes narrowed to pinpoints, and a suffocating chill rose from the soles of his feet. What did you call me? Big sister? Lu Fan shrank back, his breathing stopped abruptly. The woman's tone was serious. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll either die or be crippled. Ahem! Fairy sister! Oh no! Dragon girl sister? Or, Your Majesty the Queen? Lu Fan quickly corrected himself. Ao Feng stared coldly at him, her emerald pupils slowly returning to normal, as if she were looking at an ant that didn't know its own mortality. After a long while, she let out a soft hum and withdrew her murderous aura. How could a human like you possibly see my true form? She turned around and looked at the churning sea in the distance. If you want to live, go to Shihuan Mountain. The remains of an ancient sea dragon are buried in that mountain, and there might be something there that can cure the poison. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there's still hope. 3 months is enough time. Even if you had to swim, you could have made it through. Lu Fan propped himself up with his hand and leaned back, his gaze sweeping over Ao Feng's stunningly beautiful back. But all of this is too surreal. Dragons, leviathans, it sounds like something out of a myth. Ao Feng flicked her flowing sleeves and strode across the muddy tidal flats with her long, beautiful legs that were impossible to look away from, without getting a speck of mud on her. Our race is an ancient race. 1,000 years ago, didn't you humans worship and sacrifice in the image of our race? That's true. And guess what? My zodiac sign happens to be the dragon. Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully, then a reckless question suddenly popped into his head. But aren't dragons supposed to fly? Why can you only swim in the water? These words were spoken. Ao Feng's once again indifferent emerald pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was like having a sore spot touched. Lu Fan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hands and stepped back. All right. Look how impatient you are. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. He actually had a lot of questions on his mind. For example, why did it give me 3 scale protections? Why can you speak human language? Did you cause this flood? But he hadn't even had a chance to open his mouth. Ao Feng had clearly anticipated his endless questions, and his face showed obvious impatience. You don't need to know anything, and I don't want to answer. She turned around, her back to Lu Fan, and said coldly, I hope you cherish your last line of defense, otherwise. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished into the wind like a wisp of smoke, leaving only a faint fragrance. You're leaving already? Lu Fan touched the last remaining emerald scale pattern on his neck, his expression darkening. This woman is so strange. He's ridiculously strong, arrogant and aloof, yet he still has to step in to protect me. What's she after? Etc. Could it be that he's after his god-tier fishing rod? He suddenly recalled the scene before he met Ao Feng. They also encountered a giant sea monster in the ocean, but they couldn't see its appearance clearly. In my hazy memory, the giant shadow seemed to be quite long and somewhat turquoise. At least it's not as ugly as that abyss leviathan. Could that be Ao Feng's true form? It wanted to eat itself, but instead, it was hooked into its mouth by a godlike fishing rod capable of catching anything, and then... Holy crap! Lu Fan gasped in surprise, almost startled by his own imagination. Did I manage to fish up a dragon? This is outrageous. He patted his face, shook his head, and shook these messy thoughts out of his mind. Never mind. Instead of overthinking it, why not ask him properly next time you meet? Regardless, I only have 3 months left to live. He's only in his early 20s. Even though this apocalypse is a mess, he hasn't lived enough yet. Shihuan Mountain is a must-visit. And the earlier you go, the better. Call. Lu Fan let out a long sigh of relief, looked at the ship still being reassembled in the golden light beside him, and his mood calmed down a little. I almost died this time, but it wasn't a complete loss. He took out the emerald green crystal and played with it in his hand. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, somewhat like jade, and is in a completely different league from those sea crystals. Within that tiny chalcedony, it seems as if the stars and the sea are contained. This was pried out of the faucet. It's definitely top-quality stuff. Unfortunately, the situation was urgent at the time, and there wasn't time to loot other treasures. Wow! Suddenly, little Whitey barked twice, opened its mouth, and spat out 7 or 8 white bones with a jade-like luster. Lu Fan carefully put away the dragon jade and then picked up the bones with a puzzled look. It is heavy, incredibly hard, and has natural textures on its surface. These are the bones from that dragon's remains. Xiaobai nodded. Lu Fan was overjoyed and gave Xiaobai's head a good pat. Well done, Xiaobai! You've done a great job! Dragons, being mythical creatures, must be valuable from head to toe. The hardness of this bone is comparable to that of diamond, and it would definitely be more effective than most metals in making equipment and weapons. This is what they call surviving a great calamity and being blessed with good fortune. Lu Fan sat leisurely on the mudflat, guarding the golden hull that was about to be upgraded. Time passed second by second, until a glimmer of light appeared on the eastern horizon. The first rays of dawn pierced through the dark clouds, barely spilling onto the sea. Estimated upgrade time remaining, 5 seconds. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Beep! Upgrade complete. Level 2 professional grade amphibious self-sustaining ship upgrade completed. Please check. Boom! The golden light that had enveloped the ship suddenly exploded, stirring up a wave. Lu Fan suddenly stood up, held his breath, and looked ahead. Not far away, the small wooden boat that once stood there has disappeared. Instead, a sea base measuring over 20 meters long and 10 meters wide was built. It is not a traditional streamlined hull, but an irregular rectangular structure. The hull is covered with a layer of matte metal armor, and there are 2 huge tracked propellers on each side folded under the hull. This explains why the ship's name includes amphibious. The ship has a spacious platform deck at both the fore and aft, which can be used to expand modular areas for building functional structures such as greenhouses. The double-deck integrated cabin located in the middle of the hull is the living area. On the 3rd level above, at the very top of the hull, there is a semi-transparent cabin, which is the ship's bridge. This is his new ship. A one-of-a-kind post-apocalyptic ark. Lu Fan took a deep breath, his heart pounding. Filled with excitement, he waded through the seawater step by step toward the ship of his dreams. It looks so cool. The interior space must be absolutely amazing. Chapter 45. A luxurious maritime base. Potato planting begins. Lu Fan walked up the safety stairs along the side of the ship to the main deck that extended out at the front of the ship. Turning to look at the living area in the middle, there is a minimalist-style entrance door. He reached out and gently pushed, revealing an extremely luxurious space on the first floor of the living area. In that instant, Lu Fan felt as if he had stepped directly from primitive society into the cyberpunk era. Holy crap! Is this really a post-apocalyptic survival ship? This is a huge living room that is over 100 square meters. The floor is covered with non-slip, light-colored composite flooring with a warm texture, and the walls are made of off-white sound-insulating and heat-insulating material. Warm-tone concealed light strips outline the space, which has windows and a balcony on both sides, creating a completely oppressive atmosphere. To the left of the entrance is a sunken rest area with a comfortable leather sofa that makes you want to sink into it. A huge black screen hangs directly opposite the sofa. It's the ship's central control display screen. The screen displays various data from the ship in real time: water circulation system reserves, remaining energy, temperature and humidity monitoring, and even a 360-degree panoramic view of the exterior. To the right is an open kitchen. A luxurious double-door refrigerator, filled with canned luncheon meat and other food obtained earlier. In addition, it is fully equipped with a built-in oven, an induction cooker, and even an island with a bar stool. This isn't about survival, it's more like a vacation. Lu Fan ran his fingertips across the cool marble countertop, feeling like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. This is a luxurious and elegant living environment. For a long-term resident like him, living in an old and dilapidated house, it was like heaven. He looked up and saw a spiral staircase leading to the upper and lower floors. A low rumbling sound could be faintly heard coming from the lower level, which should be the power room and equipment room, while above. Lu Fan looked just like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, carefully climbing the stairs to the second floor. The moment it peeked out, it was instantly killed. The visual impact has been upgraded once again. The second floor is an open-plan presidential suite with ocean views. The walls on both sides were replaced by huge bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an unobstructed view of the sea and sky outside. While the survivors were drifting around, he lay there as if he were on a luxury cruise vacation. There was absolutely no sense of crisis. Turning my head to look at the very center, I saw a king-size bed that looked about 2.5 meters wide, with an incredibly thick mattress. This bed, it's big enough for a whole bunch of people to roll around in, let alone roll around in the sheets. Lu Fan imagined himself lying in bed, swirling a glass of red wine, with a beautiful woman in his arms, looking out at the post-apocalyptic landscape. Tsk tisk. Drunk, I knew not that the sky was reflected in the water. My boat was filled with sweet dreams that pressed down on the Milky Way. Lu Fan sighed for a moment, then continued to look around. In the corner is a semi-transparent glass partition, which contains a separate shower room and toilet. Lu Fan tried to turn on the tap. Whoosh! Clear water gushed out, and it even felt warm. Although the system indicated that this was only partially filtered seawater and was not drinkable. But in this post-apocalyptic world where fresh water is precious, being able to take a hot bath is like a royal treat. Walk to the side, and you'll find a hidden door in the wall. Push it open, and you'll discover a completely different world inside. A small entertainment area. A dark green pool table stood quietly there, next to which was even a high-end karaoke system and a game console with a controller. What's the difference between this and a seaside villa? Those survivors who are starving and freezing must be green with envy. Lu Fan's fingers were trembling slightly. Except for the lack of internet, this setup is more than 10,000 times better than the apartment I used to rent. Lu Fan left and continued up to the top floor, the third floor, the driver's cab. The view here is the best on the entire ship, with nearly 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. In the very center is an adjustable ergonomic driver's seat, and the control panel in front of it is densely packed with various instrument panels and touch screens. Radar scanning, sonar detection, automatic navigation, etc. Except for the lack of a weapon fire control system, it has almost everything else. Meanwhile, in the corner, the familiar basic workbench had also changed. It has become larger, with a faint blue light flowing across its surface, giving it a high-tech feel. As soon as Lu Fan walked over, the electronic voice sounded in his mind. The ship's hull upgrade is now complete. Get a brand new core plug-in miniature core. Core function introduction. When no living beings exist within the ship's cabin, the host can use their mind to miniaturize the entire ship into a model and store it in their spatial ring. Note, in its miniaturized state, the ship's internal functional areas, such as greenhouses and smelting furnaces, will still operate and will not be affected. A divine skill! Lu Fan slapped his thigh suddenly. This miniature core means that he can carry his home with him at any time. When encountering obstacles that prevent navigation, the boat can be stowed away, flipped over, and then released, which greatly ensures the safety and stealth of the hull. Before Lu Fan could calm down, the workbench continued to make noise. The upgrade conditions for the current workbench have been triggered. Can be upgraded to an intermediate workbench. Required materials: Ancient Dragon Jade X2, Tech Grade Multifunctional Metal Alloy X20, Tech Grade Precision Circuit Board X10. Wait! Stop! Lu Fan quickly waved his hand to stop. His mind is no longer capable of accepting any new things. That ancient dragon jade, that high-tech material, he can't catch any of it with his current level 1 fishing rod. As for other high-quality materials, needless to say, he had just gambled all his resources on the ship, and now he's penniless. Even if I wanted to upgrade, I simply didn't have the ability. It seems he needs to add a few more targets to his trip to Shihuan Mountain. Lu Fan sighed. Detoxification, procuring supplies, finding materials, and upgrading the fishing rod, these tasks were like whips, leaving him dizzy. However, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Now that we have a safe and reliable sea base, we can proceed step by step from there. He nodded, his gaze sharpening, and took out the greenhouse blueprint. He turned and strode downstairs, heading straight for the expansion platform at the stern of the ship. There is a spacious deck of about 30 square meters, which is a designated area for modular construction. Come out, my potato farm! Lu Fan took out the superior-grade maritime greenhouse blueprint that he had prepared beforehand and slammed it onto the deck. Buzz! The golden light shone again. A few minutes later, an extremely bright glass house rose from the ground. It has a hemispherical dome structure, supported by high-strength transparent heat-insulating glass and a silver-white alloy frame, making it look like a small ecological dome. Lu Fan pushed open the airtight door and went inside. A fragrant aroma of damp earth wafted towards me. The greenhouse is about 20 square meters inside and has been neatly divided into several planting troughs. The dark soil is clearly specially treated nutrient soil, and in the middle is a smart drip irrigation system. Plant growth lights that simulate sunlight are also hanging on the ceiling. The greenhouse circulation system is now operational. The ship's water circulation and filtration system is now connected. Currently in low-energy mode, energy supply is expected to last for 15 days. Lu Fan was in a great mood as he looked at the single drop of sweet dew seeping from the drip irrigation pipe. He carefully took out the precious potato seed, dug a hole with the shovel he had brought with him, and buried it. This is a spark of hope. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Note, current soil fertility is average. The host can convert fish and bone-based materials into highly efficient fertilizer by feeding them into the organic fertilizer decomposition station in the greenhouse. Fertilizer? Lu Fan touched his chin, his eyes suddenly becoming somewhat strange. It seems that bones can be converted into nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizers. Then wouldn't that extremely rare dragon bone in his hand also be used as fertilizer? Give it a try? Without hesitation, Lu Fan pulled out a dragon bone with a jade-like luster from behind his waistband and threw it into the decomposition platform that was built into the corner of the greenhouse. Potatoes grown on dragon bones. Just thinking about it is exciting. Will eating this cause me to ascend to heaven? Let Xiao Bai test the poison later. The disassembly station quickly finished its work. A can of greenish-blue bone meal was pushed out onto the counter. Lu Fan carefully picked up the can and poured it into the fertilizer inlet. The sounds of several machines running filled the air, and the soil in the potato seed planting troughs emitted an eerie, emerald-green glow. The next second, a shocking scene unfolded. A green sprout suddenly emerged from the soil surface, and it grew wildly as if it were on a high. In less than a minute, the small sprout grew into stems and leaves, filling the planting trough. Most of the stems and leaves begin to stretch and thicken at a rate visible to the naked eye. The color changed from light green to a deep dark green, and even faintly revealed a hint of the emerald luster unique to dragon bones. Eventually, all the stems and leaves stopped growing and turned slightly yellow, as if they had begun to transport all the nutrients to the fruit below. Waited for a few minutes. Lu Fan held his breath, realizing that the dragon bone had fully matured the potatoes. This potato fruit will probably give him a huge surprise. Chapter 46 Dragon's Essence Potato. Comes with its own buff. Lu Fan squatted in front of the planting trough and slowly probed the black soil with a small shovel in his hand. With a little force, the soil loosens. An oval tuber, about the size of a fist and covered in damp soil, was turned over. Lu Fan held it in his palm and quickly went to the nearby water pipe to rinse it. Splash! The mud and water receded, revealing its true appearance. The potato skin has a faint bluish gold color. Upon closer inspection, the skin is covered with dark patterns resembling dragon scales. They are not obvious, but they are quite striking. Potatoes grown with dragon bone powder, that's something. Lu Fan wasn't in a hurry to be happy. Whether something is good or not depends on its effectiveness. He grabbed a potato, walked out of the greenhouse, went to the railing, and whistled towards the sea. Whoosh! Little White emerged from the water, smelled food, raised its pink head and shook it back and forth, whimpering for food. Then, Lu Fan tossed it casually. Little White opened its mouth and caught it. The moment it entered its mouth, for the first time, Xiao Bai didn't swallow it whole like Zhu Beiji ate the ginseng fruit. Instead, it started chewing with its 2 rows of fine teeth, as if it were savoring some unparalleled delicacy. Lu Fan stared intently at Xiao Bai, just about to ask if it was poisonous and how it tasted when a data panel suddenly popped up. Initial dragon form dragon pig successfully devoured dragon essence potato X1. Gained 1 growth point. Current growth value, 501/10,000. Holy crap! Lu Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and he gasped in surprise. This tiny potato actually has some growth potential. Keep in mind that he had previously gone to great lengths to kill a mutated shark, and the low-level sea crystals he obtained only added 50 points. That means 1 potato is equivalent to 1/50th of a sea snail. Wrong. That's not how you do it. Sea crystals are a non-renewable resource. Killing one reduces their numbers, and mining them is also dangerous. But these potatoes, the more you plant, the more you can double. As long as the soil can withstand it, you can create endless nesting dolls. Lu Fan's breathing became somewhat rapid. If this 20-square-meter greenhouse is fully planted, with 1 harvest per week, the yield would be at least several hundred kilograms. If you feed it all to Little White, wouldn't it just swell up into a potato fairy? This isn't growing vegetables, it's growing a book of experience. However, we shouldn't be too happy yet. After all, it's still uncertain how long the fertility from a single dragon bone's bone meal can last. On the sea below, Little White was clearly not satisfied with its meal. It was slapping the water with its tail and staring longingly at Lu Fan, with a piece of potato peel still hanging from the corner of its mouth. Wow! That's all. This is the only meal we'll have today. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Wait until they're ripe a couple more times, then I'll let you eat them until you're sick of them. Little White pouted sadly and dived into the water, looking back every few steps. Lu Fan turned around and went back into the greenhouse, quickly digging out all the remaining potatoes. Including the one we just had, there are 20 in total. Each fruit is of uniform size, and each weighs more than half a pound. He selected the 5 best-looking seeds, put them into a seed processor to be cut into pieces and germinated, and then replanted them in the dark soil that shimmered with green light. The remaining 15 were all stored in the spatial ring. After doing all this, my stomach rumbled at just the right moment. Lu Fan rubbed his shriveled abs, picked out a decent-looking potato, and strode to the kitchen on the first floor of the living area. Now that I've finally moved into my new house, shouldn't I treat myself to a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes? Just as Lu Fan was excitedly preparing to show off his culinary skills. Open all the cabinets. Empty. Forget about oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, they didn't even have a wok for stir-frying. We're really dirt poor. Lu Fan sighed and killed the idea of cooking. We can only return to simplicity. He put the washed potatoes directly into the built-in oven, set it to 230 degrees Celsius, and set the timer for 25 minutes. Not long after, the oven's heating light came on. Lu Fan sat on a high stool, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stared intently at the oven's countdown timer. During this time, a fragrant aroma would occasionally waft out from the heat dissipation holes, making Lu Fan's mouth water uncontrollably. It's the sweet aroma of starch caramelized at high temperatures, mixed with a fragrance similar to roasted chestnuts and pine, and also has a faint hint of French fries. Bite! A crisp notification sound rang out. Lu Fan didn't even care that it was hot. He used his ruthless iron hands to grab the scalding hot potato and throw it onto the stainless steel countertop. The potato skins were roasted until crispy and cracked, revealing the golden, soft flesh inside, which was still steaming hot. I cooled it down a bit. He didn't bother peeling it. He just took a big bite. Click. The crispy outer layer cracks between your teeth, followed by the hot, soft inner core. It has no seasoning at all, yet it is surprisingly fresh and sweet. The texture wasn't like eating vegetables. It was more like eating some kind of top-quality cream mousse, melting in your mouth with a smooth and creamy feel. This would be absolutely perfect with a little salt. Hiss, ha! Lu Fan gasped for breath from the heat, but couldn't bear to spit it out. As it was swallowed, a surge of heat exploded from the stomach and flowed through the blood vessels throughout the body. My body felt warm right away. This is probably the effect of dragon extract potatoes. It comes with a built-in blood-activating and warmth-giving buff. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stuffed the remaining potatoes, skin and all, into his mouth. Then I gulped down a big mouthful of ice-cold mineral water. Belch. A long burp escaped his lips, and the satisfaction brought by the carbohydrates made Lu Fan close his eyes in comfort. My God! What a miserable life I had before! Lu Fan wiped his mouth. While others were still scheming and plotting over half a cookie, he was already enjoying a steaming hot roasted potato. He looked around and a thought popped into his head: the remaining potatoes absolutely must not be touched. Fresh vegetables are a form of hard currency even in the apocalypse. If you take this to Shihuan Mountain, even if you exchange it for gold, it will be considered a bargain. Lu Fan rubbed his belly. After eating and drinking his fill, sleepiness washed over him like a tide. I realized that I haven't had a proper rest for several days. He strode up to the second floor, leaped into the warm bed, and fell asleep instantly. I slept soundly for a long time. I woke up at 4 in the afternoon. Lu Fan got up refreshed, and the first thing he did after waking up was to go straight to the cockpit, push up the throttle, and start the engine according to the direction of the nautical chart on the screen. According to the flight schedule, we should arrive at Shihuan Mountain by tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, the propeller beneath the stern tracks roared to life, propelling the floating villa through the waves and heading towards Shihuan Mountain. At the same time, Shihuan North Mountain, temporary port. Under the gloomy sky, several beams of searchlights swept back and forth through the rain. In front of a huge steel gate, more than a dozen armed men were roughly pinning Song Chi and his companions to the ground. Let me go! You bunch of bastards! Song Chi's face was pressed against the cold mud, and he struggled desperately, the veins on his neck bulging. My grandfather is Song Changchun. I am the third young master of the Song family. Tell your person in charge to get out here and see me. Snap. A muddy boot kicked up a splash of water, which landed on Song Chi's face. Young Master Song Chi, what a magnificent display of power! A man with a cigarette in his mouth, holding an umbrella, slowly squatted down. He was about 30 years old, with a buzz cut, a face covered in scars, and a black eye patch over his right eye. Song Chi recognized the person and hurriedly asked, Qin Yuan of the Defense Force. What exactly do you mean? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Qin Yuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, interrupting him. Dr. Song Changchun suffered a sudden heart attack this morning and has passed away despite all efforts to save him. What? Song Chi's pupils dilated, his whole body stiffened. Impossible. Grandpa has always been very healthy. Impossible. Qin Yuan sneered twice, stood up, and threw the half-smoked cigarette butt at Song Chi's face. Take away! Bring Song Chi and these 3 escaped guards inside. After saying that, several soldiers immediately seized Song Chi, Cheng Shui, and the other 2, and led them into the stronghold. The remaining survivors knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Sir, what about us? We are survivors too. Qin Yuan straightened his collar, and made a throat-slitting gesture. Of course I'd rather die. You're all useless except for wasting food. As soon as he finished speaking, The remaining soldiers immediately rushed forward and began a brutal massacre, until the last person's body was pushed into the sea. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the dark sea in the distance, and said to his deputy beside him, "The Song family is about to change hands. What we need to do is choose the right side and stay away from all trouble, understand?" "Understood. Commander Qin is right. I'm sure that after today, the status of our defense force will rise accordingly." Chapter 47 Arrival at Shihuan Mountain, an unexpected encounter with an old friend. 5 o'clock the next morning. The dashboard in the driver's cab emitted light patterns of various data. The nautical chart shows that only 5 nautical miles remain to reach the waters off Shihuan Mountain. Lu Fan rubbed his temples, breathed a sigh of relief, and casually opened his spatial ring, taking out a white sea that shimmered with a faint light. He has been fishing on his first-floor balcony ever since he set the flight path to autopilot last night. One night plus several hours in the early morning. The entire 18 strokes. Aside from a bunch of useless household items, the biggest find was this fluorescent seed in my hand. Fruit blind box seeds. Type, low-level survival supplies. Rarity, excellent. Gained 5 proficiency points and 2 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 79 out of 100, proficiency, 195/200, spirit, 24/30. Description: a genetically modified fruit seed will randomly grow. The growth cycle is 7 days, and the fruit ripening cycle is 5 days. Not bad, it wasn't a waste of all the all-nighters. In this post-apocalyptic world where resources are scarce, fruit is more valuable than vegetables. It's definitely a luxury. Moreover, the fishing rods have also been upgraded considerably. I can upgrade my fishing rod to level 2 in just 3 more days. I'm so excited. Lu Fan carefully collected the seeds and gazed at the sea ahead. Before long, a black outline gradually became clear. That is Mount Shihuan. Now submerged by the ocean, it has become a vast archipelago. Lu Fan decisively pulled down the engine lever. Buzz! The thruster stopped rotating, and the immense inertia carried the ship for 100 meters before it came to a stop in a sheltered, rocky area. If such a massive steel behemoth were to sail directly over there, it would be like having "I have supplies, come and rob me" written all over its head. He didn't want to do something so stupid. Lu Fan changed into an inconspicuous gray-black raincoat and slung a half-flat tactical backpack over his shoulder. Upon reaching the side of the deck, a whistle rang out. The sea surface was churning. Little White poked its head out and sprayed a jet of water from its nostrils. Lu Fan descended the side gangway to the water surface, straddled Xiao Bai's broad back, and gripped the dragon horns firmly with both hands. "Receive!" Lu Fan had a thought. The more than 20-meter-long sea base beside him suddenly twisted and instantly transformed into a delicate model the size of a palm, which then entered the spatial ring. The sea suddenly became empty, leaving only the ripples that had not yet dissipated. "This skill is really awesome! Little White, let's go! Let's swim towards land!" Lu Fan patted Xiao Bai's smooth skin. With a flick of its tail fin, Little White cut through the waves, carrying Lu Fan at breakneck speed. A few minutes later. A shallow beach with jagged rocks. Lu Fan jumped into the water and, like an old father, turned around to instruct Xiao Bai. "Find a good place to hide, don't be playful or greedy, run if anything happens, I'll call you if anything happens." Little White nuzzled against Lu Fan's leg, let out a soft whimper, then turned and dived into the deep sea, leaving behind only a string of bubbling bubbles. Lu Fan climbed ashore and hid behind a boulder, examining the island before him. The topography of Shihuan Mountain was cut into 4 satellite islands by floods, surrounding the main island in the middle. Each of the 4 satellite islands and the main island is separated from the outside world by a high gray concrete wall stretching for several kilometers. Lu Fan squinted as he examined the several high walls. This workload is definitely not something that can be completed in 10 days or half a month. It seems this place was prepared as a post-apocalyptic fortress a long time ago. Unable to penetrate the inner wall, he could only cast his gaze toward the 2 sides of the shallow waters of Wei Island. The west side is full of reefs and all kinds of garbage, while only the east side seems to show some signs of civilization. Lu Fan headed east. They soon arrived at a settlement of survivors. The rows of shacks were almost all pieced together like patches using rusty iron sheets, moldy wooden boards, or even plastic sheeting. Lu Fan lowered the brim of his hat and blended in. The road was full of emaciated survivors. Most of them wore tattered, dirty clothes, had blank stares, and wandered around like zombies, seemingly busy with something. This is probably the slum outside the high walls, and the final destination for most powerless survivors. Lu Fan hadn't walked far along the muddy path when a cacophony of curses suddenly erupted from ahead. "You old cripple! You don't know what's good for you, do you?" Lu Fan paused and looked in the direction of the sound. On an open ground a few dozen meters away, 3 burly men wearing thick raincoats and carrying nailed wooden sticks were surrounding a man and a woman. Those two looked familiar. It's Zhang Weigua and Zhang Xiaomin. Zhang Weigua had lost a leg and used a rough wooden stick as a crutch under his arm. He was emaciated. Zhang Xiaomin stood in front of him, her once healthy wheat-colored skin now sallow, and her eyes sunken. How come this father and daughter have become such a disheveled state after such a short time apart? "Ma Yubao! This spot was earned with my father's life!" Zhang Xiaomin clutched a tattered card tightly, her voice shrill. "Why should I give it to you?" Ma Yubao chuckled, his triangular eyes sweeping over Zhang Xiaomin's withered chest. "Why? Because your father is a cripple." Ma Yubao spat a mouthful of phlegm at Zhang Weigua's feet. "What we need for underwater operations is manpower, not burdens. Giving him this spot is a waste. He might as well give it to his father." "You're dreaming. Unless I'm dead," Zhang Xiaomin roared, her eyes red. "Death? Ha ha!" Ma Yubao and his 2 henchmen exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. "This little vixen's got a tough tongue. Fine, we won't give you a spot, you come with us, and if you serve us well tonight, we'll reward your dad with half a cookie." "You're shameless!" Zhang Xiaomin was so angry that she was trembling all over, and without thinking, she was about to rush up and fight. "Girl! You haven't eaten for 2 days, you're no match for them." Zhang Weigua grabbed his daughter and used his crippled leg to stagger in front of her. He bowed humbly, his voice hoarse. "Brother Ma, please be merciful. The girl is just being naive, please don't hold it against her." "Fuck you!" Ma Yubao's face darkened, and he kicked her hard. Zhang Weigua was already unsteady on his feet, and was kicked so hard that he fell backward and hit the muddy ground, where he couldn't get up for a long time. "Father!" Zhang Xiaomin screamed and tried to help, but 2 burly men grabbed her shoulders from both sides. "Let me go! You beast! Let me go! Hee, this girl may be a bit skinny, but I like her wild spirit." Ma Yubao stepped forward, stretched out his rough, large hand, which reeked of a foul odor, and patted Zhang Xiaomin's face in a flirtatious manner. "What future is there in following this old good-for-nothing? You might as well follow me, at least you'll have food to eat." "Pooh!" Zhang Xiaomin suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Ma Yubao's tiger's mouth. "Oh woo!" Ma Yubao screamed and abruptly pulled his hand back. Looking at the deep teeth marks on his hand, his stern face instantly became extremely ferocious. "You shameless bitch! You don't know what's good for you!" Snap! A resounding slap. Zhang Xiaomin's mouth was split open from the beating, and her head was buzzing. Before she could even react, Ma Yubao had already raised the nailed wooden stick in his hand and viciously smashed it down on her skull. "I'll kill you today!" Seeing this, Zhang Weigua, lying on the ground, screamed desperately. "Help! Someone help me!" He reached out to grab Ma Yubao's trouser leg, but was kicked away. The survivors who were watching all turned their heads away, no one dared to make a sound, and no one dared to step forward. In a place where human life is as cheap as grass, meddling in other people's business is tantamount to courting death. The wooden stick whistled down with a sound of wind. Just as those rusty nails were about to pierce Zhang Xiaomin's skin. Bang! It exploded with a crisp sound. The wooden stick exploded into a pile of sawdust in midair. Ma Yubao felt a jolt in his hand, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen as if he had been hit by a giant rocket. Puff! His eyes bulged out, and he flew backward, rolling 7 or 8 times on the muddy ground before crashing into an abandoned tin wall. His fate was unknown. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the solid back that suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Xiaomin. Under the hood of his raincoat, the man slowly withdrew his leg. He turned around, looked at Zhang Xiaomin who was still in shock behind him, and joked. "It's been a few days, how come you and Uncle Zhang have ended up like this?" Chapter 48. These days, even dogs have to be cunning. Zhang Xiaomin opened her mouth slightly, staring wide-eyed at Ma Yubao, who seemed oblivious to his fate in the distance. What exactly just happened? Lu Fan stepped forward, took Zhang Weigua's arm, and lifted him out of the mud. "Can you still stand firm?" Zhang Weiguo nodded tremblingly, tears streaming down his face. Thank you? Lu Fan turned around and looked at Ma Yuba's two henchmen with a cold gaze. One of the men, wearing glasses, raised a stick in his hand, making a gesture as if he was about to fight to the death. You! His teeth chattered as he watched Lu Fan take a step forward. His knees buckled instantly, and he fell to his knees in the mud with a thud. Big brother! You are my long-lost older brother! The bespectacled man cried his eyes out, crawling 2 steps on his knees as he tried to hug her leg. Seeing this, another man with sausage lips cursed under his breath. Damn! You son of a bitch, you have no backbone! The next second, he jumped up from the spot, did a 180-degree backflip in the air, and then knelt down with extremely smooth movements. Using the slippery mud, he slid to Lu Fan's feet like a curling stone. Dad! You're my real dad! The sausage-lipped man hugged Lu Fan's shoes, looked up at him with a face full of filial piety. Father! Your son kowtows to you! The bespectacled man behind him was dumbfounded. These days, even dogs have to be cunning? He gritted his teeth and kowtowed repeatedly, shouting, Grandpa! Grandpa, don't worry about that bastard, I'm your real grandson! Go to hell! Sausage Lips kicked the bespectacled man in the face with a backhand kick, then turned to Lu Fan and said obsequiously, Great-grandpa! This grandson is so ignorant! It's windy and rainy outside, don't let him get cold, come inside and sit down with your good grandson. Lu Fan looked at the 2 guys at his feet who were vying to be his grandsons and sneered. Grandson! Hey! Your grandson is here! The 2 exclaimed in unison, faster than if they were answering each other. Lu Fan laughed again, but his laugh was somewhat sinister. Great-grandfather, I'm new here today, and I'm penniless. Since you're all so filial, shouldn't you show some appreciation? The 2 were taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. Great-grandfather is right! Your grandson will repay your kindness right away. The 2 of them eagerly reached into their pockets and pulled out a handful of crumpled candies, a half-pack of damp biscuits, and a few small pieces of bread. Although they were just small scraps, in such a barren place, they were enough to save lives. Okay, put it here! Lu Fan nodded. The 2 quickly piled the things at Lu Fan's feet, then looked at him expectantly. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, then turned to the side, revealing Zhang Xiaoman behind him. The 2 understood instantly and scrambled to Zhang Xiaoman's feet. This must be Grandma. Snap! Lu Fan slapped Sausage Lips on the back of the head. Fuck your mother, my ass! Lu Fan looked down at them and said, I told you to take out your things, not that I told you to claim kinship. Yes! Great-grandpa is right! The 2 were terrified, crying as they turned their pockets inside out. Even the half-chocolate he had saved for building a house and getting married was handed over and presented to Zhang Xiaoman and Zhang Weiguo with utmost respect. Lu Fan glanced at them and, seeing that there was indeed no more profit to be made, kicked each of them in the buttocks. All right, get lost! Thank you, great-grandpa! The 2 men, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, helped each other up and scrambled away into the depths of the shantytown. The surrounding survivors who were watching the spectacle erupted in uproar. Who is this young man? He's really ruthless. Ma Yuba is a troublemaker here, and he was crippled with just 1 kick? It seems the leader of this East Island slum is about to change. Amidst the murmurs, Zhang Xiaoman finally came to her senses. She looked around warily, then tugged at Lu Fan and Zhang Weiguo's sleeves. Quick! Come back with me! The 3 of them crawled into a tin shack on the outermost side of the slum. The room was cramped, with only a bed made of miscellaneous items, and the air was filled with a musty smell. Zhang Xiaoman closed the door tightly, found a rag, wrapped up all the food the 2 men had given her, and stuffed it into Lu Fan's arms. Run! Before anyone comes to arrest you! She stamped her feet in frustration. Ma Yuba has an older brother named Ma Saibua, who is the boss of this slum. He's a ruthless killer. Zhang Weiguo, leaning on his cane, said anxiously. Yes, Xiao Lu. Ordinary people like us can't fight against them. If you run to West Island, you might still have a chance to survive. Lu Fan weighed the cloth bag in his hand and casually tossed it onto the bed. Why are you running? Is that Ma something Bo really that good? He is not human. Zhang Weiguo lowered his voice, his brows furrowed. I heard from others that he's some kind of mutant. Sigh. I'm an old guy like this who doesn't understand the world anymore. Mutants? Lu Fan sat on the bed, lost in thought. Most likely, he's similar to Tang Haikong, with only differences in strength. With his current physical abilities and weaponry, ordinary mutants are no different from carrots in front of him. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Lu Fan waved his hand. John Wei sighed. Why won't you listen to advice, you child? The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment. Gurgle. A loud rumbling sound broke the silence. Zhang Xiaoman gritted her teeth and weakly clutched her stomach. John Wei turned to look at his daughter's thin face, his eyes reddening. He took a deep breath and turned to kneel down in front of Lu Fan. Little Lu, Uncle needs your help. You can take that package with you, but could you leave the girl a piece of candy? She hasn't eaten for days. Lu Fan caught him. He picked a piece of candy out of the cloth bag. John Wei excitedly took the candy, carefully peeled off the wrapper with his rough hands, and then tremblingly held it to Zhang Xiaoman's lips. Girl, eat it quickly. Zhang Xiaoman turned her head away, tears welling up in her eyes. Dad, you eat. Your leg still needs to heal. Dad's not hungry, you eat. Watching the father and daughter push each other around at cheap hard candy, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Without saying a word, he took the bag off his back and slammed it onto the bed. Bang! The father and daughter were startled. Lu Fan unzipped his pants and reached inside to rummage around. Clang! 2 cans of luncheon meat in metal containers. Clang! 2 more bottles of Qianshui mountain mineral water. In this dimly lit tin shack, these 4 items shone like gleaming gold bars, almost painful to the eyes. This? Zhang Wei and Zhang Xiaoman opened their mouths wide, making dry swallowing sounds. In this slum where even rats and insects are almost gone, half a can of meat is enough to make a bunch of people fight for their lives. He actually managed to pull out 2 cans. Here you go, Lu Fan added calmly. But it's not free. Tell me everything you know about this place. I can add 2 more cans. 2 more cans? Zhang Wei felt like his heart was about to stop beating. What has this young man been through? Does he carry a supermarket with him? Zhang Xiaoman picked up a can of luncheon meat with trembling hands and pulled the tab. Sizzle. The rich aroma of meat exploded in the small space, making one's tongue tremble with pleasure. She swallowed hard, found a can lid, and carefully divided the meat into 3 portions. He gave himself very little, gave Zhang Wei the most, and handed the remaining half to Lu Fan. You eat too, Zhang Xiaoman said in a low voice. Lu Fan pushed the can back and yawned. You guys eat it, this stuff is too oily, I'm tired of it. The Zhang father and daughter almost dropped the meat on the ground because their hands trembled. Tired of the same thing? Is there anyone in this world who gets tired of eating luncheon meat? Looking at Lu Fan's face, which didn't seem to be joking, she even wondered if he had robbed someone's warehouse. The father and daughter stopped being polite and began to wolf down their food. A few minutes later, the can was lit clean, not even the layer of oil was spared. Zhang Xiaoman took a small sip of water, and her face regained its color after a long time. She took a crumpled card out of her inner pocket and placed it on the bedboard. This is what I fought tooth and nail with those guys for, the underwater work permit. She continued. We refugees on the outskirts of the area have no supplies. To survive, we have to risk our lives underwater to earn points that can be exchanged for supplies. Lu Fan picked up the card and raised an eyebrow. What good things could be found underwater that would make people want to go down and work? Zhang Xiaoman shook her head, her expression turning serious. Yes. And it's quite special. Chapter 49 A Potato. You guys can't afford it. Under the seabed north of Shihuan Mountain, there is a great rift valley. Zhang Xiaoman looked towards the door and lowered her voice. I heard it was formed naturally after being submerged by a flood, and it's bottomless. Moreover, a strange dark blue sludge often floats up from the bottom, covering the rock walls. The deeper you go, the purer the sludge becomes. Oil mud? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, after being retrieved and processed, that stuff can be used as fuel. The island's generators and desalination equipment all rely on it to operate. Lu Fan's heart stirred. This is really good stuff. His amphibious ship is an oil-guzzling behemoth. The ship's current fuel supply can only last for 14 days at most, not even including the cost of the voyage. If this black mud can truly replace energy, then it is absolutely an indispensable strategic resource. No wonder those guys are fighting you for a spot. You should be able to get a lot of supplies by going into the water once. Lu Fan tapped the table. Zhang Xiaoman sighed and pointed to Zhang Wei's leg, The current in that rift valley is very strong. If you're not careful, you'll be slammed against the sharp rock walls. And there are dangerous mutated fish down there. My dad injured his leg the day before yesterday when he went into the water for the first time. Zhang Weiguo shrank back and forced a wry smile. It's nothing, the doctor in the cave stitched it up, it'll be fine after a while. It's just that the girl has suffered. Lu Fan was puzzled when he heard this. Going through such danger? Is there no other way to survive? Other jobs are too competitive, we can't possibly get one. Zhang Xiaomin bit her lip, but her eyes were bright. Besides, I'm a fisherman's daughter, and I'm a good swimmer. If I'm careful, I can get 10 points if I'm lucky, enough for a few decent meals. Lu Fan didn't press the matter further. In this world, advising people to cherish their lives is the most hypocritical form of kindness. If you can survive, who would want to do something risky? By the way, Lu Fan changed the subject. What about your yacht? Was it confiscated? The father and daughter's faces fell when the yacht was mentioned. We hid that yacht on the reefs along the Bund. Zhang Weiguo slapped his forehead. A few days ago, 3 men and 1 woman from the island discovered us and said they were going on a special mission, so they requisitioned our boat. The woman in charge promised to give us a large sum of supplies as a reward when we returned. I figured since I couldn't hold on to it anyway, I might as well lend it out. But there's still no word on it. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. 3 men and 1 woman? It must be Qing Shui and the others. Judging by the time, they should have been back long ago. Could something have gone wrong? Lu Fan, what are you planning to do next? Zhang Xiaomin suddenly asked. Lu Fan thought for a moment and replied. Go to the inner island. Inner island? What for? Lu Fan smiled but remained silent. Zhang Xiaomin realized she might have said too much, so she quickly explained. You need 500 points to exchange for a resident status just to enter the outer islands, and the inner islands are probably only accessible to the defense force and those few major families. Trying to force your way in would be suicide. Lu Fan nodded and touched the emerald scales on his neck. He has less than 3 months to live. He will die if he doesn't find the dragon skeleton on the inner island to cure the poison. The island is heavily guarded. He definitely couldn't break in without heavy firepower. The only way right now is probably to earn points so that we'll have a chance to enter the inner island. Lu Fan stood up, took out the 2 cans of luncheon meat he had promised from his bag, and pushed them in front of Zhang Xiaomin. The intelligence is valuable. The father and daughter stared at the 2 tin cans, their breaths catching in their throats. Including the previous ones, there are 4 cans of meat in total. This is wealth enough to drive anyone mad. By the way, how do I earn points here? Can I exchange them for supplies? Zhang Xiaomin thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid not. To earn points you have to find the person in charge of the slum Due. The island will regularly send him work, and he will then distribute it. Lu Fan slung his bag over his shoulder and straightened his raincoat. Let's go then. Take me to see the person in charge. Soon. Led by Zhang Xiaomin, the 2 walked towards the center of the slum. Lu Fan observed carefully and found that the slum wasn't so bad after all. There were even clinics and repair shops on both sides, so it seems that in addition to competing for official jobs, people also use their own skills to make a living. Before long, the 2 arrived at the center of the slum. The building in front of me was completely different from the surroundings. Several stilted houses built of wood are suspended in midair, reinforced at the bottom with thick wooden piles, so they will not be flooded even when the tide is high. Zhang Xiaomin led Lu Fan to the largest wooden house. Before they even entered, they could hear a commotion inside. I was here first. This job is mine. Bullshit. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to keep it. Please, brothers, let me have it. My child has been hungry for so long, and I desperately need points to exchange for medicine. Lu Fan pushed open the door and entered. The room was small, with a dozen or so men crammed in front of the counter, their faces red and necks thick. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket. He was holding 2 shiny walnuts in his hand, his eyes were sinister, and he looked extremely cunning. What's all the noise about? Due slightly raised his eyes. The job of cleaning the inner island is worth 3 points. This is a lucrative position, and it's not something you can just take on by asking first. Everyone instantly understood the subtext. I'll offer a cookie. I have 5 candies. I have half a loaf of bread here. The group then pulled out their savings. Due glanced around, his gaze lingering on the bread. Same as always, 1 point as a referral fee, no objections. The man who took the bread looked pained, but still gritted his teeth and nodded. No intention. Wait. A cool, clear voice came from the doorway. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Fan reached into his bag, pulled out something the size of a fist, and held it up in the air. That was a shiny potato. Golden yellow skin, plump and firm. The moment this item appeared, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were glued to that potato. Fresh vegetables? In this post-apocalyptic world filled with canned and expired food, a fresh potato is a food that many people can only dream of. Its value far exceeds 3 points. Is this guy crazy? He's actually trying to steal a job with this thing. It's unbelievable. Someone was about to curse when they looked up and saw Lu Fan's face, and swallowed the curse that was on the tip of their tongue. There is no other reason than this. After all, they recognized the ruthless person who had just crippled Ma Yubal with a single kick. The crowd parted with a whoosh, making way for Lu Fan. Jiang Xiaoman followed behind, anxiously tugging at Lu Fan's clothes. Lu Fan, are you crazy? This is too much of a loss. Lu Fan smiled but didn't respond, instead reaching out and tapping on the potato. A potato! Folks, we probably can't afford that, can we? No one dared to utter a sound. Du Wei slowly raised his head. He stopped playing with the walnuts, picked up the potato, sniffed it, and spoke in a low voice. New here? But I have a rule, even if it's a potato, I still have to take 1 point. Random. Lu Fan braced himself on the counter, leaned forward, and stared into Du Wei's eyes. But I don't want that junk job of sweeping. I want a job that can earn me a lot of points. Du Wei paused. He put the potatoes back on the table. This is the only job I have. Nothing else. Lu Fan stared at him for 2 seconds. He grabbed the potatoes, turned and left without pausing. All right. Since there isn't one, then forget it. As Lu Fan walked out, he turned back and shouted to Jiang Xiaoman. Then let's save them and eat them ourselves. Let me tell you, if you bury these potatoes in charcoal and roast them for 15 minutes, the outer skin will be crispy and the inside will be soft, sweet, and fluffy. 1 bite and they'll be piping hot. Gurgle. I don't know who swallowed first. In this hungry house, Lu Fan's description was nothing short of mental torture. Even Du Wei's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure as he was about to step out the door, he finally couldn't sit still any longer. Etc. Chapter 50 Sea Level Refugee Lu Fan. Lu Fan stopped walking and turned half of his face to the side. Has Mr. Du finally come to his senses? Du Wei gritted his teeth, his tone somber. I can apply for an increase in points for sweeping to 4. I won't take a cut. Everyone else present was stunned. Is this still the same greedy little rat Du? Such a huge discount. Oh, not sincere. Lu Fan responded, turned around again, and led Jiang Xiaoman out of the room, deliberately raising his voice a few decibels. Xiaoman, let me tell you, if you cut these potatoes into thick slices, skewer them, and grill them, the taste, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, just sprinkle some salt, and it's heavenly. As the group of men in the room listened to this description, their Adam's apples bobbed in unison once again. You come here to steal their jobs, and you even try to seduce them. Please, have some decency. Step outside. Jiang Xiaoman tugged at Lu Fan's sleeve, saying urgently, Lu Fan! 4 points is a lot. So many people are fighting tooth and nail for it. Lu Fan smiled slightly, his steps never faltering. Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while. In less than 3 seconds, he'll be begging me to go back. 3, 2. Clang. The door opened, and a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Friend! Please wait! Du Wei strode out after him, a slight smile on his face. I still have a spot on the swimming team. It's a bit dangerous, but the points will definitely satisfy you. Lu Fan turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoman. See, what did I tell you? Jiang Xiaoman's eyes widened. This is possible? After a brief exchange between the two, Du Wei led the way toward the entrance to the island. He walked ahead, his tone stern. Let me make this clear from the start. Once you accept a mission, you have to do it. If you dare to desert, not only will you lose all your points, but you'll also be banned from this slum. Of course. Lu Fan followed behind, toying with the potato in his hand. By the way, Boss Du, how many points do you think this potato can be exchanged for? The island is short of water and vegetables. This stuff is worth at least 100 points. He held up a finger, paused, and then explained. However, here you can exchange points for supplies, and supplies can also be exchanged for supplies, but supplies cannot be directly exchanged for points. Why? Lu Fan's hopes were dashed. He originally planned to not work and simply exchange potatoes for residency status. Du Wei slowed his pace and pointed to the high wall. The island doesn't support idlers. If you can get into the inner island just by plundering supplies, you'll just be waiting to die. To put it bluntly, the island needs technical talent. It looks at your future contribution. Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the island's administrators strongly advocate for maximizing resource utilization. As expected of the apocalypse, it's cruel and realistic. A short while later, the three arrived at the gate to the island. After speaking with several armed guards, Du Wei led his men through a side door. I just went in. The scene before my eyes was completely different from the filth and chaos of the slums. The area is paved with smooth tiles, has a network of streets, an asphalt road in the middle, and rows of windproof tents and two-story buildings on both sides of the road. There were few pedestrians on the road. Most of the people walking by were patrol teams of 3. The place was orderly, but it gave off a very oppressive feeling. After several twists and turns, the 3 entered an indoor testing ground. The interior was spacious and dry, with a dozen or so burly men queuing up on one side. Arrive! Du Wei led Lu Fan to the counter in the corner and knocked on the table. Sister Qin, we have a job, new migrant worker registration. A middle-aged woman sat behind the counter, her eyelids puffy and her face full of impatience. She glanced at Lu Fan, opened her laptop, and said coldly, Name? Lu Fan. Gender? Male. Age? 25. Special skills or techniques? Lu Fan thought for a moment. Is being good at fighting considered? Sister Qin stopped typing. His gaze swept over Lu Fan, and he sneered. You think you can fight with that build? Don't make your Sister Qin laugh. She smiled and heavily marked AC at the end of the form. Smack. A cheap plastic bracelet was tossed on the counter. Here's your identification code, level C refugee. Take it and get out of here. Don't disturb my rest. Sister Qin waved her hand, as if shooing away flies. Seeing this, Du Wei took the potato Lu Fan handed him and put it in his pocket. All right, the deal is done. That's the physical fitness testing area over there. Whether you can get good diving equipment depends entirely on your own ability. After saying that, he turned and left, not wanting to stay a second longer. Lu Fan picked up the bracelet and put it on, then looked in the direction Du Wei was pointing. A group of burly men were gathered around an old punching power testing machine, eager to try it out. Zhang Xiaoman explained in a low voice. This is to assess physical fitness. The higher the score, the better the diving suit and oxygen tank you'll get, and the deeper you can dive to collect more supplies. Lu Fan nodded and walked to the end of the line. The staff member in charge of registration used a barcode scanner to scan the QR code on Lu Fan's wrist. Level C? The man rolled his eyes and curled his lip to his ear. Another refugee coming to his death. Kid, there's no shortage of fertilizer at the bottom of the trench. I've seen plenty of skinny monkeys like you, and none of them ever make it back. Lu Fan ignored him. He was just a clown, not worth getting angry over. Zhang Xiaoman patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't mind him. This guy used to be a homeless person too. Ever since he got his residency permit, he's looked down on us homeless people. The words had barely left his mouth. A sudden commotion arose ahead. Damn it! This thing is malfunctioning. The test machine made a noise and then broke down completely. Several guards walked over, looked at it, and kicked it while cursing. What a hassle! The 2 men turned and went to the warehouse. A short while later, they came out carrying a 2-finger-thick iron plate. Clang! The iron plate was placed on the shelf. We're out of testing equipment, so we'll have to make do with this metal plate. Let's continue testing. The burly men in line were dumbfounded. Hitting a punching bag tests explosive power, but hitting a metal plate? Is this a test to test bone hardness? What are you standing there for, next? Zhu Yang, a B-level vagrant. If you don't want to be tested, get out, the test supervisor roared. The burly man named Zhu Yang gritted his teeth. Looking at his calloused fists, he steeled himself. Let's give it our all. He took a deep breath, tightened the bandages around his hand, roared, and threw a punch with all his might. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Ah! Zhu Yang knelt on the ground, clutching his deformed wrist, his muscles trembling with pain. This is a damn iron plate! The person in charge of the test was also stunned. He reached out and touched the hard iron plate, then his face darkened as he looked at the guards. I told you to move an iron plate? Why did you take out an alloy plate instead? The defender lit a cigarette, looking nonchalant. You didn't explain clearly, I'm too lazy to change it. Let's just test it like this. The person in charge had no choice but to wave his hand. Zhu Yang, a Class B vagrant, has a broken hand, 0 points. He's disqualified from going in. Next. Why? This isn't fair. I want a retest. Soon 2 soldiers stepped forward and dragged Zhu Yang, who was refusing to get up, away. A commotion broke out in the line, with many people showing fear and wanting to back out. The person in charge cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Please be careful with the force you apply. Anyone with a physical disability will be disqualified from swimming. Next. Zhao Meng, a B-level resident of Dongdao Island. Upon hearing the name, the crowd erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Zhao Meng is about to make his move. I heard he's a strength-type mutant, and he and that Marseille are known as the 2 tyrants of the Eastern Island. I reckon he'll get a perfect score of 10. He'll get really good diving gear. I'm so envious. From the crowd, a man with an afro, who was about 1.9 meters tall, stepped out. His muscles bulged all over his body, and his skin had an unnatural grayish-brown hue. Zhao Ming walked to the steel plate, stretched his neck, and made a crisp sound. Everyone, stay away to avoid getting hurt. He grinned maliciously, and the muscles in his right arm suddenly swelled up. Boom! He threw a punch. The air seemed to tremble. A tremendous roar echoed in the room, making people's eardrums ache. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the alloy plate. In the center of that 2-finger-thick alloy armor plate, there was a fist print that was half an inch deep. This is too intense. Is he even human? A gasp of amazement erupted from the crowd. Even Zhang Xiaomin, who was standing to the side, was stunned. This person's power is terrifying. Lu Fan looked up at the fist imprint on the alloy plate and yawned expressionlessly. His strength is decent, but it's still far inferior to Tang Haikung's. Indeed, the differences between mutants are quite significant. Chapter 51 Deliberate Punch. Perfect score on the test? On the other side. The person in charge of testing stared at the fist mark, frantically taking off items on the form in his hand, his eyelids twitching for a full half-minute. He swallowed hard, his voice dry. Grade B, East Island resident. Zhao Meng strength test. 8 points. Zhao Meng shook his slightly reddened knuckles, his brows furrowing. Only 8 points? Are you kidding me? The person in charge smiled apologetically. Brother Zhao, there's nothing we can do. That's the rule. Only A levels are qualified to achieve a perfect score of 10. Your score is already the ceiling for B levels. He's in a really difficult position. After all, the higher the score, the better the diving equipment. The problem is that there aren't many good sets of equipment, so there are only a few spots for high scores. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't give out more points. Pooh! Zhao Ming spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, looking utterly disgusted. What kind of lousy rules are these? Once I've racked up enough points this time, the first thing I'll do is try to advance to rank A. After saying that, he crossed his arms unhappily and walked to the side, staring at the people behind him like a supervisor. Ahem! Next up, Zhou Libo, the sea-level vagrant. Next, the people ahead of Lu Fan took turns to take the test. These refugees dared not use their strength. When they punched the alloy plate, it was just a loud thud. Forget about leaving a mark, just not breaking your hand is a sign of good fortune. The scores were all 1 or 2 points, and the occasional 3 points would draw envious glances. Zhao Ming shook his head as he watched, then pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, which several guards immediately lit for him. A bunch of useless vagrants. He exhaled a puff of smoke. You think you can go into the water and fish for gold like this? Don't end up dying down there and wasting your equipment. Brother Zhao is right, compared to you it's like a firefly compared to the moon. Several guards quickly chimed in. By the way, I heard that the Lei family of West Island issued an S-level mission yesterday, saying they need to go to the deep water area to find something? Zhao Ming paused, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. I heard. They're going to dive 500 meters. TSK. It's like going to the gates of hell. I'm not ready to die yet. That kind of money, you might earn it but not live to spend it. As they were speaking, the person in charge's voice rang out again. Next! Class C refugee, Lu Fan. Lu Fan stepped out from the back of the line. All eyes immediately turned to them, some with a hint of mockery. Isn't this the newcomer who kicked Manhwa flying? He doesn't look that great. He's not even as strong as me. He'd probably only score 1 point at most. Yeah. I wonder what good things Dewey got this time, that he got special treatment. A group of people were chattering away. Lu Fan ignored him. He walked to the owl plate, stretched his neck a bit, and did a few warm-up exercises. Zhao Ming glanced at him sideways, a cold smile playing on his lips. Your posture is quite standard, but don't break your elbow if you use too much force later. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Fan took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning cold. He suddenly took a half-step back with his left foot, gripping the ground firmly with his sole. With a sudden twist of his spine, the power surged from his feet to his waist and abdomen, finally converging in his right fist. The instant the attack was made. Call out. The fist tore through the air, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Rumble. A deliberate, powerful punch was thrown, as if a thunderclap had risen from the ground. Countless tiny metal shards exploded like shrapnel, hitting the opposite concrete wall and carving out a dense network of small pits. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone gaped in astonishment. He didn't even notice when the cigarette in Zhao Ming's hand fell onto his pants and burned a hole in them. He stared intently at the alloy plate, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The alloy steel plate, which was originally 2 fingers thick, now has a large, clear hole right in the middle. The edges are curled and the cross-section is charred. It's been breached? How is that possible? Even with his full-force attack, he only left a mark half an inch deep. The person in charge of testing adjusted his crooked glasses and stared blankly for a long time before coming to his senses. 10 points! Whoosh! The crowd erupted in chaos. The person scanning the code and Sister Chin, who was in charge of registration at the door, were both terrified by the noise Lu Fan made, and their expressions were filled with fear. This kid is a mutant too. And he's an even more terrifying power-type mutant than Zhao Meng? This is terrible. Lu Fan withdrew his hand, shook off the iron filings on the back of his hand, and calmly turned to walk back. Zhang Xiaomin blushed with excitement and whispered, Lu Fan! You're amazing! I only got 5 points, and you got a perfect score! Basic operation, don't be silly! Just as Lu Fan was about to put on a calm front, a loud shout suddenly came from the side. Wait! Zhao Meng rushed over, pointing at the large hole, his face flushed. Something's not right! Something's definitely not right! Even an A-grade steel plate might not be able to penetrate this alloy plate. How could a newcomer like him manage to do it? He leaned closer to the steel plate, examined it carefully, and suddenly pointed at the hole and shouted. I knew it! Look at the location of this hole! Everyone crowded around to take a look. On the edge of that large hole, the outline of the fist mark left by Zhao Meng can still be vaguely seen. I knew it! Zhao Meng sneered and shouted. He's using a trick! That punch landed right on the mark I left, which is why the alloy plate was fatigued and broke through. The person in charge wiped his sweat. Although the reason is far-fetched, it is still somewhat plausible. After all, it's truly terrifying that a C-level refugee could inflict damage on an A-level mutant. Mr. Lu, the person in charge said with a troubled expression. How about we change the location and test again? That way we can recalculate the scores. Lu Fan frowned. Zhao Ming really looked jealous, and he wouldn't let go once he bit down. Okay. Lu Fan didn't want to waste any more words and turned around to prepare to throw another punch. Just then. Glug. Lu Fan's heart clenched suddenly, as if it were being gripped tightly by a pair of large hands. Immediately afterwards, the intense burning sensation spread throughout my body via my blood vessels. Lu Fan's face turned deathly pale. He looked down at his wrist and saw that the black poison lines that had faded under his skin had reappeared, twisting and writhing like living things. Cough! A mouthful of dark red blood spurted out. Lu Fan! Zhang Xiaomin screamed in fright, and quickly supported the swaying Lu Fan. Lu Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared intently at his wrist. The toxin has disappeared again. What happened? Didn't Ao Feng say that the poison was sealed for 3 months? Why did the seal suddenly loosen for a moment? A terrible premonition welled up inside me. Lu Fan subconsciously looked up, his gaze passing through the high windows of the stadium, and towards the main island of Shihuan Mountain. There seemed to be a strange magnetic field fluctuation there, interfering with the seal within his body. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this, Zhao Ming burst into wild laughter. See? This is what you call showing off and getting struck by lightning. Trying to act like a strongman by using clever tricks, only to have your internal organs backfire and vomit blood, right? Even the person in charge was a little unsure. He vomited blood after delivering a single punch. His physical condition is indeed a bit worrying. Then this score. I think 3 points is the absolute maximum. Zhao Ming interrupted, his face full of disdain. With that sickly physique, he'd be fish food even if he went into the water. Giving him a high score would be doing him a disservice. You're talking nonsense. Lu Fan clearly. Jiang Xiaomin was so angry that she was about to rush up and argue. All right. Lu Fan grabbed Jiang Xiaomin and said, 3 points it is, I accept it. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Now that I'm experiencing health problems, keeping a low profile is actually safer. The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief and went along with it. All right, Lu Fan, the sea-level refugee, is given a final score of 3 points. We'll issue diving equipment according to the lowest standard. Zhao Ming gave a smug snort. Luckily, I was quick-witted. If this kid gets a perfect score, he'll take away most of the special treatment he received during the water trip. On this island of the East, no one but Marseille can outdo him. Then let's meet at the East Island Gate at 6 o'clock in the morning, 3 days from now. The person in charge closed the notebook. Dismissed. The refugees shall leave the island in an orderly manner under the leadership of the defense forces. The crowd dispersed. As Zhao Ming passed by Lu Fan, he deliberately slowed his pace, his eyes filled with malice. Kid, remember who you are. Don't take on a job you're not qualified for. If you end up underwater, nobody's going to collect your corpse. After saying that, he strode away, walking with the force of a gust of wind. Lu Fan stared at his retreating figure with icy eyes. Zhao Mingfu, right? I hope you're not crying and begging me from underwater. He rubbed his chest, which was still throbbing slightly, and turned to Jiang Xiaomin, saying, Let's go too. Anyway, there are still 3 days left. This is a good opportunity to upgrade the god-level fishing rod to level 2. He also needs to find some help. The Western Huan Mountain is strictly ordered, and the strongest individuals are unknown. One has no advantage in a one-on-one fight. Ideally, we should establish our own power base and take control of the intelligence network. As soon as the two left the island and returned to the refugee slum, they saw a crowd gathered around watching the spectacle. The two went over to take a look and realized that something was wrong. Xiaomin, something bad has probably happened to your family. Chapter 52. I'm a very reasonable person. In front of the tin-roofed house not far away, the two bespectacled men and the sausage-lipped man who had been crying and begging for their fathers were now blocking the entrance with several burly men. Old Zhang is hiding inside pretending to be dead, isn't he? Brothers, smash it! The bespectacled man picked up a wooden stick and swung it hard against the door frame. It smashed a huge crater. You bastard! Don't you dare touch my dad! A delicate shout. Jiang Xiaomin rushed out and kicked the bespectacled man in the stomach. Vomit! The bespectacled man even spat out bile, and was sent flying backward. Just as the two burly men next to him were about to make a move, Jiang Xiaomin delivered a low sweeping leg kick, followed by a swift elbow strike. 2 loud bangs. The 2 men collapsed to the ground one after the other, clutching their chests and wailing in the mud. Lu Fan sat on the rock behind him, observing Jiang Xiaomin with great interest. This girl's movements are clean and efficient, and her striking points are precise. He could easily handle 3 opponents at once. Unfortunately, they held back in every move, only hitting the weak points and not the fatal ones. With a little training, he should be a great helper. Brother Jiang! It's this slut! Sausage Lips, terrified, hid behind, clutching the hem of a burly man with a crew cut, and pointed at Jiang Xiaomin, crying, And that man! They're the ones who crippled Brother Ma Yubao! The man called Brother Jiang pushed him away, twisted his neck, and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He was 1.8 meters tall, muscular, and had a glossy bronze complexion. Jiang Wei, a Class B mutant! He spat out the toothpick from his mouth and swept his cold gaze over Jiang Xiaomin. You two vagrants will get tired of messing with Boss Ma's brother, won't you? Before he could finish speaking, the mud and water beneath Jiang Wei's feet exploded instantly. That's too fast. Jiang Xiaomin only felt a blur before her eyes, and before she could raise her hand to block, she was grabbed by the neck and slammed to the ground, splashing a cloud of filth. Cough. Jiang Wei placed one foot on Jiang Xiaomin's forearm and looked up at Lu Fan. Kid! Get over here right now, or I'll break your woman's hand. Lu Fan sneered and strolled forward leisurely. First of all, she's not my woman. Secondly, aren't you being unreasonable? Jiang Wei laughed when he heard that. Ha! Reason with me? Well then, I'll talk to you. Before the words were finished. Bang! A loud bang exploded in the rain. Lu Fan now held a Type 64 pistol in his hand, with smoke still rising from the muzzle. At this moment, Jiang Wei's expression froze, and a dark, bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. Without even a chance to react, he fell straight backward. The entire room fell silent. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted in uproar. A gun! That's a gun! Jiang Wei is dead? A Class B mutant was instantly killed? The onlookers screamed and fled in terror, instantly clearing a large open space. The man with sausage lips and glasses slumped to the ground, his face filled with fear. Oh no! This grandpa is a real grandpa. Lu Fan put away his gun, walked over, and helped Jiang Xiaomin up. He picked up a watermelon knife from the ground and shoved it into Jiang Xiaomin's hand. Kill them! Jiang Xiaomin gripped the knife, her hand trembling. TSK! You don't dare? Lu Fan frowned, his tone revealing impatience. If you don't kill them today, then you and your father will be the ones who die. If you don't want to be fish on the chopping block, you have to learn how to kill. Jiang Xiaomin was startled and turned to look at the small tin shack. She seemed to have figured something out, and slowly walked towards the man with sausage lips. Heroin! Grandma! Spare me! The man with sausage lips knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. I was wrong! I was forced into it. Pfft. The knife tip pierced the side of the sausage-lipped man's abdomen. Sausage Lips let out a pig-like scream, clutching his abdomen and writhing wildly on the ground. Idiot! And you're supposed to be a martial arts student, Lu Fan said coldly. Thick abdominal fat means you'll die too slowly and give the opponent an opening. 3 inches higher, stab the heart. Jiang Xiaomin, panting heavily, pulled out the knife, warm blood splattering on her face. As she watched the man writhing and wailing, the fear in her eyes gradually turned into a hint of ruthlessness. Lu Fan is right. This is the end times. If you don't kill someone, someone will kill you. As a woman, if she didn't act tough, she would likely be humiliated to death. Jiang Xiaomin took a deep breath and suddenly swung the knife. Puff! This time, the blade pierced the man's left chest with pinpoint accuracy. The screams abruptly stopped. The sausage lips twitched twice, then dared not move again. 3 more left, let's change tactics. Lu Fan's gaze swept over the 2 people on the ground, as well as the bespectacled man who was frantically trying to squeeze into the crowd. Jiang Xiaomin did not pursue it. After swiftly dispatching the 2 men on the ground, he raised the knife above his head, leaned forward, and threw it with a sudden thud. Call out! A cold glint flashed across the rain curtain. It pierced the bespectacled man's back with pinpoint accuracy, until the hilt was gone. The bespectacled man collapsed to the ground, scratched his head twice with his fingers, and then fell completely silent. Jiang Xiaomin took a deep breath, stood in the rain, looked at her blood-stained hands, and couldn't believe she had killed 4 people. Well done! Lu Fan walked over and patted her stiff shoulder. Go check on your father. He seems to have fainted. Jiang Xiaomin immediately snapped out of her daze and stumbled into the house. Lu Fan kicked the corpse on the ground and glanced at the group of refugees who were peering out in the distance. He raised the muzzle of his gun and pointed it casually. You guys come here. A few unlucky onlookers, who loved watching the spectacle, were startled when a gun was pointed at them. They turned pale with fright and timidly moved over. Big brother, we were just watching the show, it's not a crime punishable by death. Lu Fan smiled, patted one of them on the shoulder, and said gently. Silly boy, I'm being reasonable. How could I kill people indiscriminately? Go and help me throw these bodies into the sea. Yes. The group felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and quickly dragged the corpses toward the sea. Etc. Lu Fan stopped one of them. Where does Manhwa live? Lead the way. Now that we've taken action, we must nip it in the bud and eliminate any future troubles. Soon. Led by this man, Lu Fan arrived at a wooden house built on a high ground. It was supported by moisture-proof wooden stakes and even had a small terrace. Great offer! You're mine now! Lu Fan pushed open the door and went in. The room was warm and cozy, with a stove burning inside. On the bed, Manhwa was wrapped up like a mummy, with only his eyes and nostrils showing, groaning as his woman fed him medicine. Upon seeing Lu Fan walk in, the woman who had been feeding him the medicine quickly retreated to the wall, covered her head, and begged for mercy. Lu Fan ignored her, walked to the bedside, and looked down at Manhwa's terrified eyes. Ugh! Ugh! He tried desperately to shrink into the corner of the bed, but he couldn't move his entire body. You survived that kick? You're pretty tough. Lu Fan shook his hand and twisted his neck. Don't be afraid, take a deep breath, I'm here to help you. He grabbed Manhwa by the neck with one hand, lifted him up, and walked out of the wooden house. Wah wah! Manhwa struggled frantically, letting out desperate sobs. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Fan carried Manhwa to the shore without making any unnecessary movements. With a loosening of his grip, the powerful Vajra kick was unleashed. Get out of here! Thump! Manhwa traced a graceful arc in the air before plunging into the sea and being swallowed by the water. Lu Fan clapped his hands and turned to look at the refugees gathered outside the wooden house. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on him, some with fear, some with awe, and some with fascination. Lu Fan greeted everyone with a warm smile on his face and a gun in his hand. From now on, we'll be neighbors. If you have any opinions, feel free to tell me. I'm a very reasonable person. No one dared to speak. The logic behind that statement was terrifying. At this moment, a few quick-witted refugees squeezed out from the crowd and bowed and scraped as they approached. Big brother! You're amazing! We want to be your underlings. To be a lackey? The group nodded quickly and began to promote themselves. Big brother! We have to remind you that Ma Saibwa is an A-level mutant. He's on business in North Island these days and will be back in a few days. You have to be careful. Lu Fan waved his hand. It doesn't matter, it's just one Ma Saibwa. Since you want to be my underlings, then you should offer your pledge of loyalty. He took a can of luncheon meat out of his bag and tossed it in his hand. Go find all of Manhwa's lackeys and clean them up. Whoever does the best job gets this jar of meat. The group instantly became agitated. That's meat. In an instant the group, their eyes red, rushed to every corner of the slum and began to sweep away the remnants of the Ma brothers' gang. After finishing his chores, Lu Fan returned to the tin shack. Zhang Weigua had already woken up and was leaning against the headboard, listening to Zhang Xiaomin recount everything that had just happened, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Lu, you are so kind and benevolent. All right. You'll still have to do things for me from now on. Lu Fan leaned against the doorframe and pointed outside. Pack up and move. Manhwa's wooden house is spacious. It'll be our new base. Really? Zhang Xiaomin looked up abruptly, in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Lu Fan looked at the busy crowd outside the window, his eyes deep and unfathomable. It's time for a new leader to take over this Donglu slum. I need manpower to turn this place into our territory. Since we're going to be stuck here for a while, we need a proper logistical base. It would be too tiring and too slow for him to do it all by himself. He wants to establish a new order here for his own use. Chapter 53 Upgrade. Evolution. The surprise of the level 2 fishing rod. After the group moved into the wooden house and settled in, they found a place to stay. For the next 2 days, Lu Fan spent his time not only reorganizing the forces in the East Island refugee slums, but also fishing at the pebble beach where he had previously landed on the island. There are few people here, and it's quite secluded. The fishing results over the 2 days weren't amazing, but they were practical. There was salt, several sets of thermal underwear, and a multifunctional entrenching tool. Most importantly, the number of fishing attempts finally reached 97. Just 3 more times and I can upgrade my fishing rod. Soon, the 3rd day arrived. We need to meet at the island gate at 6 a.m. Lu Fan got up at 4 o'clock, squatted on the gravel beach, and made a final sprint for fishing. Whoosh! The water broke open, and Little White poked its pink head out, still holding half a twitching sea fish in its mouth. When it saw Lu Fan, it shook its head and let out 2 soft whimpers. "Shall bai. You'll have to work hard for the next few days." Lu Fan reached out and scratched its smooth chin. "Once we're done with this busy period, there will be plenty of potatoes." Little White wagged its tail contentedly, then dived into the water to continue guarding the bottomless trench to the north, as instructed by Lu Fan. Not long after, the float suddenly sank. Lu Fan flicked his wrist and lifted the fishing rod. A vial containing a clear liquid swung over. Fishing successful. Obtained Healing Fusion Potion X1. Type, low-level survival supplies. Rarity, excellent. Gain 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. Current fishing attempts, 98 out of 100, proficiency, 230/200, spirit, 29/30. Description: its healing effect is average, but it can be fused with any 2 or fewer medications, gaining the healing abilities of both while eliminating all side effects. Lu Fan held the bottle of medicine, his eyes lighting up. This stuff, when combined with strong medicine, is practically a medical miracle. If we could get our hands on Qing Shue's alpha-type serum and incorporate it. That's the super soldier serum with no side effects. Good stuff, let's save it! Lu Fan put away the medicine and cast his line again. Not long after, there was another pulling sensation. This time, a huge thing came up, a clownfish model about half the length of a person, made of some kind of high-strength metal, and emitting a strange fragrance. Fishing successful. Obtained 1 one-time decoy torpedo. Type, low-grade miscellaneous items. Rarity, excellent. Gain 5 proficiency points and 1 spirit point. Current fishing attempts, 99 out of 100, proficiency, 235/200, spirit 30/30. Description: a one-time use item with built-in navigation and evasion functions. After pressing the switch, this decoy torpedo will swim towards the target and release a large amount of decoy pheromones. It will automatically detonate if destroyed by the target. It's good stuff too. Lu Fan took a deep breath, accepted the item, and continued fishing. 99 times! The last shot. Whether a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle depends on this one tremor. Whoosh! The fishing hook pierced the darkness and fell into the surging waves. Half an hour later, the distant buoy suddenly sank to the bottom of the water. Immediately afterwards, a strange, colorful light appeared beneath the water's surface. Holy crap! What does colorful mean? Lu Fan jumped to his feet, his breath almost stopping. Above gold? Could it be at the awesome level? However, before he could even laugh out loud, the colored light flickered twice, like a light bulb with a faulty connection, and quickly faded into the most ordinary white. Lu Fan rubbed his eyes. Are you kidding me? Where did the colorful light go? He held his breath and pulled the rod up with all his might. Whoosh! A golden shadow burst out of the water, frantically wagging its tail in the air, splashing seawater all over Lu Fan's face. Is this thing a living creature? Fishing successful. Obtained 1 different colored carp. Type, low-grade miscellaneous items. Rarity, life grade. Gained 1 proficiency point, 0 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 100/300, proficiency, 236 out of 1000, spirit 30/150. Introduction: the king of carp, a multicolored carp that can survive in seawater, but needs to be kept in a container, otherwise it will die. Lu Fan held the slippery carp and stared at its dead fish eyes for 2 seconds. It really is a fish. Apart from its golden color, it's no different from the ones that cost 5 yuan a pound at the market. What a disappointment. Just then, the long-awaited notification sound in my mind suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, you have met the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 fishing rod. Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade time, 3 minutes. Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement, and was just about to upgrade. An old voice suddenly rang out behind him, interrupting him. Young man, you're quite skilled. You can catch such a beautiful carp in the sea? I haven't seen one in years. Lu Fan's hair stood on end, and he quickly turned his head to look. On the dimly lit pebble beach, an old man with gray hair, carrying an umbrella and a pile of fishing gear, walked over with a smile. That's too close. He hadn't even noticed the person's presence. It's absolutely bizarre. Good morning, sir. Lu Fan pretended to exchange pleasantries, quickly removed the carp from its shell, and gripped the fishing rod tightly. Grandpa, you're fishing here? This spot has great feng shui. I have a bit of diarrhea, so I'll leave now. After saying that, he turned around and tried to slip away. Etc. The old man called out to him. Lu Fan paused, making a gripping motion as if holding a gun. If anything seems amiss with this old man, he must deal with it immediately. Young man, this is for you. The old man slowly took out a small bucket from his fishing tackle bag, which was half full of water. This carp is so beautiful, it seems to have a spirit about it. It's such a waste to eat it. Let's keep it in a bucket, maybe it will bring us great fortune. Lu Fan stared at the blue plastic bucket, then looked at the old man's unfathomable, deep eyes. Thank you, sir. He took the bucket, quickly threw the carp in, and ran into the rain without looking back. Until the figure completely disappeared. The old man then looked away and chuckled. He put down the black umbrella, skillfully set up the fishing rod, and gently scratched his neck with his withered fingers. The collar was torn open at one corner. Beneath that loose skin, 3 deep blue scales were clearly visible. A golden carp, that's interesting. We returned to the cabin. Lu Fan entered his room and leaned against the door, panting heavily. What exactly is the old man's background? Judging from their clothes, they seem to be from the island, but why are they fishing in the slums? Lu Fan couldn't understand it. He casually placed the bucket containing the carp in the corner, sat on the edge of the bed, and calmed his racing heart. No matter who he is, nothing can stop him from leveling up and developing. He took out his legendary fishing rod and held it in both hands. Upgrade! Buzz! The fishing rod began to vibrate. A layer of flowing light spots appeared on the originally dull surface of the rod, as if some kind of liquid metal had been injected, instantly elevating its texture several levels. 3 minutes later, the light faded. The panel reappeared. Upgrade complete. Current fishing rod level, level 2. Unlocked fishing content, intermediate survival supplies, intermediate blueprints, intermediate miscellaneous items, and hidden items. Stamina has increased to 150 points, and can be restored through rest and food. Unlock special ability targeted fishing. By equipping specific bait, you can choose to fish for one of 3 items, survival supplies, blueprints, or miscellaneous items. Preview. Upgrade your fishing rod to level 3 to receive a mystery gift pack, unlocking new special abilities, a higher stamina cap, and higher quality fishing content. Upgrade requirements. Complete 300 fishing attempts, achieve 1000 proficiency points, and reach 150 sanity points. It's safe now. Holding the brand new fishing rod, Lu Fan was so excited he wanted to give it a couple of swings. His physical strength has been restored, which means he no longer has to be so frugal as before, only able to fish a few times a day. As long as you eat well and sleep well, fishing dozens of times a day is no problem. And that directional fishing is simply a magical skill that can make up for anything you lack. The survival tech tree iterates at a speed far beyond imagination. Before Lu Fan could finish celebrating, the spatial ring on his finger suddenly started flashing again. Holy crap! There's another expert. Mental strength detected, 30 points. Spatial ring completes its first evolution. Current space, 30 cubic meters. New feature, removes system output restrictions, allowing storage of any non-living matter. Lu Fan looked at the expanded storage space, and his breathing became rapid. Previously it could only carry things caught by fishing. If you wanted to carry something else, you had to use a bag. Now, as long as it can fit, this is a mobile warehouse. Next time we go scavenging for supplies, we don't need to bring anything, we can just take everything. This is such a wonderful surprise. Just as Lu Fan's eyes lit up, Zhang Xiaoman's urgent knocking came from outside the door. Lu Fan! It's almost 6 o'clock, if we don't leave now we'll miss the assembly. Chapter 54 Chinzei, you're doing well, aren't you? You've even gone to work as someone's dog? Push open the door. Zhang Xiaoman was wearing a sports vest and shorts, with her long hair tied up high, exuding an unprecedented energy and spirit. Zhang Wei was stood behind, leaning on his cane, his face full of worry. Xiaoman, don't be reckless when you go into the water. Go down to a maximum of 40 meters, and be sure to surface slowly. He kept rambling on and on. Zhang Xiaoman grew a little impatient. Ugh! I know, Dad, you've been saying that to me for over 10 years. Zhang Weiwei gave an awkward smile, then turned to Lu Fan and said earnestly. Little Lu, I know you're very capable. But things are different underwater than on land. If anything happens to you, please help this girl out. Rest assured. Lu Fan nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the slums outside. I'll leave this to you, Uncle Zhang. Coordinate with Dewey and organize all the labor force, whether it's picking up trash or doing other work. We don't support idlers, and we won't let anyone starve. Don't worry about that. I used to be the president of the Fishermen's Association. I know about planned production and redistribution. We will definitely achieve common prosperity. Zhang Weiguo patted his chest and assured him. Lu Fan hummed in agreement, then with a flick of his wrist, handed the Type 64 pistol to Zhang Weiguo. Zhang Weiguo shrank back in fright, his face turning deathly pale. This thing, I dare not use it. Empty. No bullets. Lu Fan shoved the gun into his hand and lowered his voice. Xiao Min and I aren't here. If we want to keep these refugees in check, we need some serious weapons. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo swallowed hard, gripped the gun handle tremblingly, and his eyes gradually hardened. Understood. Lu Fan's idea was simple. After all, in this world, whoever can feed them will be the one they follow. If we can train a group of subordinates, and then arm them with the beta enhancer we obtained from Song Qi, we can achieve our goal. In case of unforeseen circumstances, he will have some ability to resist. You can never have too many cards up your sleeve. After explaining the escape route, Lu Fan led Zhang Xiaomin straight to the island gate to meet up. Subsequently, the speedboat responsible for transportation took the crowd straight to Beigang. A dozen minutes later, the massive steel crane arm of Beigang came into view. The dock was packed with people. A quick glance revealed nearly 100 people. Most of them were refugees from the 4 major islands, along with some island residents, and a small number were those arrogant mutants. All of you, line up properly! Defense Commander Qin Yuan stood on a military truck, with piles of diving equipment under his feet, and shouted through a megaphone. Low-level testers who scored 1 to 3, come and collect your equipment! In an instant, a large number of people sparsely surged forward, all of them ragged refugees. Tisk, these homeless people who don't even have a 4-point rating actually dare to come here. Several mutants standing nearby, arms crossed and already dressed in special diving suits, discussed the matter with mocking expressions. Why do these refugees choose to go to the sea to feed the fish instead of cleaning the streets and shoveling manure? Do they really think earning points is that easy? Exactly. I bet a lot more will drown this time. How about we take a gamble? His companion grinned maliciously. I bet at least 15 of them will die this time. If I lose, I'll treat everyone to braised beef noodles. Deal. If I lose, we'll go to the brothel tonight and have some fun, it's on me. Amidst the malicious laughter, Lu Fan walked to the truck. Qin Yuan glanced at him and said coldly, Give me your points bracelet. We'll return it to you all after the mud has been handed over. After saying that, he threw a set of equipment into Lu Fan's arms. Lu Fan looked down and almost laughed. A rusty oxygen cylinder, its mouthpiece covered in teeth marks, without even a pressure gauge. The other was a plastic bucket with black grease residue, used to collect oil sludge. In addition, they didn't even have the most basic wetsuits for warmth and pressure resistance. With this equipment, an untrained person's limit is 20 meters when diving. But it's probably only 20 meters to the entrance of that rift valley. A crowd of people were scrambling at the entrance to grab oil, but they made almost no profit. To earn more, you have to venture further down, but without equipment, the death rate will increase significantly. This is essentially a vicious cycle. The poor refugees remain poor, while the rich islanders remain rich. In the end, the refugees are nothing more than expendable resources for the island's inhabitants. Lu Fan shook his head, picked up the pile of junk, and stepped aside. Meanwhile, not far away, a gaze was fixed intently on Lu Fan. Hey, Chunzei! What are you spacing out for? In the crowd, a muscular man nudged Chunzei. It's our turn to collect our equipment, from 4 to 6 points. Oh. Brother Lu Hui is here. Chunzei snapped out of his daze and waved to those behind him. Zhou Xing! Wang Ying, you guys stay close! After everyone received their equipment, the group finished collecting their gear. Zhou Xing and Wang Ying changed into their diving suits, and as soon as they turned their heads, they saw Lu Fan in the corner. Brother Lu? Zhou Xing's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Wang Ying and ran over, his face full of surprise. Brother Lu! What are you doing here? Lu Fan was somewhat surprised. After some time apart, These two greenhorns seemed to have grown up quite a bit, and the timidity in their eyes was gone. Zhou Xing chuckled. We were so grateful to Brother Lu for encouraging us back then, otherwise we wouldn't be like this now. He was just about to catch up with old friends. Suddenly, a hand shoved in and roughly pushed the two of them behind them. Chen Zai stood in the middle, looking Lu Fan up and down at his shabby clothes, and said in a sarcastic tone. Hey, isn't this Brother Fan? Weren't you supposed to be picking up Chu Xian? How did you end up like this? You can't even afford a diving suit, and you've come here as a beggar. Seeing him standing with the diving team, Lu Fan instantly realized that he had latched onto Song Han's coattails. Lu Fan sneered. Chen Zai, you're doing pretty well, aren't you? Running off to be someone else's dog, what's the difference between you and a vagrant like me? You. Chen Zai frowned in anger, his face instantly darkening. You left your girlfriend and brother to die in this building just to save your own life. How dare you, a piece of scum, talk to me? Lu Fan frowned. A shameless person is invincible. He's the one who's trying to get rid of the bridge after using it, but now he's portraying himself as the victim? Lu Fan smiled faintly, his tone chilling. Chen Zai, from the day you started messing around with Chu Xian, our relationship was severed. If you try to mess with me, I won't hesitate to kill you. Chen Zai froze. How did he find out about his relationship with Chu Xian? And why does his gaze look so different from the honest and unassuming Lu Fan of the past? Seeing the tension between the two, Lu Hui pulled Chen Zai away. Alright, why waste words with a homeless person? He glanced at Lu Fan, his eyes full of contempt. This kind of trash wouldn't even survive 10 minutes in the water. We're the elites chosen by young Master Song, don't let us become a laughing stock. Chen Zai snapped out of his daze and remembered his current identity, glaring at Lu Fan through gritted teeth. Lu Fan, we'll settle our score when we get here. Lu Fan chuckled and turned to leave. Let's calculate it after we come up. Let's see if you can survive in the water later. Soon everyone was ready. Gather at the edge of the pier. After the guide led everyone through warm-up exercises, they jumped into the water with a splash. Immediately afterwards, more than 100 people entered the water one after another, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Lu Hui led his team to hide at the very back, took out a metal box containing several pale gold vials neatly arranged inside. Drink the beta potion, everyone! Lu Hui lowered his voice. When you go into the water later, don't be greedy and rush. Come up after you've collected enough oil sludge. Everyone nodded, drank the medicine, and went into the water. Just as Lu Hui was about to put on his mask, Chen Zai suddenly grabbed his arm. Brother Hui! Spit it out. Chen Zai glanced in the direction Lu Fan had entered the water, his eyes filled with malice. Do me a favor, take care of that kid! Lu Hui frowned. It's not a good place to kill someone underwater. Especially not in that dangerous rift abyss. Chen Zai quickly tried to dissuade him. Brother Hui! You know that young Master Song specifically asked for this kid. Think about it, if we let him go back alive and get noticed by young Master Song, will we still benefit from him in the future? That kid is an ingrate, he'll definitely try to suppress us. Lu Hui's hand paused. On this isolated island with limited resources, status is life itself. Anyone who dares to touch his cake will die. Okay. Lu Hui fastened his mask and said coldly. Find an opportunity to cut his oxygen tube and fake a drowning. Let's finish this quickly. Chapter 55 The Water Monkey's Attack. This is 1,000 meters underwater. At this moment, in the observation room on the second floor of the port, Qin Yuan respectfully reported to the two middle-aged men inside the room. Father, Uncle Lei, they've all gone into the water. Lei Jianya sat on the sofa with a solemn expression. I put a lot of effort into this batch of specially made high-pressure diving suits, and with the Song family's medicine, I hope we can retrieve what I need. The man next to him, Qin Jin, patted Lei Jianya on the shoulder. Don't worry, Lao Lei. This time I've found 5 A-level mutants, plus your nephew. As long as we don't encounter any mutant creatures, 500 meters of water won't be a problem. Lei Jianya glanced at him and sighed. I'm afraid of encountering mutated creatures. We might not find anything, but we'll all perish. Recently, the monitoring room reported some strange activity deep within the Rift Valley. In the past few days, a pink mutated creature with extremely high speed has also been discovered nearby. My heart is breaking, tsk tisk. Qin Jin poured him some red wine and comforted him. Don't think too much about it. Let's wait for good news. Underwater. Light fades rapidly with depth. After crossing the shallow waters, a massive underwater rift valley stretched out beneath their feet. The cliffs on both sides are steep and the rocks are jagged. Looking at this place, Lu Fan felt that it bore a striking resemblance to the Leviathan's lair from back then. He followed at the end of the line and made a gesture with his hand. Zhang Xiaomin understood, and the two quietly broke away from the main group, diving down to a depth of about 35 meters along the edge of the rift valley. There weren't many people here, and the lighting was just barely adequate. Lu Fan swam to the rock face. A layer of dark substance was found on the rock wall, swaying with the water flow. Reaching out to touch it, my fingertips felt a greasy, warm sensation, like a sticky jelly. Nice one! Lu Fan decisively grabbed a large lump and stuffed it into the bucket. For the rest, he pressed himself against the rock wall and made a thought. Swish. The sludge instantly disappeared from the area touched by the hand, all entering the spatial ring. Stock up! Stock up! Lu Fan's lips curled up slightly, like a hamster hiding food, leaving no trace of mud wherever it went. At the same time. Rift Valley entrance. Qinzhe floated in the water, anxiously waving his flippers. He had already searched twice, but hadn't even seen a trace of Lu Fan. Did that kid run underwater? Qinzhe wondered to himself. With that shabby oxygen tank, he dares to go into the deep water? Are you out of your mind? He tugged at Lu Hui beside him and pointed downwards. Lu Hui nodded, and the two of them, with searchlights on, continued their descent. Just 30 meters deep, the two spotted Lu Fan's figure in the dim light. Qinzhe was overjoyed and was about to pull out the shovel from his waist when... Call! A violent undercurrent suddenly crashed in from the side. He froze, then instinctively turned his head. Suddenly, a thick cloud of blood mist burst open in the water not far away. Immediately afterwards, half of the object flew out of the blood mist, grazing past Qinzhe and Lu Hui's masks. That was a section of a human upper body. Its internal organs were dragging in the water, and its pale face still held an expression of extreme terror. Qinzhe felt a spasm in his stomach and almost vomited. Before they could react, a cloud of blood surged, and a bizarre creature the size of a van charged toward them. This creature looks like a monkey, but its torso is connected to long, segmented legs similar to those of a spider or crab, and it also has an extremely long tentacle tail. It moved as nimbly as a water flea in the water, closing in on the two people in an instant. 10 meters. 5 meters. The water monkey suddenly tilted its neck back, revealing its smooth belly. There was no navel there, only a large, round, sucker-like mouth like a lamprey's, filled with barbed teeth, and two dead fish-like eyes embedded above the mouth. Qinzhe was so frightened that he choked on a mouthful of seawater. He fearfully shoved Lu Hui, who was standing next to him. Ha! Caught off guard, Lu Hui lost his balance and fell forward. It just so happened to run into the water monkey that was rushing towards it. Click! The water monkey's large jaws snapped shut, instantly biting off Lu Hui's upper body. Puff! A powerful jet of water, mixed with bits of flesh and entrails, gushed from the water monkey's mouth, spurting Lu Hui's lower half of his body dozens of meters away. Glug glug. Qinzhe was terrified and swam upwards using both his hands and feet. Seeing this, the water monkey kicked off with its long legs and chased after them. In the chaos, Qinzhe grabbed the searchlight in his hand and smashed it down. It missed. The searchlight spun and sank down, its beams swaying wildly. This water monkey seemed to have some phototaxis. Its belly eye instantly locked onto the beam of light below, and it abandoned Qinzhe, turning around to chase after it. Qinzhe glanced back, then swam upstream frantically, a look of wild joy on his face. The searchlight fell in the direction of Lu Fan's location. Rock wall below. Lu Fan had just finished scraping off a patch of grease when he heard the sound of rushing water above him. I looked up. A huge black shadow was hurtling down at high speed. What the hell? Lu Fan's pupils contracted. Monkey head, spider legs, and a huge mouth on its abdomen. It looks like a facehugger. There are only 2 words to describe it: disgusting. It opened its large, spiraling maw and swooped down on Lu Fan. Court death! Lu Fan remained very calm. His right arm jerked. Clang! The black exoskeleton armor deployed instantly, and the mantis blade popped out. Thermal mode, all on. Sizzle. The seawater boiled instantly, and the blade glowed with a crimson heat, piercing directly through the water monkey's mouth before slashing it up. Pfft. The water monkey was split in two and sank to the bottom of the sea. Jiang Xiaomin, who was standing next to her, was completely dumbfounded and almost dropped the bucket of mud in her hand. Time to go! Lu Fan gestured and shoved his mud bucket into her arms. Looking up at the water above, it was in complete chaos. Several water monkeys, appearing out of nowhere, were frantically preying on the panicked drowning victims. If we were to surface along the same path, it would be too dangerous. Glug. Lu Fan spat out several large bubbles. A pink lightning bolt instantly swam to Lu Fan's side. Lu Fan shoved Jiang Xiaomin onto Xiaobai's back, gesturing. We'll go around her from the side later. Xiaobai nodded knowingly. Lu Fan was just about to climb up. Call out. A sudden current swept in, striking Lu Fan squarely and slamming him against the rock wall. Rumble. Suddenly, an unprecedented and terrifying suction force erupted from the abyss. The surrounding undercurrents surged violently, forming a massive whirlpool. Several divers who were nearby were swept away and disappeared from sight. Lu Fan frowned and swam quickly towards Xiaobai, but was still pulled down by the powerful suction. Damn it! The body rotated and sank uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiaobai let out a soft cry and was about to rush down to save him. Lu Fan struggled to raise his hand while spinning, making a stop gesture. Run! Get up there first. The suction force of this vortex is too strong. If he gets trapped alone, he might still have a way to escape. But if Xiaobai and Jiang Xiaomin are both caught up in it, he won't have the energy to save others. Little White was frantic, but seeing several water monkeys above poised to charge down, it could only tearfully flick its tail and carry Jiang Xiaomin toward the side of the sea. Seeing this, Lu Fan continued to focus his attention on the vortex. The powerful current made him dizzy. Fortunately, his body is resilient. Lu Fan took out a bottle of beta potion from his spatial storage and drank it. With a leap, he unleashed a powerful burst of strength and broke out of the vortex, swimming to the side. He breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to surface. Unexpectedly, the vortex seemed to have its own consciousness, and began to spread rapidly, once again precisely pulling Lu Fan into it. How is this possible? The immense force rendered Lu Fan unable to move. He could only let the vortex devour him. Finally, consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. I don't know how much time passed. Lu Fan coughed violently and opened his eyes. Brother Lu! You're awake! A large face approached. It was Zhou Xing, and Wang Ying was beside him. Lu Fan propped himself up, his head feeling a little dizzy. He looked around. This place seemed to be an air chamber in an underground cave, with cold and damp air, and a few searchlights barely illuminated the area. Besides the three of them, there were 4 or 5 shivering refugees huddled in the corner, as well as several A-level mutants who were discussing something. Judging from the situation, they were probably all brought down by the whirlpool. Among the mutants, a man slammed his fist on the ground and cursed. What the hell is that vortex? And those water monkeys, I've never seen anything like it before. Alright, Marseille, save your energy. A tall, thin man nearby advised. Everyone's trapped here now. Who knows how long the oxygen will last? Let's think about how to get back to the surface. Backwater surface? Marseille sneered and pointed outside. Do you know how deep it is here? How strong is the water pressure? And you're going back to the surface? Another man wearing glasses patted the reading watch on his wrist. The screen flickered a few times, displayed a red number, and then went completely black. The magnetic field interference here is too strong, and all communications are down. I glanced at the depth gauge as we were falling. All eyes were on him. This place is probably 1,000 meters underwater. Chapter 56 The Abyss is watching you. Upon hearing this, everyone froze on the spot. 1,000 meters under the sea. This is a forbidden zone for humans. How did they get here? Several homeless people huddled in a corner, their emotions instantly collapsing and exploding. It's over, there's no going back. What should I do? I don't even have a wife. I don't want to die here. Marcelo, looking annoyed, yelled. Shut up! Scream one more time and I'll send you on your way right now. He flexed his wrists, his gaze sweeping over several homeless people. No one dared to make a sound, they could only sob quietly. Among the A-level mutants, a handsome man adjusted his glasses and spoke calmly. Don't panic, at least we're still alive. You know, in an air chamber 1,000 meters underwater, If the air pressure were balanced, our lungs would have exploded long ago. But here we can not only breathe, but we haven't experienced nitrogen narcosis. This means there's some unique oxygen supply and pressure stabilization mechanism here. He turned around and glanced at the people present. Besides the 6 of us, the 1 of us, who are Class A and Class B mutants, there are also 6 refugees and 2 islanders. Before we figure out the situation, we should follow the emergency escape manual for Shihuan Mountain and prioritize letting the refugees go out to collect data so that I can analyze the escape plan. That's all. The other mutants nodded knowingly. In this cave filled with unknown dangers, refugees are the cheapest expendable commodity. I agree. Ling Xiao, then who do you think we should choose? Ma Saibo asked. Zhao Meng, who was squatting in the corner, suddenly laughed. He pointed at Lu Fan, who was leaning against the corner, with a playful look in his eyes. Isn't there a perfect example? He cheated during the physical test and could punch through a steel plate. Let him give it a try. Ma Saibo glanced at Lu Fan, his brows furrowing slightly. You know this kid? Brother Ma, don't you know? Zhao Meng took a step closer, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of schadenfreude. This is the kid who kicked your brother away before. What? Marcel's face twitched suddenly, and veins bulged on his forehead. He strode up to Lu Fan, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. You dare touch my brother? You're asking for trouble. Lu Fan leaned against the rock wall, tossing a small pebble in his hand, without even glancing at him. This A-level mutant's strength seems to be about the same as Tang Haikung's, or even a little weaker. That's simply not enough. Wait a moment! Ling Xiao reached out and stopped the enraged Marseille. This kid looks sturdy. Let's save him for last. Use that one first. Ling Xiao pointed his finger at a gaunt man in the corner. The man, wearing a tattered life jacket, knelt down with a thud upon hearing this, kowtowing repeatedly. Please! Don't choose me. I have a wife and children. Please! You talk too much nonsense. Marseille snorted coldly, grabbed the man by the collar, and dragged him to the only exit of the air chamber, above a pool of water. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife. No! Before the man could finish shouting, Masebo pressed down and pushed his lower body directly into the water. Pfft! A muffled sound, similar to squeezing a tomato. The man's screams instantly became sharp and shrill. Marseille lifted him up in confusion. The scene before them made everyone gasp in shock. The man's legs were gone. To be precise, it was flattened. Subcutaneous tissue was everted, hanging like mud on broken bones, with red and yellow fluids flowing all over the ground. Holy crap! This water pressure! Marcel's hand trembled, and he disgustedly threw the whole man into the pool. Glug! The moment he entered the water, it was as if the man had been thrown into a hydraulic press. Before he could even struggle, he was instantly crushed into a twisted mass of flesh by the terrifying water pressure, and swept away by the undercurrent, leaving only a pool of blood. The cave was deathly silent. Everyone felt a tightness in their throats, and difficulty breathing. This is the water pressure at a depth of 1,000 meters in the ocean. After this incident, the group could only try to find a way out of the room. They discovered that the rock walls here were not as hard as granite. It actually has a feel similar to pumice. With a little force, you can pry off a piece. Inside, there are tiny air pores. If we had a tool like a shovel, we should be able to dig a road upwards. The problem is that, apart from diving equipment, there are no suitable tools available here. Soon, the group spent 2 days in suffocating fear. Lu Fan spent most of his time pretending to be dead, observing from the sidelines and trying to minimize his presence. After all, with these A-level mutants coming up with solutions, he only needs to follow behind and reap the benefits. We have the results! Ling Zhao's voice broke the silence. As a unique, intelligent mutant, he has reached a conclusion through various measurements and calculations over the past 2 days. These specially supplied beta-type enhancement drugs from the Song family can significantly increase muscle density and bone strength, and also maintain internal pressure. Ling Xiao waved a vial of orange potion in his hand. With our special diving suits, we can theoretically withstand this water pressure for half an hour. If it's an A-level mutant, the time will double. Marcel said impatiently. What's the use of theory? Someone has to try it. All eyes turned once again to the group of refugees who were starving and on the verge of death. A few minutes later, 2 slightly stronger but unlucky guys were dragged out. They were forced to inject the drug by Masebo and others, Then they put on a heavy diving suit and a special diving rope around their waist. Swim out in a bit. Report back what you see. Marcel grabbed one end of the rope and threatened menacingly. If you dare to try anything funny, I'll pull you back and beat you to death. Upon hearing this, the two men trembled and dived into the water. This time it wasn't crushed. Time passed second by second. About 5 minutes later, the rope in his hand suddenly began to shake violently, a sign that danger was imminent. Pull! At Ma Saiba's command, several mutants worked together to pull the rope back. Whoosh! The two refugees were dragged out of the water and lay sprawled on the ground like dead fish, panting heavily. They were uninjured and had all their limbs intact. Ling Xiao stepped forward and ripped off their masks. What's down there? Where's the exit? The two refugees were deathly pale, their pupils dilated to the extreme, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Tunnel, tunnel. The one on the left was chattering and rambling incoherently. There's a big hole down there, leading to the outside. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. This means there's a way to escape. But! The man suddenly grabbed Ling Xiao's arm, his voice trembling even more. It's so dark outside, so big, and... What else? Marcel got impatient, grabbed him by the collar, and spat in his face. Stop dawdling! Speak up! Light, there is light. Before he finished speaking, the man's eyes suddenly became bloodshot and turned completely red. He grinned, as if he were laughing or crying, and made a strange, clucking sound from his throat. In that abyss, there is a light, watching me. Before he could finish speaking. Bang! A muffled thud. The man's head exploded without warning. Red and white substances scattered and splashed, spraying Marcelo's face. Holy crap! Marseille screamed in fright and suddenly let go, the headless corpse sliding limply to the ground. I didn't touch him! Before anyone could react. Bang! The vagrant next to him, who had been staring blankly, suddenly had his head explode without warning. Blood splattered on the rock wall and slowly flowed down. This scene was so bizarre that it sent chills down my spine. Ling Xiao frowned, but calmly squatted down to examine the lower half of the corpse. The medication is still working, and the body inside the diving suit is normal. Only the exposed head exploded. Ling Xiao stood up, pushed up his blood-stained glasses, and began to deduce. The moment I took off my mask after leaving the deep water, my intracranial pressure spiked to a critical point. They probably saw something they shouldn't have seen in the abyss. That stuff can affect the brain. The cave fell silent again, deathly still. In other words, there's a path outside the cave, but a monster guards the entrance. A monster so terrifying it'd make your head explode. Isn't this a surefire way to die? Ling Xiao slowly turned around. His cold gaze swept across the crowd and landed directly on Lu Fan and the other two refugees. The data isn't enough. He pointed to Lu Fan and the other two. Select 2 more people to go out. This time, I want to find out exactly what that glowing monster is. Chapter 57. This refugee is stronger than everyone else. Having witnessed the miserable state of those people, I can see it all. A displaced man, already broken and desperate, knelt on the gravel ground, his forehead slamming heavily against the ground, leaving him a bloody mess. Please spare me. I don't want to go. I don't want to die. I beg you. The piercing cries echoed through the cave. The crowd reacted with extreme indifference. Only Zhou Xing and Wang Ying turned their heads away, their shoulders trembling slightly. Here, sympathy is the most useless emotion. Seeing that no one responded, the desperate man suddenly stopped crying, his eyes becoming vacant and crazed. I don't want to die. He let out a scream that sounded inhuman, then suddenly accelerated and slammed his head hard against the sharp rock corner. Click. A crisp sound came from his forehead. The man's body twitched twice, then he slumped down and remained motionless. You dared to commit suicide? Marcelo immediately rushed over and carefully checked his breathing. Damn! He's really dead! In a fit of rage, he stomped on the still bleeding head, splattering red and white matter everywhere. He spat and turned to point at the last remaining terrified refugee in the corner. Put it on him! If he dares to commit suicide, I'll skin him alive! A short mutant quickly stepped forward, grabbed the refugee, and forcibly put the heavy diving suit on him. Then Ma Saibo twisted his neck and turned to Lu Fan with a sinister look. There's another refugee, kid, I'll personally send you on your way. He approached step by step, his eyes fierce. Since you're going back to die anyway, you might as well stay here and do your part. Behave yourself and suffer less. Lu Fan let out a breath. He slowly stood up, patted the dust off his trousers, took 2 steps back, and leaned against the rock wall. How do you know it's me who will die? He paused. And not you? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ha 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 ha! Marseille laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The other 3 A-level mutants also joined in the laughter, their eyes filled with pity for the fools. Zhao Ming shook his head speechlessly, leaned closer, and pointed at Lu Fan's nose. Kid, are you scared out of your wits? Do you know what an A-level mutant means? Crushing you is easier than crushing an ant. Ma's sideways smile vanished. He strode up to Lu Fan, grabbed him by the collar, and spoke in a chilling tone. You have 1 minute to get dressed and get down here. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead. Wouldn't living be as bad as dying? Lu Fan smiled. He suddenly reached out his right hand and gently grasped the thumb of the hand that was gripping his collar. You mean, like your younger brother whom I kicked into the sea to feed the fish? Marcel's pupils constricted sharply. What? Click. Before the words were finished, a crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Lu Fan's movements appeared gentle, yet they were like a giant elephant crushing something. Marseille's thick thumb was actually bent backward at a 90-degree angle. Ah! The pain, so intense it pierced through Marcelo's nerves, was excruciating. He released his grip, clutching his fingers and letting out a piercing scream. My hand! Marcel is a strength-type mutant. His single-arm strength is probably the strongest among them. At this moment, a refugee broke his finger as easily as breaking a chopstick? Before they could even react. Bang! Lu Fan raised his leg and kicked, hitting Ma Saibwa squarely in the chest. Boom! The burly man, weighing over 300 pounds, was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into the rock wall, creating a large, human-shaped crater. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and the entire cave trembled. Cough cough. Pfft. Marseille slid down into the pit, collapsed to the ground, and coughed up blood. His sternum was shattered, and his limbs were twisted in a bizarre manner. You, hurry up and do it! He looked at his companion, who stood frozen in place, and said in a hoarse voice, Kill him! This monster will kill all of us! The remaining 3 A-level mutants finally came to their senses. Fear instantly turned into rage. Court death! 3 of them roared and lunged at Lu Fan at the same time. Another burly man was about to make a move when Ling Xiao, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, pressed down on his shoulder. Brother Lei Hu, you shouldn't go! Why? Lei Hu is in a bit of a hurry. Ling Xiao pushed up his glasses, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Can't you tell? That refugee is stronger than all of us! The words had barely left his mouth. Pfft. Before the mutant at the forefront could even touch Lu Fan's clothes, a bloody hole appeared in its abdomen. Lu Fan's palm was like a sharp blade, piercing directly through his enhanced muscles and bones. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fan turned to the side and threw out both fists at once. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The other 2 mutants were sent flying in various ways, crashing heavily into the rock wall and passing out without even uttering a sound. 1 punch, 1 kill. Sold out instantly. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Everyone except Ling Xiao gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. What level of power is this? S-class? Or even higher? Lu Fan shook his hand, and a scrape on the back of his hand was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, you guys have really thick skin! He muttered something, stepped over the corpse on the ground, and walked straight to Marcelo, who was still convulsing. Marseille was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder, his crotch was soaked, and his eyes were filled with nothing but pure fear. Give me the stuff! Lu Fan held out his hand. WH. What? Integrity bracelet. Lu Fan pointed to his wrist. Don't play dumb. Your mutant bracelets weren't taken away. Give it to me. I'll give it all to you. As if grasping at a straw, Masebo endured the excruciating pain of his fractured bone, pulled off the bracelet, and offered it to her with both hands. Password 952788. There are over 2,000 points inside. I'll give them all to you. I just beg you to spare my life. Lu Fan took the bracelet, put it on, tried it on, and nodded in satisfaction. Fine, I'll spare your life. Marseille was overjoyed. Thank you? But... Lu Fan grabbed his ankle and dragged him towards the bottomless pool of water like a dead dog. Whether the water pressure will spare you or not, I don't know. No! Please! No! Marcel instantly understood Lu Fan's intention, struggling frantically, his fingernails scratching bloody marks into the rocky ground. Please! Don't throw me down! Thump. Water splashed up. Marseille was thrown into the pool that connects to the sea, which is thousands of meters deep. The water pressure instantly pushed it up. He did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled frantically, constantly splashing bubbles. Through the murky water, everyone could clearly see that Masebo's skin was beginning to crack inch by inch under the terrifying water pressure. His muscles rolled up as if being skinned, his blood vessels burst, and he gradually lost his human form. Tsk tisk! Ling Xiao walked to Lu Fan's side, looked at the bottom of the pool, pushed up his glasses, and a cold glint flashed on the lenses. Water pressure cannot kill an A-level enhanced individual instantly. It will continuously peel off the skin, then crush the soft tissue, and finally grind the bones into powder. Even for mutants with insensitive pain receptors, it is the ultimate torture. Upon hearing the description, everyone felt their hair stand on end and were filled with nausea and fear. Lu Fan watched expressionlessly as the pile of rotten flesh of Marseille was swept away by the undercurrent. He turned around and glanced at the remaining people. Finally, the camera focused on Zhao Ming, trembling in the corner. You're the one! Lu Fan pointed to the diving suit on the ground and revealed a kind smile. Get dressed, prepare your potions. Let's go outside and see what's in that abyss. Chapter 58. This isn't a cave, but... Zhao Ming froze on the spot, then his legs thudded to his knees. He shuffled over on his knees, grabbed Lu Fan's trouser leg, and said with a look of terror on his face. Brother! Please spare me! I beg you to spare me this time. Lu Fan lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over the distorted face without any change in expression. Spare you? Lu Fan flicked his toe, kicking the diving suit at him. Why didn't you spare the refugees when you were about to throw them overboard? You were screaming the loudest, and now you're scared? Zhao Ming's shoulders slumped, his whole body shrank into a ball, and his face showed despair. I'm a person who dislikes trouble, so I only say things once. Lu Fan's voice was extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Zhao Ming's entire body was spasming. He glanced back at the bottomless pool, then at Lu Fan's emotionless eyes. Go down there, and perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. But if I don't go down, I'll probably get beaten to death. I'll go! Zhao Ming trembled as he grabbed his diving suit and struggled to his feet. He slowly put on his gear, injected the medicine, tied the rope, and walked cautiously to the pool. If you spot one, pull the rope 3 times. Lei Hu instructed. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, touched his wildly beating heart, closed his eyes, and jumped into the dark pool. Thump. Zhao Ming disappeared underwater. Lu Fan rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and turned around. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Ling Xiao, who was walking. You knew my strength from the very beginning? Ling Xiao turned his head, adjusted his glasses, and smiled faintly. Just a guess. He walked over to the corpse whose abdomen had been pierced, squatted down, reached into the bloody hole, and touched it. Your micro-expressions don't lie, and you appear too composed. Ling Xiao withdrew his hand and rubbed the dried blood with his fingertips. Besides, I bet you're not a naturally occurring mutant. Oh? Lu Fan became interested. So sure? Certainly. Ling Xiao pointed to his head and explained. Modern humans have an insurmountable threshold in their genes. Just like an ant, no matter how naturally it mutates, it can't lift an elephant. Unless its genetic sequence is forcibly recombined using special methods. He stared at Lu Fan with sharp eyes. Your muscle density and nerve reaction speed have exceeded the theoretical limits of ordinary humans. This is a product of technology, not natural evolution. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and re-examined the frail-looking man with glasses. To be able to deduce these things simply through observation is quite impressive. Looks like you know quite a lot. It's all right. Ling Zhao's tone was indifferent. I am a PhD in genetics. I was invited to Zhuanshan a few months ago to assist academician Wang Mingyuan and Dr. Song Changchun with some special research. So you mean that? Lu Fan stepped forward and lowered his voice. You probably know something about this world-destroying flood, don't you? Ling Xiao was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. There was a sense of absurdity hidden in the laughter. I know, and I don't know. I'm just a modern human. I can't understand the information left behind by that ancient civilization. But I can tell you this cataclysmic flood is not a natural disaster at all. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in their ears. It wasn't a natural disaster? No matter how powerful humanity becomes, it's impossible to create a weapon that could engulf the entire globe. Lu Fan's lips trembled, and a chill ran straight to the top of his head. He subconsciously recalled what Ao Feng had mentioned before. The remains of an ancient sea dragon from Shihuan Mountain. Could the secret of the world-destroying flood lie there? Thinking of this, Lu Fan's heart suddenly clenched. He looked down and saw that the toxins hidden in his blood vessels had resurfaced. Damn it! I attacked too aggressively just now. Has the seal broken again? Lu Fan really wanted to curse at that moment. This woman was so capable before. Why is she so unreliable even when it comes to detoxification? He quickly turned to the side, pulled down his sleeve, and pressed hard on the poison on his wrist. He had to remain calm. If he revealed any weakness at this moment, Ling Xiao and his 2 companions might take advantage of the situation. Hold your breath and concentrate. Only after the excruciating burning sensation subsided did Lu Fan breathe a sigh of relief without making a sound. Ling Xiao, who was standing to the side, did not notice Lu Fan's unusual behavior. He walked over to the other 2 unconscious mutants, observed them for a while, and then revealed a strange expression. As expected, those 2 are dead, and they were eaten too. It was eaten? Everyone was stunned. Following the line of sight, I finally understood the meaning of that sentence. The 3 men hadn't been dead for long, yet their bodies had shriveled up, and their skin had turned a deathly gray, like dried bacon. Especially the mutant whose body was pierced through. The ground was spotless, not a single drop of blood remained, and the internal organs had disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao crouched down and tapped the ground with his knuckles. This rock has countless micron-sized pores that have absorbed the blood and nutrients from the corpse. After saying that, he pointed to a dark mark in the corner and explained. This is a mark I made the day before yesterday. Now it has shifted 3.2 centimeters to the left and tilted 15 degrees, which means that the space here is alive. We are moving. Alive? Lu Fan frowned. Just then, the rope in Lei Hu's hand suddenly started to shake. He quickly pulled back with all his might, and with great effort, he finally managed to drag Zhao Ming out of the water. Zhao Ming gasped for breath, and was about to pull off his mask when he suddenly remembered the refugee whose head had exploded earlier. He stopped, and a muffled sound came from behind his mask. This isn't a cave. I just swam out of the cave, and looked back. The surface of the entrance was a transparent, curved structure. It looked like a giant, monstrous egg. Strange egg? Everyone frowned. Besides, Zhao Ming took a few breaths and continued. There's a strange streak of light in the darkness in the distance. It saw me. It's swimming towards me. It's so big, so long, so terrifying. Upon hearing this, for some reason, a strong sense of unease welled up in Lu Fan's heart. With a flick of his wrist, a folding entrenching tool appeared in his hand, which he then tossed directly to Lei Hu. Dig in this direction. Stop immediately when you hear water. Lu Fan pointed to the rock wall on the side of the pool. Everyone was stunned. Even Ling Xiao was puzzled. Where did this guy pull out that shovel? Lei Hu gripped the shovel, not daring to ask any further questions. They immediately began frantically digging a tunnel in the direction of their target. The rocks here are very fragile, resembling some kind of calcified material. A few minutes later. Click. A large boulder has been broken off. Behind it was no longer rock, but a layer of transparent, thick material that emitted a faint glow, and was as hard as jade, like a piece of reinforced glass. The crowd gathered around and peered through the translucent eggshell at the deep sea outside. It was pitch black and deathly silent. Suddenly, the water surged violently. A colossal, luminous object, so enormous it defied description, suddenly slid past the window. Its speed was extremely fast, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, and it vanished without a trace in an instant. Immediately afterwards, in the darkness of the far distance, a pair of enormous, eerie blue orbs of light slowly emerged. It stared intently at the people inside the eggshell from thousands of meters away. Buzz! A sharp whistling sound pierced through the seawater and exploded in everyone's minds. Close your eyes! Cover your ears! Get out of here! Ling Xiao shouted alertly. Everyone covered their heads and retreated frantically. One of the refugees was running too fast and accidentally fell to the ground. Before he could even get up and cover his ears, his body swelled up rapidly like an inflated balloon. Save! Bang! His entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The remaining people covered their ears, but still felt their brains trembling and blood slowly seeping from their 7 orifices. Click! The sound of stone cracking rang out. Boom! The ground beneath their feet could not withstand the resonance of the sound waves and collapsed completely. A feeling of weightlessness washes over you. The group of people fell into the dark abyss below, along with the rubble. Thump! Thump! Lu Fan landed on his backside with a thud. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. This is a huge semi-elliptical space. The egg-shaped walls were translucent, and outside was the pitch-black deep sea. In the center of the space hung a huge, faintly glowing ball of flesh. The fleshy ball was translucent, and inside it was a strangely shaped biological embryo. Countless thick blood vessel structures extended down from the crevices in the rocks above, inserting themselves into the embryo and delivering dark red nutrients. Those nutrients. It was the blood that had turned into those 3 corpses. In an instant, everyone understood. This air chamber is just the digestion chamber. And they are like insects caught in the Venus flytrap, waiting to be slowly digested and become nourishment for the embryo. Chapter 59 Abyss Overlord, Ghost Leviathan. Look there! Suddenly, Zhou Xing pointed to the dark abyss outside the eggshell. Everyone looked over. In the deathly darkness, clusters of lights of varying sizes floated slowly. Through the transparent eggshell, everyone finally saw the true appearance of those spots of light. That's a head. A huge, translucent, insect-like bizarre head. Their bodies were completely transparent, shimmering with an eerie light, like centipedes magnified countless times. You can even clearly see the blue bodily fluid flowing inside and the internal organs wriggling under that membrane. These ghosts swam silently in the dark, high-pressure seawater, like demons from hell. Ghost Leviathan. Lu Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and he subconsciously uttered the name. Ling Xiao, standing to the side, wore an excited expression, his face almost pressed against the eggshell. It's so beautiful. How did it evolve into such a form? He quickly took out a waterproof box, pulled out a notebook, and wrote down. There are more than 30 juveniles outside, and the largest mother is at least 100 meters long. She is probably the ecological ruler of this Rift Valley, just as recorded on the stone wall. Clang! A juvenile creature the size of a car suddenly crashed into the eggshell. The row of translucent, sharp teeth scraped against the eggshell, producing a piercing noise. Lu Fan kicked the diving suit bag on the ground, picked up 2 suits and threw them to Zhou Xing and Wang Ying, who were still in a daze. Stop looking, we're going to run away later. This is not an exaggeration. As more and more Leviathan ghosts gathered around, their glowing eyes fixed on the people inside the eggshell, emitting a terrifying hostility. These monsters are insane! As Lei Hu gazed at the hordes of shimmering beasts, he, an A-level mutant, couldn't help but tremble. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and distributed several bottles of enhancement potions to everyone. Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings, pondering a way to escape. If we just go out like that, we'll definitely be torn to shreds by those Leviathans. Is there anything that can attract their attention? Lu Fan suddenly remembered something good. One-time decoy torpedo. Seeing the strange prop in Lu Fan's hand that looked like a clownfish, Lei Hu came closer, no longer caring where he had pulled it out from. What's this? This could save a life. Lu Fan decisively opened the starter hood to check the power. Hiss. He took a breath. The indicator light inside the lid is not lit. He then realized that electronic components would be interfered with and paralyzed here. This means it has lost its navigation and automatic evasion capabilities, becoming nothing more than a piece of iron that can only move around haphazardly. It's simply not enough to deal with these agile sea creatures. Unless someone takes it with them. Lu Fan raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his tone chilling. Someone has to hold it and act as human bait. The air froze instantly. Human bait? In the deep sea where such monsters gather, bait means nothing but destruction. No word other than despair can describe this situation. Several gazes simultaneously fell upon Zhao Mei. Zhao Meng huddled in the corner, screaming hysterically through his diving mask. What are you looking at me for? You bunch of beasts! I've already gone down to scout the way once. Do you want me to die again? Lu Fan weighed the torpedo in his hand. If you don't go to hell, who will? Go ahead, I'll burn some paper money for you next year. Fuck you! Enraged, Zhao Meng ripped off his mask and slammed it to the ground. I absolutely refuse to be eaten by these monsters. Absolutely not. The words came to an abrupt halt. Zhao Meng's expression suddenly became very strange. He stared blankly ahead, slowly raising his hands to touch his cheeks. The others also became serious. Zhao Meng, your face! Lei Hu took a step back in horror. Zhao Meng's face was melting, his features were gradually distorting and shifting, and he wanted to speak, but only gurgling sounds could be heard from his throat. Snap! An eyeball rolled out of its socket and landed in his outstretched palm. How am I? Bang! His head exploded again, and blood and flesh covered half of the shell. Wang Ying screamed in fright and buried her head in Zhou Xing's arms. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted a warning. Once you leave the eggshell's protection, just one glance at the mother body will cause this mental pollution to parasitize your brain cells. Remember, when you're running away, you absolutely cannot look it in the eyes. You! Lu Fan looked at Ling Xiao and asked in confusion. Aren't you leaving? Ling Xiao took off his glasses and gently put them into his pocket. He walked up to Lu Fan, put the notebook into a waterproof box, and handed it to Lu Fan. Do me a favor and pass this on to teacher Wang Mingyuan. Tell him that student Ling Xiao has found the key. Lu Fan was taken aback. Why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao smiled, his eyes lighting up. Because you can get out of here alive! There's no doubt about that. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the embryo behind him, his eyes filled with endless curiosity, showing no fear of death whatsoever. I haven't studied these larvae in detail yet. I'm very curious to know where they came from and what kind of energy they contain. What an incomprehensible man. Lu Fan shook his head suspiciously, put away the iron box, and turned to look at the remaining three people. Who will lure the enemy? A moment of silence. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. I'm sorry. I can't die. I'm a member of the Lei family. If I die here, Grandpa will probably kill all the survivors to be buried with me. Although it was the truth, it was also an excuse he made out of fear. Lu Fan pondered for a moment, and took this into consideration. If Lei Hu really dies, it will probably be a significant obstacle for him to enter the inner island. Then, he turned his gaze to Zhou Xing and Wang Ying. Zhou Xing trembled, his expression turning extremely ugly. He suddenly hugged Wang Ying. At the same time, he pulled a syringe from his bag and plunged it into Wang Ying's arm. What are you doing? Wang Ying stared in astonishment, trying to push him away, but he held her tightly. Ying, take a nap, you'll feel better after a nap. A few seconds later, Wang Ying fell into a coma. Zhou Xing held the girl who had collapsed into his arms, kissed her forehead deeply, and let tears and snot stream down his face. I love you! He turned to look at Lu Fan, a bitter smile on his face. Brother Lu, I want to ask you for one last thing, please help me take her back. Lu Fan remained silent for 2 seconds before stepping forward. Have you thought it through? Yes. Zhou Xing took a deep breath. These past few days with her by my side have been the happiest and most joyful days of my life. He took the heavy torpedo from Lu Fan's hand, his hands trembling uncontrollably, yet he still gripped it tightly. Wait. Lu Fan suddenly pulled out a bottle of wine and a box of luncheon meat, and handed them to him. Zhou Xing was stunned for a moment, then took the wine, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The spicy liquid made him cough violently. Can we save this meat for Ying? It's her favorite. Lu Fan nodded, patted his shoulder, and then gave Lei Hu a look. Carry her on your back, that should be fine. Lei Hu walked over with a heavy heart, helped Wang Ying adjust her diving suit, and then tied it tightly to her back with a rope. Don't worry, Brother Zhou, I will definitely get her out of here. Zhou Xing let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. The three then climbed back up into the air chamber, and came to the edge of this deep body of water. We'll proceed according to plan in a moment. Lu Fan finished his reminder. The three entered the water one after another. They just swam out of the cave. 4 or 5 smaller leviathan ghosts spotted the three people. They swam over quickly, undulating their bodies. looking into those eyes that resembled will-o'-the-wisps. Zhou Xing's whole body stiffened, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He gritted his teeth and slammed the torpedo's fuse. A red light flashes, and high-frequency sonar signals begin to be released. "Come on! You bunch of bastards! If you've got the guts, eat me!" Zhou Xing roared through his mask. He glanced one last time at Wang Ying behind him, then grabbed the torpedo, kicked off with both legs, and charged headlong into the center of the abyss like a burning meteor. All the Leviathans were drawn to the bright signal and chased after it frantically. "Run!" Seeing that the surroundings were safe, Lu Fan quickly gestured to Lei Hu. He carried the unconscious Wang Ying on his back and quickly caught up with Lu Fan, swimming desperately upwards. 10 meters, 50 meters. Just as they were about to escape this dangerous area. In the darkness, a huge shadow suddenly appeared from the side. It was a ghostly Leviathan, over 10 meters long. It wasn't lured away, instead, it lay across their heads. The enormous head swayed, staring intently at the two of them, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 60 Escape from Death. This man is terrifyingly strong. It's over. Lei Hu's breathing suddenly stopped. Under the gaze of those deep blue eyes, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand, forever unable to shake anything here. The ghostly Leviathan turned its body, emitting a strange sonic wave, and then swung its tail, smashing it towards the three of them. "Am I going to die here?" Just as Lei Hu was about to close his eyes and await death, the water beside him suddenly burst open. A dark figure darted out. It's Lu Fan. The black armor on his right arm suddenly unfolded, revealing a blazing red mantis blade. The surrounding seawater instantly vaporized due to the high temperature, bubbling and boiling. "You worthless beast!" Using the momentum, Lu Fan slashed at the base of Leviathan's tail fin. Sizzle! The moment the high temperature came into contact with the slippery skin, a cloud of murky white mist burst out. But this strike did not result in a clean cut as expected. The monster's skin was too thick. The blade only cut in half an inch before getting stuck in its tough, transparent muscles. Roar! Leviathan was in pain and swung its massive tail violently. Bang! Lu Fan flew out horizontally and spun around in the water 2 or 3 times. The energy indicator light on the armor flashed wildly, and the blade in thermal mode began to become somewhat unstable. "We can't hold on much longer." Lu Fan steadied himself, rolled over in the water, and then adjusted his pace before rushing forward again. Lei Hu was dumbfounded. This man is terrifyingly strong. How could they become even more courageous in the face of such a terrifying creature? What kind of belief is he fighting with? Moment. Lei Hu's mind flashed back to Ling Zhao's indifferent pursuit of knowledge, regardless of life or death. Then flashed Zhou Xing's resolute face, showing his willingness to die to save his lover. But what about him? As an A-level mutant, he actually cowered in the back and eked out a living. Are we just going to stand by and watch our comrades fight to the death? No! A fierce glint appeared in Lei Hu's eyes. He had to take action to survive. He drew the dagger from his waist and swam toward the monster's head, tapping the oxygen tank with the dagger as he swam, making a crisp clanging sound. "Look this way! Bastard!" The sound muffled in the water, and the slightest vibration was enough to attract the monster's attention. The ghost Leviathan did indeed turn its head. It opened its large mouth and bared its fangs, biting down at Lei Hu. At that very moment, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to appear beside the monster, and plunged his scalpel directly into the flesh near its heart, activating the last of his thermal energy, and violently stirring it. Pfft! Leviathan writhed wildly in the sea in agony, its massive body churning the waters violently. Oh no! Lei Hu couldn't dodge in time and was about to be sent flying. Sizzle! Suddenly, a blinding blue-gold light shone from the darkness overhead. Before Lei Hu could react, a thick bolt of electricity, like a divine spear of punishment, pierced straight through the seawater and struck the heart of the ghostly Leviathan with pinpoint accuracy. The seawater boiled instantly. The monster, which was over 10 meters long, stiffened as if it had been electrocuted, and its translucent bones were clearly visible under the bright light. The high-voltage current spreads along the seawater. Even from several meters away, Lei Hu was paralyzed by the electric shock, his muscles stiff. Walk! A hand grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the electric shock. Lei Hu turned around and saw a pink figure above him. What is that? Lei Hu was shocked for a few seconds again. Could that powerful electric current just now have been caused by this creature? This man still has a trump card up his sleeve. No! At this moment, Xiaobai's skin was covered with lacerations, and its pair of crystal-clear dragon horns were somewhat dull and lackluster. It was clear that the attack just now had exhausted all of its energy. Lu Fan swam over, tenderly patted Xiaobai's head, and pointed to the sea. Take us up there. Xiaobai nodded weakly. Boom! Just as the three of them hugged Xiaobai's back, a dazzling burst of fire suddenly erupted from the depths of the abyss beneath their feet. Immediately afterwards, a shockwave struck. That was the light of a torpedo exploding, and also the last glimmer of Zhou Xing's life. Lu Fan glanced down at the ball of fire that was rapidly being swallowed by darkness, his eyes heavy. Without turning his head, he patted Xiaobai. Walk! Not long after. Call! The moment they broke through the sea, Lu Fan and the others felt a great sense of relief, and for the first time, they felt that light was so wonderful. The three of them lay on Little White's back, bobbing up and down with the waves. Lu Fan ripped off his mask and quickly pulled out the few special supply medicines. He drank one himself, gave one to the unconscious Wang Ying, and threw the last one to Lei Hu. Drink it! Otherwise you'll die in a minute! Ascending rapidly from a depth of 1,000 meters, without taking additional stimulants, the decompression effects alone would likely be enough to kill them. Lei Hu frantically smashed the bottleneck and tilted his head back to pour it down. After the medicine entered my stomach, the throbbing pain that felt like my blood vessels were about to burst gradually subsided. He lay sprawled on the broad back of the fish, looking up at the gloomy sky above, tears streaming down his face. They survived. I fucking survived. Lu Fan placed Wang Yingping on Xiaobai's back, turned to look at Lei Hu, and said coldly, It's about 3 kilometers from here to Shihuan Mountain. You can swim back by yourself, right? Lei Hu was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized what he meant and nodded frantically. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Besides, Lu Fan leaned closer, his tone laced with threat. Since you've survived, you'd better keep your mouth shut. If anything about me leaks out. He pointed to the bottomless sea beneath his feet. I wouldn't mind wiping out your Lei family, and then taking you to that deep sea. Lei Hu trembled with fear. He had no doubt about Lu Fan's words. This is a ruthless person who can tear sea monsters apart with his bare hands and fight his way in and out of the abyss 7 times. It would be wise to befriend them. However, Lu Fan thought so too. Although Lei Hu's strength is average, his identity is special. If we can befriend him, it will be a great help in entering the inner island later. Don't worry, Brother Lu! Lei Hu raised 3 fingers, pointed to the sky, and swore. You gave me my life! If I dare to utter a word, may I be struck by lightning, have no descendants, and be wiped out along with my entire family and ancestors for 18 generations. All right. Lu Fan interrupted him. Let's go. Okay. All right. Lei Hu felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He plunged into the water and swam desperately toward Shihuan Mountain. Watching Lei Hu swim away, Lu Fan patted Xiaobai on the back. You've worked hard, let's go home and rest for a while. After saying that, Lu Fan made a move. A huge amphibious self-sufficient vessel floated silently on the sea. Lu Fan carried Wang Ying into the living room on the first floor, threw her onto the soft leather sofa, and covered her with a blanket. This girl won't wake up anytime soon, so we don't need to worry about her. After settling in, Lu Fan rushed to the edge of the deck immediately. Little White! Catch! He poured the remaining 13 dragon essence potatoes from his spatial ring into the sea, like scattering fish food. Little White's eyes lit up instantly, and it opened its mouth wide to catch the attack. Click, click. As the potato was eaten, it whimpered happily, and its dull dragon horns began to glow again. Take good care of yourself, Xiaobai. Lu Fan gave a brief instruction, then turned and went into the greenhouse to replenish the potato stock. Push open the door. A rich, earthy aroma wafted over. Holy crap! Lu Fan stared at the scene before him, speechless with astonishment. The once flat planting troughs are now filled with dark green branches and leaves, some of which have even climbed out of the troughs. I dug away the soil to take a look. The huge, golden yellow potatoes were packed together, each one a size larger than the previous batch. Is dragon bone powder really that effective? Lu Fan rubbed his hands together excitedly, and began digging frantically. Several tens of minutes later, a small mountain was piled up in the space. A rough weighing revealed that it weighed over 50 pounds, nearly 100 potatoes. Now I've truly achieved potato freedom! At the same time. West Huanchan, East Island refugee slum. The atmosphere inside the wooden house was oppressive. Jiang Xiaomin sat at the table, clutching her hair tightly with both hands, her eyes red and swollen. Father, it's been 3 days. Her voice choked with emotion. I heard that none of those A-level mutants came back. Lu Fan did it all to save me. Zhang Weiguo sighed, put his hand on his daughter's shoulder, wanting to comfort her but not knowing where to begin. In places like that, you're almost guaranteed to die. Even if Lu Fan is incredibly powerful, he probably still. Just then, the wooden door was pushed open forcefully. Du Wei rushed in, covered in sweat, his face extremely pale. Something's happened. The Song family of Beidao has sent a few more lunatics. This time they stormed into the slums and started beating people indiscriminately. Jiang Xiaomin suddenly stood up. Again? These bastards are going too far. Chapter 61 The First Strawberry in the Apocalypse. She decisively got up, grabbed the empty pistol beside her, smashed open the door, and rushed into the rain. Xiaomin! Don't go! Zhang Weiguo staggered out with his cane, but he couldn't keep up with Jiang Xiaomin's pace no matter what. At this moment, in the open space of the slum, a dozen men in black uniforms, carrying rifles, drove hundreds of refugees like livestock to the center while shouting and cursing. Those who were a little slower were dealt a vicious blow with the butt of a gun, leaving their faces contorted in agony. Do you guys even have any sense of reason? You just paid your points the day before yesterday, and now you're trying to steal them again? A young man in a tattered t-shirt burst out of the crowd, veins bulging on his neck. The leader of the thugs, a man wearing a beret and covered in knife scars, stepped forward and, without saying a word, kicked him. Bang! The young man, clutching his stomach, knelt in the mud. Before he could even lift his head, a boot's sole stomped directly on his face, burying half of his face into the mud. Reason? The man bent down and rubbed the back of the young man's head with his heel, his voice booming. In Shihuan Mountain, the defense force is the law. Here I, Song Chuxing, am the rule. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding refugees shrank back in fear, and several elderly people even knelt on the ground, kowtowing loudly. Please, gentlemen of the defense force, give me a way out. We're really starving. The child hasn't eaten for 2 days. Song Chuxing straightened up and gave a cold laugh. If you want to blame someone, blame that short-lived bastard named Lu Fan. He offended a big shot, and now that he's dead, this debt should be paid by you, the people who followed him. A commotion broke out in the crowd. We're innocent. We don't know him at all. What does it matter to us whether he lives or dies? Please. They're all dead, so please spare us. A group of refugees cried and begged for mercy. They thought they could live a good life by following Lu Fan, but they never expected that he would implicate them and almost cause them to starve to death here. Song Chuxing picked at his ear impatiently, just about to speak. The young man who was being trampled underfoot suddenly sprang up, clutching a sharpened stone in his hand, and shouted, Fight them! Several of his close friends rushed out from the crowd, their eyes red. But Song Chuxing didn't even lift his eyelids. Bang! A wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle of the gun. The young man at the front froze, a black hole appeared between his eyebrows, and blood mixed with brain matter sprayed onto the faces of those behind him. The body fell straight down, splashing up a cloud of mud and water. The remaining few stood frozen in place, their fighting spirit instantly dissipated by fear. My son! A woman with a sallow complexion rushed out from the crowd, threw herself onto the corpse, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. She suddenly looked up and lunged at Song Chuxing like a madwoman. You beast! I'll make you pay with your life! Bang! A second shot rang out. A burst of blood erupted from the woman's chest, and she collapsed onto her son, motionless. So noisy! Song Chuxing shook his head and spat on the corpse. 2 gunshots were heard. Jiang Xiaomin quickened her pace and rushed through the crowd, pointing her gun directly at Song Chuxing's head. Song Chuxing! You heartless and insane bastard! Song Chuxing turned his neck, his gaze lingering on Jiang Xiaomin's face, a lewd smile spreading across his lips. Hey, isn't this the beautiful Zhang? Haven't seen you for a few days, and you're thinking of having some fun with your grandpa? I'm going to kill you! Jiang Xiaomin's finger was on the trigger, and she was trembling with rage. Shoot! Song Chuxing spread his hands and even took a step forward. I'm afraid you have the will but not the guts. Speak. The sound of guns being loaded in unison. More than a dozen armed men behind him simultaneously raised their guns and aimed them at the unarmed refugees behind him. You! Looking at the terrified eyes behind her and her father's worried face, Jiang Xiaomin's arms slowly drooped down. That's right! Song Chuxing stepped forward, reached out and lifted Jiang Xiaomin's chin. Just as he was about to reach for her chest, Jiang Xiaomin slapped his hand away. What are you going to do? Jiang Xiaomin asked through gritted teeth. I'm not doing anything, I just can't stand the sight of you nest of rats. Song Chuxing sneered and suddenly punched Jiang Xiaomin in the stomach. Vomit! Jiang Xiaomin was in so much pain that her internal organs were convulsing. She spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched her stomach, and knelt on the ground, her hair disheveled and plastered to her face. Xiaomin! Jiang Weiwei cried out in distress and tried to rush forward, but two thugs held knives to his neck. Let go of my father! Jiang Xiaomin struggled to stand up, but Song Chuxing kicked her back into the mud. You slut! Song Chuxing looked around, his voice icy cold. Today is just a lesson. Remember, you have 2 more days. He held up 2 fingers. 1,000 points. If you're short even a penny, I'll throw all of you trash into the sea to feed the fish. A desperate gasp rippled through the crowd, but no one dared to resist any longer. Song Chuxing nodded in satisfaction, then turned and waved. I'm taking this old man with me. You can only redeem him once you've accumulated enough points. 2 burly men grabbed Jiang Weiwei and carried him away. Girl! Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. Jiang Weiwei struggled to turn around and shouted. Father! Jiang Xiaomin wanted to give chase, but was stopped by several refugees. Xiaomin! Don't go! That's suicide. Song Chuxing! I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Jiang Xiaomin knelt in the rain, her voice hoarse from shouting, tears mixed with blood flowing into her mouth, leaving her with a bitter taste. In the end, all they could do was watch helplessly as Song Chuxing strode away. Du Wei squeezed out of the crowd, helped Jiang Xiaomin up, and sighed. Don't cry. Let's quickly figure out a way to collect enough points. 1,000 points. The refugees nearby collapsed to the ground in despair. All of them combined can only accumulate a maximum of 200 points per day. To raise 1,000 in just 2 days would require everyone, young and old, to risk their lives to dredge oily mud from deep water. But this is pushing them to the brink of despair. Not long after. North Island of Shihuan Mountain, a military base. In a restroom, the stove was burning brightly. Song Chuxing crossed his legs, peeled a peanut and threw it into his mouth, with 2 bottles of fine wine in front of him. Brother Qin is indeed clever. Although those refugees are poor, there's still something to be gained by squeezing them out. Chen Zhe, sitting opposite him, raised his wine glass, a sinister smile on his face. The main reason is that my investigation revealed that the East Island slum has a strong connection with Lu Fan. Even though he's dead, I have to wipe out all his connections and influence before I can sleep soundly. That's right. Song Chuxing clinked glasses with Chen Zhe and said with a grin. When the deadline is in 2 days, we'll split the points we've collected 50-50. Brother Song is so generous. Chen Zhe downed his drink in one gulp, ate a peanut, and said, Anything related to Lu Fan, I'll take it and destroy it. For no other reason than for my father, who was killed by him. At this time, 3 kilometers away from Shihuan Mountain, on the sea, an amphibious self-sufficient vessel is gently bobbing with the waves. The greenhouse was warm and cozy, a world apart from the wind and rain outside. Lu Fan carefully sprinkled the ground dragon bone powder into the fertilizer bin, and the machine hummed as it ran. He squatted in front of the planting trough, his eyes fixed on it. A pale green light flowed through the soil. Puff! A tender green shoot broke through the soil, as if the clock had been pressed fast. The stem and leaves climbed up, and as the new leaves grew, several small flower buds emerged from among them. The tender green buds swayed gently, eventually blooming into small white flowers. A few seconds later, the new leaves grew larger and larger, eventually forming large umbrellas that sheltered the area below from the wind and rain. Until a few unripe fruits slowly grew and hung on the branches. Then everything stopped growing. Lu Fan stared blankly at the few tender green fruits. The shape and smell of this fruit. It's a strawberry. These random fruit seeds can actually grow into delicious fruits like strawberries. Before the apocalypse, strawberries were hailed as the queen of fruits. In today's world, the value of a strawberry far exceeds imagination. This is probably the first strawberry baby to be born in the apocalypse. However, strawberries ripen much slower than potatoes. Once the fruit has just begun to form, it remains in that particular batch and does not grow any further. We'll probably have to wait a while, allowing it to slowly absorb nutrients and settle the sugars. Lu Fan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. If I bring this batch of strawberries back the day after tomorrow, Yue will probably be grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 62. The Level 2 Fishing Rod is truly awesome. After leaving the greenhouse, Lu Fan went straight back to the living room on the first floor. Wang Ying was still asleep on the sofa. Lu Fan casually found an empty seat and sank into it, completely relaxing both his mind and body. He stared at the ceiling, reflecting on his underwater encounter, and felt a surge of emotion. Human power is far too insignificant. In the face of nature and these terrifying behemoths, we are truly like ants, unable to shake a great tree. Call! He let out a long breath, listening to the low hum coming from under the floor. Fortunately, the trip was quite fruitful. Before planting strawberries, he stuffed the black sludge he had dug up into the combustion chamber. This stuff not only has a high calorific value, but also leaves very little residue. It can basically replace other fuel energy sources, and is even of higher quality. The only downside is that the quantity is a bit small. He'll have to go back to the Rift Valley again in a while to take even more. Lu Fan rubbed his temples, trying to clear his mind and relax his tense nerves. Gurgle. My stomach rumbled at an inopportune moment. I haven't eaten properly for 2 days, and my stomach is starting to rebel. Lu Fan got up and walked to the open kitchen. He rummaged through his spatial ring. A Teflon frying pan, a cutting board, and a fruit knife, that's all the kitchen utensils I caught earlier. Conditions were tough, but they were manageable. Then, he took out 4 fist-sized dragon's brew potatoes from his ring, along with a can of luncheon meat and a bag of salt. Although there was no oil or other seasonings, this didn't stump the seasoned foodie. Lu Fan first cut the luncheon meat into thick slices. Remove the pot from the heat and turn on the fire. Instead of adding water, he threw several slices of fatty luncheon meat directly into the hot pan. Sizzle. As the temperature rises, the fat in the luncheon meat begins to render out, sizzling at the bottom of the pan, and an irresistible aroma of meaty fat instantly fills the air. Using the rendered oil, Lu Fan poured in the shredded potatoes. Stir-fry over high heat. The shredded potatoes turn golden and translucent after being coated in oil, with slightly charred edges, and then sprinkled with a pinch of salt for seasoning. That primal aroma of starch and oil is practically a crime in the apocalypse. On the other side, the oven dinged. 2 roasted potatoes with their skins on came out of the oven. The outer skin cracked and crisped, revealing a soft, golden yellow interior, steaming hot. Finally, Lu Fan mashed the pre-cooked potatoes, mixed them with diced luncheon meat, sprinkled them with a little salt, and made a special mashed potato dish. These 3 simple dishes were, in the eyes of most survivors, the most luxurious feast. Lu Fan sat in front of the island counter, using a can of luncheon meat as a bowl and a frying pan as a plate. He grabbed the piping hot roasted potato and took a big bite. Hiss ha! The hot air swirled around in my mouth. Its texture is smooth and soft, and the moment you swallow it, that familiar warmth washes over your entire body again. He picked up another piece of oily shredded potato. Crisp and savory. It's so addictive. Lu Fan squinted, just as he was about to begin his feast. The rustling sound of fabric against fabric came from the sofa behind me. Wang Ying woke up. She sat up blankly, looking at the luxurious decor around her, her eyes vacant, as if she had come to heaven after death. But it wasn't until he saw the figure wolfing down his food in the distance that he realized. She then realized what was happening and asked in a hoarse voice. Brother Lu, where's Zhou Xing? Lu Fan paused. He put down his chopsticks, picked up the still steaming jar of luncheon meat and mashed potatoes, walked to the sofa, and handed it to her. He said this is your favorite food, and he saved it for you. Eat it while it's hot. Lu Fan's voice was flat and devoid of any emotion. Wang Ying did not answer. She stared at the jar of mashed potatoes, her brows furrowed, as if resisting the unbearable truth. A long time. She reached out her trembling hand and took the can. Scoop up a spoonful and put it in your mouth. The soft mashed potatoes mixed with savory luncheon meat chunks are a familiar taste, the taste that the boy had promised countless times. Is it good? Lu Fan asked. Wang Ying nodded. Tears fell without warning, landing in the can. She didn't cry out loud, and seemed unaware that she was crying. He just mechanically swung the spoon, stuffing one spoonful after another into his mouth. Chewing and swallowing. Chew again, then swallow. Until that jar of mashed potatoes was empty. She started sobbing, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. Whoa! A piercing wail finally erupted. Wang Ying hugged the empty can, curled up on the sofa, and cried her heart out, as if she was about to vomit up her insides. Lu Fan did not disturb her. Instead, he picked up the remaining roasted potatoes, turned around, and went to the green balcony outside the living room to quietly watch the waves. The sea breeze was slightly cool. He ate a potato while listening to the crying coming from inside the house. This is the cruel end times. Every day, people experience life and death separations. Half an hour later, the crying stopped. Lu Fan returned to the room and threw a set of clean clothes at the sobbing Wang Ying. Go upstairs and take a shower. I don't think Zhou Xing wants you to look so, is a difficult word to translate, but it implies a state of listlessness, apathy, or dejection. Wang Ying, her eyes vacant, clutched the clothes and went upstairs like a puppet. Lu Fan tidied up the kitchen briefly, then returned to the balcony and took out the brand new level 2 fishing rod to examine it. The rod has a dark golden sheen and a unique texture when held in the hand. Targeted fishing? With a thought, Lu Fan noticed the system panel appearing. Targeted fishing is now open. Each attempt will consume 30 stamina and a specific bait, and will increase the speed at which resources are hooked, with a small chance of increasing rarity. Survival resource bait, low-tier sea crystal. Miscellaneous lure, mid-tier sea crystal. Blueprint bait, high-tier sea crystal. What a swindler! Looking at the harsh conditions, Lu Fan couldn't help but complain. He had never even seen mid to high-level sea crystals before. He guessed that only monsters of the Leviathan level would drop them. Lu Fan rummaged through his spatial ring. Only one low-grade sea crystal remains. I grabbed it when I killed that water monkey, and it's perfect for testing the waters. Lu Fan hung Hai Jing on the hook. Driven by intention. The sea crystal instantly transformed into a stream of light and was absorbed by the fishing rod. Whoosh! The fishing line was cast into the sea. The wait wasn't long this time. It took only about 10 minutes for the float to suddenly sink. Unlike the previous trendy trash color schemes, this time, a highly technological azure light shines from beneath the sea. Are they going straight for the high-tech grade? Lu Fan exclaimed in surprise, exerted force with both arms, and suddenly lifted the rod. Whoosh! A small, silvery white metal box emerged from the water and landed steadily in the palm of the hand. The box popped open automatically, revealing a contact lens as thin as a cicada's wing lying quietly inside. Fishing successful. Obtain true side-eye nano-tactical terminal ×1. Type, intermediate survival supplies. Rarity, tech grade. Gained 15 proficiency points and 3 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 101/300, proficiency, 251/1000, spirit, 33/150. Description: individual soldier auxiliary equipment made of high-precision nanomaterials, featuring wireless charging and retinal projection. For main functional modules. Dynamic information tags. AI analyzes in real-time data on the name, hazard level, and vulnerable parts of carbon-based organisms within the field of view, with an effective range of 50 meters. Visual correction. Sonar imaging can be performed in low-light or deep-sea environments to construct terrain projections. Ballistic assist. When using long-range weapons, it calculates data such as wind speed and water flow in real time, and draws a dotted line trajectory in the field of view to predict the impact point. Targeted EMP intrusion. Utilizing a miniature phased array radar built into the lens, it emits high-frequency laser beam electromagnetic pulses to disable electronic devices within a 20-meter range. Caution. Continuous use 3 times may cause overheating and potential eye damage. Please use with caution. That's cutting-edge technology. Lu Fan picked up the lens, his breathing becoming a little rapid. If this thing existed before the apocalypse, it would definitely be a high-end piece of equipment that every country would be vying for. He carefully placed the lens on his right eyeball. It was cool and there was no foreign body sensation. The next second. Sizzle! The field of vision in my right eye has changed. Countless pale golden data streams swept past, forming various parameters that were projected before our eyes. Not far away, A seagull was circling low in the sky. Lu Fan looked over. A red locking frame instantly trapped the seagull, and a line of small text popped up next to it. Seagull, danger level 0, weakness marked. He casually pulled a pebble from his pocket and assumed a throwing stance. In his field of vision, a dotted line appeared out of thin air, swaying with the slight adjustment of his arm, and finally, the end of the dotted line landed precisely on the seagull's head. Is this considered cheating? After Lu Fan finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The pebble flew through the air, following the dotted line trajectory, and hit the target with perfect accuracy. A seagull dozens of meters away suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist and plunged straight into the sea. Awesome! Lu Fan touched his right eye, his eyes trembling with excitement. This thing is a top-tier auxiliary equipment that can genuinely enhance combat power. Strike while the iron is hot. Lu Fan cast his line again for regular fishing. Half an hour later, the float sank violently again, followed by another flash of blue light. Lu Fan was overjoyed and suddenly lifted the fishing rod. A huge black shadow was pulled out of the water and slammed heavily onto the deck with a dull thud. Lu Fan looked closely and was a little confused. Where did I come from? Is this still Earth? Another thing beyond the scope of the curriculum has arrived. Chapter 63 The All-Powerful Butler? Deep Blue First Mate Autonomous Mechanical Octopus. Lu Fan looked closely and saw that it was a metal octopus. It has a streamlined, silver-gray shell, 8 mechanical tentacles curled together, and blue breathing lights flashing at the joints. At the very top of the spherical head is a black display screen. Fishing successful. Obtain Deep Blue First Mate Autonomous Mechanical Octopus X1. Type, Hidden Item. Rarity, Tech Raid. Gained 15 proficiency points and 3 spirit points. Current fishing attempts, 102/300, proficiency, 266/1000, spirit, 36/150. Introduction. A versatile intelligent mechanical butler constructed from brushed titanium alloy and deep-sea pressure-resistant composite materials. It integrates logistical support, base maintenance, underwater operations, and 5-star cooking. Boasting obsessive-compulsive cleaning procedures, it's dedicated to eliminating all your worries. Lu Fan took a step closer. See. A faint hum of electricity from the running machinery could be heard. The lump of metal suddenly moved. 8 highly flexible mechanical tentacles, like hydraulic jacks, lifted up, instantly raising the height to over 2 meters. The display on my head lit up, showing an expression made up of a single pixel. Straight face. Carbon-based life form detected. Heart rate too fast, hormone levels too high, bacterial coverage on body surface. Ugh, excuse my rudeness. The mechanical voice was respectful, but the content left people scratching their heads. It waved its 2 tentacles and made a gentlemanly bow. Your Excellency, Captain. I am your trusted steward. Although the hygiene of this ship is hardly better than that of a sewer, I will reluctantly take over its management. Lu Fan's eye twitched twice. Is this thing really that sarcastic? He stroked his chin and circled the big guy once. From now on I'll call you Little 8. Tell me what you can do. The expression on Shoba's screen instantly switched to a cool expression as he pushed up his glasses. I can do anything. Of course, provided you stop throwing those muddy potato peels everywhere. Especially that greenhouse. I'll take over its management and cultivate the perfect crops for you. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. So, does that mean we can just sit back and enjoy the benefits of greenhouses from now on? If I shrink the hull, will you still be able to work? A stupid, smart question. Little 8 crossed its 2 pairs of tentacles over its chest, its expression arrogant. I am a silicon-based life form. As long as the energy core is still there, even if you stuff the ship into your underwear, I can still polish the room until it shines. Okay. Lu Fan turned his head and pointed to the messy living room. Then let me see your efficiency. If you don't finish the work, I'll dismantle you and sell you for scrap metal. Strive. Emoji icon instantly popped up on Xiao Ba's screen, and 8 tentacles activated simultaneously, rushing into the cabin like a whirlwind. Yes, sir. Begin cleaning the entire ship immediately. 2 hours later. Lu Fan put away his fishing rod and rubbed his sore shoulders. My stamina is almost gone. It seems my luck was used up on the first 2 shots with high-tech gear. The remaining 10 shots were all just trendy junk. He turned around, pushed open the glass door on the first floor, and paused. This living room is too bright. The floor, which was originally stained with water and mud, is now spotless. A faint scent of lemon cleaning agent filled the air. The wet clothes that were carelessly thrown away were neatly dried and hung up. The pots, pans, and dishes in the kitchen were washed clean and arranged neatly according to size. No wonder it's called the self-disciplined octopus, Lu Fan exclaimed. This efficiency is simply a blessing for bachelors. He went up the stairs to the second floor. The bedroom has also been completely renovated. Meanwhile, Wang Ying, now dressed in clean clothes, was sitting on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the floor. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, her lips moved, but no sound came out. It seems her voice has become hoarse from crying. Lu Fan leaned against the door frame, his tone indifferent. The deceased are gone, but the living must go on. I'll give you 2 days to adjust. After that, come back to the slums and hang out with me. Wang Ying paused for a moment, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Lu Fan continued. Go to the slums and become a diving instructor, teaching those people how to dive and extract oil sludge. The salary and benefits I'll give you will definitely be better than at Song's. After receiving training, the migrants will surely be able to dive deeper. Letting the refugees collect the materials while he takes care of the recycling is a good way to make a living. Of course, this is on the premise that there are no mutated creatures to obstruct the way. Wang Ying remained silent for a long time. It seemed as if I could feel a sense of reality that I was alive. Having something to do is better than suffering in the past. She nodded, forcing an awkward smile. Thanks. Lu Fan didn't say much, turned around and went downstairs to the greenhouse. As soon as I opened the door, a sweet, fruity aroma wafted out. Hachiko was waving his tentacles, carefully picking the last strawberry that was a deep, purplish red. In the basket next to it, the strawberries were divided into 3 perfectly neat squares according to their size, color, and even the distribution of the bumps on their skin. Reporting, Captain! Xiao Ba puts the last strawberry back in its place, and a "Please praise me" emoji appears on the screen. The Longse strawberries have been harvested, totaling 5.2 kilograms. By optimizing the light and nutrient solution ratio, the next ripening time is expected to be shortened to 7 days. Lu Fan picked up the biggest strawberry and threw it directly into his mouth. Click. As you cut through the flesh with your teeth, the abundant juice bursts forth in your mouth. Sweet. It's not the cloying sweetness of saccharin, but a refreshing sweetness with a rich fruity and floral aroma. In that instant, it felt as if my entire tongue was dancing the political commissar dance. Absolutely amazing! Lu Fan waved his hand and put all the strawberries into his spatial ring. I reckon that wherever you go in the future, these dragon extract strawberries and potatoes will be a kind of hard currency. Well done! Lu Fan patted Xiao Ba's cold metal head. Go stand by. Yes, ma'am. Also, please note that there is 0.3 grams of dirt under your nails, I suggest. Get out! For the next 2 days, Lu Fan lived the life of a true captain. No need to worry about trivial matters, no need to eat cold canned food. Xiao Ba's cooking skills are indeed 5-star. Even with just potatoes and luncheon meat, she can create amazing dishes. Baked, mashed, pancake style, every meal is different. On the morning of the 3rd day, the rain actually stopped, and a sliver of sunshine finally appeared after a long time. Feeling refreshed, Lu Fan, along with Wang Ying, mounted Little White and sped off towards the East Island refugee slum. Dongdao Island, a refugee slum. Lifeless. The once bustling shantytown is now mostly empty. In order to survive, most people, even knowing they would be ostracized, still fled to the slums on other islands with their families. Now, only about 30 people remain here. Most of them are elderly people with limited mobility or orphans with nowhere to go. Inside the wooden house, Zhang Xiaomin stood in front of the table, her arms wrapped in bandages. Behind her stood 10 emaciated young men. They held sharpened steel pipes in their hands, their bodies trembling with fear and hunger. Big sister. A boy who looked only 16 or 17 swallowed hard. Can we really kill those defense troops? Zhang Xiaomin turned around, her fierce gaze sweeping over the young and desperate faces. I have no idea. Her voice was low yet chilling. Those in power want us dead. Are you willing to accept that? Zhang Xiaomin took out a fake bomb button and said coldly. We're going to die anyway. Killing 1 isn't a loss, killing 2 is a huge win. I want those beasts to know that refugees are human beings too, not ants that can be crushed at will. The young people's breathing quickened. The fear that had been suppressed for too long transformed into a frenzy of mutual destruction at this moment. Let's fight them! Big sister! I'm willing to fight alongside you! Dewey stood in the corner, watching the group of enthusiastic young people, and couldn't help but sigh. He knew very well that this was like a moth drawn to a flame. The final outcome will probably be, Mr. Du, you should leave now. Jiang Xiaoman looked at Dewey. If you go to the Wang family for refuge, please find a way to save my father. Dewey's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded heavily. Take care. I'll find a way. Jiang Xiaoman didn't say anything more, and led the 10 young men out of the wooden house without hesitation. On the open ground outside the slum, more than 30 fully armed defense soldiers surrounded the area. Song Chuxing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced contemptuously at the empty street. There's no one here anymore? He sneered and waved his hand. Go, catch all the rats hiding in the house. A commotion erupted with cries and screams. Soon, more than a dozen elderly people with mobility issues and orphans were dragged out by soldiers and thrown into the mud and water in the middle of the road. Why are they all old fogies? Song Chuxing frowned and kicked an old woman who was begging for mercy to death. This lowly commoner dares to run away? Damn it, we'll go to the other islands and bring them all back. A flash of rage crossed his eyes, and he waved impatiently. This is pointless. Just kill them all, don't use guns, save your bullets. Click. Several soldiers drew their daggers and rushed forward. Just then. Go to hell! A sharp shout rang out from the darkness. Jiang Xiaoman darted out like a ghost, and 2 daggers instantly plunged into the necks of the 2 men. Immediately afterwards, 10 more youths rushed out from all corners, recklessly attacking the nearest enemy. Court death! Song Chuxing reacted extremely quickly, drawing his pistol and firing. Jiang Xiaoman dodged the bullet with a roll, knelt on the ground, and raised her right hand high. Don't move! Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Song Chuxing, picked up the fake button, and bluffed. There are explosives buried underground. Put down your gun if you don't want to die. Explosives. Song Chuxing's eyes twitched. Are these refugees serious? Chapter 64 I won't let you die so easily. Song Chuxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He stared intently at the plastic button in Jiang Xiaoman's hand, his brow furrowed. An adjutant leaned close to his ear and whispered a reminder. Sir, that thing looks like a TV remote that was taken apart. Where did these refugees get explosives? Shut up! I know that! Song Chuxing cursed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Although reason tells him it's fake. But he dared not gamble when faced with a group of lunatics. Especially Du Wei, that shrewd guy, who knows if he might have secretly gotten his hands on explosives from the Wang family. You only have one life, so be careful. Calm down! Let's talk this out! Song Chuxing released his grip on the gun, letting it slowly drop. Ms. Zhang, explosives are contraband on the island. Even if you blow me up, you'll all die too. The veins on the back of Jiang Xiaoman's hand bulged, and her gaze was sharp. Stop talking nonsense! Throw away your guns and put your hands up! She took a step forward. Anyone who dares to move, I'll press down. We'll all die together! Song Chuxing's eyelids twitched, and he slowly bent down and threw the pistol on the ground. Listen to her! There was a loud crash. Dozens of guns were thrown on the ground. The youths from the slums swarmed forward, picked up their guns, and aimed them at the group of high-ranking guards. Have you thought this through? The adjutant raised his hands, his eyes sweeping over them with a venomous glint. Assaulting the defense forces is a serious crime. Can you bunch of trash afford to take that responsibility? Shut your stinking mouth! Jiang Xiaoman roared, her chest heaving violently. You always have the word refugee on your lips, but before the apocalypse, no one is more noble than anyone else. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. She suddenly waved her hand, signaling the youths to fire. Click, click. The sound of the trigger locking. The young men frantically pulled the trigger, but it was as if the gun was welded shut. There was no response. Heh hee hee. The adjutant was taken aback at first, then let out a piercing, strange laugh. Trash is trash. All the guns on this island have biometric fingerprint locks. Do you really think you can just pick them up and use them? Jiang Xiaoman's face turned deathly pale instantly. Oh no! Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. With a heavy heart, she could only draw the dagger from her waist and charge forward to fight to the death. I had just taken a step when a chill suddenly ran down my back. Call out. Two black gusts of wind swept past from both sides. Jiang Xiaomin felt a sharp pain in her wrist as the detonator was snatched from her hand in an instant. The next second, her face was shoved hard into the mud, and a knee slammed into her spine. Seeing this, Song Chuxing breathed a sigh of relief and dusted himself off. Qin Feng and Qin Yu, you two B-level speed-type mutants are here so late? Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of us? Two tall, thin men appeared and laughed. Something came up, I'm late. Please forgive me, Brother Song. Qin Feng stepped on Jiang Xiaomin. Qin Yu then inspected the rudimentary detonator and casually tossed it to Song Chuxing. It's fake, just an empty shell. Song Chuxing took it, glanced at it, and then smashed it on the ground. Damn it! You dared to mess with me! He bent down, picked up the pistol, turned around, and fired a shot at the nearest young man. Bang! The bullet pierced the shinbone. The young man screamed and fell to the ground, rolling around while clutching his leg. Control them all! Don't kill them! Take them back and torture them slowly! Song Chuxing roared, and the defense soldiers who had just suffered a setback rushed forward, pinned the 10 youths to the ground, and beat them up. At that moment, Song Chuxing strode up to Jiang Xiaomin, grabbed her hair, and pulled her face out of the mud. Weren't you being arrogant just now? Huh! He kicked Jiang Xiaomin hard in the stomach. Vomit! Jiang Xiaomin coughed up a mouthful of blood and her body went limp. You slut! I'll do it for you right here! He turned around and lewdly grinned at his men. Brothers, this woman is yours! Don't go back until you've had your fun with her to death! Woohoo! Boss is brilliant! Don't worry, boss. I haven't touched a woman for 2 months, I'm bursting with energy. A dozen burly men grinned maliciously, unbuckled their belts, and surrounded them. Don't want. Jiang Xiaomin slid backward helplessly, her face filled with despair. Stop it, all of you! Du Wei rushed out from the crowd, stood in front of Jiang Xiaomin, and shouted. Song Chuxing! The refugees from Dongdao Island are the property of the Wang family. If you touch them, Steward Wang will not let you off! Snap! Song Chuxing stepped forward and slapped Du Wei across the face, knocking him to the ground. Stop trying to intimidate me with Manager Wang! He stepped on Du Wei's chest, pressing the gun directly to his forehead. Do you really think the Wang family cares about the lives of you refugees? He looked around at the trembling elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and raised his voice. If you die, the rescue team can just bring back another batch. You're just a bunch of expendable resources, understand? Du Wei gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. Song Chuxing's finger was on the trigger as he sneered at Du Wei. I've been wanting to get ahead of you for a long time. If you want to make a name for yourself, then die. He tightened his fingers. Click. The trigger didn't budge. Song Chuxing frowned and glanced at the biometric fingerprint lock on the gun. It was malfunctioning. What kind of junk is this? It's out of power? He raised his arm, cursing, just about to swing it a couple of times. Whoosh. A very faint whooshing sound swept through the air. Song Chuxing felt the lightness on his shoulder and looked down in confusion. The right arm has disappeared. Puff. Scalding hot blood sprayed all over Du Wei's face. Aowa. Song Chuxing clutched his severed arm, letting out a pig-like scream, and fell backward. Who did this? The Qin brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Yu, reacted quickly, drawing their daggers back to back and warily scanning their surroundings. Not far away. 2 figures slowly approached. Jiang Xiaomin struggled to lift her head and through her blood-blurred eyes saw the person who had come. It's him. He's still alive. Her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Fan. Song Chuxing was writhing on the ground in pain, but upon hearing that name, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible! None of those A-level mutants came back. How could he possibly be alive? The surrounding refugees trembled uncontrollably when they saw Lu Fan. Mr. Lu! Mr. Lu is back! Boss Lu! Help! These defense troops are going to crush our East Island slums! Lu Fan walked to the center of the crowd, tossing a few pebbles in his hand, his cold gaze landing on Song Chuxing. Taking advantage of my absence, you messed with my people and even tried to sleep with my employees? Do you think you've got too much life ahead of you? Song Chuxing's adjutant suddenly stood up and pointed his gun at Lu Fan. You filthy bastard, don't try to intimidate me. I don't believe you're not afraid of bullets. He pulled the trigger hard. Still no movement. What happened? A faint blue light flashed in Lu Fan's right pupil. EMP interference is now in effect. Within a radius of 20 meters, electronic devices are disabled at specific points. Fingerprint lock? I'll turn you into scrap metal. My turn! Lu Fan threw it forcefully with his wrist. Whoosh! An inconspicuous pebble flew out with a terrifying whooshing sound. In an instant, the adjutant's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. A mixture of red and white splattered around the area. The headless corpse swayed twice before falling straight down. This startled all the defenders. The guns in their hands felt like hot potatoes. They didn't know whether to pick them up or throw them away. Is this throwing stones? That's a sniper rifle, isn't it? Song Chushing was so terrified that he frantically backed away, yelling, Qin Feng! Qin Yu! Kill him! Kill him now! All the points are yours! The Qin brothers exchanged a glance. Although somewhat wary, Song Chushing's points were too tempting. And, although the opponent throws stones quickly, can they be faster than these speed-type mutants? Superior! The two brothers sprang into action instantly, leaving two afterimages in their wake. The two men, one on each side, thrust their daggers straight at Lu Fan's throat and heart. Go to hell! Brush! The two passed each other, landing in a stylish pose. Done! Qin Feng and Qin Yu confidently sheathed their swords. But Lu Fan's calm voice came from behind. It's definitely done! The Qin brothers were taken aback. Just as I was about to turn around, a sudden, intense chill ran through my abdomen. Immediately afterwards, their vision began to slide downwards uncontrollably. The others couldn't help but widen their eyes. A bright line of blood appeared on the waist of the Qin brothers. Lu Fan, however, stood unharmed, with a pair of armor with mantis blades attached to his right arm. At this speed? You're not even fit to shine my shoes! Lu Fan snorted coldly. Thump. The two corpses were cut in half at the waist and into 4 pieces. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The group of guards were dumbfounded. Their guns clattered to the ground, their legs trembled, and they didn't even have the strength to run away. Lu Fan stepped over the corpse on the ground and walked step by step toward Song Chushing, who was shrinking back. All right, it's time to settle our accounts. Let me tell you beforehand, I definitely won't let you die so easily. Chapter 65. I've been cheated on. I've really been cheated on. Song Chushing's heart clenched suddenly, and he froze on the spot. He seemed to see a demon greeting him. Lu Fan stepped forward, helped Zhang Xiaomin up from the ground, and handed her to Wang Ying. Take her to rest and treat her wound. Wang Ying nodded nervously and helped Zhang Xiaomin step aside. All right. Next, it's time to... Lu Fan's cold gaze swept over the guards whose pants were half down. Before these people could react, Lu Fan swung his right arm, and the mantis blade hummed as it sliced through the air, leaving a trail of cold light. Pfft! The dozen or so burly men froze instantly. Immediately afterwards, their upper bodies slowly shifted and slid down along the smooth incision. Snap! Internal organs mixed with fresh blood gushed out all over the ground. Several of them even lay on the ground, half-body, convulsing and emitting hysterical screams. Song Chushing was completely paralyzed. His once lively subordinate was now a pile of minced meat in the blink of an eye. The visual impact left his mind blank, and all that remained was trembling. Lu Fan waded through the blood and walked step by step to him. Lu Fan, please spare my life. Song Chushing's lips were purple, and his teeth were chattering. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I... Spare you? Lu Fan crouched down, bringing his eyes level with Lu Fan's. When you put a gun to someone's head, did you ever think about sparing them? Song Chushing choked and dared not reply. Tsk tisk. Lu Fan clicked his tongue impatiently. The next second, he raised his foot and stomped on Song Chushing's crotch without hesitation. Splat! The 2 eggs popped with a muffled thud. Aya! Song Chushing let out a pig-like scream, his whole body tensed up, his eyes rolled back violently, and he fainted from the pain. You've already fainted? Lu Fan shook his head. He activated the mantis knife's thermal mode and applied it directly to Song Chushing's severed arm. White smoke rose. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat and burned meat. Oh whoa! Song Chushing, who had just fainted, was scalded awake. His body convulsed violently, and his throat was about to crack from shouting. Lu Fan grabbed his hair and lifted him into the air. "Tell me, who sent you?" Song Chushing's face contorted in pain, and his voice was as thin as a woman's. "It's Chenze, it's him." A fierce glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. He immediately released his grip, and the thermal mantis knife slashed across. Swish, swish, swish. Song Chushing's left arm and both legs were severed, and the wounds were sealed with high temperature to stop the bleeding. He collapsed to the ground like a human stick, convulsing and roaring. He turned around, looked at the few remaining guards, and gave instructions to the youths in the slums. "Tie them up and give them a beating. I'll deal with them when I get back." The bruised and battered youths were stunned for a moment, as if waking from a dream. They roared and charged at the defense force with bloodshot eyes. "Damn it! Weren't you so arrogant just now? You hit my leg, huh? I'll beat you to a pulp." Their pent-up anger finally erupted. If Lu Fan hadn't forbidden them from killing, they probably would have beaten these guys to death. Screams erupted one after another. Seeing this, the surrounding refugees, without anyone noticing who led the way, all knelt down in unison. "Long live Mr. Lu! Thank you so much, Lord Lu, for saving my life." Lu Fan nodded and walked over to Du Wei. Du Wei, clutching his swollen cheek, looked at Lu Fan with a complicated expression. "Mr. Lu, you killed members of the North Island Defense Force this time. The Song family. I'm afraid they won't let this go." "I have plans." Lu Fan paused. "What about Zhang Weigua?" Du Wei sighed, his face darkening. "They've been taken to North Island. I'm afraid their fate is grim." Lu Fan frowned, looking north behind the high wall, a strong killing intent rising in his heart. "Chenze. The Song family. Since you don't want me to have an easy time, then you won't have an easy time either." "Du Wei," Lu Fan suddenly spoke. "Exist. Go to the Lei family and contact someone for me." On the other side. Beidao, inside the Song group's office. A delicate purple clay teacup was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Song Qingjin pointed at Chenze's nose, spitting all over his face. "Damn it! A mere bunch of refugees actually wiped out my entire defense squad. It's all your fault." Chenze lowered his head, his face turning a deep purplish red, and he didn't dare to breathe. Behind her desk, Song Han pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, a cold glint flashing across the lenses. "Third uncle, calm down." Song Han's voice was calm. "This matter is indeed strange. I've investigated the group of refugees on Dongdao Island. Ma Saibwa and Zhao Meng have been missing for several days, their fate unknown. It's impossible for anyone else to have the power to move the defense forces. Unless... Unless what?" Song Qingjin asked with a dark face. "There are mutants involved, at least rank A." Upon hearing this, Chenze's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Fan has returned? No. Impossible. That kid isn't that strong. Moreover, he fell into the abyss and was certain to die, so it couldn't possibly be him. "Young Master Song, could it be that the Wang family secretly intervened, leaving us to suffer in silence?" Chenze cautiously shifted the blame. "The Wang family?" Song Han scoffed. "They don't have time to meddle in such trivial matters." He immediately waved his hand and shook his head. "Get out of here. I'll talk to my brother about this. And, Chenze, if there's a next time, you'll be feeding the fish." "Yes, yes." Chenze felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly withdrew. As soon as he stepped out of the office, Song Qingjin glared at him menacingly and began to curse. "You little bastard surnamed Qin, if you affect my ranking in the family, I'll skin you alive first." After saying that, he snorted coldly and strode away. Chenze muttered something back at his retreating figure. "You son of a bitch, dang! Once I get up there, you'll be the first one I kill." He straightened his collar and was about to leave when he suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. At the end of the corridor, Xin Qingwei, wearing a black dress with a very high slit and high heels, was leading Chu Xian inside. Chu Xian was dressed exceptionally glamorously today. She wore an off-shoulder top, a short skirt, black stockings, and small leather shoes, with a pure and alluring make-up look on her face. "Xianer?" Chenze ran over quickly. "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going to attend logistics training today?" Chu Xian was startled, her eyes darting around in a panic. I came here. Mr. Chun. Xinxinhua stood in front of Chu Xian, her expression cold and disdainful. Chu Xian and I are going to meet important guests. We don't have time to chat with you. After saying that, Xinxinhua hurriedly pulled Chu Xian away. Chen Zai stood there, somewhat stunned. Meeting an important guest? Still dressed like this? He gritted his teeth and quietly followed them. The two entered a meeting room with a VIP sign. Chen Zai looked around, then slipped into the window of the next room and peered out from there. The meeting room was filled with smoke. Two men were sitting on the sofa. One is Qin Yuan, the commander-in-chief of the defense forces. The other one was extremely ugly, covered in fat, and had protruding buck teeth. It was Qin Feng, the second young master of the Qin family. Oh my! The big star is here! When Qin Feng saw Xinxinhua, his eyes narrowed into slits. He patted the sofa next to him and said, Come on, sit on your brother's lap. Xinxinhua forced a smile and sat down opposite him without showing any emotion. Young Master Qin, I'm so sorry, my sister isn't feeling well today and I was afraid of spoiling your fun. She coughed lightly twice and casually pushed Chu Xian forward. However, I brought you a good friend. This is Chu Xian, she used to be the school beauty, and she admires heroes like you, young Master Qin, the most. Qin Feng stroked his chin, his small eyes scanning Chu Xian up and down. School beauty. School beauty, you're so cool. Do you have a boyfriend? Chu Xian lowered her head and said shyly. No. No. Qin Feng looked somewhat disappointed. What a pity, but it's all right. I don't mind, come on. Chen Zai gripped the window railing tightly, veins bulging on his neck. He screamed inwardly. Chu Xian! Reject him! Reject him now! You're my woman! However, Chu Xian hesitated for a moment, then a shy blush appeared on her face. She walked over to Qin Feng and obediently sat down, deliberately tugging at her skirt to reveal the lace trim at the base of her thighs. Young Master Qin, this is my first time meeting such an important person, I'm a little nervous. Her voice was so sweet that Chen Zai wanted to kill her. What are you so nervous about? Your brother's not going to eat you. Qin Feng chuckled lewdly, and a large, hairy hand wrapped around Chu Xian's shoulder, reaching down her neckline. Wow, so big! So soft! Chu Xian let out a soft moan and collapsed into Qin Feng's arms, letting him touch her all over. Xinxinhua, sitting opposite, coughed twice and took out a stack of documents at the opportune moment. Young Master Qin, since we all get along so well, how about the sales contract for the 30 refugees from the South Island? Sign! Sign it now! While kneading Chu Xian, Qin Feng waved his hand generously. But I have to add a condition. This little beauty has to stay with me for a week. This? Xinxinhua pretended to be hesitant. Young Master Qin, Chu Xian might be on her period in a couple of days. Who said that? Chu Xian suddenly spoke up, looking at Qin Feng with seductive eyes. Sister Qin is mistaken, I'm not coming for another week or so. As long as young Master Qin is happy, it doesn't matter how long it takes. The railings outside the window creaked. Chen Zai felt like his head was about to explode. It's green. I've really been cheated on. This despicable woman actually offered herself up to this pig just to climb the social ladder? He gritted his teeth, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Pain. It hurts so much. Chu Xian, you shameless woman, why did you treat me like this? You deserve to die. Chapter 66. You two are not important, but it's very important to me that you two aren't here. Just as Chen Zai was looking annoyed, an argument could be heard downstairs. He was so frightened that he quickly shrank back into the house and glanced out the window. In the distance, in front of the blast-proof gate, a group of burly men blocked the doorway and shouted. One of the figures looked particularly familiar. Chen Zai would recognize that face even if he were reduced to ashes. Lu Fan. He's still alive? Chen Zai felt his heart leap, and blood rushed to his head. How could someone not die after falling into that bottomless ravine? Is this thing a cockroach reincarnated? Meanwhile, in the VIP reception room next door, Qin Feng hadn't had his fill of touching Chu Xian inside her clothes when the noise dampened his spirits, and he walked to the window with a disgruntled expression. Is there a vegetable market downstairs? It's so noisy. Qin Yuan followed, frowning as he scanned the crowd downstairs. They're all from the Lei family. That young man next to him. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Chu Xian and Xin Qingwei also came over. When they saw the face clearly, the two women were instantly shocked. Lu Fan? Chu Xian gasped in surprise, her face turning deathly pale. She instinctively covered her collar, as if afraid that Lu Fan would see her disheveled appearance. Xin Qingwei gritted her teeth, recalling the humiliating experience of being tricked into carrying supplies that night and running back barefoot, and couldn't help but clench her fists. That damn liar! He's still alive! Qin Feng glanced at the two women, his face full of suspicion. What's going on? Old flames? No. No! Chu Xian waved her hands frantically, eager to distance herself from the situation. Downstairs at this moment, several Song family security guards, holding riot shields, tried to stop the group. Step back! This is private property! Private my ass! Lei, whose tall body resembled a raging bull, and he slammed his fist into the shield. Thump! The security guard, shield and all, was thrown 5 meters away and crashed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Song Han! Get out here right now! Lei, whose roar was so loud it shook the heavens and the earth. Even the windows on the first floor rattled. Lu Fan glanced at Lei Hu and realized that Lei Hu's acting skills were really good. Having him pretend to be the older brother and bring him here to settle scores would solve the problem without revealing his strength. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon. Song Han led Uncle Zhong out of the building. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze lingered on Lu Fan for a second, his expression somewhat strange, but he quickly regained his composure. Brother Lei Hu, you just escaped death from the abyss, and instead of resting at home, you've come here to demolish my place? Don't try that on me. Lei Hu, spitting as he pointed at Song Han's nose, cursed. Your Song family's lapdog has gone too far. Daring to run wild on my little brother's territory? Do you really think the Lei family has no one left? He stepped aside to let Lu Fan pass, and slapped Lu Fan hard on the shoulder with his large hand. Touching my little brother is like slapping Lei Hu in the face. I'm not leaving until I give you an explanation. Song Han narrowed her eyes slightly, her brain working at a rapid pace. It seems that Song Chuxing and his gang were defeated by Lei Hu. It's just that Lei Hu, such an arrogant and reckless man, actually recognized Lu Fan as his subordinate. Could it be that Lu Fan has some secret that Lu Fan doesn't know about? If it really exists, we absolutely cannot let the Lei family get it. We must do everything we can to win them over. Song Han's eyes darted around, and he apologized lightly. Brother Lei, you've misunderstood. It was Song Chuxing who acted on his own in Dongdao. I just received the news. It's just right to deal with such a disobedient servant. He paused, then said sincerely. Since Brother Lei is here, I'll definitely give him face. Tell me, what will it take to appease him? Lei Hu gently pushed Lu Fan's back. Lu Fan took a step forward, raised his chin slightly, and uttered 2 words. Chen Zhe! Song Han raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of relief. Chen Zhe is someone who's dispensable. If I were to use my life to do Lu Fan a favor, I might be able to use this opportunity to test his true colors. This is a great deal. Uncle Zhong! Song Han turned her head and casually instructed. Go and invite Chen Zhe down. Yes. Uncle Zhong's figure flashed and disappeared at the top of the stairs. The room upstairs. Chen Zhe leaned against the window, his face ashen, and gasped. That bastard Song Han sold himself out. He was so frightened that he scrambled to his feet and crashed into the VIP room next door. Chu Xian! Chu Xian! For the sake of our one night as husband and wife, please, young Master Qin, save me! Chu Xian was terrified and instinctively hid behind Qin Feng, her face full of disgust. Who are you? I don't know you! Don't try to claim kinship with me! You! Chen Zhe stood there, stunned, the light in his eyes instantly extinguished. Before he could speak again, a lean and capable figure appeared behind him. Mr. Chen, the young master requests your presence. Uncle Zhong appeared like a ghost, grabbed Chen Zhe, and dragged him out. A few minutes later. Thump! Chen Zhe was thrown heavily onto the concrete ground, looking disheveled. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to grab Song Han's trouser leg, crying his eyes out. Young Master Song! Don't hand me over! I've been loyal to you! I've worked hard for you even if I haven't done anything great! Song Han moved her foot away in disgust, not even glancing at him. Mr. Lu, the person is yours to do with as you see fit. Chen Zhe was utterly desperate. He turned his head and looked at Lu Fan's expressionless face, his fear instantly turning into resentment. Lu Fan! You bastard! He jumped up from the ground, pointed at Lu Fan, and cursed. Don't think you can become a superior person just because you've climbed up to the Lei family. You're just a vagrant. You're trash. He then turned to Lei Hu and roared. Young Master Lei! This kid is an ingrate. He'd sell out women and brothers just to save his own life. Don't be fooled by him. Lei Hu frowned, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. If Lu Fan hadn't remained silent, he would have already punched this foul-mouthed guy to pieces. Lu Fan watched Chen Zai's performance, silently took out a cigarette from his pocket, took a puff, and exhaled the smoke. Are you done talking? Lu Fan flicked his cigarette ash. Now that you've finished talking, let's get going. That nonchalant tone completely shattered Chen Zai's last psychological defenses. He knew that Lu Fan really wanted to kill him. You want to kill me? Not so easy! Chen Zai shouted angrily, pulled out 2 stolen enhancement potions from his pocket, and plunged them into his neck. As the medicine was injected, Chen Zai's muscles twitched violently, and his eyes became bloodshot and red. It was some kind of speed-enhancing semi-finished product with significant side effects, but it was extremely effective. Whoosh! Chen Zai flashed away, becoming a blur, and sprinted towards the back of the laboratory building. Trying to run? Lei Hu sneered, raised his hand to signal several Lei family guards to block all the exits, then turned to Lu Fan and said, Let's go! Let's trap them like turtles in a jar! The back door of the laboratory building. Chu Xian made an excuse and was just about to go out for some fresh air. Suddenly, a figure like a mad dog rushed out. Chu Xian! Chen Zai's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed Chu Xian's hair and pressed the dagger against her snow-white neck. Please don't do this! Chu Xian screamed in terror. You betrayed me too, you even betrayed me! No matter how much she begged, Chen Zai dragged her along and ran wildly until they finally reached a pool of water in a panic. There is no road ahead. It was a huge square culture tank filled with murky seawater, and 2 mutated sharks used for experiments were lurking beneath the surface. Chen Zai turned to run away, but the footsteps were already getting closer. Lu Fan and Lei Hu calmly blocked the only exit. Don't come any closer! Chen Zai retreated to the edge of the pool, held a dagger to Chu Xian's neck, and roared hysterically. If you come any closer, I'll kill her! Chu Xian cried so hard her makeup was ruined. As Lu Fan approached step by step, she instinctively began to cry for help. Lu Fan! Save me! It's me, Xianer! She reached out her hand, tears streaming down her face. You used to love me so much. I forgive you for not helping me when I was dying. I won't blame you. Please save me. Lu Fan stopped and tilted his head to look at the 2 treacherous people who had betrayed him, a smirk playing on his lips. Just kill them. They're disgusting to look at anyway. Chen Zai was stunned. Chu Xian was also stunned. What did you say? Chu Xian asked incredulously. You don't love me anymore? Didn't you say I was the most important person in your life? Pfft. Lu Fan laughed out loud. He quickly waved his hand, then took a deep breath, feigning seriousness. Ahem, to me, either of you is important. It's very important to me that you 2 aren't here. Chen Zai's body began to tremble. Now even the hostages we used to appeal to emotions are gone. Lu Fan! How could you be so heartless? Chen Zai gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. They wouldn't lend me money back then, causing my dad to miss the best treatment period. Now they want to harm me too, and they want to harm Chu Xian as well. I will curse you for all eternity. I will be waiting for you in hell with Chu Xian. Chu Xian sensed that Chen Zai had completely lost his mind and could only frantically beg Lu Fan for help. Lu Fan! I don't want to die. Save me. I don't love him. He forced me. Chu Xian cried out, blaming Chen Zai for everything. He drugged and raped me. I was afraid of hurting you, that's why I didn't dare tell you. I'm the victim. You have to believe me. Chapter 67. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. You're talking nonsense. Chen Zai was so angry his eyes almost popped out. He stabbed Chu Xian in the lower back with a knife, yelling, You slut! You were the one who slept with me. Now you want to shift the blame? Chu Xian screamed and instinctively looked down, biting hard on Chen Zai's hand and tearing off a piece of flesh. Chen Zai let go in pain, but his back foot accidentally stepped on the moss on the ground, causing him to fall backward. Chu Xian clutched her waist, her face contorted in pain, and grabbed a rusty electrofishing fork from the ground, aiming it at Chen Zai. That was her only chance to survive. Only by killing Chen Zai could Lu Fan possibly forgive her. Go to hell! Chu Xian screamed, gripped the steel fork with both hands, and with all her might, plunged it into Chen Zai's chest as he had just gotten up. Pfft! Chen Zai gripped the steel fork handle with both hands, blood and foam gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Chu Xian's distorted face. Why? His body convulsed, his voice weak. I love you so much. I did everything for you. Why are you doing this to me? Chu Xian, panting heavily, widened her eyes, revealed a strange smile, and suddenly pushed forward. I will remember your kindness, and I will live well for you. The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Zai lost his balance and fell into the cultivation pool. Water splashed, and two gray-black figures instantly sliced through the water and rushed over. Gurgle! Help! Chen Zai had just poked his head out when a gaping maw covered in barbs bit down on his shoulder. Click! The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. Another shark bit his thigh. The two beasts suddenly tore at each other in opposite directions. Pfft! The originally murky seawater instantly turned dark red. Chen Zai let out a final, mournful cry before being torn in two and becoming food for the fish. Lu Fan came to the edge of the pool and quietly gazed at the rippling water. His eyes were calm, even somewhat relieved. In his previous life, he was also pushed into the sea in the same way, experiencing the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart. What goes around comes around. You've tasted that flavor too. Hee hee! Lu Fan chuckled. Chu Xian, who was sitting on the ground, seemed to be awakened by the laughter. She trembled, ignoring the knife wound on her waist, and crawled to Lu Fan's feet, reaching out to grab his trouser leg. Lu Fan, look, I killed him! I still love you! She tilted her head back, her head pressed messily against her face smeared with blood and tears. Please forgive me? I was really forced into this. You've always been the only one in my heart. Let's start over. Lu Fan looked down at her, took a half-step back as if avoiding a pile of dog poop. His eyes were filled with deep disgust. Chu Xian, you and Chen Zai are a match made in heaven. If I let you go, wouldn't that be incredibly disrespectful to him? Chu Xian's expression froze. Don't come out and discuss people in your next life. Lu Fan's eyes flashed, and he slowly raised his hand, his fingers pointing like a knife. Since we're going to take action anyway, let's make it a round number, and send this ill-fated couple to be reunited in the underworld. Call. The hand chop, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, slashed down, aiming straight for Chu Xian's carotid artery. Just as the fingertips are about to touch the skin. Whoosh! A blur of motion attacked from the side, moving at an astonishing speed. Lu Fan felt a gust of wind, and his hand strike missed its mark. Chu Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, disappeared instantly and reappeared 10 meters away. Qin Yuan held Chu Xian by the back of her collar with one hand, a calm smile on his face. Lei Hu strode forward and began to rebuke him. Qin Yuan, what do you mean? Are you going to interfere in this matter? Qin Yuan straightened his cuffs, his tone indifferent. This woman is currently the private property of my second young master, and you have no right to dispose of her. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, and a faint blue light shone deep in the pupil of his right eye. Human, danger level 6, weaknesses marked. Danger level 6? This was the first time Lu Fan had ever seen a human with such a high level rating. The Eye of True Sight is an assessment based on one's current strength. The danger level is equivalent to the opponent's probability of winning. In other words, without the aid of any weapons and relying solely on physical strength, the odds of victory between the two are 40 to 60, with Lu Fan at 60 to 40. Brother Lu! Lei Hu leaned close to Lu Fan's ear, his voice low and tinged with apprehension. This Qin Yuan practices his family's ancient martial arts, his techniques are unpredictable, and he's a genuine S-class mutant. If we fight him head-on, we'll be at a disadvantage. Lu Fan hummed in agreement, his brows furrowed. There are only 4 S-level experts in Shihuan Mountain. If they were to use their trump cards, like the Mantis Blade, to fight Qin Yuan to the death here, not only would the outcome be uncertain, but if the seal on the toxins in their bodies were to break, it would truly be a case of losing more than they gained. It's not worth the risk for Chu Xian. Moreover, this woman falling into the hands of this powerful family is probably 100 times more painful than death, isn't it? Lu Fan raised the corner of his mouth and turned to exchange a glance with Lei Hu. Lei Hu immediately understood. He stepped forward and waved his hand magnanimously, saying, "All right. Since young Master Qin likes wearing worn-out shoes, then we'll do you a favor. Consider this a favor your Qin family owes me. Thank you for the honor, young Master Lei." Qin Yuan didn't linger. He nodded slightly, picked up Chu Xian, turned around, and left, quickly disappearing from the scene. "That bitch got off too easily." Lei Hu spat. "But don't worry, Brother Lu, Qin Feng is a notorious sadist. This woman won't last more than 3 days in his hands. Fine, the wicked will be punished by the wicked. There will be a time to settle things with her." Lu Fan withdrew his gaze, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "Let's go, find the person, and go back to East Island." In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 3rd floor of the laboratory building, Song Han held a glass of red wine in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the direction Lu Fan had left. "Uncle Shom! Young master, I'm here. This Lei Hu seems to be Lu Fan's boss, but I always have a feeling." Song Han took a sip of wine, her brows furrowing slightly. "He's not just polite to this Lu Fan, he's practically obedient to him. Young master, I feel the same way. Perhaps Lei Hu has some kind of leverage over him." Song Han shook her head. "To make a tiger bow its head, the other party would have to be an even more ferocious beast." He put down his wine glass, his expression frozen. "Go to East Island and investigate. Use all your undercover agents. I need to know what Lu Fan is up to. If this person really has some special skills, either recruit him as a lackey or—" He made a cutting gesture. "Let him shut up forever." On the other side, after rescuing Zhang Weigua, Lu Fan followed Lei Hu straight to the East Island refugee slum. On the open ground, a group of people cheered loudly as if welcoming a hero, welcoming Lu Fan's return. Several children presented Lu Fan with flowers made of seashells. "Brother Lu Fan! From now on, you will be my greatest hero for life," said a dirty little girl. Another little boy stood in front of the girl with his hands on his hips, saying, "When I grow up, I want to become a strong person like Brother Lu Fan, to protect everyone in the slums." Lu Fan smiled, then took out a handful of candy and tossed it to them. "A bunch of little brats whose teeth haven't even grown in yet, go play somewhere else." A group of children laughed and ran to the side to happily share snacks. At that moment, on the beach not far away, dozens of refugees who had fled earlier were gathered together in a cramped manner, their faces gloomy. Several young men from the cave blocked their way, indignantly shouting, "You bunch of cowards! You run away when there's danger, and now that the cave is safe, you want to come back? No way!" As soon as Lu Fan walked over, the group of people immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Mr. Lu, we were wrong before. Please take us in. We promise we'll listen to you and never do it again." Lu Fan frowned and said coldly, "I don't need people who are afraid of death." Upon hearing this, the group looked terrified, their spirits plummeting. "But—" Lu Fan abruptly changed the subject, pulling out a bottle of slow-acting poison he had previously fished out, diluted several times. "If you dare to drink this poison and swear to obey my orders and never betray me, I might consider taking you in, providing you with the antidote regularly, and guaranteeing you a life free from want. No worries about food and drink." A group of refugees wore expressions that defied description. Can people in the slums still get enough to eat? I wouldn't even dare to do that in my wildest dreams. Just as everyone was expressing their doubts, Lu Fan suddenly pulled out 4 or 5 potatoes out of thin air. "If you listen to me, I will not only feed you, but also teach you skills so that you can live like human beings." Immediately, a group of people started discussing, their eyes gleaming with fervor. A thin, frail man suddenly raised his hand. "I'll drink." With one person taking the lead, many others rushed forward to drink the poison as a sign of loyalty. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. After all, these people could not be bought off with benefits alone. His life had to be completely under his control to ensure they would not betray him. Just as Lu Fan was having people make arrangements for the group of refugees, Du Wei rushed over, his expression serious. "Mr. Lu, it seems the Wang family has something important to discuss with you. I don't know if it's good or bad. Do you need to lay low for a while?" Lu Fan pondered for a moment, but had not yet made a decision. 5 elite members of the Wang family had already entered the crowd. Lu Fan felt a sense of oppression just from a glance. Human, Danger Level 5, Weaknesses Marked. The 5 men had cold, stern faces and eyes that seemed to see through everything, and they were staring intently at Lu Fan. They seemed to be sending out an extremely strong danger signal. This made Lu Fan feel a chill run through his body. Is this an enemy, or... Chapter 68 Danger Level Unknown? Wang Family Head, Wang Mingyuan. May I ask what brings you esteemed guests to this cold land? Lu Fan stood in the mud, a standard fake smile on his face. The 5 men in black did not move. Only the leader spoke, his Adam's apple bobbing laboriously up and down. Come here! Hurry up, come with us! Steward Wang wants to see you! Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. What kind of new mutation is this? Is the language center damaged? He talks like an idiot. But he didn't ask any more questions, and turned to Du Wei and Zhang Weigui. I'll leave this to you for now, I'll be right back. Mr. Lu, be careful, Zhang Weigui said with a worried expression. Lu Fan nodded and followed the 5 strange men toward the inner island. Soon, the group entered the interior of Dongdao Island and arrived at the large, single-level mansion of the Wang family. Before I